In the year of Chusi, the direct descendant of the illustrious Chu family, renowned for his gentle demeanor and unparalleled elegance, was ultimately discarded like a worn-out garment after being exploited by his family due to his frail health, succumbing to the bitter cold in a dilapidated abode. On the brink of death, he bound himself to a rapid traversal system. Accumulate enough points, and I shall be reborn to exact my vengeance. Chusi declared, "Very well. I shall see this grievance avenged." However, the nature of his tasks gradually veered off course. Chapter 1. Strategizing the Tyrant, Gaining Power and Influence. In the Qi dynasty, during the second year of the Zhao Jing era, in the imperial capital, the biting cold winds of late autumn swept through the palace pathways, chilling the skin. Chusi knelt on the unforgiving stone tiles, his slender frame clad in a thin garment that fluttered slightly in the gusts. His face was veiled in a layer of pale white fabric, revealing only his eyes, shallow pools of color reminiscent of water-soaked glass, exuding an aura of fragility and remoteness. Beside him knelt a dozen similarly masked individuals, each clutching a medicine box, not daring to utter a word. They were outside the Zikan Hall, the sleeping quarters of the current emperor, Xiangwei. An invisible weight of oppression filled the air, rendering even the sound of the wind cautious and muted. At that moment, a peculiar text materialized before Chusi's eyes. System, dimensional transfer complete. Task executor, host, pending, Chusi. Main task, extend the lifespan of the key figure in the current dimension, Xiangwei. Objective, ensure his survival for at least 5 years. Task background, Xiangwei is afflicted by a curse and old injuries, leading to a rapid depletion of his life force. With an estimated remaining lifespan of less than 3 months, his identity as the emperor of the Qi dynasty is pivotal to the core fortunes of this dimension. Should he die an unnatural death within a short time, the dynasty's fortunes would collapse prematurely, resulting in a catastrophic internal conflict and foreign invasion, plunging the historical trajectory of this dimension into chaos and destruction. Task rewards. Successfully extending Xiangwei's lifespan to 5 years will grant the host. Pending, Chusi. 1. Formal binding to the rapid traversal system, qualifying for subsequent tasks. 2. A temporary state of health during the execution of the task, and upon return to the system's space. Failure penalties. Main task failure. Xiangwei dies before the 5-year deadline. 1. The host, pending. Chusi will be directly obliterated by the system, his soul utterly dissipated. Side task failure, optional electric shock. Had this appeared a fortnight prior, Chusi would have deemed himself insane upon encountering this so-called system. Yet now he felt an unusual calm, even a flicker of curiosity. He recalled the brevity of his past existence. The Chu family's heir was born frail, a mere shell of a being, unable to withstand even the gentle caress of spring's warmth. Despite possessing a mind brimming with strategies and a heart of exquisite intelligence, he was confined to his chamber, strategizing for his father and brothers behind a screen. When his father was promoted to chancellor and his brothers received titles and honors, the Chu family basked in glory and prosperity. However, when he succumbed to his last bout of illness, coughing blood that stained the bed curtains, he received not medicine but his father's cold decree. Chusi's frail health may infect others. Let it be moved to the secluded quarters for quiet recuperation. The secluded quarters were drafty, with insufficient charcoal fire. He lay in the Chu family's dilapidated room, upon a thin and hard mattress, lacking even a decent blanket. The window paper had gaping holes, allowing the howling northern wind to invade with icy snowflakes. When the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. When the birds are gone, the fine bough is hidden. His entire life was spent confined to a sickbed, devoid of the strength to even fight for warmth. He was merely a concealed tool, sacrificing his vitality for the family, ultimately discarded like a worthless object. If only he possessed half the vitality of others, how different his fate would have been. As consciousness began to fade into the void, an emotionless voice resonated within his dissipating soul. Detection of intense obsession meets binding criteria. Offering task opportunity, the chance to reshape one's body, is possible. Do you accept? There were no inquiries into his origins, no explanations provided. Yet, The phrase reshape one's body struck him like thunder, splitting apart the despair that clung to him. Acceptance, he summoned the last vestiges of his will to make a choice. Regardless of the cost, regardless of the unfamiliar worlds that lay ahead, he would seize any flicker of hope for survival. He yearned for a healthy body. He longed to live, to make the Chu family and all those who wronged him pay in blood. Now, he had been granted a second chance, albeit through this bizarre means. The desire for revenge coiled within him like a venomous serpent. While completing this arduous task would be his first step towards gaining power, his only newbie benefit being a temporary escape from his frail existence. Chusi bowed his head, kneeling on the cold, hard palace tiles, the chill seeping into his bones, yet his mind remained remarkably composed. The temporary health granted by the system allowed him to think clearly, unburdened by the distractions of coughing and weakness. His target was a tyrant on the verge of death. The immediate priority was to find a way to approach him closely, to investigate the true state of Xia Yingwei's health, and to discover a method for prolonging his life. But how could he draw near this suspicious emperor without arousing suspicion? Just as his mind raced with possibilities, a cold, mocking laugh echoed from within the hall. Moments later, an elderly figure clad in deep scarlet official robes stumbled out from the hall, falling awkwardly down several steps, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead. It was Xue Fangzheng, the head of the Imperial Medical Institute. Xue Fangzheng dared not express his pain, suppressing his dizziness as he hurriedly knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. This old minister is incompetent. My medical skills are lacking, and I failed to alleviate your imperial ailment. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths." A shadowy figure emerged at the entrance of the hall, casting a dark pall over the scene. Xia Yingwei was not wearing a crown. His inky hair was simply tied back with a jade hairpin, several strands falling across his forehead, adding to his menacing aura. His features were strikingly handsome, with deep-set eyes and a prominent nose. Yet his lips were pale, and his gaze held a lingering ferocity mixed with a hint of fatigue from years of pent-up emotions. Merely standing there, he exuded an oppressive aura that sent shivers down the spines of all kneeling outside the hall, as if even the autumn wind had come to a standstill. Chapter 2. After strategizing against the tyrant, I hold power over the realm upon first laying eyes on the task at hand. The background of this realm unfolded in Chusnian's mind. The great Qi dynasty, having stood for a century, now trembled under the rule of the new Emperor Xia Yingwei, whose reign was fraught with peril. Xia Yingwei, who ascended the throne 2 years prior under the era named Zhaojing, did not inherit power by divine right. Rather, he seized it amidst a sea of bloodshed. The previous emperor left behind a scant lineage, with Xia Yingwei himself being the third in line, overshadowed by a feeble elder brother and a spoiled younger sibling. At the tender age of 16, he enlisted in the military, fighting valiantly at the borders for 5 years, garnering fame and respect through his indomitable spirit and martial prowess. As the former emperor lay on his deathbed, the court was shrouded in intrigue. In the span of a single month, the elder brother met an untimely demise from a fall, while the fifth brother succumbed to a sudden illness. Other eligible royal kin faced similar misfortunes. Ultimately, Xia Yingwei, commanding a formidable army, stormed into the imperial city, purging the Zakindian palace in blood, and ascended to the throne with the late emperor's edict. After his coronation, Xia Yingwei's actions grew increasingly autocratic. He dismantled the advisory court and expanded the prisons, executing any dissenting officials with ruthless fervor. Heavy taxation and incessant corvée labor were imposed solely to construct lavish palaces that catered to his insatiable desires. Fear permeated the court, while the populace lamented in silence, too intimidated to voice their grievances. The only aspect of life he eschewed was the company of women, rendering his harem virtually non-existent. This was not due to a vow of chastity, but rather a result of a debilitating affliction, chronic headaches. This ailment stemmed from a year prior, when he led a campaign to quell the northern adversaries, mercilessly slaughtering an entire city of Khitan. It was said that as the city fell, an elderly woman skilled in witchcraft invoked a blood curse upon him, vowing that he would never find peace. Since that fateful day, the torment of his condition intensified. manifesting as excruciating pain, haunting visions, and the wails of tormented souls, rendering his temperament increasingly erratic and volatile. For 2 years, Xiangui summoned renowned physicians from across the realm and consumed countless elixirs, yet none could alleviate his suffering. Many met their demise due to ineffective treatments or by inadvertently inciting the emperor's wrath. According to the threads of fate, there existed an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities, the key to breaking the curse and alleviating his affliction. This person represented a glimmer of hope for the dynasty. However, fate is elusive. The one destined to rescue the tyrant from his plight was, mere months ago, executed by Xiangui himself in a fit of pain-induced rage. Thus, a sliver of hope was extinguished, and the dynasty's trajectory spiraled into an abyss of uncertainty. It is for this reason that the host, Chusi, has been summoned to navigate this precarious situation and restore order. Outside the palace, Xiangui loomed over Shui Fangzheng, who knelt below, pleading for mercy. There was no warmth in his gaze, only a simmering wrath and a chilling indifference to the scene before him. He spoke slowly, each word piercing. Shui Yuan, you consume my imperial provisions, yet offer the excuse of inadequate medical skill? It seems my Imperial Medical Institute is filled with nothing but ineffectual charlatans. His eyes swept across the other kneeling physicians, causing them to tremble in fear. Since you are of no use, it would be better for you to take your own lives, sparing me the effort. Before he could finish speaking, a bloodied longsword was carelessly tossed aside, landing with a clang beside Shui Fangzheng, its cold gleam piercing the air. Shui Fangzheng's body trembled violently, yet he remained frozen, paralyzed by fear. Xiangui, seemingly amused, added with a tone laced with cruel mockery, Minister Shui, should you choose to take your own life, I shall spare your colleagues behind you today. What say you? Shui Fangzheng's complexion instantly turned as pale as parchment. He trembled as he lifted his gaze, surveying those behind him, also kneeling, including many of the younger officials he had once mentored, their eyes filled with terror and pleading. In that fleeting moment, a whirlwind of thoughts surged within Shui Fangzheng. At his advanced age, death seemed inconsequential. If his life could be exchanged for the survival of these young individuals, perhaps it would be worth it. The Imperial Medical Bureau had become a den of peril. The emperor's affliction was worsening, his temperament increasingly unpredictable. Surviving today did not guarantee survival tomorrow. A flicker of despair and resolve crossed his eyes as his frail hand slowly rose, trembling yet ultimately grasping the cold hilt of the sword. The blade felt heavy, and with great effort, he turned its edge toward his aged neck, closing his eyes, preparing to exert force. Just as Shui Fangzheng was about to end his life, a clear and calm voice shattered the oppressive silence. Your Majesty, I may have a solution to alleviate your suffering. The voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Stopping in his tracks, Shui Fangzheng opened his eyes in shock. All the kneeling physicians looked up in disbelief towards the source of the voice, a nameless medical officer, shrouded in white gauze, with a slender frame. Xiangui's sinister gaze instantly fixed upon Chusi, filled with scrutiny and a hint of curiosity. Chusi remained kneeling upright, his eyes beneath the white veil calm and undisturbed. His sudden act of benevolence was not born from compassion. The life and death of Shui Fangzheng were of no concern to him. However, just moments ago, a line of text had appeared before him, triggering side quest, save the Imperial Medical Bureau Chief Shui Fangzheng. Quest reward, gain Shui Fangzheng's gratitude and future assistance. Failure penalty, electric shock. The system's task prompt was crystal clear. Saving this individual might prove beneficial later. In the realm of quick transmigration, every potential ally was worth pursuing, and he had already devised a plan for how to navigate this situation. Perhaps this was the opportunity he had been waiting for, a legitimate chance to approach Xiangui. Xiangui scrutinized him, and after a brief moment, spoke slowly, his voice devoid of discernible emotion. Stepped forward. Chusi complied and rose. As he moved, a sense of vitality coursed through his limbs, igniting a fervent desire within him. He had to succeed by any means necessary. Taking measured steps, Chusi knelt once more beside the ashen-faced Shui Fangzhong, positioning himself with utmost respect, adhering to the proper decorum without a hint of error. Although the Deqi dynasty was entirely foreign to him, and much of his previous life had been spent confined to a sickbed, the upbringing of a scion from a prestigious family was ingrained in his very being, and the etiquette required to face imperial authority had become second nature. Xie Yingwei did not immediately respond, instead observing him from a position of power. His gaze bore down heavily, imbued with the weight of a blood-soaked battlefield, capable of shattering the will of the faint-hearted. Outside the palace, an eerie silence enveloped the air, broken only by the mournful sound of the wind. Suddenly, the black dragon-patterned boots descended the steps. Xie Yingwei himself was approaching. He halted before Chusi, leaning down to effortlessly seize the blood-stained longsword from Shui Fangzhong's rigid grasp. The cold blade was promptly pressed against the pale neck, eliciting a subtle tremor across his skin. The metallic scent of blood wafted faintly through the air. "Do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving me?" Xie Yingwei's voice was ominously close, low, and deliberate, laced with a deadly amusement. Chusi lowered his eyelashes, the chill of the sword's edge rendering his voice strikingly clear and composed. "Your servant understands well. Should I fail to alleviate your majesty's burdens, I shall willingly accept any punishment." Xie Yingwei let out a derisive laugh, his wrist flicking slightly. The blade did not press hard, but rather glided slowly against Chusi's skin, moving from the side of his neck to his jaw, its icy caress reminiscent of a serpent's slither, imbued with scrutiny and threat. Ultimately, the tip of the sword deftly probed the edge of his white veil behind his ear. With a slight exertion, a soft sound was heard as the delicate veil was lifted by the sword's point, drifting gently to the ground. Chusi's face was laid bare under the dim autumn light, exposed to Xie Yingwei's profound gaze. It was a visage of striking deception. His skin was a translucent pallor, untouched by sunlight, his lips a delicate hue reminiscent of freshly bloomed cherry petals. His nose was elegantly straight, his eyes round and subtly upturned. Yet the natural droop at the corners imparted an air of innocence and timidity. His irises shimmered with a pale, glassy hue, now glimmering with a thin veil of moisture from the cold blade, rendering him seemingly harmless and pitiable. Most striking was his long hair, not the typical inky black, but a soft pinkish white, akin to the mingling of early spring peach blossoms and fresh snow, cascading gracefully over his shoulders, enhancing the ethereal beauty of his innocent countenance to a nearly otherworldly fragility. Anyone who beheld him for the first time would perceive a delicate glass beauty, untouched by the world, in need of tender guardianship. Xie Yingwei's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, the fury in his eyes momentarily replaced by a faint curiosity. The sword remained unyielding in his grip, his tone inscrutable. "You possess a striking appearance. Speak, what is your remedy?" As the veil fell away, Chusi felt the weight of scrutiny but remained unperturbed, maintaining his kneeling position, his voice clear yet gentle. "Your Majesty, I chanced upon a formula that can concoct an exquisite fragrance, which may alleviate the pain of your headaches." At this, Xie Yingwei raised his head slightly, regarding him with an imperious glare. He stood atop several steps of white jade, not deliberately erect, yet his posture conveyed a languid air accumulated over years, a relaxed demeanor that did not diminish his authority. Exquisite fragrance? The impatience and fury simmering in his eyes threatened to overflow. He had heard such claims too many times. Every deceiver had boasted before their demise, ultimately becoming mere fodder for the wild dogs at a mass grave. He did not retract the long sword, but instead gently tapped Chusi's cheek with the cold blade, then lifted the tip to his fragile chin, compelling those light-colored eyes to meet his own. Xie Yingwei's voice dripped with mockery as he elongated his words. "Oh, how long before I shall feel its effects? Should you dare to speak falsehoods and delay, I shall ensure your existence becomes a torment and death eludes you." He need not speak harshly or even display any expression. Merely the detached and scrutinizing gaze cast down from above sufficed to convey the essence of life and death. Chusi was compelled to tilt his head back, tension gripping his neck as his light-colored irises reflected the other's sinister countenance. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously replied, "I require 3 days to prepare." 3 days? Xiang Gui interrupted with a cold laugh, the pressure of his sword intensifying. "I grant you but an hour. Should this incense prove ineffective within that time frame, I shall take the heads of the entire Imperial Medical Institute as tribute for your audacious claims." With that, he flicked his wrist, casting the blood-stained sword to the ground with a clang, and turned to stride into the hall. The eunuch standing nearby was so terrified that his spirit fled, scrambling forward to gingerly retrieve the bloodied blade, trembling as he followed the emperor's steps. Kneeling on the ground, Xue Fangzheng turned as pale as death upon hearing the mention of an hour and the execution of the entire Imperial Medical Institute. Seeing Xiang Gui depart, he hastily crawled to Chusi's side, his voice low, urgent, and filled with anger. How can you be so reckless? An hour? The emperor's ailment has baffled even the greatest physicians of the realm. And you, a mere nobody, how can you possibly concoct a remedy in such a brief span? You are endangering us all. He recalled his mentor, executed for failing to provide adequate treatment, and felt a surge of anguish, perceiving this young fool's ambition as a disregard for the lives of others. Chusi slowly rose, brushing the dust from his azure robe. His pale pink hair fluttered gently in the breeze, brushing against his pallid cheeks, while his clear yet somewhat innocent eyes met Xue Fangzheng's, his tone calm. "Lord Director, time is of the essence. Might you lead me to the storeroom where the incense and medicinal herbs are kept?" Faced with such an innocent and almost fragile visage, Xue Fangzheng found himself momentarily bereft of reprimands and ire, which ultimately transformed into a resigned sigh. Given the circumstances, resistance was futile. One could only attempt a desperate remedy. He heaved a heavy sigh. "Very well, come with me. We cannot afford to waste even a moment." Chusi followed Xue Fangzheng briskly to a storeroom belonging to the Imperial Medical Institute. Inside, the shelves brimmed with an array of medicinal herbs, their scents intertwining. After issuing a few instructions, Xue Fangzheng anxiously retreated outside, leaving the space for Chusi. Once assured of solitude, Chusi closed his eyes and silently invoked System. A translucent interface materialized within his consciousness. In addition to notifications for main quest and side quest, his shop icon appeared in the corner. During the 3-day preparatory period prior to entering this realm, he had familiarized himself with the system's basic operations. The points earned from the side quest completed by rescuing Xue Fangzheng were now timely. With a thought, he opened the shop and filtered to the category of special medicinal items. His gaze swiftly scanned through the array of rare herbs, finally settling on a dried flower named Dreaming Ephemeral. Description: this flower possesses a unique essence, releasing a substance that mildly numbs the nerves when burned, capable of temporarily alleviating severe pain. However, prolonged use may erode the mind and foster dependency, causing harm to the body. Chuznian exhibiti no hosetashin guetzowebe. Xiang Gui required merely 5 more years to live, and given the current perilous situation, considerations of gentleness or potential future repercussions were beyond his contemplation. In his previous life, he languished on a sickbed, accompanied by medicinal concoctions, thus becoming somewhat of an aficionado of herbs and spices, which had been one of the scant pleasures and comforts in his otherwise bleak existence. However, at this moment, what he sought was not healing or salvation, but rather immediate and tangible results. The exchange was successful. A withered flower, dark purple in hue, with petals curling like claws, materialized in his hand, exuding a faintly sweet yet cloying fragrance. Chusnian swiftly located several common, soothing spices in the storeroom, sandalwood, sehexiang, and procured a small amount of borneal. He meticulously crushed the petals of the illusion dream flower and blended them with these spices, achieving an exquisitely precise ratio. His movements were deft, his demeanor focused and composed. Within the span of a single incense stick, a specially formulated balm was concocted and contained within a petite jade cup. Half an hour later, Chusnian reappeared outside the Zikan Hall, jade cup in hand. Inside, the hall was ablaze with light, illuminating the opulent silken drapes and the intricately carved golden pillars. On one side, musicians played a gentle tune with trepidation, while in the center, dancers twirled gracefully, their flowing sleeves billowing. Yet no one dared to lose themselves in the performance. Each movement was executed with caution, fearful that any misstep could bring about catastrophic consequences. The air was thick with the rich aroma of wine and dragon's saliva incense, yet could not suppress the pervasive sense of invisible dread. Xiaoying sat high upon the throne, unadorned by a crown, his ink-black hair cascading down. The resplendent lights of the hall cast a dark halo around him, illuminating his handsome yet brooding visage in a chiaroscuro of light and shadow. He did not observe the song and dance, but rather leaned on the table. His wrist pressed against his brow, his brows furrowed in a tight frown, his eyes reflecting an inescapable gloom and ferocity. Clearly, the torment of his headache had not abated in the midst of the hall's festive atmosphere. Rather, it had intensified the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him, ready to erupt at any moment. Even from a distance, the palpable imperial pressure and the heavy aura of bloodshed were suffocating. The palace attendants and eunuchs standing nearby held their breath, wishing they could cease even their inhalations, feeling a chill in their necks as if an invisible blade hovered above them. Chapter 4. Strategizing to overthrow the tyrant Chusi, holding the jade cup, entered the hall with his head bowed. The music and dance appeared as mere illusions to him as he walked steadily towards the figure seated upon the throne, his pace calm and devoid of haste. He knelt at the foot of the steps, his voice ringing clear. "Your Majesty, the incense is prepared." Xiaoying slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes slicing through Chusi like a cold blade. He did not respond immediately, merely gesturing impatiently with his hand. The musicians and dancers seemed to have received a pardon, retreating swiftly, leaving the hall in a profound silence, save for the lingering echoes of the music in the air. "Present it," Xiaoying commanded, his voice laced with suppressed pain and irritation. An attendant, Gao Fu, hastened forward to receive the jade cup from Chusi's hands. However, Chusi subtly lifted his hand to evade the gesture, still keeping his eyes lowered, his tone respectful yet resolute. "This incense is specially formulated, and its temperature and fragrance must be controlled personally by me to achieve its full efficacy. I humbly request your Majesty's permission to serve it myself." A flicker of malevolence passed through Xiaoying's eyes as he scrutinized the pale-haired youth kneeling below. Hidden beneath such a seemingly pitiable facade lay an audacity he had not anticipated. He was intrigued to witness what this individual might conjure. After a brief silence, he emitted a cold snort from his nostrils, tacitly granting permission. Chusi rose and ascended the jade steps, kneeling beside the imperial desk. He retrieved a delicate silver incense ball, meticulously filling it with a prepared aromatic paste from the jade cup, just as his fingertips brushed against the igniter. A chilling command rang out from the throne. "Halt!" Xiaoying raised a hand, his gaze dark and penetrating upon Chusi, uttering no further words, yet directing a glance towards the chief eunuch, Gao Fu, standing nearby. Understanding immediately, Gao Fu's sharp voice echoed, "Summon the esteemed physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau to the court." In mere moments, dozens of physicians, led by Shui Fangzheng, were escorted into the hall by guards, their faces etched with anxiety as they knelt in trepidation. Before they could comprehend the unfolding situation, Xiaoying spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. "Bring forth the instruments of torture." The heavy clank of iron chains, thumbscrews, and whips resounded as they were unceremoniously cast upon the frigid golden tiles of the hall, their ominous glint piercing the eyes of those present. Although the instruments did not yet descend upon them, the silent intimidation had already rendered many physicians weak-kneed, their complexions as pale as parchment. Xiaoying leaned slightly forward, elbows resting on his knees, casting a condescending gaze upon the solitary figure of Chusi at the foot of the steps. His voice, though soft, was laced with a razor-sharp edge. "You have but half an hour. When the time elapses, should my ailment show no sign of improvement." His eyes swept over the trembling physicians, and he chuckled lightly. "I shall reward you with these instruments." allowing you to experience firsthand the meaning of serving the sovereign's interests with your lives. Your Majesty, spare us. Have mercy. The physicians immediately prostrated themselves, their pleas echoing in desperation. Their gazes towards Chusi brimmed with despair and resentment. Who was this audacious young man, emerging from the shadows, who dared to speak so boldly before the emperor, endangering the entire medical bureau? Surely, none were unaware of the emperor's notorious severity, particularly in matters of punishment and law. To fall into his hands was to find oneself in a predicament with no escape, no solace. Chusi nodded in agreement, remaining composed. In truth, he had infused the aromatic paste with a potent quantity. With a slight movement of his fingers, he ignited the paste. A wisp of strangely sweet smoke spiraled upward, distinct from the usual richness of sandalwood, exuding an ethereal chill, subtly wafting through the air. Initially, Xiangwei furrowed his brow tighter, instinctively recoiling from the unfamiliar scent. Yet, moments later, the tension in his hand, pressed against his temple, began to ease slightly. The excruciating pain that had been piercing through his mind, akin to a multitude of steel needles, showed signs of retreat, as if a tide were receding. Though the agony did not vanish entirely, the relief exceeded his expectations. Xiangwei closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. The numbing aroma infiltrated his senses, as if a pair of icy hands were momentarily soothing the seething torment. His tightly knit brows gradually unfurled, and his rigid form sank back into the dragon throne. The hall fell into an unsettling silence. As Gao Fu and the other palace attendants dared not breathe, their eyes discreetly observing the emperor's reaction. Before long, the last lingering fragrance from the aromatic orb dissipated. The hall fell into an eerie silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All gazes were firmly fixed upon the imperial throne. Xiangwei slowly lowered his hand, which had been pressed against his forehead. The deep furrow etched between his brows seemed to ease, and he let out a faint sigh. This subtle transformation was akin to thunderclaps in the eyes of the anxious imperial physicians, whose lives hung precariously in the balance. After a considerable pause, Xiangwei reopened his eyes, his gaze settling on the quietly seated Chusi beside him. The young man's profile, illuminated by the palace lanterns, appeared almost ethereal, his pale hair resembling flowing moonlight, exuding an unusual tranquility as he attentively guarded the aromatic orb. "Are you called Chusi?" Xiangwei inquired, the fury in his voice oddly diminishing, though it remained cold, devoid of the lethal edge it had moments before. "Yes, Your Majesty," Chusi replied softly. "What is the name of this fragrance?" "This scent is a remnant formula I fortuitously restored, yet it remains unnamed," Chusi responded with composure, wisely refraining from revealing its true identity, the dreaming ephemeral. Xiangwei's fingertips lightly tapped the armrest of the dragon chair as he scrutinized Chusi with profound intensity. "In less than an hour, you have achieved what the Imperial Medical Institute could not in years. How intriguing. I shall retain you by my side to oversee this fragrance. Should there be any misstep in the future." The unspoken threat lingered ominously in his words. Chusi bowed slightly. "I shall devote myself entirely to alleviating Your Majesty's burdens." His lowered lashes concealed the fleeting glimmer of coldness in his eyes. The physicians knelt on the floor, their official robes soaked with cold sweat clinging to their backs. The tension that they had managed to maintain abruptly dissipated, leaving them pale and trembling, their lips quivering without a sound, only heavy, chaotic breaths rising and falling in the oppressive stillness of the hall. Some covered their faces with their sleeves, their shoulders shaking violently, while others tilted their heads back, eyes closed, their chests heaving as if they were fish returned to water after a harrowing ordeal. The overwhelming sense of survival drained them of all strength, rendering even the motion of wiping the cold sweat from their brows feeble and ineffective. The first step had been accomplished. Chusi had successfully utilized this potent elixir to pry open the closest position to the tyrant. As for the future, he had his own means to ensure that Xiangwei would survive the 5 years he required within this fragrant haze. Chapter 5. Strategies to conquer the tyrant. The heavy doors of the hall closed behind them, sealing off the suffocating pressure and the scent of blood within the Zichuan hall. The moment they stepped outside, the previously nearly incapacitated physicians regained their senses, and although their legs still trembled, they hurriedly gathered around Chusi. Dr. Chu is indeed a miraculous figure. Had it not been for him today, we would all have become unjust souls beneath the blade. Your Majesty possesses the insight to recognize talent. Dr. Chu's future is boundless. Flattering voices surged forth like a tide, mingled with a sense of relief from their narrow escape and a desire to curry favor for the future. Who was unaware that this young physician, though lacking an official title, had already garnered the tyrant's favor, entrusted with the perilous task of addressing the life-threatening malady? The emperor's temperament was fierce, yet he was unmistakably just in his rewards and punishments, never stingy towards those who had rendered service. If not to cultivate friendships now, when would be the time? Several seasoned physicians, such as the esteemed Li Tai, surged forward, their faces adorned with seemingly concerned smiles, while their words concealed veiled intentions. Young Master Chu, at such a tender age, possesses such remarkable skills. One wonders from which esteemed master you have learned. The formulation of this fragrant balm must be exquisite. I am curious about the rare medicinal ingredients employed, as it would be enlightening for us to learn a thing or two. Indeed, considering the complexity of His Majesty's affliction, should young Master Chu require assistance in the future, it would be beneficial to consult with us and share insights, wouldn't it? Their gazes were piercing, attempting to unearth a semblance of secrets from Chusi's calm demeanor. In the palace, possessing a singular skill is the foundation of one's existence. Thus, acquiring even a fragment of this extraordinary bomb's formula would be an immense fortune. Chusi's pale, long hair fluttered in the breeze of the corridor, and he maintained a demeanor that was effortlessly endearing, responding with unwavering composure, humility, and distance. Esteemed elders, you flatter me. I merely stumbled upon a folk remedy that fortuitously proved effective. I cannot claim any credit. As for the formula, its secrets are not to be divulged, and I hope you will understand. Regarding His Majesty's ailment, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly, and should any complexities arise, I will certainly seek guidance from the elders. His tone was gentle, his demeanor respectful, deftly deflecting all probing inquiries. He was acutely aware that the ethereal dream was not of this world, and the true efficacy of the balm could not withstand scrutiny. The physicians before him might not cure Xie Yinggui's stubborn malady, yet each was shrewd and possessed unparalleled medical knowledge. Should they discern the peculiar numbness within the balm or the potential long-term hazards of its prolonged use, disaster would swiftly ensue. Thus, Chusi's immediate task was to safeguard this secret diligently, leveraging this fleeting success to establish his footing beside Xie Yingui. As for the probing flattery, it was merely a commonplace occurrence in the depths of the palace. He offered a slight nod and departed amidst a sea of genuine and feigned smiles. His figure in the azure robe appearing particularly slender, yet resolutely steadfast against the backdrop of the vermilion palace walls. Having perceived the balm's effectiveness, Xie Yingui continued his typical autocratic manner. With a grand gesture, he designated a palace named Ningxiang Hall, located not far from the Zikan Hall, for Chusi's residence. Upon the issuance of this decree, even the eunuch Gao Fu, who conveyed the command, displayed a fleeting, unnatural expression. Ningxiang Hall traditionally served as the quarters for concubines within the imperial harem. Given that His Majesty had no inclination towards women and the harem was effectively non-existent, with various halls lying vacant for a considerable duration, it was indeed rather unconventional to allow a young man, particularly a physician, to take residence there, revealing an oddity in decorum. Upon receiving the edict, Chusi too felt a tinge of absurdity. In any dynasty he had known in his past life, a sovereign placing a young man without office or title within the imperial harem would have undoubtedly provoked a flurry of remonstrances from the censors, condemning it as absurd and contrary to ancestral protocols, insisting that the emperor prioritize the heirs. Yet, under the rule of Xie Yingui in this the Qi dynasty, it was likely that those who dared to voice dissent against such irregularities had long since become victims of the sword, their graves overgrown with grass. Before absolute power, the laws of propriety were rendered mere illusions. Thus, Chusi became the first and only individual to reside within the imperial harem since Xie Yingwei ascended the throne. The lavish gifts flowed into the fragrant hall like a stream, encompassing gold, silver, jade artifacts, fine silks, and satins. The attending eunuchs and palace maidens spoke with utmost care, their words laced with a hint of flattery, as if they were congratulating a newly favored mistress. Gonggatin, Fisisianchu. Such royal favor from His Majesty is indeed a tremendous blessing. If there is anything you require, please command us, and we shall serve you wholeheartedly. Chusi appeared oblivious to this subtle atmosphere, or perhaps he simply did not care. For him, the palace was merely a shelter from the elements, and titles were but empty names, no matter how much significance the fragrant hall was imbued with. It paled in comparison to the meager existence he endured in his previous life, where he perished from the cold in a dilapidated house. The soft brocade bedding, warm stove, and fragrant tea provided him a respite for his temporarily restored health, allowing him the ease to fulfill his tasks. He graciously accepted the accolades and settled into the hall, stowing away the extravagant gifts, keeping only those of practical use. The spacious and magnificent hall felt desolate due to its prolonged neglect. Standing by the window, he gazed out at the lonely palace gardens, his expression indifferent. The location of his residence mattered little. What was paramount was that he had grasped this lifeline, temporarily establishing his footing beside the tyrant. Every subsequent step required heightened caution. As the flickering candlelight in the fragrant hall dimmed, Chusi found himself alone. He paced slowly, attuning himself to the unfamiliar yet exhilarating strength coursing through his limbs. This body could not be deemed robust, merely the physique of an ordinary individual, yet to him, it was a long-desired boon. From a moment he traversed into this realm, kneeling outside the cold hall, to the frantic pursuit of survival through fragrance blending. Only now did he have the opportunity to appreciate the true weight of health. He attempted to quicken his pace, even lightly leaping. The solid sensation upon landing and the fluid movement of his joints stirred a ripple of emotion within him. The entity, known as the quick travel system, indeed possessed enigmatic powers, crafting a corporeal form so lifelike that even the slightest pain from pinching his fingertips was vividly clear. And this was merely the beginning, the foundation granted upon becoming an official host. What greater powers might he acquire thereafter? Despite Chusi's composed nature and lack of lofty ambitions, the thought ignited a flicker of warmth within his chest. However, this warmth was swiftly subdued by the chilling reality that accompanied serving a tyrant. To be in the company of such a volatile figure as Xie Yingwei, whose temperament was as unpredictable as a tempest, was perilous. Today, he was rewarded with a palace for the efficacy of the fragrance balm. Yet tomorrow he could just as easily face the sword for a fleeting displeasure. The balm was not a cure, but merely a stopgap measure, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. More troubling was the key ingredient, the dreaming blossom, an item exclusively obtainable through the system's exchange, unique in this world. The initial generous dosage given to gain Xie Yingwei's trust left him with enough for only 2 more concoctions. The crisis loomed ominously. He must discover a new method of survival before the balm was depleted, or activate a new side quest to earn points. Recalling the peculiar items he had seen in the system's marketplace, perhaps there existed something capable of alleviating Xie Yingwei's symptoms without revealing any flaws. Yet, side quests were capricious and entirely dependent on chance, impossible to force. Should one design a scheme to place Shui Yuanshi in peril once more? This thought arose, but was swiftly suppressed by Chusi Yin, who could not help but chuckle softly. Shui Fangzhong, though principled, is not lacking in intelligence. A singular coincidence may be overlooked, yet repeating the same trick would undoubtedly raise suspicions and potentially undermine this latent ally. It is best to allow the elder to enjoy his twilight years in peace. Approaching the window, he gazed out at the cold moonlight, casting a serene reflection upon his composed profile. What appears to be flourishing is, in truth, a precarious existence. Each step must be meticulously calculated. Chapter 6. Strategies for subduing the tyrant. As the night deepened, the study in the side hall of the Zikan Palace remained brightly lit. Xiaoying Gui donned a dark robe, his inky hair slightly damp and casually draped over his shoulders, evidently just having bathed to dispel the fatigue of the day. Seated behind the imperial desk, he grasped a vermilion brush, intently reviewing the towering stack of memorials. This habit originated during bouts of excruciating pain that plagued him, rendering sleep elusive. He would rise to attend to state affairs, momentarily suppressing the gnawing agony with the pressing demands of governance. Over time, even as the pain has lessened, the practice of late-night administration has become an unyielding ritual. The flickering candlelight illuminated his sharply defined profile, his expression one of focused intensity and sternness. Xiaoying Gui is known for his suspicion, tyranny, and unilateral decision-making, viewing human life as inconsequential. Yet he possesses an undeniable merit, his diligence in governance. He administers the state with an iron fist and a clear methodology. Particularly intolerant of corruption, once confirmed, the principal offenders meet with death, their assets confiscated, and their families exiled with no room for leniency. Following his ascension, he has dedicated himself to revising laws, sealing loopholes. Although some penalties are harsh to the brink of cruelty, they have indeed instilled a sense of discipline within the bureaucratic sphere, facilitating the implementation of policies far more effectively than before. Were it not for such measures, given the entrenched issues of the Daki dynasty, it is likely that his ruthless governance would have led to disarray, rather than the semblance of prosperity we observe today. A palace maid, head bowed, quietly entered the hall to replace the dwindling candles with new ones. Perhaps due to the palpable tension in the presence of the emperor, her movements were slightly clumsy, and she accidentally knocked over a silver candle snuffer, producing a sharp sound that reverberated through the silent hall. The noise was particularly jarring in the stillness. Terrified, the maid fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face, repeatedly begging for mercy. "Your Majesty, spare me. I deserve to die. Your Majesty, spare me." The other attendants and eunuchs in the hall immediately knelt in unison, holding their breath, each silently sweating for the maid, fearing the emperor's wrath would descend at any moment. Xiaoying Gui paused, lifting his gaze, his indifferent eyes sweeping over the trembling maid. Had it been a day when his affliction flared or his mood soured, she would likely have met a grim fate at that moment. However, today, the unusual fragrance had indeed alleviated his long-standing suffering, granting him a rare sense of tranquility. He refrained from unleashing his fury, simply redirecting his gaze back to the memorial before him and uttering, devoid of discernible emotion, "Get out." Those three succinct words were, for the maid, akin to a divine reprieve. She could scarcely believe her ears, momentarily dazed, before joy erupted on her tear-stained face, and she repeatedly bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty." She then hastily withdrew from the hall, almost scrambling in her eagerness to escape. Xiaoying Gui paid no heed to the brief interruption, continuing to write fervently at his desk. It was not until the late hours of the night, having nearly finished reviewing the petitions piled before him, that he set down his vermilion brush, rubbed his weary brow, and rose to make his way to the sleeping quarters. His tall and imposing figure stretched long in the candlelight. As the night deepened and the dew thickened, Xiaoying Gui dismissed his attendants and entered the chamber alone. The faint scent of dragon's saliva incense within the room accentuated the profound stillness of the night. He removed his outer robe and reclined on the wide, cold dragon bed. The silk quilt, though soft, offered no warmth. The candlelight flickered, casting a hazy glow beyond the bed curtains, subtly outlining his deep-set brows and eyes. Even in a relaxed, sleeping posture, there lingered an indelible gloom and fatigue etched upon his features. His jawline was taut, and his lips were thin and colorless, exuding a beauty that was both fierce and sharp. Perhaps due to the alleviation of his earlier headache, he soon succumbed to slumber. Yet tranquility was elusive. As familiar nightmares surged forth to engulf him, he reverted to the frail child he once was, hiding behind the crumbling doors of a cold palace. Peering through a crack to witness his once resplendent mother casting a length of plain white satin onto the beams above. The mother who had often berated and struck him now appeared dazed and vacant, her heavily made-up face pale and swollen, having lost all semblance of its former vibrancy. Save for her hollow eyes gazing out at the gray, overcast sky, mumbling incoherent words. He held his breath, his small body rigid as iron, helplessly watching as she kicked away a rickety stool beneath her. With a dull thud, accompanied by the faint creaking of the timber, her body hung suspended in mid-air, initially swaying slightly before coming to a standstill, with the glaring white satin tightening around her delicate neck. The cold winds of the palace pierced through Xie Yinggui's thin garments, chilling him to the bone. "Mother! Mother!" he cried hoarsely, his voice echoing in the desolate and dilapidated hall, yet it sounded so weak and helpless. He tried to reach for her dangling legs, yearning to untangle the fatal satin, but he was far too small to reach. "Someone, help! Save my mother!" He turned, limping out of the cold palace hall, desperately running through the overgrown courtyard of crumbling walls, calling out. The biting wind cut through his frail form like a knife, stinging his cheeks. Yet, all that met his cries was the howling wind and a suffocating silence. This forsaken cold palace loomed like a vast tomb, swallowing every shred of hope and every cry for help, leaving him without a single soul to turn to. The young Xie Yingui ran aimlessly, tripping over something that sent him sprawling forward, his elbows and knees striking the cold, hard ground, sending waves of pain through him. He lay there, and through his tear-blurred vision, he saw he had fallen beside an abandoned, dry well. The well's mouth was overgrown with moss, exuding a damp, decaying odor. An ominous premonition urged him on. He struggled to rise, gritting his teeth against the pain in his knees, carefully grasping the slick edge of the well, leaning out to peer into the unfathomable darkness below. The water within shimmered with an eerie, dim light. Beneath the surface, a small, tattered figure floated, barely discernible. He was but a mere 3-year-old younger brother, who just days prior had been nestled in his arms, babbling sweetly, affectionately calling him royal brother. In this moment, the small frame of his brother was swollen and pale, resembling a piece of rotting wood, lying still on the surface of the water. Those once bright and clear eyes were wide open, the pupils dilated, gazing vacantly at a small patch of gray sky above the well. His slightly parted lips still held back cries for help that would never be uttered, and the tender face was frozen in its final expression of terror. In a reflection of the well water, the bloated visage of the younger brother and the distorted, fearful face of Xie Yingui above the well created a scene of despair and eerie desolation under the dim light. A piercing scream, so shrill it hardly seemed human, finally erupted from the throat of the young Xie Yingui, echoing across the desolate cold palace, yet no one responded. Chapter 7. After strategizing against the Tyrant. I hold power over the court upon the dragon bed. The slumbering Xie Yingui restlessly turned, his brows furrowed, fine beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. At the age of 16, the northern front was in turmoil. Fierce enemies invaded, resulting in the loss of 3 cities. And none in the court dared to take up arms. Was it the late emperor who had cast him aside as an unwelcome pawn, or had the queen's family, who had always regarded him as a thorn in their side, finally lost their patience? An imperial edict saw him, the nominal prince, cast into the blood-soaked battlefield of the northern front like a discarded piece. The biting winds of the north were as sharp as blades. He began as a mere foot soldier, gradually accumulating military achievements through sheer determination and reckless abandon, clawing his way out from the piles of corpses time and again. Xie Yingui was not a naturally gifted warrior. He relied on a frenzied resolve that defied mortality. He cared not how many lives were lost, nor the means employed. All that mattered was the outcome. Ambushes, arson, cutting off supplies, sowing discord. He spared no effort to secure victory. Gradually, the soldiers ceased to underestimate him due to his princely status. Instead, they were gripped by fear. His troops often suffered the heaviest casualties. Yet they also boasted the highest success rates, for he never accepted defeat and showed no mercy, neither to himself nor to his subordinates. Cries of despair and pleas for mercy could not sway him. He would only watch coldly as soldiers executed orders, staining the streets with the blood of rebels. Over the course of several years, he bore countless scars, the most severe being an arrow that nearly pierced his chest. Yet he survived, becoming a lunatic who instilled terror in his enemies. In the final decisive battle, the enemy clung desperately to their solitary fortress. Xia Yingwei ordered a massacre. Flames leapt to the heavens, cries shook the earth, and blood stained the city walls and stones. Just as he stepped over the mountain of corpses into the Lord's manor, a ragged, seemingly deranged old woman suddenly burst from a corner, pointing a trembling finger at him, her eyes ablaze with deep-seated hatred. And with her last breath she screamed, "Xia Yingwei, you have slaughtered my city. Your malevolence knows no bounds. I curse you with the souls of the fallen. May you never find peace. Tormented by the vengeful spirits night after night, may all you hold dear turn to ash. You shall not die a good death." The old woman's voice was sharp and grating, like a curse that instantly pierced his mind. From that moment forth, the relentless headache that haunted him began to truly manifest, growing increasingly severe, igniting the suppressed fury within Xia Yingwei's heart. The dream froze in the Zikan Hall. On a stormy night, the cries of battle echoed outside the palace. Yet within, an eerie silence prevailed. The late emperor lay lifeless on the dragon bed, his eyes wide open, devoid of breath. His brothers either lay in pools of blood or had met their demise at his own hands. The dragon throne was tantalizingly close, stained with warm, viscous blood. He tread upon the corpses of his kin, advancing step by step toward the exalted position. The flashes of lightning illuminated his blood-soaked visage, his eyes reflecting a chilling madness and profound solitude. When he finally ascended the dragon throne, the remaining guards and servants knelt in unison, their voices quavering with terror as they hailed him. He felt the cold hardness of the throne beneath him. Yet no joy accompanied this moment, only an overwhelming void and a headache, deeply rooted in his soul, clamoring for release. Suddenly, Xia Yingwei bolted upright from the dragon bed, cold sweat soaking his nightclothes, clinging to his sturdy form. Yet, more ferocious than the nightmare was the excruciating pain that erupted in his mind. This agony was not the dull discomfort barely suppressed by fragrant ointments during the day. It was intensified, as if countless red-hot needles were mercilessly piercing from within his skull, accompanied by the anguished wails of restless spirits, relentlessly assaulting his sanity. His temples throbbed violently, darkness encroached upon his vision, and a relentless buzzing filled his ears. This unprecedented, intense pain ignited the deepest rage within him. The brief respite of daylight rendered this torment even more unbearable. Damn it, it was that court physician. Beneath that seemingly pitiful facade lay audacity beyond measure, daring to deceive him with such methods. Fury and murderous intent surged like molten lava. Bloodshot veins rapidly spread across Xia Yingwei's eyes, his handsome features contorting into a visage reminiscent of a vengeful demon emerging from hell. Grabbing the sword that hung by the bedside without a moment to don his shoes, his inky hair cascading down, dressed only in thin nightclothes and barefoot, he kicked open the door of the chamber. The resounding crash reverberated through the silent depths of the palace. The guards and eunuchs on night duty were struck with terror, witnessing their emperor, appearing frenzied and armed with a sharp sword, storming out barefoot. Each fell to their knees, pallid and trembling, yet none dared to intervene. Everyone knew that when His Majesty's headache flared, he recognized no kin, and approaching him now would be akin to seeking one's own demise. Xia Yingwei stumbled yet moved swiftly, ignoring the cold stone tiles beneath his feet as he charged toward the Ningxiang Palace. The dim palace lanterns elongated and distorted his frantic silhouette, resembling a specter seeking vengeance. With a thunderous kick, he forcefully burst open the doors of Ningxiang Palace. The tremendous noise startled Chusi, who had just awakened due to the commotion outside. He had just donned an outer robe, intending to investigate, when he collided with a figure cloaked in a dark hue, exuding a chilling aura of murder. In the next moment, a cold, powerful hand clamped around his fragile neck like an iron vice, brutally slamming him against the palace pillar behind him. The sensation of suffocation washed over him, and as Chusi was compelled to tilt his head back, he found himself locking eyes with a pair of blood-red orbs. Teetering on the brink of madness, Xiaoying stood barefoot, his night clothes slightly ajar, revealing sharply defined collarbones and a chest. A peculiar redness tinged the corners of his eyes, and his breath came in heavy, chaotic gasps, exuding an aura of impending madness. Though his sword remained sheathed, the cold scabbard pressed menacingly against Chusi's waist. He glared at Chusi's flushed face, a reaction to the suffocation, and a twisted smile broke through his fury, his voice gravelly as though gravel scraped against stone. Each word laced with a chilling intent to kill. How delightful. It has been ages since I encountered someone as audacious as you. If your incense were truly effective, why do I suffer such excruciating headaches, feeling worse than death itself? Speak. What sorcery have you employed to dare deceive me? Chapter 8. After conquering the tyrant. I hold power over the court. The sensation of suffocation surged over Chusi like a tidal wave, his cheeks reddening from the lack of oxygen. Yet, his light-colored eyes remained unervingly calm, clearly reflecting the mad visage of Xiaoying. He did not struggle. Instead, he laboriously raised his hand, not in defiance, but to gently touch the wrist of Xiaoying's hand that gripped his neck. Your Majesty, his voice, weakened by pressure, still retained an odd steadiness. The ointment is not an immediate cure. It merely tempers the tumult. The true affliction will retaliate with greater ferocity. He spoke intermittently, his gaze unwavering as it met Xiaoying's bloodthirsty stare. The agony you endure now is a sign that the accumulated blockage within you is being stirred by the medicine, on the verge of breaking free. If you can withstand this ordeal, only then can true relief be achieved. Xiaoying's grip on his neck faltered slightly. Chusi's words resonated strangely with the volcanic pain surging within him, a violent eruption after years of repression. Sensing a moment of hesitation, Chusi seized the opportunity to continue, his tone imbued with a desperate sincerity. My life hangs by your whim. How could I dare to strike against stone with an egg? If your Majesty doubts me, act upon it now. He closed his eyes long, thick lashes casting shadows beneath them, disheveled strands of pale hair clinging to his forehead and neck, his unguarded posture amplifying his fragile sincerity to its utmost. Xiaoying's chest heaved violently, his heavy breaths echoing starkly in the stillness of the hall. The headache raged on, threatening to tear apart his very nerves. Yet the remnants of his rationality weighed the options. The grip around Chusi's neck slackened a fraction, though it was still far from release. Xiaoying's crimson gaze bore into Chusi, as if attempting to penetrate his flesh to uncover his innermost thoughts. He desperately needed relief from his torment. Immediately, he was willing to explore any possible remedy, even if it offered only a glimmer of hope. You had best pray that your words hold truth. Xiaoying's voice was terrifyingly hoarse, laden with a suffocating despair. Should my headache remain unrelieved after this, I shall subject you to the most excruciating punishments known to man, leaving you to yearn for death. With a sudden release, he let Chusi slide down the pillar, clutching his neck as he coughed softly. Xiaoying staggered back a step, barely stabilizing himself with the scabbard of his sword. The pain rendered his vision hazy, and the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. A searing pain radiated from his neck, prompting Chusi to lower his head and cough lightly, concealing his expression behind cascading strands of pale pink hair. Yet, a fleeting glimmer of cunning triumph flickered in his eyes. The notions of a disease's resurgence and clearing blockages were mere fabrications he had hastily conjured in his moment of desperation. The sole individual capable of unraveling the curse placed by Xiaoying had long since departed this realm, and Chusi's knowledge of medicinal practices was scant at best. The system had not provided a remedy. However, judging by Xiaoying's earlier reaction, it seemed he had indeed played a risky gambit to his advantage. Yet, the threat was far from quelled. The knight's safety hinged on how he would proceed from here. Steadying his breath, he raised his gaze. Adopting a facade of delicate vulnerability, the that would easily elicit sympathy. His voice, tinged with a slight rasp, spoke softly. "Your Majesty, the acute pain has begun to subside, but the meridians remain unsettled. I have learned a technique for head massage that may assist Your Majesty in alleviating the lingering discomfort and securing a peaceful slumber." At these words, the already thick air in the chamber became even more stifling. Approaching? A massage? Who was unaware of Xie Yinggui's heightened vigilance since ascending the throne, where no ordinary person could venture within 3 feet of him. Even those loyal generals who had shielded him from blades on the battlefield were not permitted to approach the imperial body freely. In a short span of 2 years, 3 assassination attempts involving close attendants or palace maids had transpired within the Zichan Palace. Though unsuccessful, these incidents had only deepened Xie Yinggui's suspicions. At this moment, beset by a sudden affliction, teetering on the brink of rage and fragility, how could he allow a stranger, whom he had known for but a day, to touch the vulnerable crown of his head, suppressing the lingering waves of dull pain within his skull? Xie Yinggui's gaze, like shards of frozen poison, fixed intently on Chusnian's face. He was weighing the words spoken, scrutinizing the individual before him. How credible were the claims of this physician? Was there, beneath this seemingly harmless exterior, a concealed, lethal intent? Yet, the relentless agony in his head left him weary, and the yearning for relief overshadowed all caution. What if perhaps it might indeed prove effective? Silence permeated the dimly lit palace, punctuated only by their repressed breaths. After a prolonged pause, Xie Yingui suddenly let out a low chuckle, tinged with the tremors of pain and an underlying madness that seemed to disdain everything. "Oh, a massage? Very well, I shall see what other tricks you possess." As the sovereign, wielding the ultimate power over life and death, did he truly fear a frail physician who could not even harm a chicken? With his fate resting solely in Xie Yinggui's hands? "I am grateful for Your Majesty's trust." Chusnian began to express his gratitude, but was abruptly interrupted by Xie Yinggui's command. "Stand up." His voice, still raspy, carried a chilling authority. Complying, Chusnian rose, but before he could steady himself, he noticed Xie Yinggui's wrist flick, the unsheathed sword deftly probing the ties of his outer robe. With a gentle flick, the garment fell to the floor. Chusnian was momentarily taken aback. Xie Yinggui's actions did not cease. Perhaps to distract from the pain, or perhaps to eliminate any perceived threat, he moved with a deliberate sense of scrutiny. The sword's tip, like a frigid fingertip, methodically undid the fastenings of Chusnian's inner garments, each piece cascading away to reveal the pristine fabric beneath. Throughout this process, the blade consistently avoided inflicting any harm upon the skin, yet wielded an almost humiliating sense of control. The scene appeared profoundly unsettling. Ultimately, the tip of the sword severed the silk ribbon binding his hair, causing Chusnian's extraordinary pink-white locks to cascade down like a waterfall, accentuating the pallor of his cheeks and rendering him even more ethereal in his fragile beauty. At that moment, he was clad only in a thin layer of snow-white undergarment, clinging to his slender form. The shock and awkwardness flushed his cheeks with a delicate hue, making him appear irresistibly captivating and pitiable. The most intense waves of headache had receded, and Xie Yinggui's mind had regained some clarity. He fixed his gaze upon Chusnian, the ferocity in his eyes somewhat diminished, replaced by a scrutinizing admiration. Having grown up in the palace, accustomed to the beauty of countless concubines and even the handsome male favorites kept by his father, he had never encountered someone with the unique aura of the physician before him, an entirely non-threatening quality, an exquisite purity and vulnerability, instinctively evoked a twisted sense of protectiveness within him. Chusnian was acutely aware that Xie Yinggui's actions were intended to ascertain whether he concealed any weapons. Though he understood this was a necessary procedure, being a scion of a noble family, the ingrained etiquette from a young age made the experience of being examined in such a manner by man profoundly embarrassing. Coloring his ears and neck with a deep blush, the tip of Xie Yinggui's sword ultimately rested upon the last knot of Chusnian's undergarment. With a mere flick, the delicate fabric would be undone. Observing Chusnian's trembling eyelashes and flushed countenance, he hesitated. Ultimately, He had no interest in the man's body. His purpose had been achieved, and he lost the inclination to continue. With a clatter, he casually discarded the sword onto the floor, turning away from Chusi to command sharply, "Prepare water. I wish to bathe." The palace servants, already frightened beyond measure, hurriedly entered with golden basins of warm water and towels, kneeling on the ground, trembling as they served Xie Yingwei. Throughout the process, he reclined with his eyes closed against the chair's back, his brow slightly furrowed, as if enduring residual pain or deep in thought. Meanwhile, Chusi silently picked up his discarded garments and reclad himself, standing with bowed head, swiftly calculating his next move. Once the foot bath was completed, Xie Yingwei rose, walking barefoot to the large bed within the hall, coldly declaring, "I shall rest here tonight." He lay on his side upon the bed, his profound gaze sweeping over Chusi, who stood in the shadow of a lamp. "I have granted you 2 chances. If I awaken tomorrow and my headache has not subsided, you know the consequences." With that, he ceased to speak, closing his eyes. Yet the oppressive aura emanating from him enveloped the entire fragrant hall. Chusi felt a chill within. Xie Yingwei's presence here served both as surveillance and as a final test. He must ensure that Xie Yingwei felt an improvement by dawn, by whatever means necessary. He quietly approached the edge of the bed, kneeling on the footstool, taking a deep breath as he carefully pressed his cool fingertips against Xie Yingwei's temple. The moment his fingers made contact, Chusi distinctly sensed the tautness and slight tremor of the skin beneath, as well as the unusually fervent pulse of the veins beneath the surface. Though Xie Yingwei did not open his eyes, his entire body tensed abruptly, akin to a beast poised to pounce. Instinctively alert and imbued with a latent ferocity towards any external contact, Chusi held his breath, moving with utmost delicacy and slowness. What did he truly understand about the art of alleviating headaches through massage? In his previous life, frail and ailing, before being forsaken by the Chu family, he had often been attended to by others. He had never attended to anyone himself. At this moment, he merely relied on a distant memory of palace maids gently massaging the foreheads of noble ladies, combined with a superficial understanding of acupressure points, to mimic their technique. His fingertips, imbued with a slight chill, caressed as softly as a feather brushing against skin. He began to trace circles around Xie Yingwei's throbbing temples, attempting to soothe the frantic pulsation. Gradually, his fingers ascended cautiously, pressing on the acupressure points at the corners of the forehead and between the brows. His movements were awkward, almost hesitantly exploratory. Rather than a massage, it resembled a gentle touch devoid of any aggression. The dim candlelight flickered in the hall, leaving only the 2 of them with their shallow breaths. Chusi concentrated on the task at hand, humming a soothing melody while his thoughts raced. He needed to convince Xie Yingwei of the efficacy of this method, at least to enable him to sleep soundly until dawn. As moments slipped by, Xie Yingwei's taut body gradually began to relax under the sustained and gentle pressure. His perpetually furrowed brows eased ever so slightly. The tumultuous pain in his mind, though not entirely vanquished, seemed enveloped in a gentle haze, losing its sharpness. An overwhelming fatigue washed over him, dragging him toward the depths of slumber. Just as Chusi's wrist began to ache, thinking Xie Yingwei had finally succumbed to sleep and preparing to withdraw his hand, the man on the couch suddenly murmured in a low, drowsy voice, indistinct yet commanding, "Continue, do not stop." Chusi paused momentarily, responding softly, "Yes, Your Majesty." The long night stretched on, candle wax dripping slowly. Kneeling on the footrest, Chusi's delicate pinkish-white hair cascaded over his shoulders, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, resembling an exquisite, fragile jade sculpture. He maintained his position, his fingertips rhythmically pressing upon the tyrant's acupressure points, daring not to slacken for a moment. Xie Yingwei's breathing gradually became long and even, finally surrendering to profound sleep. As dawn broke, light filtered through the window into the fragrant hall. Xie Yingwei's eyelids fluttered, slowly awakening from an unusual slumber free of nightmares. In the instant consciousness returned, he first perceived not the familiar headache of his usual awakenings, but rather an unfamiliar clarity and serenity, almost nostalgic. Though he was not entirely devoid of sensation, the torturous dull ache had indeed lessened significantly. He opened his eyes, blinking in slight confusion, only to find Chusi still kneeling beside the footrest. The young man retained the posture from the previous night's massage, his hair slightly disheveled, eyes bearing a hint of fatigue, yet his posture remained upright, hands still mimicking the rhythmic motions of massage, uninterrupted throughout the night. Xiaoyingwei paused, momentarily stunned, before fully recalling the events of the previous night. Incredibly, he managed to sleep soundly through the night in this fragrant hall, under the somewhat awkward ministrations of the physician. It was truly astonishing. He sat up, stretching his stiff neck, savoring the rare tranquility in his mind. His gaze fell upon Chusi's pale, yet undeniably exquisite face. And remarkably, he did not immediately succumb to his customary morning irritability. Instead, he allowed a slight smile to curve his lips as he uttered two words, "Not bad." Upon hearing this, Chusi immediately bowed his head, his voice imbued with humility. "It is a privilege for me, Your Majesty, to see you feeling at ease." For him, a sleepless night was not particularly arduous, having endured countless nights tormented by illness and cold in his past life. He had long since become accustomed to remaining awake until dawn. The fatigue he felt now paled in comparison to the weight of life-threatening pressures. Noticing Chusi's respectful demeanor and its apparent effectiveness, Xiaoyingwei's mood lightened further. He rose, spreading his arms and commanding with an air of authority, "Assist me in changing my attire." Chusi promptly complied, retrieving the emperor's customary robes, which the palace attendants had prepared in advance, and carefully helped Xiaoyingwei don them. As his fingertips brushed against the luxurious, cool fabric, his mind raced with thoughts. His massage technique was rudimentary and could not possibly have yielded such remarkable results. Why did Xiaoyingwei feel revitalized? Could it be that the ailment stemmed not solely from the physical torment of witchcraft and curses, but also from a troubled mind, festering within? Could his clumsy yet persistent attempts at soothing have inadvertently touched upon some psychological crux? If that were indeed the case, the path to healing might extend beyond mere medication and aromatherapy. Yet, what was the root of this mental affliction? He had no means of knowing. His mind swirled with contemplation, but his hands moved with precision, soon dressing Xiaoyingwei in a complete and refined manner. Clad in the dark-hued, dragon-patterned robes, Xiaoyingwei's stature appeared even more imposing, and though there remained an inescapable aura of grimness about him, his regal demeanor and nobility indeed commanded respect. Xiaoyingwei glanced at his reflection in the mirror, his expression notably less ominous than before. Turning to Chusi, his tone bore a hint of benevolence. "You have rendered me service last night. Speak, what reward do you desire? Gold, silver, jewels, or an official position in the Imperial Medical Department, I can grant you." He was known for his clear distinctions between reward and punishment, and given Chusi's genuine abilities, he was not reluctant to bestow generous rewards. However, Chusi immediately bowed deeply, speaking earnestly, "Your servant dares not seek a reward. To serve by your Majesty's side and alleviate your suffering is already a tremendous honor. I desire nothing else but to remain by your side and offer my humble assistance." To Xiaoyingwei, this sentiment held a different connotation. No desire for wealth or position, only a wish for companionship at the emperor's side. He cast a peculiar glance at Chusi, his gaze lingering for a moment on his delicate, pale hair and innocent countenance, before suddenly asking, "Do you have someone dear to your heart? Or is there an engagement arranged at home? If so, I can bestow upon you a marriage, ensuring you a glorious union." Chusi's heart tightened, and he quickly shook his head. "In response to your Majesty, I have been frail since childhood, dedicating myself to the study of medicine, and have no affections for any woman nor any engagement planned." In his previous life, he had been a mere vessel of medicine, aware of his fragile existence and unwilling to burden any virtuous woman. In this life, as a transient in a foreign realm, he dared not entangle himself further in such matters. To him, the notions of marriage and fatherhood felt distant, even burdensome. He declined with resolute finality, and Xiaoyingwei ceased to speak. That profound gaze once again fell upon Chizinian's lowered head, lingering without retreat. Chizinian could sense the weight of the scrutiny, imbued with examination and inquiry, perhaps even a hint of an inscrutable meaning. He dared not raise his head, and thus remained oblivious to the expression in Xiaoyingwei's eyes at that moment. A moment of silence enveloped the hall, only interrupted by the distant chirping of birds outside. Finally, Xiaoyingwei averted his gaze and turned to leave, leaving behind a statement devoid of emotion. "Very well. Should you change your mind in the future, feel free to approach me." It was not until Xiaoyingwei's footsteps faded into the distance that Chizinian gradually straightened himself, exhaling lightly. The Hall of Fragrance returned to its tranquil state. Chizinian leisurely changed out of the crumpled night robe and donned the brocade attire gifted by Xiaoyingwei. The moon-white, cloud-patterned robe accentuated his graceful figure, while his powdery white hair was loosely gathered with a jade hairpin, shedding some of the fragility from the previous night and gaining an air of refined gentility befitting a scion of a noble family. The adage that one is indeed shaped by their attire held true. Just as he was about to step outside to seek Shui Fangzheng, he heard an announcement from outside the hall, revealing that Shui Yuan was requesting an audience. A faint smile graced Chuzinian's lips, saving the imperial physician indeed bore its fruits. He adjusted his robe and welcomed Shui Fangzheng into the hall. Upon seeing Chuzinian emerge unscathed, and even appearing more vibrant than he had the day before at the imperial hospital, Shui Fangzheng momentarily stood in astonishment, especially after Chuzinian donned this sumptuous attire. His ethereal elegance drew many a gaze. Shui Fangzheng mused internally. When did the imperial hospital harbor such a remarkable individual? How had I failed to notice before? "Shui Yuan, please come in and let us converse," Chizinian said, bowing courteously, his demeanor exuding the grace of his lineage. He invited Shui Fangzheng into the hall and personally poured a cup of hot tea, presenting it before him. Shui Fangzheng hastily rose, his expression filled with fervor as he prepared to pay his respects. "Dr. Chizinian, were it not for your timely assistance yesterday, I and the dozens of others at the Imperial Hospital might have owed you our lives. Please allow me to bow in gratitude." Chizinian swiftly steadied Shui Fangzheng's arm, preventing him from bowing, his tone gentle yet firm. "You overstate the matter, Shui Yuan. I merely acted in accordance with my duty at a fortunate moment. Colleagues ought to support one another. There is no need for such grand gestures. Please take a seat." Seeing his sincere demeanor, which seemed devoid of pretense, Shui Fangzheng felt a surge of emotion and complied, taking his seat amidst the fragrant tea steam. Chizinian did not rush to speak, but engaged in light conversation with Shui Fangzheng, inquiring with genuine concern about the well-being of the staff at the Imperial Hospital. His words suffused with reassurance. Once the atmosphere had softened, he casually broached the subject. "Shui Yuan, I have a matter to entrust to you, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate." Shui Fangzheng promptly set down his teacup. "Dr. Chizinian, please speak freely, as long as it is within my capacity. I shall exert every effort." Chizinian leaned slightly forward and lowered his voice. "His Majesty's affliction is peculiar, and ordinary remedies yield little effect. In my studies of ancient texts, I have come across references that suggest it may be connected to certain sorcerous practices or rare, perplexing ailments. I must remain on call for His Majesty and cannot easily peruse the text myself, uncertain whether it would be convenient for the director to discreetly seek out some relevant forbidden texts or medical tomes recording peculiar ailments for Xinyan." Shui Fangzheng immediately understood upon hearing this. "Dr. Chu, the Emperor's ailment is both extensive and perilous. You have already ventured into danger yesterday. I am genuinely concerned," he expressed. However, Chu Xinyan merely smiled gently, his countenance radiating a sense of reassurance. "Rest assured, Director, I shall exercise discretion. All my efforts are aimed at better serving His Majesty, seeking remedies not to cure completely, but to alleviate His Majesty's suffering." His earnest words, filled with genuine concern for Xiaoyingwei, reflected an unwavering loyalty devoid of any hint of leveraging Shui Fangzheng's life-saving grace. As Shui Fangzheng gazed into the youth's clear eyes, recalling his brave stance the previous day and the steadfast loyalty he expressed now, a flicker of admiration ignited within him amidst his lingering worries. Perhaps this physician possessed some extraordinary qualities? After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. If it is for His Majesty, I shall do my utmost. Yet, Dr. Chu, please exercise utmost caution. Your safety must come first. Gratefully, Chu Xin nodded. Thank you, Director. I shall remember your words. After a few more words of caution from Shui Fangzheng, he finally rose to take his leave. Chu Xin personally escorted him to the entrance of the Ningxiang Palace. Shui Fangzheng had not walked far when he could not resist glancing back. There stood Chu Xin beneath the vermilion frame of the palace door. Clad in a long gown, his jade-like pink hair cascading softly, smiling amiably at him. His demeanor was so gentle and harmless, akin to an innocent snow fox, making it difficult for anyone to associate him with the fierce wrath of the tyrant he had confronted the night before. With a quiet sigh, Shui Fangzheng turned and hastened away, sensing that this seemingly tranquil palace would likely stir greater upheaval with the arrival of this physician. As Chu Xin watched Shui Fangzheng's silhouette disappear, his smile gradually faded, returning to his usual calm demeanor. Healing the heart's afflictions is a challenging endeavor, and building trust is no easy task. He could only delve into the enigmatic malady itself, searching for every possible clue, striving to carve out a path for both himself and Xie Yingwei's remaining 5 years of life. In the eastern warm pavilion of the Zichuan Hall, the emperor routinely reviewed memorials and summoned close advisors. The interior was adorned with opulence yet devoid of ostentation, with a Zetan wood imperial desk piled high with documents and several red brushes, representing the emperor's direct authority. From the gilded, beast-headed incense burner wafted streams of refreshing dragon-s saliva fragrance, attempting to dispel the faint medicinal and bloody scents lurking within the depths of the hall. Xie Yingwei sat behind the imperial desk, not writing but resting his chin on one hand, gently massaging the throbbing pain at his temple with his fingertips. With his eyes closed, he listened intently as a figure almost merging with the shadows before the desk recounted, in a monotone, the dialogue between Chu Xin and Shui Fangzheng that had transpired not long ago in Ningxiang Palace. Every word, from Shui Fangzheng's gratitude to Chu Xin's humble refusals and seemingly casual requests, resonated distinctly in Xie Yingwei's ears. Once the shadow guard completed his report, he stood like a stone statue awaiting further instructions. The hall fell into silence, interrupted only by the sound of the dripping water clock. Xie Yingwei slowly opened his eyes, revealing a depth of inscrutable darkness within his gaze. His expression betrayed no joy or anger, yet the rhythmic tapping of his fingers against the armrest revealed the tumult within. He wished solely to remain by His Majesty's side, with all intentions directed towards better serving the emperor, seeking means to alleviate the sovereign's suffering, not necessarily to eradicate it, but to provide some relief. Such sentiments, when paired with Chu Xinyan's innocent and unassuming visage, indeed resonated with heartfelt loyalty, touching the core of one's being. Yet, who was Xie Yingwei? He was an emperor who had crawled out from the blood-soaked battleground of fraternal strife, seasoned by the treachery of humanity, long since disillusioned by the notion of unprovoked loyalty. Was he truly so devoted to himself? Or was this individual meticulously cautious, ensuring that even his private discourse with the superintendent of the Imperial Medical Office was devoid of any loose words, embodying the very image of a loyal minister and dutiful son? If it were the latter, then such cunning and depth could not be underestimated. He had already dispatched shadow guards to investigate Chu Xinyan's background. Orphaned and with a past so pristine it bordered on eerie, he appeared to have materialized out of thin air. Such a person, unbound by familial ties and lacking any obvious vulnerabilities, resembled a double-edged sword, wielded wisely. It could be a formidable weapon, but misused, it could inflict harm upon oneself. Did he approach Xie Yingwei solely to showcase his medical skills and secure a future? Or were there ulterior motives at play? While his thoughts surged, Chusinyan's visage unexpectedly resurfaced in his mind. With his pale, pink hair and translucent, gentle eyes, he perpetually bore an air of timidity and innocence, even as a man, possessing a countenance that evoked both sympathy and charm. Especially last night, when the sword's tip had cast aside his outer robe, leaving only a thin garment beneath. The blush upon his cheeks and the tremor of his lashes in embarrassment had darkened Xia Yingwei's gaze, stirring a flicker of unfamiliarity even he had not recognized. Yet, that ripple was swiftly overshadowed by deeper suspicions. The more beautiful the object, the more likely it harbors poison. Had he not encountered enough instances of beauty as a weapon in the harem and the court? He continued to observe, monitoring every action within and outside the fragrance hall. Every interaction, every utterance, with meticulous attention, reporting all to the emperor. Xia Yingwei spoke, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. Yes, the shadow guard, concealed in the darkness, answered softly, swiftly vanishing like a specter within the hall. At the onset of his reign, Xia Yingwei had discreetly established a shadow guard force directly under the emperor's command, known as the Shadow Pavilion. The shadow guards permeated the court and palace, entrusted with surveillance, intelligence gathering, and assassination. Over the past 2 years, countless clandestine plots and malicious slanders, once thought hidden, had been laid bare before the emperor through the reports of the Shadow Pavilion. Those who could not restrain their tongues had already learned the peril of letting words slip. Since Chusi had aroused the emperor's curiosity and suspicion, he had naturally fallen into this invisible web. Xia Yingwei picked up the vermilion brush again, his gaze falling upon the open memorial, but remained stagnant, not inscribing a single character for a long while. Chusi, are you truly earnest, or do you harbor malevolent intentions? I am quite intrigued to observe your unfolding. Should you be feigning innocence, I shall personally strip away your guise and reveal the visage that lies beneath. If you are indeed loyal, Xia Yingwei's lips curled into a cold smile. I would not mind keeping a beautiful and understanding little bird by my side to alleviate my boredom. However, should this bird dare to show any sign of unrest, it would be swiftly extinguished. Since that fateful night in the fragrance chamber, Chusinyan's circumstances within the palace have become increasingly delicate. On the surface, he appears to be the emperor's favored confidant, responsible for the treatment of his ailments, even granted the exceptional privilege of residing in the fragrance chamber of the inner palace, enjoying continuous accolades and unassailable prestige. Yet, in the shadows, countless pairs of eyes, some envious, others inquisitive, are scrutinizing him, the sharpest gaze belonging to none other than Xia Yingwei himself. Although Xia Yingwei does not summon Chusi on a daily basis, the calls from the fragrance chamber always come unexpectedly when his ailments flare up. Chusi continues to apply a balm infused with dreaming flower, complemented by a somewhat unrefined yet persistent technique of massage. He is acutely aware that his supply of the balm is limited, meticulously calculating each application to maintain efficacy without depleting it too swiftly. Simultaneously, he secretly experiments with common soothing fragrances as substitutes. While their effects pale in comparison to that of the dreaming flower, they still provide a modicum of comfort, as he prepares justifications for the potential weakening of the medication in the future. Yet, Chusi waits for this suspicious monarch to test him, his heart as clear as a mirror. Ever since that night in the fragrance chamber when he narrowly escaped destruction, he knows that this temporary tranquility is merely a lull before the storm. A ruler like Xia Yingwei, who has clawed his way up from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, harbors deep-seated suspicions that will not be assuaged by a single ambiguous outcome of treatment from a person of dubious origin and extraordinary methods. He is not just waiting. It could be said that he anticipates every move. Each summons from Xia Yingwei, each seemingly casual inquiry, might conceal subtle tests and traps, which Chusi perceives as navigating through a dark chamber laden with spider silk, requiring utmost caution to avoid triggering any thread leading to his ruin. Xia Yingwei's penetrating, predatory gaze upon him carries the weight of scrutiny and evaluation. Chusi can feel the intensity of that gaze, as though it seeks to pierce through his fragile exterior and into the depths of his soul. Yet, He has long since shrouded his true self beneath layers of artifice. Hidden beneath that seemingly delicate and harmless facade. To the world, he can only present fear, gratitude, focus, and a near-fanatical loyalty. On this particular afternoon, as Xiang Gui's ailment shows signs of resurgence, he summons Chusi into the Zicheng Hall study for his attendance. The chamber is suffused with the subtle scent of dragon's saliva, and Chusi kneels upon a soft mat, his fingertips coated with a specially formulated cooling oil from the Imperial Medical Institute, applying a measured pressure to Xiang Gui's temples. With his eyes closed, Xiang Gui feigns casualness as he speaks, his voice tinged with a languid rasp. I reviewed memorials yesterday and noted that an imperial censor has accused the Deputy Minister of Personnel, Zhang Qian, of allowing his household servants to seize land from the common people, leading to dire consequences. How do you think this matter should be handled? A flicker of concern crosses Chu Xinyan's face. This is an exceedingly perilous trap. Zhang Qian is a cold-born official promoted by Xiang Gui since his ascension, known for his capabilities, yet also for having made numerous enemies. The implications of this accusation could be vast, and how it is addressed reflects the emperor's political acumen, a matter far beyond the purview of a mere physician. Without hesitation, Chusi's subordinates continued their actions, his tone calm and respectful, tinged with a hint of deliberate bewilderment. Your Majesty, forgive my impertinence. I am but a humble physician, versed only in the art of healing, utterly ignorant of court politics and law. I am aware that your imperial heart is resolute and discerning, and whatever course of action you deem fit will undoubtedly be in the best interest of the nation and its people. He skillfully redirected the question back to Xiang Gui, neither passing judgment on Zhang Qian's guilt nor suggesting a course of action, merely expressing his unwavering trust in the emperor, thus adeptly avoiding the trap. Xiang Gui emitted a soft hum from his nostrils, betraying no discernible emotion, before shifting the topic. I have heard that, a few days ago, some palace attendants were privately discussing that my decision to place you in the Ningxiang Hall is inappropriate. Have you heard anything about this? This inquiry was particularly cutting to the heart. If Chusi admitted to hearing it, he would acknowledge his attentiveness to court gossip, suggesting unclean intentions. Yet if he claimed ignorance, he would appear insincere. Moreover, the topic directly implicated him, making it easier to reveal a flaw. Chusi maintained a steady pressure in his fingertips, his voice imbued with a modicum of appropriate trepidation and gratitude. In response to your Majesty, I entered the palace solely to attend to your health, strictly adhering to my duties and refraining from indulging in idle chatter. As for your Majesty's grace in granting me residence in the palace, I can only express my profound gratitude, pondering day and night on how to repay your divine favor. I would never concern myself with the idle gossip of others. Your Majesty's celestial authority is so vast that any mere rumor has surely dissipated without need for defense. He deftly shifted the focus from the gossip to his gratitude and loyalty to the emperor, providing an answer that was impeccably guarded. Xiang Gui slowly opened his eyes, turning his head to fix his gaze upon Chusi's lowered eyelashes. The young man appeared wholly engrossed, as if all his focus were devoted to alleviating the emperor's ailments, his pristine visage revealing not a trace of guilt or scheming. How perceptive you are, Xiang Gui remarked ambiguously, suddenly lifting his hand to brush aside a lock of Chusi's silken, pale hair that had fallen across his cheek. The gesture bore a casual intimacy, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's, scrutinizing every subtle shift in Chusi's expression. Chusi, you are so youthful. Your medical skills are commendable. Do you truly resign yourself to a lifetime confined within this deep palace, solely to tend to my ailing body? Do you not aspire, like other physicians, to etch your name in history or to alleviate the suffering of the world? Chusi was taken aback by Xiang Gui's sudden display of affection, a faint blush tinging his cheeks. He instinctively recoiled slightly before steadying himself to reply softly, Your Majesty jests. My modest skills, entrusted to your Majesty to alleviate your burdens, are a tremendous fortune for me. How could I dare to seek anything more? Moreover, he paused, his voice lowering yet imbued with an unusual firmness. Your Majesty's health is paramount to the stability of the realm. To aid in restoring your vitality is the greatest service I can conceive. Beyond this, I harbor no other ambition. Chusnian consistently adhered to the principles of a physician, responding with meticulous caution, either claiming ignorance or offering the most innocuous and beneficial suggestions for the emperor's peace and recuperation, never daring to overstep his bounds. His demeanor increasingly resembled that of an ordinary physician eager to secure favor, devoid of grand aspirations, which somewhat assuaged Xie Yinggui's suspicions, yet his intrigue remained unabated. Xie Yingui gazed at him for an extended period, long enough for Chusi to almost hear the rhythmic thumping of his own heart. Yet he continued his massage, his eyes clear and devoid of turbulence. Ultimately, Xie Yingui averted his gaze and closed his eyes once more, softly uttering, continue. Chusi Nian comme li, cette li zeliet. In the presence of this tyrant, every step felt precarious, every word and action requiring careful deliberation, with no room for misstep. On another note, Xue Fangjing indeed kept his promise. Utilizing his position as the head of the Tai hospital and his extensive connections, he gradually provided Chu Xinian with fragments of manuscripts concerning witchcraft and various esoteric medical texts documenting perplexing ailments. These tomes were discreetly mixed with ordinary medical books and herbs before being delivered to the Ningxiang Palace. Chu Xinian devoured these works with fervor, striving to uncover any clues or remedies related to the witchcraft, while simultaneously fortifying his knowledge of contemporary medicine to avoid exposing any vulnerabilities on professional matters. From various historical anecdotes, he pieced together fragmented information about Xie Yinggui's past atrocities, gaining a more precise understanding of the potency of curses, yet growing increasingly convinced that a complete cure was nearly impossible, necessitating an alternative approach. Additionally, Chu Xinian's unique status naturally attracted the attention of various factions. There were officials and eunuchs attempting to curry favor with gifts, as well as discreet observations and subtle probing from potential rivals. Chu Xinian politely but firmly declined all overtures and probes, citing the emperor's disfavor towards forming ties with foreign ministers, thus isolating himself from the fray and presenting himself as a timid minister solely focused on self-preservation. The Shadow Guards reported Chu Xinian's every action and utterance to Xie Yingui. Chu Xinian led an exceedingly regular life, either engrossed in medical texts and concocting herbal remedies in Ningxiang Palace or summoned to the Zikan Hall to attend to the emperor's ailments. Even during his occasional strolls in the imperial garden, he refrained from engaging in deep conversations, maintaining a respectful distance from Xue Fangjing, never overstepping his bounds. In the Linda Hall, the lights shone as brightly as day, the glass lanterns reflecting a dazzling halo from the golden vessels and jade liquids. The melodious strains of silk and bamboo filled the air as dancers in resplendent garments twirled gracefully, their flowing sleeves stirring fragrant breezes. Delicacies were presented in abundance, goblets clinking, creating an illusion of a thriving, harmonious banquet where rulers and ministers reveled together. Chu Xinian sat a moderate distance from the imperial seat, neither too far nor at the center of the gathering. This was his inaugural experience at such a grand palace feast. Clad in an official azure robe befitting his rank, his pale pink hair simply gathered with a jade hairpin, he appeared particularly ethereal amidst the opulence surrounding him. He widened his light-colored eyes slightly, observing the spectacle with a sense of curiosity. The intricately adorned hall, the fragrant throng of elegantly dressed individuals, and the exquisitely crafted utensils, all of this felt novel, akin to a realm apart. For over a decade in his previous life, he had been confined to a sickbed, seldom stepping beyond his family's gates. The so-called splendid scenes were merely constructs of his imagination, pieced together from the occasional exuberant descriptions of his brothers and the sparse phrases contained in their cold letters. Now, as he finds himself immersed in the grandeur and opulence of the imperial banquet, the astonishment and curiosity reflected in his eyes are pure and bright, utterly unfeigned. Upon the throne, Xie Yingui reclines, the golden dragon motifs on his black robe shimmering subtly under the light. His expression is indifferent, his fingertips absent-mindedly caressing the rim of his wine cup, displaying little interest in the revelry before him. His gaze occasionally sweeps over the faces of those below, who wear forced smiles and exhibit timidity, further heightening his sense of annoyance. These individuals seem to breathe cautiously in his presence, each utterance appearing as if rehearsed praises. Utterly tedious. However, when his eyes inadvertently graze the figure of a man in a green robe in the corner, a flicker of interest stirs within him. Chusi naive demeanor starkly contrasts with the trepidation or sycophancy of the others. A slight smile tugs at the corners of Xia Yinggui's lips, finding it somewhat amusing. If this Chusi were truly a spy sent by an adversary, dispatching such an obvious individual would be quite beneath contempt. Chusi Nian, Xingwei suddenly speak, his voice not loud, but instantly silencing the hushed conversations within the hall. All eyes, whether overt or hidden, converge upon Chusi. Coming to his senses, Chusi hastily rises and bows, "Your Majesty. Why sit so far away? Come closer." Xia Yinggui's tone is casual, even teasing, yet no one dares to relax. The eunuchs swiftly set a small table closer to the dragon throne. Under the scrutinizing gazes of those present, Chusi steps forward and takes his seat as instructed. This position allows him to feel the palpable pressure emanating from Xia Yingui, while also granting him a comprehensive view of the hall's proceedings. A chill runs through him as he realizes that this seemingly gracious gesture has, in truth, placed him directly in the spotlight and under the emperor's watchful eye. As the wine flows and the atmosphere crescendos amidst the enchanting performances and sycophantic praises, the musicians begin to play celebration of good fortune. The dancers gracefully twirl their flowing sleeves, and the assembled ministers wear expressions of rapture, their accolades relentless. Time passes, and the banquet nears its conclusion. Just as the attendees breathe a collective sigh of relief, believing the ordeal is drawing to a close, Xia Yingui slowly lowers his golden cup. The bottom clinks against the jade table, producing a crisp yet jarring sound that disrupts the tenuous calm of the hall. Scanning the room, he reveals an enigmatic smile, shattering the facade of tranquility. Today's grand feast has brought joy to all, yet I cannot shake the feeling that something is lacking in our entertainment, he states leisurely, causing hearts to leap with apprehension. Xia Yingui claps his hands and commands, "Bring forth the entertainment I have prepared for my esteemed ministers." After a moment of silence, the harsh sound of heavy chains dragging across the floor echoes from outside the hall, accompanied by a faint whiff of blood and filth. A towering figure is escorted into the hall by two burly guards. It is a robust man whose disheveled appearance still betrays a semblance of his former ferocity. His hair is matted and caked with dark red clots of blood, his face smeared with grime, one eye reduced to a hollow pit, while the other is bloodshot and glazed. He was clad in tattered attire reminiscent of the chiton style, its original hue long obscured. His exposed skin bore a tapestry of scars, both fresh and old, while heavy shackles adorned his hands and feet, clanking with each step he took. Upon his entrance, a wave of suppressed gasps surged through the hall, with several timid ladies covering their faces with sleeves, nearly succumbing to nausea. The foul, barbaric odor emanating from him was a stark contrast to the opulence of the gilded palace. Chusi felt a jolt within. He could sense the palpable aura of murderous intent and defiance emanating from this man. Was this the entertainment that Xia Yingui spoke of? What manner of amusement is this? Chusi silently scoffed. The one-eyed brute abruptly lifted his head, fixing his remaining eye fiercely upon Xia Yingui on the throne. He unleashed a torrent of vitriol in stilted Mandarin. "Xia Yingui, you treacherous scoundrel, beast, a coward who only strikes from the shadows. If you dare, release me and let us fight with real blades." His foul words echoed throughout the grand hall, leaving the courtiers pale and drenched in cold sweat. How audacious to insult in the presence of his majesty. It was nothing short of courting death. Many instinctively withdrew their necks, bracing for the emperor's wrath to rain down. Yet, rather than fury, Xia Yingui erupted into laughter, his voice laced with a cat-and-mouse mockery, chilling in its essence. "Yi Luyong, a defeated foe and a prisoner at my feet. Dares to speak of honor? Do you recall how, in the northern borders, you ensnared me through deceit, dragged me behind a horse, slashed my chest, and imprisoned me amidst filth? Did you ever envision this day? His voice, though soft, cut like a knife. Yi Leong spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, laughing maniacally. I only regret not dragging you to death then, allowing you, wretched wolf cub, the chance to bite back. You blinded one eye and sever my tendons, Xie Yingwei. You are ruthless, but I shall not yield. Your submission is not for you to decide, Xie Yingwei retorted coldly. I spare your miserable life so that you may witness how I shall crush your tribe and your kin, one by one. Do you wish to die? It shall not be so simple. He turned an attendant, commanding, bring me my bow. Soon, an ancient, menacing bow was presented with great reverence. Xie Yingwei gripped the bow, testing its string, which emitted a resonant hum. He regarded Yi Leong, shackled and still hurling insults, a glint of cruel exhilaration flashing in his eyes. Today, my dear courtiers, we shall partake in a game, he proclaimed. Drawing the bowstring taut, he aimed the arrow, its tip gleaming ominously at Yi Leong. I shall shoot an arrow at him. If he evades, or I miss, he shall be rewarded with a drink. Should he be struck, it shall be deemed his fate, adding to your amusement. Silence enveloped the hall, the air thick with tension. This was no game. It was a blatant act of brutality, with his tendons severed and heavy shackles binding him. How could Yi Leong possibly evade the impending doom? Chapter 14. After defeating the tyrant, I hold power over the court. Xie Yingwei observed with keen interest the reactions of the crowd below. The suppressed fear and concealed panic were to him rare spices in this otherwise tedious banquet. His gaze swept across Chusi, only to find that the seemingly frail and pitiful little physician, who usually appeared delicate, exhibited no sign of fear at this moment. Instead, he wore a slight frown, intently scrutinizing the furious Yelxiong in the hall. This response was indeed refreshing. A playful smile curled at the corners of Xie Yingwei's lips as he suddenly spoke. Chusi. Upon being called by name, Chusi immediately collected himself and bowed in response. Your Majesty. What are your archery skills? Xie Yingwei's question came out of the blue. Chusi replied truthfully, his voice clear, in response to Your Majesty, I have never practiced archery. In his past life, his frail health had prevented him from even drawing a bow, and in this life, he had yet to encounter such matters. Oh, Xie Yingwei raised an eyebrow, seemingly even more intrigued. Never tried? Perfect. Come here. I shall grant you an opportunity to test your skill. He pointed to the powerful bow that lay discarded on the ground. You shall shoot. If you hit that madman, I shall reward you with 1,000 taels of gold. If you miss, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the wine cups on the table. Then a cup of punishment wine shall be your lot. What do you say? This was clearly a mockery, transforming a bloody execution into a game laden with humiliation. Yelxiong's chest heaved violently, the chains clanking with his movements, reminiscent of a caged beast making its last stand. His one unblemished eye burned with a blood-red fury, fixated on Chusi as if it could pierce through him. Xie Yingwei. His roar was like gravel grinding, filled with humiliation and rage. You coward. Useless. Only capable of resorting to such despicable tactics. He lunged forward, and despite the shackles restricting his movements, his fierce spirit intimidated the nearby officials, causing them to retreat in haste. If you wish to kill me, then do it. Grant me a swift end. For 2 decades, I, Yelxiong, have roamed the grasslands, tasting blood on the edge of my blade. To fall into your schemes, Xie Yingwei, will be my disgrace. But to let such a creature insult me. His thick fingers pointed vehemently at Chusi, trembling with pure rage. The pale strands of Chusi's hair and his slender figure, in the eyes of the seasoned warrior Yelxiong, were nothing short of the utmost sacrilege against his storied military life. He could accept defeat, even endure torture, for such was the contest between the strong, the law of survival of the fittest. Yet he could not bear the indignity of being humiliated by a mere medical officer. Xie Yingwei, however, remained unfazed, reclining comfortably in his dragon chair, leisurely stating, if this barbarian can bring a smile to my beloved minister's face, then it is indeed your fortune. Chusi understood this was Xie Yinggui's cruel amusement, but he had no choice. He stepped forward as instructed, bending to pick up the bow that felt excessively heavy for him. The cold, weighty bow felt awkward in his grip. He was unsure how to hold it, his stance appearing quite clumsy. His fingers struggled to draw the string, barely managing to pull it back into a minor arc, leaving the arrow awkwardly positioned. Illustrious, upon witnessing Xie Yinggui's audacity in allowing a seemingly feeble physician to take aim at him, felt a torment more unbearable than death itself. His furious roar reverberated through the palace. Xie Yingui, if you wish to kill me, then do so. To humiliate me thus is an affront I shall not forgive. Even in death, Chusi's brow furrowed deeply. He was genuinely incapable of shooting an arrow. After feigning an aim for a brief moment, his wrist faltered, and the arrow drifted feebly before plummeting to the polished golden bricks, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the silence. The hall fell into utter stillness. A pin drop could be heard. All present held their breath, furtively observing Xie Yinggui's countenance, fearful that this absurd spectacle might incite the emperor's wrath. To their astonishment, rather than anger, Xie Yingui erupted into laughter, his mirth resonating within the vast hall, imbued with a sense of almost ecstatic delight. Excellent. Truly splendid. It seems, my dear, that I cannot bestow my 1,000 taels of gold as a reward. He gestured towards the wine cup already filled by the eunuch. Chu Aiching, you must not evade the penalty of drinking. Gazing at the brimming cup, Chusi felt a slight tightening in his stomach. In his previous life, his frail constitution mandated a strict regimen, where even cold food was seldom consumed, and he had abstained entirely from alcohol. Though this body was healthy, its tolerance for spirits remained an enigma. The emperor's command was not to be disobeyed. Drawing a deep breath, Chusi stepped forward and lifted the cup. The sharp, pungent aroma invaded his senses, and he closed his eyes, tilting his head back to gulp it down in one go. The liquid seared down his throat like fire, igniting a fierce warmth within his belly. It was not unpleasant, yet his haste rendered him vulnerable, as the strong liquor choked him, compelling him to cough violently after setting the cup down. His pallid cheeks flushed crimson, and tears welled at the corners of his eyes, rendering him a picture of fragility and vulnerability. Xie Yingui, observing his disheveled yet resolute demeanor, found his interest piqued. He rose from his seat and descended the steps of the throne, approaching Chusi with an imposing presence, the faint scent of dragon saliva and wine wafting from him. How can one draw a bow if they are so feeble? Xie Yinggui's voice was a low whisper, laced with a languid amusement. He reached out, almost encircling Chusi from behind, his large hand enveloping the one gripping the bow, while the other steadied his pulling arm. Chusi's body stiffened instantly. The warmth radiating from Xie Yinggui's body pressed through the thin fabric of his clothing, powerful and aggressive. Enveloped in the shadow of Xie Yingui, he could distinctly feel the vibrations of his chest and the rhythm of his breath. Steady your hand, keep your arm straight, and your aim precise. Xie Yinggui's deep voice guided him, positioning Chusi's hand to knock the arrow and draw the bowstring. The strength coursing through Chusi's arm was palpable as the bow was effortlessly drawn to its full tension, the string humming ominously. The arrow was aimed squarely at Illustrious, who continued to berate them. Now, my dear, behold, Xie Yingui whispered in Chusi's ear, his voice soft yet chillingly clear. Some individuals never learn to restrain their tongues or ears. In the next heartbeat, the bowstring twanged, and the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the air. A sharp, anguished scream echoed as Illustrious abruptly clutched his head, blood gushing forth between his fingers. The wolf's tooth arrow did not claim his life. Instead, it grazed closely past his scalp, the sharp arrowhead cruelly severing half of his left ear. The arrow's momentum was not yet spent, and with a resounding thud, it pinned the mangled piece of flesh firmly against the golden dragon column behind Yelvixian, the arrow's tail still quivering violently. The onlookers in the hall were rendered utterly speechless. Fearful to even breathe, Xie Yingui released his grip on Chusi's hand, the overwhelming sensation of pressure and warmth suddenly dissipating. Chusi remained in the posture of having just released an arrow, his arms still tinged with the force of control. The after effects of the potent liquor surged within him, causing a slight dizziness, his cheeks and ears ablaze, and his heartbeat faltering. "My dear minister, it seems you have acquired a modicum of skill," Xiaoyingwei remarked, his tone laced with a hint of playful satisfaction. He surveyed Chu Xingyan's flushed face, as if admiring an amusing artifact crafted by his own hand. Chu Xingyan lowered his eyelashes, concealing the tumult of emotions within his gaze, and murmured, "Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty." He set down the bow, his fingertips still tingling. Chapter 15. After strategizing against the tyrant, I hold power over the court. Xiaoyingwei paid him no further heed, turning to saunter back to his throne, languidly waving his hand. "Take him away. Do not mar the enjoyment I share with my esteemed ministers." The guards promptly advanced, disregarding Yelvixing's renewed struggles and furious shouts, dragging him out of the grand hall with brutality, leaving behind a trail of blurred blood and a lingering stench in the air. Following this incident, the atmosphere of the banquet plummeted to a frigid low. Even as the music resumed and the dancers performed with grace, no one could truly immerse themselves in the festivities. Each individual was haunted by lingering trepidation, and beneath their forced smiles lay a profound fear. Chu Xingyan returned to his seat, acutely aware of countless eyes, some curious, others wary, and perhaps even a touch sympathetic, scrutinizing him. He lifted the tea that the eunuch had freshly poured, striving to quell the burning sensation in his throat and stomach, his fingertips icy. Xiaoyingwei appeared quite satisfied with the effect of this display, no longer paying attention to the assembly. Indulging in his drink while his gaze sank deep into the enveloping night beyond the hall, lost in thought. Seizing a moment while sipping his tea, Chu Xingyan discreetly scanned the room. The sound of silk and bamboo instruments persisted, and the dancers twirled gracefully, yet the ministers at the banquet sat rigidly, as if on pins and needles. Even the act of raising their cups was exceedingly stiff. Chu Xingyan, seated near the imperial steps, struggled to maintain his composure as the lingering effects of the strong liquor muddled his mind and churned his stomach. He fought to remain alert, his gaze lowered, yet he absorbed every subtle movement within the hall. Warning: life signs of the key figure, Jing'an Marquis Lin Xiao, show a rapid decline, triggering emergency side mission. Do you wish to accept? Mission requirements: ensure Lin Xiao's survival and avoid severely provoking the mission target, Xiaoyingwei. Mission rewards: 50 points. Skill basic massage technique unlocked. Failure penalty: randomly revoke one of the acquired beginner benefits, including but not limited to temporary health. The system's notification rang cold and urgent in Chu Xingyan's mind, jolting him awake, the residual effects of alcohol vanishing instantly. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze swiftly locking onto an elderly gentleman, his hair and beard completely white, clad in a marquis's attire, Jing'an Marquis Lin Xiao. The seasoned general's face flushed crimson, his chest heaving violently, clearly intoxicated. He slammed his cup onto the table, producing a resounding thud that drew the attention of all present. "Your Majesty," Lin Xiao's voice boomed, imbued with the straightforwardness characteristic of a martial leader and the fervor of inebriation. Although Yalu Xiong was a barbarian in the heat of battle, each fought for their own lord. Now that he's been captured, whether to kill or imprison him rests solely in Your Majesty's divine judgment. However, to humiliate him in such a manner before the court is hardly the act of a wise ruler, and it chills the hearts of the soldiers. Upon hearing these words, the court fell into stunned silence. The music abruptly ceased, the dancers froze in place. Fear washed over everyone, their faces drained of color, cold sweat trickling down. Who among them did not know that the emperor despised any challenge to his decisions? Old General Lin was courting death. Xiaoyingwei, who had been lazily reclining on the dragon throne, straightened his posture slowly, the nonchalance on his face vanishing, replaced by an icy, dangerous demeanor. "Oh, is the Marquis of Jing'an instructing me on how to rule?" Xiaoyingwei's voice was soft, yet it bore the oppressive weight of an impending storm. Lin Zhao's colleagues tugged at his sleeve desperately, urging him to beg for forgiveness, but the old general, with his neck held high. Fueled by both the wine and a long simmering frustration, pressed on. "I do not dare. Yet, your majesty, the royal way is to govern with virtue. How is this torture of captives any different from barbarism? If the soldiers of the northern frontier were to know, enough." Xiaoyingui slowly rose from the dragon throne. His tall figure, clad in a dark dragon robe that appeared to absorb the flickering candlelight, moved with a weighty presence across the silent hall, each step echoing with a dull clarity upon the golden bricks. He did not unleash his anger immediately. Instead, he strolled to the edge of the imperial steps, looking down from a height upon Lin Xiao, whose face was flushed from both wine and passion, his eyes radiating an icy disdain. "Marquis Jingen, you speak of the royal way, of governing through virtue?" He began, his tone low, yet each word fell like ice shards upon a jade plate, chilling to the bone. He allowed a light laugh, devoid of warmth. "Do you know how Illustrious once brought me to submission?" Xiaoyinggui's gaze swept across the assembly. Each individual touched by his eyes trembled involuntarily, bowing their heads. His voice suddenly escalated, infused with long-suppressed rage and humiliation. Reverberating through every corner of the palace, he trampled upon me, striking my armor with a whip, reducing my dignity before countless enemies. He tightened coarse hemp rope around my neck, the other end tethered to a galloping warhorse. I was dragged for miles, the grit tearing at my back, blood staining the frozen earth of the northern frontier. Xiaoyinggui's hand pressed against his chest. Even through the dragon robe, he could feel the searing pain of past scars. He carved me inch by inch with a curved dagger here, not to grant me a swift end, but to force me to witness my own blood draining away. Listening to him and his pack of wolves laugh maniacally, he cast me into a filthy stable, sharing sustenance and quarters with livestock. The rancid food, mingled with horse urine, constituted my rations for 2 months. He made me live like a wild dog, waiting for me to wag my tail in supplication. Xiaoyingui fiercely pointed towards the direction where Yilu Xiong was dragged away, his voice resonating with authority. "Now tell me, how am I different from the barbarian?" He fixed his gaze on Lin Xiao, whose face had turned ashen, enunciating each word with deep-seated hatred and undeniable dominance. "Today, I shall spare his wretched life, allowing him to taste the bitterness of confinement, stripped of all dignity. My arrow merely seeks to reclaim a trifling interest. I shall repay him in kind. For this is my sovereign way. This is how I command respect." Leaning slightly forward, the immense pressure nearly suffocated Lin Xiao. "Tell me, what is there to object to?" Chapter 16. After subduing the tyrant, I hold power over the court. Xiaoyinggui's question, "What is there to object to?" reverberated like thunder within the golden hall. As he observed Lin Xiao, who remained unflinching, his eyes shining with murderous intent, the air inside the hall became thick with tension, as if the emperor's wrath would soon manifest as a blade, reducing the esteemed general into mere dust. Chusi felt his heart constrict suddenly. He understood this tyrant's nature, self-absorbed and obstinate, impervious to advice in his fury. It seemed that Lin Zhao's head would indeed rest in this Linda hall tonight. To save or not to save? Chusi rapidly weighed his options. Failing to intervene would mean task failure, with unknown penalties, but the worst outcome would only affect him. However, intervening now would be akin to grasping at fire, inciting the wrath of Xiaoyingui, who might very well execute him alongside Lin Xiao. Even if he miraculously survived, it would undoubtedly arouse deep suspicion from Xiaoyingui, complicating his future endeavors. The risks were evident, and rationality urged him to prioritize his own safety. In the midst of this electrifying dilemma, a more profound thought suddenly pierced Chusi's mind, sending chills through his entire being. Did the system's demand for Xiaoyingui to survive for 5 years merely refer to his physical existence? Observing the tense standoff before him, Chusi suddenly realized that the definition of survival might be far more intricate. If Xiaoyingui continued his tyrannical ways, disregarding any counsel and publicly executing loyal ministers over trivial disputes, then the Deqi dynasty would likely not endure for 5 years. Who is Lin Xiao? A venerable general within the military, representing a faction of traditional martial forces. If he were to spill blood within the Lindahall today, what kind of uproar would such news provoke in the already strained court and military? Would those who dared not voice their dissent against Xie Yinggui's tyranny feel a shared sorrow that would lead to a complete disaffection? Would the lurking opposition seize this opportunity to incite unrest? The system's requirement for Xie Yingui to survive for 5 years clearly demanded more than mere existence. It necessitated maintaining at least the facade of stability within the dynasty. An emperor, forsaken by his subjects and surrounded by treachery, could hardly hope to survive. The current palace resembled a pot of boiling oil, tightly sealed, simmering with tension. This stifling atmosphere extended far beyond the Crimson Palace walls. Since Xie Yingui ascended the throne, the influence of the shadowy court had silently infiltrated every corner of the Deqi dynasty. In the court, the ministers had long since grown accustomed to silence. In the memorial, only praises and trivial matters remain, and any counsel that might touch upon sensitive issues dissipates into thin air. The once formidable censors of the imperial court have become mere facades, while officials, when they cross paths, dare only to exchange knowing glances before hastily averting their eyes, fearful that too many words might invite disaster. In tea-houses and taverns, the sound of grand discussions has vanished. Even within their homes, the common folk instinctively lower their voices, casting wary glances around them, anxious that walls might have ears. On the surface, imperial authority appears supreme, with edicts flowing unhindered. The entire Deqi dynasty resembles a meticulously wound machine, operating with pathological stability. Xie Yingui employs an iron fist and terror to suppress all dissenting voices. Yet beneath the calm surface lies a simmering magma, ready to erupt. Excessive pressure breeds resentment in the shadows. Each inadvertent wrongful imprisonment and every act of coercive taxation adds strength to the impending backlash. Local tyrants conspire in secret. Sentiments among the military's old guard waver. And external foes lurk, eager to exploit this eerie tranquility that cannot endure. A mere spark could ignite a conflagration, consuming the seemingly impregnable dynasty in an instant. In Shizinian's mind, a vivid image flashes. Xie Yinggui's corpse pierced by the arrows of insurgents, his head displayed at the palace gate for all to see. Rebellions ignite across the land, hidden ambition rises, and external enemies seize the opportunity. This could all unfold in less than 5 years. Lin Zhao's demise may well be the last straw, the spark that ignites the powder keg. With national spirit dissipating and the realm collapsing, the main quest is destined to fail. Shizinian cannot escape the fate of a shattered soul. This is not mere paranoia. He initially contemplated how to preserve Xie Yinggui's life with medicine and incense, only to realize that he must maintain a frail and precarious balance within a dynasty teetering under a tyrant's rule. He cannot allow Xie Yingui to self-destruct at this moment. Saving Lin Zhao is no longer a mere side quest, but the key to the success or failure of the main mission. Xie Yingui may be tyrannical, but he must not lose his basic reason and the equilibrium of the court. Otherwise, the edifice shall collapse, and a single pillar cannot uphold it. Realizing this, Shizinian breaks into a cold sweat. The risk is immense. In a fit of rage, Xie Yingui might kill him without a second thought. Yet, inaction would mean awaiting death. A slow demise. This novice task indeed hides a den of dragons and tigers. Any misstep could lead to utter annihilation. He took the gamble. Just as Xie Yingui's gaze turned icy, poised to issue a lethal command, Shizinian inhaled sharply and suddenly rose. In a flash of thought, he strode forward and knelt beside Lin Zhao, his posture reverent and measured, betraying no hint of panic. He understood that directly pleading for Lin Zhao would only pour fuel on the flames of Xie Yingui's wrath. He must change his approach, first calming the tempest of Xie Yingui's fury. "Your Majesty, please temper your anger." Shizinian's voice rang clear, imbued with an intentional calmness, as though he were merely stating an undeniable fact. "Yi Liuxiong's sins are grievous. Even 1,000 cuts would not suffice to quell your Majesty's resentment." He paused briefly. observing the icy gaze of Xia Yingwei upon him, yet noting that the latter did not immediately erupt in anger, which led him to believe he had successfully navigated the first step. Xia Yingwei had little patience for empty flattery, yet he was profoundly concerned about his own suffering and emotions. Chusi deftly shifted his tone to one imbued with genuine concern, lifting his gaze to meet the pale eyes of Xia Yingwei, filled with sincerity. Your Majesty, excessive anger is detrimental to your health. Your recent ailment has only just begun to ease, and the most perilous thing is this tumultuous emotional upheaval. When you were enraged moments ago, I observed your complexion flush. And should this provoke a relapse of your old affliction, would that not grant satisfaction to those barbaric spirits? I'm truly worried for your sacred health. As he spoke, a hint of reproach crept into his voice, his gaze shifting to the trembling Gao Fu beside him. Master Gao, you who serve the Emperor closely, how would you not offer counsel? The Emperor's well-being is paramount. This discourse, while seemingly focused on caring for Xia Yingwei's health, subtly redirected attention from the question of whether Lin Xiao should be punished to the potential harm of the Emperor's wrath, thereby shifting some responsibility onto Gao Fu and alleviating the abruptness of his own interjection. Upon concluding his remarks, Chusi lowered his head once more, nearly touching the ground, while his heart thundered like a drum. He could not ascertain whether his words would have the desired effect, and could only await the judgment that would determine life or death. The hall once again fell into a suffocating silence. Xia Yingwei looked down from his elevated position at the prostrated Chusi, his pale locks cascading down, appearing particularly fragile. After a long pause, Xia Yingwei finally spoke, his tone inscrutable, yet the sharpness of his murderous intent had somewhat softened. In your opinion, how should I deal with this subject who has transgressed against authority? A flicker of relief coursed through Chusi's heart. He recognized that the critical moment had arrived. He could not exonerate Lin Xiao, but must ensure his survival. Still bowing his head, he respectfully replied, Your Majesty, General Lin is of advanced age, and today at the banquet, he consumed a few too many cups, causing him to speak out of turn and offend your divine presence. In my humble opinion, it would be better to impose a year's salary penalty and confine him for 3 months to reflect on his misdeeds as a form of punishment. Surely, through this incident, the old general will attain profound self-reflection. This penalty was almost ludicrously lenient for rebuffing the emperor. Upon hearing this, Xia Yingwei emitted an ambiguous, cold laugh. Chusi, you are indeed benevolent. He descended from the imperial steps, positioning himself before Chusi. The darkly adorned dragon-patterned boots hovered in Chusi's lowered line of sight. Then, a cool, bony hand reached out, fingers gripping Chusi's chin with a pressure neither too harsh nor too gentle, yet imbued with an irresistible authority that compelled him to raise his head. Chapter 17. Strategies to tame the tyrant. Chusi was forced to meet Xia Yingwei's gaze, deep as a pool, now laced with a hint of playful amusement. The proximity allowed him to discern the remnants of bloodshot in the other's eyes and a near-cruel interest therein. You plead for him so ardently, Xia Yingwei mused, looking down at him, his thumb lightly caressing the smooth skin of Chusi's jawline. His tone languid yet perilous. Could it be that you have taken a liking to the Lin family? I have heard that Lin Xiao has a legitimate granddaughter, merely 18 years of age, whose beauty is not lacking. I could arrange a marriage between you two, fulfilling your benevolent heart. What say you? Chusi's heart trembled violently, a cold sweat instantly beating on his back. A marriage proposal? This was akin to casting him into a fiery pit. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly pledged his loyalty, his voice imbued with the perfect blend of urgency and trepidation. Your Majesty, please discern. I harbor no such intentions. My sole desire is to serve you, alleviating your suffering. This aspiration is as steadfast as the heavens. I vow to remain unmarried for life, steadfastly by your side, daring not to entertain even the slightest thought of another. I beseech you to retract your command. His gaze was clear, his tone resolute, embodying the demeanor of one wholly devoted to his sovereign, untouched by worldly desires. Xia Yingwei observed him intently for a prolonged moment, his fingers tightening around Chusnian's chin, inducing a slight sting. Just as Chusnian anticipated an outburst, Xia Yingwei unexpectedly released him, chuckling lightly. Enough, I merely spoke in jest. Look how frightened you are. He turned away, no longer regarding Chusnian, and waved dismissively at the stunned assembly. As you suggested, send the Marquis of Jingen back to his residence for reflection. The banquet is dismissed. With that, he made to leave, but paused momentarily, not turning back, and coldly added, Since you enjoy kneeling, remain here for half an hour to calm your heart. Your servant acknowledges the decree. Chusnian bowed his head, his voice tranquil and unyielding. The guests, as if granted a reprieve, quietly dispersed, none daring to linger a moment longer. As Lin Xiao passed by Chusnian, his steps faltered, casting a gaze fraught with unspoken complexity before he sighed almost inaudibly, shaking his head and departing. The Grand Linda hall soon fell silent, save for the careful movements of the palace attendants tidying up. They dared not speak to him, nor even glance his way. Yet Chusnian remained unfazed, quietly kneeling, feeling his knees transition from sharp pain to numbness. He bore not an ounce of humiliation or anger. The flattery in the hall was merely a necessary tactic to him. Is there gold beneath a man's knee? In the face of life and death and ultimate goals, dignity is the least valuable commodity. If it could ensure Xia Yingwei's peace for 5 more years and grant him a healthy body, he would not hesitate to kneel for half an hour or even from the palace gate to the Zichuan Hall. In this deep palace, before the emperor, being humble as a blade of grass or exalted as a noble bore no essential difference. Both were mere ants under the emperor's authority. He would rather be a seemingly docile blade of grass, guarding the sole fortress of his heart, unaware of how long he had knelt, his legs long since lost sensation. Gao Fu returned and, seeing him still maintaining his posture, bore an expression of ineffable complexity. He spoke softly, Dr. Chu, His Majesty summons you to the Zichuan Hall to attend to the illness. Only then did Chusnian slowly stir, attempting to rise, but staggering due to obstructed blood flow. Gao Fu instinctively reached out to assist, then withdrew his hand, quickly adding in a hushed tone, Dr. Chu, His Majesty's anger has not yet subsided. His headache has recurred. So please be cautious tonight. Thank you for the warning, Lord Gao. Chusnian offered him a faint yet sincere smile, and, enduring the prickling ache in his legs, limped towards the Zichuan Hall. Upon entering the imperial chambers, a familiar scent of dragons, saliva mingled with faint moisture, enveloped him. Xia Yingwei had evidently just emerged from a refreshing bath, his long, inky hair cascading down his back in a damp disarray. While he donned a dark-hued robe adorned with subtle patterns, its belt loosely tied, revealing glimpses of his firm chest. Seated with his back to the palace doors and the shadows by the window, he idly toyed with the formidable bow of the night, his fingertips gliding over the cold arm of the bow. The contours of his profile were sharply defined in the dim light, exuding an air of somber danger. Chu Xinian respectfully saluted, Your Majesty. Xia Yingwei made no reply, lost in his own world. The upper half of his body remained cloaked in darkness, while the moonlight illuminated his lower half, creating a stark juxtaposition that felt oppressive. Is Your Majesty's affliction acting up again? But there was still no response. After a prolonged silence, Xia Yingwei finally spoke, his voice imbued with an eerie calmness. Minister Chu, the night is long, and I suddenly wish to engage you in a game. A sense of trepidation gripped Chu Xinian's heart. Your Majesty, please proceed. Xia Yingwei turned to face him at last, his eyes glinting with unresolved ire and a touch of mad amusement. I shall blindfold myself and shoot arrows. If you can remain still, you shall be the victor. Should you move or be struck, then I shall claim victory. What say you? He picked up a plain white silk ribbon, twirling it in his fingers while discreetly observing Chu Xinian's expression. In that instant, Chu Xinian comprehended the underlying intent. Xia Yingwei's anger had not fully subsided following the incident with Lin Xiao. He sought to vent his frustrations in a roundabout manner, all the while testing Chu Xinian's courage and loyalty. Refusal was not an option. I shall comply, he declared. Chu Xinian stepped beside a gilded dragon column, lowered his gaze, and endeavored to steady his breathing. Xiangwei scoffed softly, deftly binding the silk around his eyes before nocking an arrow and drawing the bowstring taut. Its direction aimed squarely at Chu Xinian. Without a hint of hesitation, the first arrow was released. Whoosh! The arrow whistled past Chu Xinian's ear, embedding itself deep into the column beside him, its tail vibrating violently, the force of the wind stinging his cheek. Chu Xinian's body stiffened, forcing himself to remain utterly still. He had witnessed Xie Yingwei's prowess in archery from 100 paces, and he had no doubt that, even blindfolded, Xie Yingwei could precisely control the arrow's trajectory. This was no mere game. It was a psychological torment, a dark amusement with life as the wager. The second and third arrows followed in rapid succession, each narrowly grazing his robe and hair, striking the pillars or the ground around him. After 10 arrows had been loosed, Chu Xinian remained steadfast and scathed. Chapter 18. Strategizing against the Tyrant. I gained power over the realm. Xie Yingwei tore away the blindfold, observing Chu Xinian standing resolutely despite his pale complexion. His eyes still calm, he casually tossed the bow aside, producing a resonant clatter. Only then did Chu Xinian cautiously advance, his voice trembling slightly. Your Majesty, the game has concluded. Xie Yingwei, neither affirming nor denying, moved to the edge of the couch and rubbed his brow, clearly tormented by his ailment. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Xinian spoke again. Your Majesty, earlier in the Ningxiang Palace, you inquired what reward I desired. Xie Yingwei lifted his gaze. Intrigo? Have you made your decision? What do you wish for? Gold? A residence? Chu Xinian shook his head, gazing earnestly at Xie Yingwei, his tone imbued with a sincerity that bordered on reverence. I seek not material rewards, Your Majesty. My sole request is that you take utmost care of your health in the future and refrain from succumbing to anger as you did today. Such fury is detrimental to your well-being, and with your recent ailment showing signs of improvement, you truly cannot endure such turmoil. If your health were to suffer due to anger, it would weigh heavily on my heart. Xie Yingwei, upon hearing this, momentarily appeared taken aback, before a low chuckle escaped him, reverberating from his chest, tinged with absurdity and an ineffable emotion. He had anticipated that Chu Xinian would seize the opportunity to request tangible benefits, yet found himself confronted with what sounded like flattering concern. In the dim light of the palace chamber, the flickering candlelight cast an ambiguous glow, rendering Chu Xinian's figure somewhat blurred, yet strikingly distinct. Xie Yingwei's gaze fell upon the countenance of the man before him. Chu Xinian tilted his head slightly, strands of pale hair cascading onto his forehead. Due to the recent shock and prolonged kneeling, his complexion appeared even more pallid than usual, hinting at a fragility. However, amidst this pallor, his light-colored eyes shone with remarkable clarity. They lacked the glimmer of insincere flattery or the dissolution of extreme fear. Instead, they resembled tranquil pools in deep autumn, reflecting the flickering candlelight and, unmistakably, his own shadow. Within those depths lay a profound sincerity, as if Chu Xinian's earlier declaration of unease stemmed from genuine concern rather than superficial flattery. The light cast a small shadow beneath his long eyelashes, trembling gently like the wings of a startled butterfly, further accentuating the purity of his gaze. Xie Yingwei had encountered countless individuals who spoke sweet nothings before him, boastful warriors, erudite scholars, and sycophantic eunuchs. He had grown accustomed to, even entertained by, their desperate attempts to curry favor, which he easily saw through. Yet Chu Xinian was different. Perhaps it was the intensity of his headache at that moment, or the rare tranquility following the evening's revelry that lulled his defenses. Or perhaps it was simply this face, these eyes, which possessed an innate charm that inspired trust. Rather than immediately responding with anger, Xie Yingwei found himself intrigued by the transparent thoughts of this young physician. Chuqing, he murmured, leaning back slightly, his voice low and imbued with the regal scrutiny and rare appreciation befitting an emperor. Your unfeigned sincerity, always considering my well-being, is indeed a rarity. He paused, seemingly weighing his words. and the statement that eventually emerged within the flickering candlelit chamber resonated with clarity. I perceive you to be a rare gem, like a piece of exquisite jade, positioned at my side, capable of calming my spirit and alleviating my worries. Such a delightful presence is worth more than entire cities in trade. With that, he beckoned Chizinian closer. Come here and massage my temples. Yes, your majesty. Chizinian secretly exhaled in relief, knowing that he had successfully navigated yet another perilous moment. He approached and knelt beside the bed, his cool fingertips once more resting against Xie Yinggui's temples. The moment his fingers made contact, he sensed a distinctly different sensation than before. No longer merely a clumsy imitation driven by memory, a clear and exquisite technique emerged instinctively in his mind. The appropriate pressure to apply, the precise acupoints to target, the rhythm required to soothe the taut meridians his heart stirred. Was this the effect of the elementary massage technique? He did not immediately proceed, but, as was his custom, began with gentle kneading, then softly spoke, his voice imbued with a hint of cautious inquiry. Your Majesty, I have recently perused ancient texts and discovered a method of massage said to remarkably alleviate headaches and calm the spirit. Might I be granted the opportunity to try it? Xie Yingui, who was enduring the lingering waves of a headache with closed eyes, did not open them, but emitted a non-committal hum from his nostrils. With this tacit approval, Chusi held his breath, focusing intently as he began to employ the techniques imparted by the system. His fingers, no longer erratic in their pressure, moved with a unique rhythm. The pads of his fingers were warm, the force gradually deepening, precisely stimulating the acupoints while remaining gentle. He commenced at the temples, slowly pressing along the hairline to behind the ears, then ascending to the biwi acupoint at the crown of the head, applying just the right amount of pressure in circular motions. Each press seemed to penetrate the flesh, reaching the depths of the spasming pain, evoking an oddly liberating sensation after the initial discomfort. The furrowed brow of Xie Yingui gradually unfurled under the persistent and effective pressure. His taut body unconsciously relaxed, leaning back into the soft cushions. Within the chamber, the flickering candlelight cast shadows, leaving only the soft sounds of their breaths. Chusi was wholly absorbed in sensing the changes in Xie Yingui's body beneath his fingertips, gaining a tangible understanding of the system's rewards. While the elementary massage technique could not cure the bizarre curse of his headache, it was evidently far more reliable in alleviating symptoms and stabilizing emotions than his previous clumsy imitation or perilous ointments. After a considerable time, Xie Yingui exhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes. The gaze that typically brimmed with malice and ferocity now bore an uncommon tranquility following fatigue. He turned his head, his eyes landing on the focused profile of Chusi, whose long lashes cast shadows beneath his eyes, and his pale hair swayed slightly with the movement. Your technique has indeed improved. It is far more comfortable than before, Xie Yingui remarked, his voice tinged with a languid rasp. Chusi felt a surge of certainty within, recognizing that he had indeed applied his skills wisely. He humbly bowed his head, replying, "To alleviate your Majesty's suffering is my greatest desire." Xie Yingui did not respond further, closing his eyes once more to relish this rare moment of tranquility. Chusi continued to employ the elementary massage technique, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Chapter 19. After captivating the tyrant, I hold power in the court. Under his fingertips, the acupoints responded with subtle fluctuations to the meticulous pressure, and Xie Yingui's furrowed brows began to smooth, his breathing growing deeper. Chusi appeared calm as water, yet turmoil swirled within him. The day's events had been fraught with peril. He had fortuitously gambled on Xie Yingui's remaining sliver of rationality and concern for his own health, thus pulling Lin Xiao back from the brink of death. But what next time? Xie Yingui possesses a temperament that is both volatile and tyrannical, elevating himself above all others. Today, a mere disagreement may lead him to execute a valiant general. Tomorrow, a fleeting displeasure could result in the slaughter of the entire court. His repeated provocations against authority will inevitably ignite a fire that consumes him as well. if Xia Yingwei continues to engage in such absurd and reckless behavior. The fate of the Qi dynasty may very well falter within 5 years, as the national fortune dissipates and the land lies in ruins. His primary mission shall also meet with failure. He cannot passively witness the demise of his own life spiraling towards self-destruction. How can he put an end to Xia Yingwei's outrageous actions? An audacious and absurd notion emerged uncontrollably: political interference. Chusi himself was taken aback by this thought. In the realm of his education and understanding, political meddling is an unforgivable sin for a minister, especially for one like him. A physician of uncertain origins whose position is precarious. Any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Xia Yingwei is inherently suspicious. Even those long-serving eunuchs by his side may not be fully trusted. How could he possibly heed the counsel of a person of dubious background? Rationality dictated that this path was utterly impractical. Yet, another notion, bordering on heretical, quietly took root. If direct persuasion is unattainable, what of guiding him from the shadows? By alleviating Xia Yingwei's headaches, could he perhaps exert psychological influence? Like taming a ferocious beast, could he gradually dull its claws by providing what it desires, steering its direction? This idea sent a chill through Chusi. Though he appeared fragile and harmless, his mind was calculating how to control a tyrant wielding life and death. Should this intent be revealed, it would be a grave sin punishable by the annihilation of his entire clan. Ding! Triggered hidden side quest. Invisible Reigns. Quest description. Within 5 years, through medication, psychological suggestion, or other means, cause the target, Xia Yingwei, to gradually lose the ability for independent decision-making, transforming him into a puppet emperor subtly controlled by the host. Note: this plan may only commence once the target's trust in the host exceeds 20 points. Otherwise, it is easily detected, with grave consequences. Quest rewards: Advanced Pharmacology Knowledge Fragment X1, 10,000 points. Special title: The Puppet Master, Advanced Skill Box X1. Failure penalty: permanent partial restriction of system privileges. Significant increase in mission world difficulty. Quest hint: trust is the cornerstone of manipulation. Current trust level of target, Xia Yingwei, towards the host, 0, 3100. Chusi's fingers trembled slightly as he massaged. The system had audaciously assigned such a quest. This was no longer mere psychological suggestion, but a genuine means of drug control. Should he succeed in making Xia Yingwei entirely dependent on him, oblivious to it all, ensuring his survival for 5 years would be effortless. This notion was immensely tempting, simple, direct, and effective. For the sake of survival for this healthy body, to exact revenge on those who have wronged him, what harm is there in employing ruthless methods? Chusi was never a benevolent individual. Having been betrayed by his closest kin and left to perish in the snow, he had long since shattered the veil of tender compassion. Yet, when the phrase puppet emperor vividly materialized in his mind, Chusi was left with nothing but a chilling clarity. He was Chusi, the scion of the illustrious Chu family, a lineage steeped in scholarly tradition and aristocratic heritage. Even though his family had betrayed him, the ingrained ideals of a gentleman had not entirely vanished. Loyalty to the sovereign and devotion to the nation, the teachings he had absorbed since childhood, echoed in his thoughts. Manipulating power, controlling the monarch, and disrupting the governance were the actions of treacherous villains whose names are forever stained in the annals of history. Such deeds were even more contemptible than regicide, akin to the crimes of a national usurper. Moreover, could an emperor stripped of vigor and reduced to a mere pawn truly stabilize the beleaguered Qi dynasty? The watchful nobles, the generals wielding formidable armies, and the restless chiton in the north would pounce at the slightest sign of weakness in the imperial authority, resulting in a savage frenzy akin to wolves devouring a tiger. At that moment, the collapse of the realm would likely be swifter than the natural demise of Xia Yingwei. Chusi's mission would similarly falter. His desire transcended mere survival for Xia Yingwei. He yearned for the dynasty to maintain at least an outward semblance of stability, allowing Xia Yingwei to live a normal life for 5 years. The challenge was magnified manifold. Perhaps, aside from medication and control, there existed another path? A more arduous yet potentially reconcilable avenue? Chusi swiftly regained his composure. The system, which granted him a second chance, yet perpetually loomed with the threat of death, ostensibly issued tasks to rectify the realm and uphold stability. However, it merely provided objectives and rewards, never intervening in the process or offering moral guidance. It resembled a detached casino dealer, solely responsible for dealing cards and calculating chips, indifferent to whether the gamblers cheated or relied on luck, whether they won or lost. Even to the point of ruin, did the system genuinely care about the stability of the realm? Or was it merely exploiting various extreme scenarios to test or even cultivate its host? Chusi recalled his struggles on his deathbed in his previous life. The relatives who seemed to offer him hope, yet ultimately discarded him after their exhaustive use. The system bore a striking resemblance to those individuals. It offered convenience while laying temptations and traps, guiding the host toward a predetermined direction. Revenge fueled his will to survive. Yet he did not wish to transform into the very person he had once loathed on the path of vengeance. The system presented countless choices akin to numerous roads, leaving the path to be taken entirely up to the host. One must not be greedy. A flicker of determination glinted in Chusi's eyes. The system was a tool, a sword suspended above his head, but it must never become the master of his will. He would utilize the resources and information provided by the system, yet he would never blindly follow its every task, particularly those options that could drag him into an abyss. The journey ahead was fraught with peril, the system inscrutable. Yet he was no longer the frail scion of the Chu family who could only passively accept fate, whether for revenge or to genuinely seize control of his destiny. He must tread with greater caution and clarity in every step that lay ahead. The system's signposts were abundant, yet the path he chose must ensure his survival until the end, while still embodying the essence of Chusi. Had he not reached a desperate juncture, he would not even contemplate this side quest, no matter how alluring the reward, for the difficulty was exceedingly high. However, Chusi remained somewhat curious about this task. He immediately inquired within his mind, "System, what is Xia Yingwei's trust level in Gao Fu?" Querying, target individual, Xia Yingwei's trust level in Gao Fu, 17100. Chusi, is it true that even the chief eunuch, who has served closely for many years, has only a trust level of 17? A trust level of 3 points likely stemmed from his recent effective alleviation of headaches and today's seemingly loyal demeanor. Undeterred, he asked again, "Is the maximum trust level 100? "Yes, host. A score of 100 represents absolute trust, one that can entrust life and empire." Chusi fell silent. The difference between 3 and 20 might seem like a mere 17 points, yet in the eyes of someone as suspicious as Xia Yingwei, it was a monumental challenge. This task of invisible reins sounded enticing, yet was perilously distant and fraught with risk. Alas, he suppressed the flickering flames of ambition igniting within him. The path must be traversed step by step. The utmost priority remained stabilizing Xia Yingwei's condition, earning greater trust, and securing a space for survival. He redirected his focus to the massage at his fingertips. The effects of the basic massage technique were remarkable, and Xia Yingwei soon fell into a deep slumber. Observing the face that, even in sleep, could not conceal its ominous aura, Chusi silently hoped, "Xia Yingwei, may you live for many more days, and may I discover a path to fulfill my task without resorting to perilous measures." Chapter 20. Strategies for subduing the tyrant and gaining dominance in the court. As autumn deepened, with the sky high and clouds thin, it was the perfect season for hunting. Upon Xia Yingwei's command, the royal procession set forth in grand splendor from the palace to the royal hunting grounds on the outskirts of the capital. Banners fluttered and armor gleamed as the Imperial Guard cavalry led the way, followed by civil and military officials in a lengthy procession that stirred clouds of dust obscuring the sun. The emperor's carriage was a pinnacle of opulence, drawn by 16 purebred steeds, its gilded and jeweled adornments shimmering under the autumn sun, showcasing both supreme imperial authority and Xia Yingwei's unabashed indulgence in luxury. Chusi, favored as the emperor's specialist for headaches, naturally found himself among the entourage. He sat in a relatively comfortable official sedan chair, jostling along with the procession. Although this healthy body was no longer tormented by illness, the prolonged strain of the journey left him feeling somewhat dizzy and queasy. Midway, he had to summon the bearers to halt the chair and walk for a while to alleviate the discomfort. This repetitive cycle drew attention amidst the vast company. Once more, as he descended to walk, a spirited young general clad in smart attire rode up beside him, nimbly dismounting and greeting him with a respectful bow. His voice clear and vibrant. "Are you the esteemed Dr. Chu? I am Lin Feng, grandson of Marquis Lin Xiao, currently serving as the cavalry commander of the Yulin Guard." Chusnian paused and returned the greeting. "General Lin." He understood that this was the fruit of his risky rescue of Lin Xiao during the last palace banquet. Lin Feng's gesture was evidently a reciprocal sign of goodwill. With a straightforward disposition, Lin Feng observed Chusnian's pallid complexion and the sedan chair behind him, chuckling. "It seems Dr. Chu is not accustomed to riding in a sedan. This crisp autumn air is perfect for a gallant ride on horseback. If the physician does not refuse, I can certainly teach you to ride a horse, which is far preferable to languishing in a sedan chair." Indeed, Chu Sinian has long harbored the desire to learn horseback riding. In this era, the inability to ride a horse brings about numerous inconveniences, and accompanying a carriage, while always relegated to a sedan, is hardly dignified. Although he can swiftly acquire certain skills through the system, such as the previously rewarded basic massage technique, he is acutely aware that these skills, lacking a solid foundation, are not to be overly relied upon. Thus, having a willing teacher is truly a stroke of fortune. Therefore, I must extend my gratitude to General Lin. Chu Sinian, ever compliant, displayed an appropriate blend of appreciation and curiosity. Lin Feng, decisive in his actions, promptly selected a gentle mare for Chu Sinian and began teaching him from the very basics, recognizing the stirrup, grasping the reins, and controlling the horse. He taught with diligence and patience, while Chu Sinian learned with unwavering focus. However, despite improving his control over this new body, his coordination remained evidently lacking. Years of confinement in his previous life had deprived him of even the most rudimentary athletic instincts, rendering his movements clumsy and unfamiliar. He required Lin Feng's assistance to mount the horse, and his grip on the reins was awkward, causing the gentle mare to snort in impatience. This scene was naturally observed by the shadow guard assigned to monitor, who quickly reported it to the emperor. Xia Yingwei, reclining on a soft couch draped with white tiger fur, was resting with his eyes closed, his fingertips massaging his temples. As he listened to the shadow guard quietly recount the details of Chu Sinian learning to ride from Lin Feng, he slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of amusement dancing in his profound gaze. Unable to shoot arrows, and now requiring someone to teach him to ride? "My dear Chu, you are indeed quite delicate." He imagined the sight of Chu Sinian clumsily attempting to control the horse, finding it unexpectedly amusing. "Gao fu cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, should I offer some guidance to General Lin? Or perhaps summon Physician Chu back?" "There's no need. Let him be." Xia Yingwei waved his hand dismissively and closed his eyes once more. In his view, a trivial matter of a physician learning to ride and befriending a marquis's grandson was insignificant, hardly worthy of his attention. He even mused that it might do the young man some good to endure a few tumbles, perhaps leading him to understand who his true reliance should be. However, as the procession continued, Xia Yingwei found himself involuntarily replaying the scene described by the shadow guard. Lin Feng closely assisting Chu Sinian, correcting his movements hand in hand, their proximity unsettling him. A subtle displeasure began to brew within him. He had long regarded Chu Sinian as his own possession, a unique trinket capable of alleviating his suffering. Now, this trinket was being touched and taught by another, and even under the guise of normal instruction, a surge of possessiveness and irritation welled within him. This emotion arose abruptly and intensely, overshadowing a faint headache that had lingered. Why on earth is he learning to ride? He muttered. "Gao Fu, bring forth the steed." "Suri." Gao Fu was taken aback, but quickly complied. Soon, a magnificent, jet-black steed was led before the emperor. Xie Yingwei donned a sleek black riding outfit, accentuating his tall and statuesque form, with powerful arms and a slender waist. His fluid and vigorous motion as he mounted the horse exuded an amalgamation of imperial majesty and martial prowess. With a firm squeeze of his legs, the steed bolted forth like an arrow, heading directly towards the rear of the procession where Chusi stood. The black cloak billowed behind him, creating a rustling sound, as officials and soldiers instinctively moved aside to bow, their minds filled with uncertainty about the emperor's sudden arrival on horseback. Chusi was fully engrossed in listening to Lin Feng's guidance, striving to find his balance atop the horse when he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The once bustling crowd fell silent, an invisible pressure enveloping them. Instinctively, he looked up and was met with the sight of Xie Yingwei approaching on horseback, rapidly closing the distance. Why had the emperor come? Chusi hastily attempted to dismount and pay his respects. However, Xie Yingwei offered him no such opportunity. The black stallion maintained its speed as Xie Yingwei leaned forward, his long arm extending to securely grasp Chusi's waist. With formidable strength, he effortlessly lifted the startled Chusi from the saddle, leaving him momentarily dizzy before he found himself enveloped in a firm and warm embrace. Seated before Xie Yingwei on the same horse, his back pressed against the emperor's chest, and he could distinctly feel the powerful thrum of the man's heartbeat and the warmth radiating through the fabric. "Your Majesty," Chusi stammered, his voice trembling as he stiffened, his pale hair brushing against Xie Yingwei's chin, his expression one of bewilderment. What was happening? No side quests had emerged. Xie Yingwei maintained a firm grip on the reins with one hand, while the other secured Chusi's waist to prevent him from falling. Observing the panic-stricken expression of the man in his arms, a strange sense of irritation within him began to ease. Ignoring the myriad of astonished, reverent, and probing gazes surrounding them, he spoke in a tone imbued with an authoritative dominance, his warm breath grazing Chusi's ear. "What joy is there in learning from him? I am the finest teacher." Chusi's mind was a blank, utterly unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, now kneeling on one knee, buried his head low, his heart tumultuous with disbelief. The emperor's demeanor towards this physician appeared to transcend the ordinary relationship between ruler and healer. Xie Yingwei ceased further conversation, turned the horse, and galloped towards the front of the procession, all eyes upon them. In the wind, the faint scent of the sweet and medicinal aroma that lingered on Chusi wafted through the air, a fragrance born from his long hours of concocting ointments. As Xie Yingwei inhaled it, he found the persistent ache in his head alleviating somewhat. Instinctively, he tightened his embrace, completely enclosing the slender, aromatic form of Chusi within his domain. Chusi, rigid with tension, almost curled into Xie Yingwei's embrace. He had never even touched a horse in his previous life, and now he was sharing a mount for the first time, and with this unpredictable tyrant no less. The warmth and powerful heartbeat emanating from behind him made him feel as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Grasping the reins, Xie Yingwei thrust them into Chusi's hands, his tone imbued with a commanding force. Chusi's fingertips were icy, and they trembled slightly as they brushed against the coarse reins. "Your Majesty, my equestrian skills are rather lacking." What if? His voice tightened, for this was no docile steed. The consequences of losing control would be dire. He mentally calculated the repercussions. If Xie Yingwei were to fall and sustain injuries, his mission would be an utter failure, a grievous loss without recompense, and even without the system's punishment, his head would surely be on the line. "Fear not," Xie Yingwei scoffed, the tremors of his chest reverberating through Chusi's back. "I command you to try, and you shall try." What great accomplishments can be achieved by cowering all day? He found Chusi's cautious demeanor both amusing and somewhat exasperating. The minister, Chusi, still wished to refuse. "Rest assured," Xie Yingwei interrupted, the gravity of his voice laced with absolute confidence. "With me, you shall not fall. If this beast dares to disobey, I shall have my methods to deal with it." As he spoke, his arm encircled Chusi, seemingly casually resting over the hand gripping the reins, creating a semblance of half-surrounding control. If I ask you to lead, then lead you shall. I am curious to see where you can take it. Chusi understood that retreat was no longer an option. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to compose his nerves. Xiaoying's arrogance and desire for control were manifest at this moment. He was convinced he could master everything, including the spirited horse and the man in his embrace. Very well, since evasion was impossible, he would have to press on with determination. Chusi clenched his teeth silently, focusing intently, cautiously tightening his grip on the reins to sense the tension they conveyed. The stallion began to sense the shift in its handler, letting out an impatient snort and tossing its head. Steady now. The reins are not meant to be yanked with all your might, but rather to guide it in the right direction. A gentle tug will suffice. Xiaoying's deep voice resonated near his ear, the warmth of his breath brushing against it. Following his instructions, Chusi tentatively pulled on one side of the reins. The black horse, indeed, complied and slightly tilted its head, adjusting its course. A sense of relief washed over him. It seemed that as long as he did not overly provoke it, communication with the horse was possible. Xiaoying observed the pale strands of hair in front of him dancing in the wind. Perceiving the subtle transformation from Chusi's initial stiffness to his gradual attempts at control, a flicker of interest passing through his eyes. His confidence was undeniable, and he dared to allow Chusi to try. On one hand, he sought to uncover the minister's potential beyond his medical and perfumery skills, while on the other, it was a deeper test of his ability to tame and guide. To let a seemingly timid bird attempt to soar while holding the strings firmly in his own grasp was a gratifying sensation. It appears you are not entirely incapable of learning, Xiaoying remarked, his voice laced with a hint of languid amusement. Go, he commanded with a light shout, squeezing his legs against the horse's flanks, and the black steed immediately responded, breaking into a brisk trot. Chusi gapet, his body leaning back due to inertia and sinking completely into Xiaoying's embrace. The wind howled past his ears, and the scenery beneath him raced away. His heart pounded like a drum, compelling him to grip the reins tighter while instinctively leaning against the only support behind him. Xiaoying galloped forward, sensing the tension and reliance of the person in his arms, a deeper smile curving at the corners of his mouth. In the royal hunting grounds, banners fluttered in the breeze. Xiaoying deftly reined in his horse and dismounted, swiftly reaching out to half embrace, half assist Chusi down from the saddle. The moment he touched him, he felt the weightless figure in his arms. Upon landing, Chusi's steps were unsteady, resembling someone who had lost half their vitality from the jolting ride. His brow furrowed immediately, releasing his grip, his gaze sweeping over Chusi's pale face and frail form. His tone laced with unabashed disdain. How had you become so weak? You seem as if a gust of wind could topple you. I shall ensure you are properly nourished. In such a fragile state, how can you serve by my side? Or is it that the imperial kitchen dares to neglect the provisions for the fragrant, congealing palace? He clicked his tongue, as if regarding an unsatisfactory object. Though this remark appeared to express concern for Chusi's diet, it was in truth a means of asserting his own authority. Those who stood by Xiaoying, even if merely a lowly physician, were not to be disdained by others. After issuing his orders, he no longer glanced at Chusi and strode towards the center of the hunting grounds, his dark cloak billowing in the autumn wind, casting aside both his disdain and momentary concern. Once Xiaoying departed, Chusi exhaled quietly, rubbing his sore waist and chuckling bitterly to himself. It seemed that this healthy body was not infallible. At least when it came to horseback riding and archery, he truly lacked skill and interest. Observing that the crowd's attention was focused on the impending autumn hunt, he discreetly moved to a secluded corner of the viewing platform. Taking a seat and retrieving a small hand warmer he had prepared earlier to cradle in his arms. The warmth gradually dispelled some of the cold and discomfort. Chusi gazed at the distant scene of horses and people in a cacophony of excitement, silently wishing for the hunt to proceed smoothly and hoping that Xiaoying would not succumb to his condition at that moment. He simply sought to remain a quiet observer, wishing to peacefully endure the upcoming days. Chapter 22. Striving for dominance. After capturing the Tyrant, the royal hunting grounds were adorned with fluttering banners, and armored guards stood solemnly around, creating an atmosphere both dignified and deadly. Nobility and officials, both civil and military, were seated according to their ranks on the viewing platform, each holding their breath, their gazes fixed upon the dark figure atop the high dais. Xiaoyingui sat upright beneath the ornate canopy, his indifferent eyes sweeping over the dense crowd below, uttering little and casually gesturing for the ceremony to commence. The palace attendants proclaimed in loud voices, hastily performing a series of elaborate pre-hunting rituals. No one dared to show the slightest negligence, yet none were truly engrossed, their minds tethered to the will of their sovereign. Once the ritual concluded, Xiaoyingui did not announce the commencement of the hunt as was customary. Instead, he leisurely picked up a teacup, taking a sip before setting it down, a cold, playful smile curving his lips. "Bring forth the opening entertainment," he commanded, his voice low yet chilling, instantly freezing the atmosphere in the arena. A contingent of fierce guards escorted a group of ragged, stumbling figures into the center of the hunting grounds. The individuals present bore ashen faces and vacant gazes, as if their very souls had been extracted, clad in filthy prison garb. Each wore heavy iron chains shackled to their ankles, the chains terminating in massive iron balls that scraped harshly against the ground, producing a jarring sound. A chorus of suppressed gasps rose from the spectators. Many recognized these figures as the audacious traitors who had attempted to assassinate His Majesty months prior. Initially presumed to have met a gruesome end, they were instead imprisoned and brought forth for this spectacle. Xiaoyingui rose and approached the edge of the platform, his dark, dragon-embroidered cloak billowing in the wind. He gazed down upon the trembling prisoners, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter, as though observing mere ants. His voice, carried through the crisp autumn air, resonated with a cruel delight. "Noble ministers, before we commence the hunt, why not warm up a bit? These are the traitors deserving of 1,000 deaths, and today, I grant them an opportunity as well as a prize for you." He paused, sweeping his gaze over the varied expressions of his ministers, and continued slowly within this boundary. "You have the duration of a fragrant stick of incense. You may shoot at will. For each one you strike, I shall reward you with 1,000 taels of gold." 1,000 taels of gold. Such a bounty was indeed generous. Yet, not a single individual among the crowd displayed excitement. Instead, their faces turned pale, cold sweat beading upon their brows. This was not the hunting of beasts. It was the murder of living men, even though these were traitors. The sheer brutality of such an execution left many literati and some military officials, who prided themselves on their scholarly pursuits, feeling deeply uneasy and terrified. Upon hearing the decree, some prisoners collapsed entirely, while others emitted desperate wails. A few attempted to struggle, only to be brutally suppressed by the weight of their iron balls and the guard scabbards. They had become the most sanguinary offerings in this banquet of power. Xiaoyingui reveled in the crowd as response, relishing the fear that came with wielding the power over life and death. He reclined once more, lazily gesturing, "Commence." Yet, his order was met with hesitance, leaving the scene in a state of stalemate. Xiaoyingui's gaze turned icily cold. At last, a border general, eager to prove himself or perhaps accustomed to the battlefield's savagery, gritted his teeth and was the first to draw his bow. With a swift whoosh, the arrow flew forth, piercing the thigh of a prisoner with unerring accuracy. The prisoner shrieked and collapsed, blood instantly staining the parched, yellow grass. "Good. Note it down, reward him." Xiaoyingui clapped his hands, a smile spreading across his face. With the first act of violence committed, a second and a third soon followed. Spurred by the promise of reward and the unpredictable wrath of authority, more joined the fray in this gruesome hunt. The sounds of arrows slicing through the air, anguished cries, and the occasional cheers amalgamated into a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. On the observation platform, some noble women fainted from terror, while several officials turned pale. On the brink of retching, Chusi, seated in a secluded corner, averted his gaze from the horrific spectacle. One misstep could lead to a similar fate. The incense burned slowly, each moment stretching like an eternity. As the fragrant ash dissipated, the scene below lay in utter disarray, the stench of blood wafting through the air. The few surviving prisoners were grievously wounded, resembling terrified birds startled from their nests. Xiaoying appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself. He rose to his feet and casually took his powerful bow from the hands of a nearby guard. Without making a deliberate aim, he effortlessly knocked an arrow and gazed into the distance at a startled elk at the edge of the forest. With the bow drawn taut like a full moon, the arrow flew forth like a shooting star. A soft thud was heard as the arrow struck precisely into the elk's neck, which let out a mournful cry before stumbling a few paces and collapsing with a thud. "Your Majesty is a master archer." A chorus of exultation erupted, resonating with a sense of relief and profound reverence. Xiaoying smiled faintly, returning the bow to the guard, and proclaimed, "That was merely an opening act, my esteemed ministers. Indulge yourselves in the hunt. Today, the one who brings back the most bountiful catch shall receive a special reward from me." With his command, the waiting nobles, military leaders, and esteemed officials surged into the hunting grounds like a tidal wave, the sound of galloping hooves rising, stirring up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Xiaoying resumed his seat atop the platform, his gaze penetrating the horizon, as if the earlier display was just a trivial game. As for Chusi, he remained like a timid cat, incongruous amidst the fierce atmosphere surrounding him. After a while, Xiaoying had changed into a dark riding outfit. Seated majestically upon his jet-black steed, resembling the alpha wolf surveying its territory, poised to venture deeper into the woods in pursuit of the day's largest prey. Habitually, he cast a glance toward the corner of the viewing platform, his gaze lazily sweeping over Chusi. Just as he intended to look away, he noticed a young commander clad in a deep blue uniform striding toward Chusi. This was Zhao Ming, the second son of the Minister of War, who had performed admirably in last year's martial examinations and served in the Imperial Guards, marking him as a standout among the younger generation. Xiaoying recalled him. His archery skills were commendable, albeit accompanied by a hint of arrogance. Zhao Ming approached Chusi, exchanging a few words, his face adorned with a cheerful and somewhat curious smile. Having just dismounted, beads of sweat glistened on his brow as he casually slung his bow over his shoulder, extending a vividly colored peacock feather toward Chusi, its plumage shimmering like metal in the sunlight. Chusi paused, lifting his gaze. Perhaps it was the relief from the palace's oppressive atmosphere, or the gentle autumn sunlight, but the usual pallor on his face had faded slightly, and his light-colored eyes appeared translucent under the sun. He offered Zhao Ming a polite smile, shaking his head and refraining from accepting the feather, though his lips moved as if to express gratitude or explanation. Xiaoying's brow furrowed. Before him, Chusi had always maintained a demeanor of submission and timidity. When had he ever exhibited such relaxation or even gentleness? A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within him, mingled with a sense of offended possessiveness. First it was the forest breeze, and now it was Zhao Ming. Truly, he was rather popular. That was his person, a bird he had nurtured in the Ningxiang Palace, who allowed others to approach so freely and dare to display such a smile. Chapter 23. Strategies to Conquer the Tyrant. My power reaches the court. Xiaoying's expression darkened instantaneously, an oppressive aura radiating from him that rendered the guards and attendants beside him completely silent. He abruptly tugged on the reins, turning his horse's head, disregarding the impending hunt, and charged straight toward the corner of the viewing platform. The thunderous sound of hooves startled the two individuals engaged in conversation. Zhao Ming turned around to see His Majesty arriving in person, his expression shifting dramatically as he hurriedly knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Chusi quickly rose to his feet, the momentary ease on his face vanishing without a trace, replaced by his customary reverence as he bowed his head and said, "Your Majesty." Xiaoying reined in his horse, the steed's hooves anxiously stamping the ground. From his elevated position, his gaze cut through the kneeling Zhao Ming like a blade of ice, his voice frigid enough to freeze the very air. Zhao Ming, are you so idle? Is my imperial guard devoid of duties, that you find time to amuse my physician? I dare not. Zhao Ming stammered. I merely observed that Dr. Chu was alone, and merely what? Xie Yingwei interrupted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Do my people require your oversight? Return to your post at once. If I catch you neglecting your duties again, you can forfeit your life. Yes, I obey. Zhao Ming felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, daring not to cast another glance at Chu Xinyan, hastily retreating with a semblance of panic in his demeanor. After dealing with Zhao Ming, Xie Yingwei's piercing gaze fell upon Chu Xinyan, even colder and sharper. You seem quite unoccupied, still able to share laughter with others? A chill ran through Chu Xinyan. He recognized that Xie Yingwei was indeed angered, despite the inexplicability of such fury. He replied softly, I dare not. General Zhao was merely passing by and offered a greeting. Is a greeting necessitated by gifts? It appears I have been excessively lenient with you, allowing you to forget your own responsibilities. Suddenly, Xie Yingwei leaned forward, gripping Chu Xinyan's wrist with a firm grasp. Confused, Chu Xinyan thought perhaps the emperor's ailment had recurred. Your Majesty, Xie Yingwei ignored him entirely, commanding those around him, Today, as Hunt, Dr. Chu shall accompany us. Upon finishing his decree, he exerted force, intending to hoist Chu Xinyan onto the horse. However, halfway through the motion, he glimpsed the slender wrist, fragile as though it might snap, and halted. Considering the delicate nature of the man before him, he feared that a harsh pull might indeed cause injury. This thought flashed through his mind, accompanied by an irritation he himself could not fully comprehend. What a bother. In the next moment, Xie Yingwei altered his approach. He lowered himself, his arm encircling Chu Xinyan's waist, not in a rough manner, but with an irresistible strength that gently lifted him from the ground and placed him securely upon the saddle before him. The entire action was fluid and swift, embodying a martial prowess and control. Chu Xinyan felt a sudden tightening around his waist, his feet leaving the ground, and amidst a whirl of sensation, he found himself atop the horse, his back pressed against Xie Yingwei's solid, warm chest. This abrupt turn of events made his heart skip a beat, instinctively tensing his body. He was not so feeble as to require protection like a delicate flower. Yet the forceful yet careful manner of treatment was starkly different from the brutality he had anticipated, leaving him momentarily dazed. Steady yourself. Xie Yingwei's deep voice resonated above him, unmistakable in its command. No sooner had he spoken than he squeezed the horse's flank, charging forth like lightning into the hunting grounds. A powerful sensation of being propelled forward surged through him as the wind roared past his ears, the scenery blurring into a swift retreat of colors on either side. Initially, Chu Xinyan felt an unavoidable sense of tension and dizziness. Instinctively grasping the front of the saddle to shield himself from the biting autumn wind and the branches that swayed around him. He was accustomed to calculating and enduring, skilled in strategizing within confined spaces. Yet, this pure sense of speed and power, accompanied by an overwhelming loss of control, was an experience he had seldom encountered in both his lives. Relax, straighten your back, move with the horse's rhythm. Do not resist it. The more rigid you become, the more discomfort you will feel, came the voice of Xie Yingwei, mingling with the wind, exuding a calmness born from mastery. Perhaps it was the stabilizing presence of Xie Yingwei and his succinct directives that had an effect. Or perhaps it was the inherent stubbornness within Chu Xinyan that refused to yield entirely. He compelled himself to adjust his breathing, attempting to follow Xie Yingwei's guidance, gradually loosening his tense muscles to adapt to the galloping rhythm of the steed beneath him. Slowly, the initial dizziness and tension began to fade, and a peculiar sensation started to emerge. The swift wind, infused with the fresh scent of grass and trees, tousled his pale hair and dispersed some of the gloom that had settled in his heart. His vision widened, and the expanse of the world seemed to condense into the sheer freedom of riding. This was an experience he had never had during his long years confined to a sickbed, nor in his previous life amidst the intrigues of the Chu family. It was a feeling vibrant and full of life as tension. Xiaoying could perceive the transformation of the figure before him, from stiffness to a gradual relaxation, even beginning to subtly synchronize with the horse's gallop. Lowering his gaze, he caught sight of Chusi's slightly uplifted profile, those pale eyes, often marked by detachment or timidity, now reflected the dappled light filtering through the trees, revealing an almost novel focus. There was no forced smile, no ulterior calculations, merely a vivid immersion in the present moment of speed and sound. Xiaoying found a significant portion of his earlier displeasure dissipating, observing Chusi experience this unrestrained freedom, something he himself took for granted, yet which the other had likely never encountered. A subtle sense of satisfaction and desire to share quietly blossomed within him. The pride and arrogance that enveloped him were instincts forged in the crucible of bloodshed, yet at this moment, he inadvertently imparted a hint of wild vitality to the ever-quiet individual in his arms. Chusi still did not comprehend why Xiaoying had suddenly taken such an aggressive stance, but for the first time, he vaguely sensed that beneath the cold, hard exterior of the tyrant lay more than mere brutality and suspicion. This almost primal vitality and confidence in commanding everything were precisely what he had long been missing. A complex and ineffable emotion began to subtly spread within his heart, until the horse gradually slowed in search of prey. Chusi's tense body finally began to relax slightly. The dappled light in the forest and the gentle sound of hooves created a subtle yet tense atmosphere between the two. It was only then that Chusi became acutely aware that he was riding alongside the emperor, their postures intimately close. What a transgression this was, according to the rules of propriety. Yet, he quickly suppressed this thought. Xiaoying's intentions were beyond the bounds of conventional reasoning. He acted solely according to his own heart, never minding the rules. Chusi realized that he need only go along with him. Xiaoying, with one hand deftly controlling the reins, retrieved a robust bow that hung beside the saddle. Instead of nocking an arrow to aim at any prey, he presented it before Chusi. "Take it. Let me see how much you have improved since our last lesson." His tone bore an air of nonchalant authority. Chusi inwardly scoffed, recalling that their previous encounter in the Linda Hall had merely been a whimsical jest, hardly a proper lesson. If one brief session could yield significant progress, he might as well be deemed a prodigy. Nonetheless, he keenly sensed the subtle satisfaction in Xiaoying's voice, as if the monarch relished this role of instructor. With his wits intact, Chusi accepted the bow, still onerous in his grasp. Clumsily, he nocked an arrow, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to recapture the sensation of Xiaoying's guiding hand from their last encounter. He focused on a faintly swaying gray shadow amidst the distant underbrush, likely a wild hare. As he steadied his breath, poised to draw the bowstring taut, an unexpected pinch grazed his side, a teasing touch from a finger calloused yet gentle. Caught in concentration, the sudden playful intrusion jolted him, causing his hand to tremble. The bowstring twanged, and the arrow flew, tracing a feeble arc before landing several paces away, failing to strike even a blade of grass. Chusi, for the first time, turned to face Xiaoying, his pale eyes reflecting a blend of residual shock and a hint of incredulity. "Your Majesty," Xiaoying, upon witnessing this reaction, burst into hearty laughter that echoed through the woods, unabashed in its mirth. "Look at you, moving so slowly. Allow me to lend you a hand." It was evident that he took delight in this playful banter. With a resigned sigh, Chusi replied, a note of reluctant acquiescence in his tone, "Your Majesty, please refrain from further jesting." His words, laced with an uncharacteristic casualness, deviated from his usual deference. Xiaoying stifled his laughter, yet a glimmer of amusement lingered in his eyes. Regaining his composure, he instructed, "Very well, I shall not tease you further. Once more, but this time, take it seriously." Chusi turned back, raising the bow anew, his gaze sweeping the forest for another target. However, Xiaoying's attention did not follow the flight of the arrow. Instead, it settled upon Chusi's profile. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting dappled shadows upon his delicate, pale skin, while his long lashes drooped, his expression intent. Gradually, the smile faded from Xie Yingwei's face, replaced by a more contemplative demeanor. His earlier teasing had not been entirely intentional. So close, he detected the faint, mingled scents of medicinal herbs and a special ointment wafting from Chusi, momentarily disorienting him, causing his fingers to brush against the younger man's waist. He then observed Chusi, startled like a frightened hare, abruptly turning his head, his light-colored eyes wide with surprise, which prompted Xie Yingwei to chuckle once more. In that moment, he noticed Chusi, with seemingly feeble hands, struggling to draw the bow that was still too weighty for him, yet displaying a bit more poise than before. Xie Yingwei was acutely aware of the power in his bow, harboring no illusions that Chusi could hit anything. With a swift motion, the arrow was released. It lacked the requisite force, veering off course and grazing the trunk of a large tree. The wild hare in the forest was startled into a hasty retreat. Miraculously, the arrow lodged itself into the wood with a faint thud. Though it did not penetrate deeply, it remained steadfastly in place. Chusi was momentarily taken aback, then promptly turned to gaze up at Xie Yingwei, his face blossoming into a perfectly timed smile laced with admiration. Your Majesty's guidance is unparalleled. Were it not for your instruction, I would not have been able to draw the bow, let alone hit the tree. This flattery was not particularly masterful, bordering on hyperbole. Yet as Xie Yingwei listened and observed the brightness in the young physician's eyes, fueled by a mix of accomplishment and a hint of deference, he found it surprisingly pleasing. Having heard countless sycophancies, he had grown numb to them, but from this usually cautious young doctor, who rarely revealed his genuine emotions, it struck a chord. Well, there is some merit in your words. Xie Yingwei responded nonchalantly, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. He took back the bow and hung it in its original place. Then, with a tug on the reins, declared, "Let us depart. I shall escort you back. With your limited strength, should you shoot a few more times, you may find your arm unusable come tomorrow." The sound of hooves echoed once more. Xie Yingwei delivered Chusi to the corner of the viewing platform. His actions were not overly gentle, yet he refrained from further testing him. The moment Chusi's feet touched solid ground, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Standing on solid ground felt far more secure. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his voice to remind, "Your Majesty, the forest is cool. Should you feel unwell, please prioritize your health and refrain from overindulging in the hot." Xie Yingwei was about to turn his horse when he casually acknowledged the remark with a few noncommittal sounds, seemingly indifferent to whether he absorbed the advice. Before he urged the horse forward, kicking up dust as he plunged deeper into the hunting grounds with his guards. Chusi resumed his position, cradling the cool hand warmer, his gaze turning distant, though his mind raced with thoughts. The system's warning echoed in his ears. Xie Yingwei's headache would worsen, and relying solely on the numbing effects of the illusory dream flower and superficial massage was akin to quenching thirst with poison. He needed to swiftly discover a more effective remedy, whether from the ancient texts sought by Shui Fangzheng or by triggering new system tasks to acquire special items. Otherwise, should Xie Yingwei succumb to excruciating pain and lose control, it would be he standing so close who would bear the brunt of it. He could sense the myriad gazes upon him, a tapestry of shock, scrutiny, and envy. Riding alongside the emperor was a privilege unprecedented in the Deqi dynasty. Chusi felt no joy in this sudden favor, only a heightened sense of vigilance. This unexpected attention was akin to being roasted over an open flame, rendering him a target for the ire of many. As twilight descended, the sound of a long horn heralded the return of the hunting party. The camp erupted into a lively buzz as soldiers paraded various game, from deer and foxes to hares, and even a robust black bear, marking a bountiful harvest. Undoubtedly, Xie Yingwei's spoils were the most plentiful and formidable. He sat astride his horse, his dark riding attire dusted with remnants of earth and grass, adding an untamed allure to his presence. The courtiers gathered around, their voices rife with flattery. Xie Yingwei, evidently in high spirits, surprisingly displayed no sign of impatience as he ordered rewards to be dispensed according to merit. Chusi stood at the periphery of the crowd, quietly observing Xie Yingwei. who was surrounded by admirers. The golden hues of the setting sun cast a radiant glow upon him. He laughed heartily, exuding a sense of vigor, and the shadows of his earlier sternness were considerably softened by the exhilaration of the hunt. In that moment, he truly possessed an air of sovereign authority, a true son of the dragon, favored by the fortunes of the realm. Chusi found himself momentarily entranced, for the essence of fortune, though enigmatic, palpably coalesced around this tyrant. Chusi, a clear voice pierced through the clamor, accurately calling his name. Startled, Chusi snapped back to attention, realizing that Xie Yingwei was gazing at him. He hastily stepped forward, straightening his attire. "Your Majesty," with a lingering smile, Xie Yingwei remarked, "Today, your archery skills have notably improved and thus merit a reward." He gestured towards Gao Fu, who promptly presented a gilded Zeton wood box, intricately carved with auspicious clouds and mythical beasts, a clear indication of its considerable value. As Gao Fu prepared to offer the box to Chusi, Xie Yingwei suddenly commanded, "Come closer." Chusi complied, stepping forward to stand directly before Xie Yingwei, his mind swirling with confusion. How had he improved? It was merely a stroke of luck. Xie Yingwei leaned down, personally opening the lacquered box. Inside, lined with bright yellow satin, lay a jade bracelet. The bracelet, translucent and lustrous, boasted a rare, soft lavender hue, glimmering gently under the sunset-esque glow, reminiscent of the ethereal mist of blooming peach blossoms. "Extend your hand," Xie Yingwei instructed. After a moment's hesitation, Chusi extended his left hand. Xie Yingwei retrieved the lavender jade bracelet, his cool fingertips brushing against Chusi's wrist. His movements were not particularly delicate, yet he was remarkably focused as he slid the bracelet onto Chusi's wrist. The size was perfect. The cool touch against his skin harmonized unexpectedly well with his pale wrist. Quite nice," Xie Yingwei remarked, inspecting the bracelet with evident satisfaction. "This lavender jade is a rare tribute from the southern borders, and it seems to suit you perfectly." His tone was calm. It resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Instantly, silence enveloped the surroundings, all gazes fixated upon the delicate lavender hue adorning Chusi's wrist. Astonishment, envy, and disbelief rippled through the crowd. How could His Majesty personally adorn a mere medical officer with a bracelet? Such favor was unprecedented, though previous rewards had been plentiful. The personal touch from Emperor held a vastly different significance. This gesture transcended ordinary monarch-subject relations, imbued with an ineffable intimacy and possessiveness. Chusi felt the weight of the bracelet upon his wrist, as if it bore the burden of 1,000 gazes. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he quickly lowered his eyelashes, concealing the tumult of emotions within his eyes, and bowed in gratitude. "I humbly thank your Majesty for this generous reward." Yet inwardly, he mused, Xie Yingwei's temperament is truly elusive. When in good spirits, he behaves like a normal person, though this normal is astonishingly extraordinary. Xie Yingwei, having received the gift, turned his attention away, continuing with the matters of bestowing rewards as if he had merely performed a trivial act. As night descended, a colossal bonfire blazed in the center of the hunting grounds, its flickering flames casting a glow upon the diverse expressions of the gathered assembly. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, mingling with the clinking of wine bowls and the rising cacophony of voices. Chusi sat in the seat allocated to him, his wrist conspicuously bare. The rare item bestowed upon him by the tyrant required careful preservation. He sipped his warm water, feeling dissonant amidst the surrounding clamor, while his thoughts drifted far away. At that moment, he heard a soft call from behind. "Dr. Chu." Turning, he encountered an unfamiliar maidservant, whose anxious demeanor compelled her to whisper urgently, "Your Majesty is suffering from a severe headache and is urgently seeking you within the tent. Please follow me swiftly." A jolt of apprehension coursed through Chusi, for he knew that Xie Yingwei's headaches were of utmost importance. He immediately rose and said, "Lead the way." The maidservant turned and hastened onward. Initially, Chusi did not sense any irregularity, but after a few steps, he became acutely aware of a subtle discrepancy. Despite her apparent urgency, The maid's pace was too steady, her breathing too even, unlike the usual panic exhibited by palace attendants in the face of the emperor's affliction. Furthermore, the path she chose seemed increasingly divergent from the core area of the emperor's tent, veering towards the more secluded edges of the encampment. Maintaining a gentle smile, Chusi slowed his steps and inquired casually, "Sister, you seem unfamiliar. What do you serve? How is His Majesty faring? Has he taken any emergency remedies?" The maidservant hesitated, her body tensing as she responded without turning her head, "I have recently been assigned to serve in the enclosure." His Majesty expressed intense pain, repeatedly calling your name, and the remedies have proven ineffective. This statement was riddled with inconsistencies. What manner of person was Xia Yingwei that in the throes of his ailment, he would so easily reveal his vulnerability to an outsider, even calling out his name? A cold smile crept into Chusi's heart, his gaze turning icy. He was nearly certain this was a trap. At the moment Chusi halted, preparing to call out for help, the maidservant, as if possessing eyes in the back of her head, abruptly turned and struck with lightning speed. He felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, his throat constricted as if blocked, rendering him voiceless and immobile. Acupoint ceiling. Indeed, this maid possessed martial prowess. A glint of triumph flickered in her gaze as she swiftly restrained the incapacitated Chusi and dragged him toward the nearby, abandoned storage tent. Panic surged within him, yet his mind remained unusually clear. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a small stone on the ground and summoned every last ounce of strength. Discreetly flicking it with his toe, the stone struck an empty wine jar nearby with a sharp sound. Lin Feng, engaged in jovial conversation with his colleagues, instinctively looked up upon hearing the noise, just in time to witness Chusi being half-supported, half-dragged into the secluded tent by the maidservant. His brow immediately furrowed in concern. How could Dr. Chu be going there? As a favored confidant of the emperor, should he not be on constant alert for the emperor's headaches? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng excused himself to his colleagues, securing the dagger at his waist and striding purposefully in the direction of the sound. Simultaneously, a haunting melody from a flute echoed from an unknown corner of the encampment, blending softly with the raucous festivities of the bonfire gathering, largely unnoticed by the revelers. In Chapter 26, after strategizing against the Tyrant, a hold power over the court, within the confines of Xia Yingwei's dragon tent, the coal fire blazed fiercely. Yet could not dispel the shadow of gloom that lingered in his brow. He pressed his fingers against his temples, the familiar, excruciating ache surging anew, more intense than before. Hallucinations began to manifest. The wails of vengeful spirits intertwined with the gory scenes of battle flashed before his eyes. Agitation and fury churned within him like molten lava. Crash! He violently swept a wine cup from the table, shards and liquid scattering across the floor. He bellowed, "Where's Chusi? Bring him here at once." The palace attendants within the tent trembled, collapsing to the ground in fear. Just then, Lin Feng's urgent voice pierced through from outside. "Your Majesty, Physician Chu is in trouble. An assassin has infiltrated the camp." This exclamation struck like thunder, shattering the din of the encampment. The alarm horns blared immediately, plunging the entire area into a state of lockdown as guards rushed about, the clatter of armor ringing in the air. Xia Yingwei sprang to his feet, the intense pain momentarily darkening his vision, yet his stance remained steadfast. The anguish in his eyes was swiftly replaced by a more terrifying malice and murderous intent. An assassin? Their target is Chusi? No, this is clearly aimed at him. A chilling laugh escaped Xia Yingwei's lips, devoid of any semblance of panic. Instead, it radiated with the raw fury and cruelty of one who had been affronted. "Ah, how splendid! I have been seeking an outlet for my frustrations, and here comes a fool unafraid of death." He seized the powerful bow hanging in the tent and gathered a quiver of arrows, preparing to charge out. "Your Majesty, it is dangerous. Please retreat to a safer location." The leader of the Shadow Pavilion interjected, attempting to block his path. "Stand azide." Xia Yingwei snapped, his headache fueling his rage. "I shall see who dares to burden their neck with such weight." At this moment, his head throbbed excruciatingly, his reason teetering on the brink of collapse. And yet someone had the audacity to provoke him. They would not escape unscathed. Lin Feng's urgent report from outside rang out. Your Majesty, I have ordered all exits sealed. The intruder must still be within the encampment. Xia Yinggui's gaze turned crimson, his murderous intent nearly palpable, his voice icy as steel. Search. Scour every inch, alive or dead. I demand to see them. Within the cold, cluttered tent, the air was thick with dust and mildew. Chusi found himself immobilized by the maidservant, helplessly witnessing the unfolding scene. Yilu emerged from behind a pile of tattered canvas, his body cloaked in dirt and dead leaves for concealment. Yet the hatred and madness burning in his loin were more fearsome than any blade. He fixed his gaze on Chusi, akin to a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey. Aina, what are you waiting for? Yilu voice rasped with urgency. Finish off this pretty-faced physician. Xia Yingui, without the precious remedy to alleviate his relentless headache, is bound to be thrown into chaos, his pain reaching a crescendo. This presents the most opportune moment for us to eliminate him. At this juncture, the maid named Aina has cast aside her facade, revealing a strikingly defined visage imbued with the spirit of the steppes, her brow furrowed in distress. General, you must not. The Khan's command is to rescue you at all costs, not to embark on a perilous quest for revenge. Slaying this physician will create too much commotion. Can we truly escape? Escape? Yi Lixiong sneered, his scarred visage contorting further. To flee like a stray dog? I, Yi Lixiong, will not swallow this indignity. The humiliation of the palace banquet, the vengeance for severed tendons and blinded eyes, I must repay. If Xia Yingui remains alive, he will one day become a grave threat to the Khan. Aina, you have already achieved great merit by luring him here. Now assist me in slaying this wretched emperor, and I shall commend you to the Khan upon our return. You have lost your senses. Xia Yingui is surrounded by a formidable guard, even if his malady strikes. We cannot easily seize him. Our mission is to rescue you, not to court death. While we remain undetected, follow me. Aina's voice dropped, her tone stern. Leave if you wish. I, Yi Lixiong, will bite off a piece of flesh from Xia Yingui, even in death. This physician must perish, he declared, advancing upon the immobilized Chusi. Chusi felt a chill in his heart, his mind racing. He cannot die here. As Yi Lixiong approached, he desperately attempted to break free. But it was futile. In this moment of impending doom, Aina sprang into action, but not to attack Chusi. Instead, she swiftly seized Yi Lixiong's wrist. Yi Lixiong, I cannot allow you to ruin our grand scheme. The two engaged in a fierce struggle within the confines of the tent, wrestling over whether or not to kill Chusi. Although Yi Lixiong's strength had waned due to his injuries, his vast combat experience rendered him a formidable opponent, while Aina, agile and evidently well-trained, matched his ferocity. For a time, they remained locked in a stalemate. Chusi seized this moment to regulate his breathing, seeking a sliver of hope. However, their muffled quarrel and combat soon attracted attention. Outside, hurried and synchronized footsteps echoed, accompanied by the clanking of armor and distant commands to search. Oh no, we have been compromised. We must flee. Aina's expression shifted dramatically as she forcefully shoved Yi Lixiong aside, disregarding her intent to kill Chusi. Yi Lixiong, aware of their exposure, realized they had no time to lose. He cast a resentful glare at Chusi, loath to let him go, but survival instincts prevailed. Exchanging a silent understanding with Aina, they resolved to break through first. Aina seized Chusi, using him as both a hostage and shield as they charged towards the tent's exit. Just then, with a swift slice, a shiny dagger cut a large opening in the canvas from the outside. Lin Feng, leading a cadre of elite guards, surged into the tent like a divine force. Rebels, release physician Chusi. Seeing her escape route blocked, Aina's eyes flashed with determination. She thrust Chusi towards Yi Lixiong and, with a swift twist, darted through the torn opening like a wily cat. Chaos erupted outside the tent. Aina, utilizing her remarkable agility in the cover of night, swiftly navigated between the tents in a desperate attempt to escape. "Your Majesty, the assassin is fleeing to the west," a guard shouted. At that moment, Xiaoyingwei stood on a slight rise, wielding a powerful bow. A fierce headache clouded his vision, but the sound of the flute and the presence of the assassin ignited an inherent ferocity within him. His face was as pale as parchment, his lips pressed tightly together. Yet his eyes were a profound abyss, swirling with an overwhelming intent to kill, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike its prey, eerily calm. He heard the guard's call and spotted the slender figure darting between the tents. It was the woman disguised as a maid. "Protect His Majesty." The shadow guards attempted to encircle him. "Everyone, get away from me," Xiaoyingwei growled, pushing aside the guards. He did not seek protection. He craved the slaughter to quell the tempest raging within his mind and heart. Knocking an arrow, he drew the bowstring back smoothly and steadily, as if the excruciating pain that plagued him did not exist. The bowstring was drawn to its full crescent, muscles taut. His gaze fixated on the figure that continually changed direction, seeking refuge in the shadows of the tents. Aina sensed the icy, piercing gaze behind her. It was the breath of death. Panic surged within her as she propelled herself to the side, leaping behind a stack of wooden debris as she took flight. In that fleeting moment of weightlessness, whoosh, an arrow, sharp as a wolf's tooth, tore through the air with a chilling shriek, pursuing her with unerring precision at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Thud! The arrow pierced through her body. The immense force sent Aina crashing into a sturdy log she had intended to use as cover, the arrowhead embedding itself deep within her, pinning her aloft. Aina's body convulsed violently, her eyes wide with disbelief, filled with terror and despair, as blood rapidly stained the front of her garment, flowing down the log. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. Her head tilted, and she succumbed to death on the spot. The cacophony of the camp fell silent in that instant. All who witnessed the scene, guards and officials alike, felt a chill surge from their feet to the crown of their heads. Xiaoyingwei slowly lowered his bow, his expression impassive as he regarded the female assassin pinned to the log. The night wind rustled his dark robe, and he stood there, with a mere gesture capable of commanding life and death. The headache continued to torment him, yet his gaze was colder and more sinister than the autumn night breeze. "There is another. Bring him to me," he declared, his voice icy as a tolling death knell. Chapter 27. After outmaneuvering the tyrant, I held power over the court. As all attention was drawn to Aina, impaled upon the log, another commotion erupted from the cluttered tent. "Do not move, otherwise I shall crush his neck this instant." A hoarse, menacing roar resounded. Emerging from the shadows of the torn tent, Yel Xiong held Chusnian's neck tightly in his robust grip, stepping forward with determined strides. Chusnian's complexion flushed with the lack of oxygen, as he futilely endeavored to pry apart Yelu Xiong's iron-like arms, his eyes filled with frustration. Possessing a robust physique, yet lacking even a modicum of martial prowess, he felt utterly powerless to resist in such dire straits. Although Yelu Xiong's tendons had been severed, rendering him incapable of fine movements or wielding a weapon, the intense hatred that had driven him over the years had led to a frenzied cultivation of his arm strength. In this moment, his muscular arms were astonishingly powerful. Merely the pressure of his biceps made it difficult for Chusnian to breathe, the bones in his neck creaking under strain. The threat of being crushed was no mere jest. His one eye, bloodshot with fury, swept across the encircling guards, blades drawn, ultimately settling on the distant figure cloaked in dark hues, bow at the ready. He recognized that escaping unscathed today was but a foolish dream. Yet even in death, he yearned to take someone down with him, to ensure that Xiaoyingwei would not find satisfaction. "Dog Emperor," Yelu Xiong shouted, his voice piercing the stillness of the night. "It appears this little physician holds great significance for you, compelling even a cold-blooded butcher like you to pursue him personally." Xiaoyingwei stood tall upon the heights, his figure as erect as a pine, the bow in his hand still half raised, the arrowhead glinting ominously in the flickering light. His expression was devoid of emotion, Not a flicker of his gaze betrayed any agitation, save for the deepening frown etched by the pain in his head. In response, Xie Yingwei let out a derisive snort, his tone icy and devoid of feeling. He is merely a trifle with a rudimentary understanding of medicine. I am never sure of attendance. His words dripped with disdain, reducing Chusnian to something disposable. Yilu Xiong erupted into a frenzied laughter. Not important? Then why do you keep him by your side? Why ride together? Why adorn him with bracelets? Xie Yingwei, you are deceiving a fool. His arms tightened abruptly, causing Chusnian to emit a stifled groan, his complexion shifting from red to pale. Release him, and I can grant you a swift end. Xie Yingwei's voice remained steady. Yet those who knew him could discern the tempest brewing beneath his calm exterior. Swift end? Yilu Xiong spat. I demand you let me go now. Otherwise, I shall drag your insignificant little physician to hell with me. You will suffer from your headaches without remedy. He was gambling, wagering on Chusnian's worth in Xie Yingwei's eyes, hoping that this individual who could alleviate Xie Yingwei's affliction would merit leniency. Xie Yingwei remained silent, slowly raising his bow, the tip of the wolf-tooth arrow precisely aimed at Yilu Xiong's brow, or rather, at both Yilu Xiong and Chusnian, who was trapped in his grasp. Chusnian could acutely sense the chilling intent of the arrow. He had no doubt that, with Xie Yingwei's formidable bow and his impeccable marksmanship, that single arrow could pierce through both their skulls, skewering them like candied fruit on a stick. The specter of death had never loomed so close. Do you think that by holding a physician I can easily discard, you can threaten me? Xie Yingwei spoke slowly, each word falling like icy droplets, his gaze fierce and unyielding, locking onto Yilu Xiong. I have declared, no one can threaten me. The tension in the atmosphere reached a breaking point, the air itself seemingly frozen. All the guards held their breath as Lin Feng tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, perspiration pooling in his palms. Yilu Xiong's solitary eye fixated intently on the fingers of Xie Yingwei poised upon the bowstring, his heart pounding like a drum. He was wagering his life. As the seconds slipped away, Xie Yingwei maintained his aim, resembling a frigid statue. Chusi could even hear the rush of his own blood and the heavy, anxious breaths of Yilu Xiong. His heart sank into despair. Gazing at Xie Yingwei, who was drawing the bow not far away, Chusi's mind was lucid. He did not believe that Xie Yingwei would save him. He understood Xie Yingwei all too well, his ferocity, his paranoia, and his deep-seated imperial pride that would not tolerate the slightest provocation. This emperor's arrogance was etched into his very being. Yilu Xiong had once humiliated him, dragging him behind a horse, a deep-seated shame engraved in his soul. How could Xie Yingwei bow before his most despised enemy for the sake of a trivial physician? His pride eclipsed everything, even Chusi's life. Chusi had no doubt that the moment Xie Yingwei's fingers relaxed, he and Yilu Xiong would be pinned to the ground like prey by an overwhelming force. This was the essence of Xie Yingwei, the tyrant who had risen from a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, fratricide, and city slaughter. He closed his eyes, awaiting the moment the arrow would pierce his throat. Finally, after an excruciatingly long standoff, Xie Yingwei's fingers on the bowstring imperceptibly loosened. Gradually, his arm descended, and he lowered the formidable bow, radiating lethal intent. His countenance was so dark it seemed it could drip water, and the low pressure surrounding him caused the temperature to drop several degrees. He spoke not a word, yet the act of relinquishing the bow signified his capitulation. Yilu Xiong was initially taken aback, but then erupted into a more manic and triumphant laughter, his mirth laced with vengeful delight. Ha! Xie Yingwei, look at you now. Who would have thought that this unfeeling villain, who has committed fratricide and annihilated entire cities, would actually bow to a mere physician? Truly a farce of epic proportions. As he cackled, he cautiously retreated, keeping Chusi firmly in his grasp. The encircling guards shifted with him, yet none dared to advance, fearful of the consequences. Clear the way. Prepare a swift steed, Yilu Xiong commanded sharply. The guards turned to Xie Yingwei. He pressed his lips together, jaw clenched, and finally waved his hand in frustration. The guards parted to create a path, and a horse was brought forth. Xiong roughly dragged Chusi into the side of the horse, using the remnants of his strength and his teeth to bind Chusi's hands behind his back. He then mounted the horse, imprisoning Chusi before him. Dog Emperor, I, Xiong, shall remember this humiliation. One day, I shall repay it 100-fold. With a fierce declaration, he spurred the horse forward, galloping toward the densely wooded area at the edge of the encirclement that had not been fully sealed off. Your Majesty, shall we shoot? A general inquired anxiously. Silence. Xiangwei barked, his gaze slicing through the archers who were eager to act. Whoever dares to harm him, I shall annihilate his entire clan. The crowd, struck with terror, dared not move, left to watch as Xiong vanished into the darkened forest with Chusi in tow. Xiangwei stood rooted in place, his chest heaving not from exhaustion, but from an intense fury and a sense of impatience he was reluctant to acknowledge. No one could threaten him. That was his unwavering boundary. Equally, no one could seize what rightfully belonged to him, regardless of its value. He raised his finger to his mouth and let out a piercing, elongated whistle. As the sound echoed, a magnificent steed, entirely black with a lustrous sheen, save for its 4 snow-white hooves, burst forth from the throng like a phantom of the night, racing towards Xiangwei with a neigh that resonated through the air. It was his beloved horse, Zhuri. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiangwei grasped the saddle and mounted with agile grace. He scarcely cast a glance at anyone else before pulling the reins. Understanding its master's intent, Zhuri reared up and released a thunderous neigh, transforming into a streak of black lightning, galloping swiftly in pursuit of Xiong and Chusi. The night wind, imbued with an air of menace, swept around Xiangwei's dark cloak as he leaned low against the horse's back, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, fixated on the endless darkness ahead. The headache still clung to him like a shadow, yet was momentarily subdued by a more potent instinct for the hunt and an unyielding possessiveness. He had declared that no one could threaten him, but even more so, no one could take from him what was his. Chapter 28. After subduing the tyrant, I hold power over the realm. The jarring sensation of the gallop coursed through him, each hoofbeat jostling Chusi's insides. He was pinned against the saddle, Xiong's robust arm encircling his waist like an iron band, preventing him from falling and stifling most of his attempts to resist. The night wind howled past his cheeks, carrying with it the unique dampness and scent of decaying leaves from the forest. The acupoints that had been struck were slowly regaining sensation, sending waves of discomfort through him, yet he was far from being able to move freely. A chill enveloped Chusi's heart. He felt the reckless speed of their flight and absurdly pondered that he might never wish to learn to ride again, all while rapidly devising an escape plan. Xiong harbored an intense hatred for Xiangwei, and he would show no mercy to the physician who could alleviate Xiangwei's suffering. The best outcome of falling into Xiong's hands would be immediate death. The worst would be being taken back to Khitan, subjected to severe torture to extract everything he knew about Xiangwei and Qi, a fate worse than death itself. Even if a miracle allowed him to escape back to the Qi, Xiangwei's suspicious and violent nature would ensure he would never trust him again, inevitably suspecting him of having turned into a spy for Khitan. At that point, his fate would likely be no better than dying at Xiong's hands. Therefore, he must save himself. He could not place his hopes on that unpredictable tyrant, even if he had just laid down his bow on his behalf. Xiangwei is a madman. His actions defy all rational understanding. The intense jolting and the looming threat of death, akin to being doused with icy water, swiftly brought Chusi into a state of calm. This was an ability he had honed through countless afflictions and familial intrigues in his previous life. In moments of dire peril, his mind became increasingly clear and unclouded, as if his soul had detached itself, observing his predicament with a cold detachment while searching for the faintest glimmer of hope. At that moment, he felt transported back to the frigid room where he had perished, surrounded by the despairing chill, yet his mind remained remarkably lucid. He discreetly assessed his situation. Xiong, in his efforts to control the horses and divert his attention, created a disarray. The horses galloped wildly through the uneven forest, inherently unstable. His hands, bound behind him, throbbed painfully from the coarse ropes, but in such violent upheaval, was there a chance for the ropes to loosen? Just then, Yelv Xiong, straining to manage the horses, erupted into derisive laughter, his voice fragmented by the jolts, filled with a sense of vindictive delight and twisted exhilaration. Ha! Xia Ingwei, you dog emperor, did you ever imagine this day would come? Watching your people being taken by me, that delicate little physician of yours. How long do you think he can withstand the tortures of my chitin? Or should I simply snap his neck and send his head back to you? Ha ha! He not only humiliated Xia Ingwei, but also tormented Chusnian with his vile words. Pretty boy, don't hold your breath waiting for your emperor to save you. That cold-blooded monster would never risk himself for you. Just come back to the grasslands with me, and I'll treat you well. Chusnian ignored his vile taunts, concentrating entirely on his bound hands behind him. He cautiously moved his wrists, leveraging each jolt and turn of the horse to subtly adjust the angle of his bindings, searching for the knot or any weak point in the rope. This was an exceedingly perilous maneuver. A moment's inattention could alert Yelv Xiong, or a loss of balance could send him tumbling from the horse, resulting in either death or severe injury at such high speeds. Yet he had no alternative. As he focused intently on his wrists, a more audacious thought flickered through his mind. He carefully confirmed with the tip of his tongue that a shard of sharp metal, barely the length of his pinky, was hidden in the side of his jaw. Earlier, when he had been pushed aside by a maid named Aina and collided with the tent support, he had fallen and, in a moment of panic, had held onto a piece of debris that had fallen to the ground without spitting it out. A blade, though small, it might be his opportunity. He had to await the perfect moment. Yelv Xiong, seeing Chusnian's lack of response, presumed he was stunned with fear and unleashed even more vile curses, his attention primarily on navigating the direction and controlling the horses. Just then, the horse, attempting to avoid a tangle of roots ahead, suddenly veered sharply. The jolting intensified dramatically. Now was the moment. Taking advantage of Yelv Xiong's slight lean as the horse turned, Chusnian summoned every ounce of his remaining strength and abruptly thrust his head back, crashing the back of his skull forcefully into Yelv Xiong's face. Yelv Xiong was taken unawares as his nose bridge was struck. A sudden wave of pain washed over him, and darkness clouded his vision, his single eye filled with fury and disbelief. He never anticipated that this little medical officer, who had always appeared as a lamb led to slaughter, would dare to resist. Almost simultaneously, Chusi pressed the blade hidden in his mouth to his lips with his tongue, tilting his head back in a desperate attempt to cut Yelv Xiong's arm that was pinned against his waist. He did not need to sever it, only to inflict pain and create a distraction. Yelv Xiong winced in pain, his arm instinctively loosening for a fleeting moment. It was in that instant Chusi felt the restraining force around his waist diminish drastically. Seizing this critical opportunity, he exerted every ounce of strength to roll violently to the side of the horse. He would rather risk falling than be taken a chitin, a death wish. Yelv Xiong was utterly enraged. His reflexes were astoundingly quick. Though the tendons in his hand were severed, the remaining strength in his arms and legs was still formidable. Just as Chusi body was about to plummet to the ground, Yelv Xiong let out a furious roar, leveraging his core and leg strength to kick off the stirrup, propelling himself into the air in a half-twist, his uninjured leg sweeping towards Chusi like a steel whip. If that kick landed, it would surely shatter Chusi ribs and rupture his organs, killing him instantly. In mid-air, with no leverage, Chusi could only watch helplessly as the lethal leg swept towards him, his pupils constricting. He had underestimated the desperate counterattack of a battle-hardened beast cornered to the brink of death. In that life-and-death moment, whoosh, a wolf-tooth arrow shot forth like black lightning from the dense forest behind, piercing through the night. The arrow flew with unparalleled speed and an exquisitely sharp angle. It did not aim at Yelv Xiong's body, but precisely struck the knee pit of the leg that was about to kick Chusi, powerful enough to tear through everything. Crack! The sound of splintering bone was distinctly audible. Yelv Xiong let out a heart-wrenching wail. His airborne body lost its balance, and the deadly kick naturally missed its target. He fell heavily from the horse like a marionette with severed strings, clutching his ruined knee and howling in agony. Meanwhile, under the interference of Yalu Xiong's loss of balance due to the arrow, Chusi Nian's descent also altered, no longer plummeting straight down onto the hard ground, but rolling diagonally toward a densely vegetated slope. All of this transpired in a heartbeat, from Chusi Nian's resistance to Yalu Xiong being struck by the arrow. In the next moment, a black whirlwind descended. It was Xiang Wei, crouched on horseback. His gaze was as cold as ancient ice. He did not even glance at the howling Yalu Xiong, his eyes locked solely on the pale figure tumbling down the steep slope. Just as Chu Xinyan was about to be engulfed by the rocks and thickets below, Xiang Wei lunged forward from his galloping horse, reaching out to grasp Chu Xinyan's arm, which was bound behind him, pulling him back from the brink of disaster. However, the momentum of the high-speed gallop combined with the steep slope rendered this maneuver perilous. In pursuit of Chu Xianyan, Xiang Wei's center of gravity shifted precariously. The moment he hoisted Chu Xianyan onto the horse's back, the steed's forehooves struck a loose stone, causing the horse to lurch violently. With a resounding thud, Xiang Wei was thrown to the ground, and both men tumbled down the steep slope together. In a desperate bid to protect Chu Xianyan, Xiang Wei clutched him tightly, absorbing the brunt of the impact with his own back. Jagged rocks and splintered branches scraped against his body, producing a series of dull thuds. "Your Majesty, Dr. Chu," Lin Feng, accompanied by the guards, finally arrived, witnessing this heart-stopping scene, their hearts gripped by terror as they rushed down the steep incline to render aid. The tumultuous descent eventually came to a halt amidst a patch of softer grass. Xiang Wei let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his immediate concern was for Chu Xianyan cradled in his arms. Protected by Xiang Wei, Chu Xianyan appeared relatively unscathed apart from some abrasions and an overall disheveled appearance. However, his complexion was as pale as parchment, his lips stained crimson from the blade he had bitten down on, which had lacerated the interior of his mouth during the chaotic tumble. His eyes fluttered open, gaze unfocused, as if he had yet to fully comprehend the series of events that had just transpired. He sensed a firm grip on his arm, the pressure intense. Raising his gaze, he met Xiang Wei's eyes, which were imbued with lingering malice and tension, mere inches away. The fear of having narrowly escaped death, the metallic tang of blood in his mouth, and the sight of the tyrant who had saved him, yet also placed him in peril, converged into a tumult of emotions. He parted his lips, blood trickling down to stain Xiang Wei's dark attire. Summoning his last vestige of strength, he grasped Xiang Wei's wrist with a frigid touch. His voice faint yet clear, echoing in Xiang Wei's ears. "Your Majesty, I do not wish to die." Before he could finish, his eyelids grew heavy, the taut nerves within him suddenly slackening. A wave of dizziness and weakness engulfed him, and his head tilted, succumbing entirely to unconsciousness within Xiang Wei's embrace. Cradling the unconscious Chu Xianyan, whose lips were stained with blood, Xiang Wei felt the chill of his fingers still gripping his wrist. The desperate plea to survive resonated in his heart, replacing the surging wrath and murderous intent with an unexpected complexity of emotions. He pressed his lips together, lifting his gaze to Lin Feng and the others who hastily approached, suppressing his pain as he commanded, "Return to the camp." Quickly. The startling turn of events, the Emperor's fall from the horse while rescuing Dr. Chu, spread like wildfire, plunging the entire camp into a paralyzing silence of panic. Every attendant, from lords to servants, was seized by fear. The imperial carriage and guard set off post-haste back to the palace, the sounds of hooves and wheels shattering the autumn night stillness. Within the palace, candlelight flickered throughout the night, illuminating the chamber as all the palace servants held their breath. Daring not to sleep, the Imperial Medical Bureau stood on high alert, the atmosphere so tense it felt palpable. Fortunately, after examination, the royal physicians determined that neither of their injuries were life-threatening. Xiang Wei, seasoned by years of warfare, possessed a robust physique. Despite falling from his horse while deliberately shielding Chu Xinyan, he was fortunate that the speed had diminished at that moment, resulting in nothing more than superficial abrasions and a few bruises. The sole significant injury, while serious, was not life-threatening and was rather commonplace for him. The true predicament arose that very night, as the shock and fatigue, exacerbated by an old ailment, triggered an acute resurgence of his cephalalgia. The pain surpassing that of ordinary days. Chusi, having been well protected, sustained only minor external injuries and a slight sprain, but exhaustion had rendered him unconscious. However, the night of Chusi's unresponsiveness coincided with the peak of Xie Yingwei's agony. Deprived of his specially formulated soothing balm and Chusi's skilled massage techniques, the Imperial medical team knelt outside the Zicken Hall, racking their brains and exhausting their methods, medicinal concoctions, acupuncture, and fragrant incenses, all in vain, as none could alleviate even a fraction of the Emperor's suffering. The hall echoed with the sounds of shattering objects and Xie Yingwei's muffled roars of frustration. The entire Imperial medical institution trembling as though it were being fried in hot oil. This incident could not be brushed aside lightly. The Emperor's injury was a matter of utmost gravity. How could a closely monitored prisoner like Yi Lixiong appear within the arena? The guards responsible for his oversight were promptly subjected to severe interrogation in the penal court. Simultaneously, it was evident that the palace harbored chitin spies, conspiring from within alongside external forces. Xie Yingwei's shadowy faction, the Shadow Pavilion, moved like phantoms, executing a silent and brutal purge within and outside the palace. During those days, pale-faced palace attendants and low-ranking officials were often taken away without a sound, only for their heads to later roll on the execution grounds. The stench of blood permeated every corner of the imperial city, instilling a pervasive sense of dread among all, leaving them in a state of constant anxiety. After 3 days of unconsciousness, Chusi finally awakened. Upon learning that he had only sustained superficial injuries and a minor sprain, he felt a slight relief. However, upon hearing that Xie Yingwei had suffered from sleepless nights due to his ailment and had been injured because of him, a complex array of emotions stirred within him. Primarily guilt. He dared not delay and, after a brief tidying of his attire, steeled his somewhat weakened body to seek an audience in the Zicken Hall. At that moment, the atmosphere in the Zicken Hall study was more oppressive than usual. Xie Yingwei had been tormented by his headache for several consecutive days, scarcely finding respite in sleep, and his temper had reached a boiling point. As Chusi stepped into the corridor outside the hall, he heard Xie Yingwei's furious voice emanating from within. "Get out. All of you get out. A bunch of useless fools." Following this, several high-ranking officials clad in purple robes emerged, their faces pale and their steps unsteady, beads of cold sweat adorning their brows. Upon catching sight of Chusi waiting in the corridor, they collectively exhibited an expression of relief, as if salvation had arrived, mingled with eager hope. After all, when Physician Chu was present, although the Emperor maintained an imposing demeanor, at least the excruciating headache was somewhat alleviated, occasionally allowing a glimpse of clear skies. Now, with Physician Chu incapacitated, the Emperor had become akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Gao Fu, observing the situation, cautiously entered to deliver the news. Moments later, he returned to Chusi, whispering, "Physician Chu, His Majesty summons you inside." Chusi adjusted his robes, took a deep breath, and stepped into the study. The interior was dimly lit, with only a few palace lamps casting a soft glow. Xie Yingwei, surprisingly, did not don a dragon robe or formal attire, but instead wore a dark-hued nightgown adorned with subtle patterns, draped with a similarly colored wide robe. His unbound, inky hair cascaded casually over his shoulders, accentuating the pallor of his complexion and the evident dark circles beneath his eyes. He reclined against a soft couch, with a stack of memorials cluttering the low table before him. One hand propped his forehead, fingers pressing firmly against his temples, his brow furrowed with an inescapable weariness and irritability. In this space, the palace was essentially his home. What he wore in the presence of his ministers was dictated solely by his whims, and none dared to voice their opinions. Chusi, today, had deliberately donned a simple yet elegant blue and white ensemble, which made his pale hair stand out even more, slightly alleviating his ailing appearance. He stepped forward a few paces and respectfully knelt before the couch, bowing his head as he proclaimed, "I, your humble servant Chusi, pay my respects to your majesty." His voice was clear, imbued with just the right amount of frailty and gratitude. "Having been unconscious for 2 days, upon awakening, I learned that your majesty, in a bid to save me, has sustained injury to the royal body. Your majesty is the exalted sovereign, the fate of the realm resting upon your shoulders, and your well-being is paramount to the stability of the world. My insignificant life pales in comparison. How could I dare to trouble your majesty to endanger your health for my sake? This is entirely my fault. 100 deaths would not suffice to atone for my sins." He raised his gaze, his light-colored eyes shimmering with what appeared to be genuine concern and fear. "Your majesty, though still recovering from your injuries, tirelessly labors through the night to review memorials. The thought of your majesty's suffering due to my actions torments me, rendering me restless. Should your majesty's health be compromised because of me, 100 deaths would not redeem my guilt. I implore your majesty to prioritize your health. The grand dynasty and the multitude of people depend upon you." "Enough," Xiaingui interrupted impatiently, lifting his eyelids to cast a glance at him, finding that the young physician's flattery had indeed become increasingly refined. His voice, tinged with the raspy irritation of sleepless nights, declared, "Had I not intervened with your frail constitution, you would have long since met your demise on that hillside." His tone was dismissive, yet it held an element of truth. Chusi paused, remaining kneeling and motionless. After a moment of silence, Xiaingui, growing increasingly irritable from his headache and the surrounding trivialities, felt a surge of annoyance. Did this oblivious individual not notice my discomfort? Why does he remain there? Furrowing his brows tightly, he finally glanced at Chusi, who knelt submissively, his blue and white attire making him appear even more fragile. The reprimand that had risen to his lips was abruptly swallowed, and instead, he commanded curtly, "What are you still kneeling for? Come here." At last, Chusi responded yes. He rose, his movements slightly sluggish due to his lingering injuries. He first approached the incense burner, retrieving the scant remaining incense bomb from a small jade box he carried, and carefully ignited it. A crisp yet oddly sweet aroma gradually filled the air, softening the tension in Xiaingui's furrowed brow. Subsequently, Chusi knelt beside the soft couch, positioning himself next to Xiaingui, and gently placed his cool fingers against the latter's temples. He dared not apply too much pressure. Using the techniques of basic massage he had previously mastered, pressing and kneading with a delicate touch, the hall fell into a tranquil silence, save for the faint crackling of the burning bomb and the soft breaths of the two men. Xiaingui closed his eyes, savoring the perfect pressure and the gradually effective exotic fragrance. The tumultuous pain in his mind finally found a release, beginning to slowly subside. His taut nerves gradually relaxed, and the restless flame in his chest was gradually soothed. He remained silent, yet the menacing low pressure surrounding him dissipated considerably under Chusi's quiet ministrations. The skin beneath his fingertips remained taut, but the furrow in Xiaingui's brow eased somewhat with the aroma of the balm and the rhythmic massage. Chusi, while concentrating on his movements, felt a ripple of emotions within. He had not anticipated that Xiaingui would personally chase after him that day, even risking danger to rescue him. This was quite contrary to the image he held of the emperor as a capricious tyrant who regarded human life as inconsequential. He discreetly raised his eyes to see Xiaingui once again grasping the vermilion brush, reviewing the memorials he had previously set aside. The candlelight illuminated his sharply defined profile, his expression focused and austere. Were it not for the lingering shadow of pain in his brows and the casual nightwear he donned, he could easily be mistaken for a diligent, taciturn emperor of imposing presence. Time slipped away in silence until Xiaingui completed the last memorial, casting the vermilion brush onto the pile of documents with a crisp sound. Rubbing his still aching forehead, he called out, "Gao Fu entered promptly, bowing in obedience." "Well, the one outside. How did the interrogation proceed?" Xiaingui's voice revealed no emotion. Gao Fu's face displayed difficulty as he replied softly, "Your Majesty." He is quite obstinate. Even under torture, he refuses to speak. Xiangwei let out a cold laugh, which resonated chillingly in the silent hall. "Bring him in." Chusi Niang, puzzled, halted the massage and stepped aside. It seems Xiangwei sensed his confusion and casually explained, "That night, besides Yelv Xiong and that woman, there was also an assassin who played the flute. The sound of that flute exacerbated my headache." His tone was flat, yet Chu Sinian detected a hidden menace lurking beneath. Yelv Xiong and the maidservant were already dead. Was this flutist the only survivor? Moreover, could the flute's melody indeed intensify his headache? Did this individual possess knowledge of the sorcery involved? It was no wonder Xiangwei placed such importance on him. While he pondered, two guards dragged in a bloodied and battered figure. The man was in tattered clothing, his body marred by whip marks and burns, rendering his original appearance almost unrecognizable. Only his eyes remained, glaring defiantly at Xiangwei, filled with unwavering hatred. "Why have you ceased playing? Wasn't your tune quite effective at disturbing one's mind?" Xiangwei leaned forward slightly, his tone laced with a mocking cruelty. The spy clenched his teeth, remaining silent. Xiangwei was not surprised. His gaze shifted to the stooping Chu Sinian, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Chu Qing, you shall interrogate him." Chu Sinian's head shot up, astonishment flickering in his eyes. "You want me to interrogate him? A physician?" Xiangwei observed his reaction, his smile deepening in an unsettling manner. "If you fail to extract information," he paused, his gaze sweeping over Chu Sinian's slender neck, "I shall take your life." Chusnian was acutely aware that this was likely yet another manifestation of Xiangwei's malicious sense of humor and probing. However, he dared not take the risk. He steadied his resolve and bowed, stating, "I shall obey the command." He approached the agent, scrutinizing him for a moment before leaning in to whisper a few words to Gao Fu. A flicker of surprise crossed Gao Fu's eyes. Yet he nodded and swiftly instructed others to prepare. In no time, several guards brought forth heavy stone slabs, a thick wooden board with sharp grooves, a sturdy wooden stick, and some ropes. Chusnian directed the guards to press the barely conscious agent face down onto the grooved board, the sharp indentations fitting precisely into his calves and ankles. He then placed the wooden stick across the agent's lower back and secured it with ropes, subsequently pressing a flat stone slab upon his legs. The weight of the stone forced the agent's legs deeper into the grooves, the sharp wood nearly embedding itself into the bone. The agent let out a muffled groan, veins bulging on his forehead. This was merely the beginning. Chusnian's voice remained gentle, even imbued with the patience of a healer advising a patient. Yet his words sent chills down the spine. "Should you persist in silence, we shall gradually add more stone slabs. With each addition, the constriction of your blood vessels will intensify. Initially, there will be pain followed by numbness, ultimately rendering your legs as lifeless as decayed wood." He gestured for the guards to add a second stone slab. A heavier pressure descended, causing the agent's body to tremble uncontrollably, suppressed gasps escaping his throat. Chusnian observed quietly, continuing in a calm tone, "If you endure until all the slabs are placed without changing your resolve, I shall beseech His Majesty to grant you a secluded spot outside the palace, where honey and milk will be smeared upon you. Insects and vermin are drawn to sweetness. They will come, gradually gnawing and burrowing into your flesh, a process that, I assure you, will be far more prolonged and intriguing than your current suffering." His description was meticulous, as though delineating a prescribed treatment rather than inflicting torture. The agent, upon hearing this, could no longer contain his fear. Trembling like a leaf in the wind, yet still refused to speak. Suddenly, Xiangwei burst into laughter, clapping his hands, his gaze fixed intently on Chusnian, his eyes sparkling with the curiosity of a child discovering a new toy. He had initially believed Chu Qing to be merely skilled in medicine and fragrance, but was now astonished by the depth of his ingenuity and the creativity of his methods. "I underestimated you." Chusnian quickly lowered his lashes to conceal the emotions in his eyes, humbly replying, "Your Majesty flatters me. I am but a humble learner, having absorbed a mere fraction of knowledge." His words were vague, leaving uncertain whether he had learned from medical texts or from Xia Yinggui's own practices. Xia Yingui raised an eyebrow at him, momentarily perplexed as to whether this was sincere flattery or a veiled critique of his own harsh methods. He chuckled softly, dismissing the thought, and turned his attention back to the agent writhing in pain and fear, leisurely stating, "So what do you think? Would you care to experience more of my beloved Chuching's methods?" Upon hearing Chusnian's depiction of the torture, the agent's eyes burned with hatred. He suddenly lifted his head, summoning his last vestiges of strength to curse vehemently in Khitan. The tone was one of venomous intensity, although the specific vocabulary eluded comprehension. The gnashing of teeth and the scattered utterances of words like Khan and Liao sufficed to convey an unwavering resolve to never surrender. Xia Yingui reclined casually on the soft couch, propping his chin on one hand, listening with keen interest to the dying roars, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he savored the final struggles of a caged beast. His long fingers absently glided across the low table, picking up a slender silver knife designed for cutting wax seals. The blade shimmered with a cold, ethereal light. At the moment the spy uttered his last syllable, his chest heaving violently from excitement and agony, a glint of cold light flashed in Xia Yinggui's eyes, and with a sudden flick of his wrist, the small knife transformed into a streak of silver, shooting forth with a sharp whoosh. It did not aim for the heart or the head. Instead, it plunged into the spy's gaping mouth with a piercing sound. The blade pierced through the oral cavity, reaching the back of the skull. The curse was abruptly silenced, morphing into a muffled sound, choked by blood and flesh. The spy's eyes bulged wide, filled with excruciating pain and disbelief, as blood gushed from his chin, his body convulsing violently. Xia Yingui indifferently averted his gaze, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust, and waved his hand dismissively to the guards waiting nearby. "Make it quiet, drag him away, and dispose of the remains." The guards promptly moved in, expertly dragging the writhing spy away, leaving behind a small pool of dark red that spread rapidly across the floor. Chusi stood to the side, watching this sudden act of slaughter with a shiver of unease creeping into his heart, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Noticing his gaze, Xia Yingui turned to meet his questioning look and, in a rare moment of explanation, spoke with an unruffled tone. "If he is a dead man, he will not divulge anything. Asking is futile." He stated it as if it were the simplest of facts. Chusi lowered his eyes, refraining from further inquiries. For who could truly fathom the thoughts of this tyrant? At this moment, he might converse with you in a calm demeanor, yet in the next heartbeat, he could draw his sword in a fit of rage. After finishing his sentence, Xia Yingui seemed to await something, anticipating Chusi's follow-up questions, perhaps wondering why. If His Majesty already knew, he still sent his minister to interrogate, or perhaps hoping to witness some semblance of displeasure at being toyed with. He was curious to see how this rabbit, known a bite, would react to such probing. However, after a prolonged silence, Chusi merely stood there quietly, his gaze focused inward, exuding an air of complete acceptance, as if the bloody interrogation had no bearing on him whatsoever. Xia Yingui fixed his gaze upon the pale pink of his hair, and his expression gradually darkened. He pressed his lips together, eventually turning his head away with a hint of petulance, snorting coldly, "Would you not hurry and leave?" In his mind, Chusi was deeply engrossed in contemplating the flute melody that could incite his headaches, attempting to connect it with witchcraft and curses. Xia Yinggui's inexplicable command to leave left him somewhat bewildered, yet he did not show it on his face, maintaining a respectful demeanor as he bowed. This humble minister takes his leave. He then stepped out of the hall with steady footsteps, observing Chusi's swift departure, devoid of regret, and almost as if granted a reprieve, only intensified the pent-up frustration within Xia Yingui. Chapter 32. After strategizing against the tyrant. I hold power in the court. As Chusi stepped out of the Zikan Hall, he was immediately met by Gao Fu, who awaited outside with a genuine expression of concern. "Dr. Chu, I trust you're feeling much better?" That day was truly harrowing and frightened us all. Despite his brief stay of merely a month and a half in the palace, Chusi had garnered a favorable reputation owing to his benign appearance, humble demeanor, and adept social skills. More importantly, he had alleviated the emperor's debilitating headache, indirectly saving countless palace attendants who might have suffered due to the emperor's wrath. During his recent unconsciousness, those attending to the Zicken Hall had been in a state of disarray, and their relief at his safe return was heartfelt. With a gentle smile, Chusi exchanged pleasantries with Gao Fu, expressing his gratitude for the latter's daily kindness. However, his mind was preoccupied with the connection between the flute's melody and the witchcraft, and after a brief conversation, he intended to take his leave and return to the Ningxiang Hall to peruse the forbidden text sent by Shui Fangzheng. Yet, after taking a few steps, he paused, turned back, and pulled Gao Fu aside to a secluded corridor, lowering his voice. "Master Gao, there is a matter upon which I seek your counsel." Noticing the seriousness in Chu Xinyan's expression, Gao Fu immediately sobered. "Dr. Chu, please speak. It pertains to the emperor's condition prior to his affliction. I am aware that this ailment is linked to witchcraft from the northern border, but I seek to understand if there were any peculiarities during his early years in the palace or the northern army. Was there anything specific, sounds, scents, or sights, that he was particularly sensitive to or averse towards?" Upon hearing this, Gao Fu's countenance shifted, and he responded in a hushed tone, filled with trepidation. "Oh dear. Dr. Chu, the emperor's affairs are not for us servants to discuss lightly. Though you have gained his majesty's favor, you must still tread carefully and not become complacent." He anxiously glanced around, fearing the ever-watchful eyes of the shadowy court. Sighing, Chusi spoke with increased earnestness. "Master Gao, how could I presume to speak ill of the emperor? Yet, as you can see, his majesty's condition worsens, and the Imperial Medical Bureau appears at a loss. Given that I have earned the emperor's trust, I must endeavor to alleviate his burdens. Without understanding the root cause, how can we address it? If his majesty continues to suffer, how could those of us who serve him fare any better?" Employing both reason and emotion, he highlighted the dual motivations of his inquiry, his desire to heal and the implications for their own circumstances. Gao Fu hesitated, visibly torn, but ultimately succumbed to Chu Xinyan's sincere persuasion and practical considerations regarding his own future. With a nervous swallow, he spoke in a whisper as soft as a moth's wing. "Dr. Chu, I know little. The emperor was formidable in the northern border, a master of warfare, yet he was also excessively ruthless. After the massacre of the city, he often struggled with sleepless nights, growing irritable and volatile, and his headache has steadily intensified since then. As for matters of the palace's past," Gao Fu shook his head, his expression shrouded in secrecy. "I entered the palace late and only know that during the previous emperor's reign, the harem was far from tranquil. The emperor's youth was fraught with challenges. Beyond that, I truly cannot say, nor dare I speculate, though the information remained limited." The confirmation of the headache's connection to the emotional upheaval following the massacre brought clarity to Chu Xinyan's thoughts. He solemnly expressed his gratitude to Gao Fu. "Thank you, Lord Gao, for your counsel. I shall certainly remember this year and never divulge it." Upon returning to the Ningxiang Hall, Chu Xinyan promptly dismissed his attendants and began to sift through the ancient texts secretly sent by Shui Fangzheng, which contained knowledge about witchcraft, incantations, and peculiar occurrences from the borders. After an hour, Chu Xinyan set down a tattered scroll and rubbed his slightly swollen temples. Scattered before him were several sheets of paper densely filled with notes derived from his observations and the texts. His gaze fell upon a particular line. "The melody ensnares the heart, not through the force of sound, but through evocation. Worry and fear can both serve as catalysts." Adjacent to it, he noted, "Your Majesty, the sound of the flute, exacerbation of the headache." Considering Gao Fu's revelation about the drastic change in temperament following the city's massacre, along with Xie Yinggui's own mention of suppressed hostility regarding the northern territories, Chu Xinyan's vague suspicion began to crystallize. It appeared that the flute's melody did not directly invoke the witchcraft curse. Rather, it acted as a key, forcibly unlocking a dark corner of Xie Yinggui's psyche, one sealed away by bloodshed and anguish. thereby provoking intense emotional turmoil that triggered the debilitating headache closely tied to his mind. Thus, it is not merely witchcraft. There exists a profound psychological affliction. Chusi Yin muttered to himself. He recalled how, during his earlier fabrication of massage techniques, Xie Yingwei had indeed experienced some relief, indicating the undeniable power of psychological suggestion. The 5 years Xie Yingwei spent in the Northern Territories must have been filled with unimaginable hardships and brutality, transforming him from a prince who may have once borne a different visage into the tyrannical and sinister emperor he had become. What did that flute remind him of? The horrors of the massacre? His own experiences of humiliation? Or other unspeakable past events? If he could redirect Xie Yingwei's focus, might it alleviate, at least to some extent, the exacerbated headache stemming from his psychological distress? With this thought, Chusi Yin felt a surge of determination. He lifted his gaze to the sky outside. With time still remaining before the palace gates were locked, he hastened to the writing desk, laid out paper, and ground ink, contemplating briefly before swiftly putting pen to paper. Once finished, he dried the ink, folded the letter neatly, but hesitated while holding it. How could he deliver this letter without raising Xie Yingwei's suspicions? Surely, the Ningxiang Hall was under the watch of shadow guards. After a moment, a glimmer of understanding crossed his eyes. Rather than sneaking about and inviting suspicion, it would be wiser to adopt the opposite approach. Chusi Yin took the letter to the small courtyard of Ningxiang Hall, respectfully bowed to the empty courtyard, and earnestly called out, "I am Chusi Yin, and I have a matter to request. Might I trouble the shadow guards to make their presence known?" Silence enveloped him, broken only by the rustle of leaves in the wind. Undeterred, Chusi Yin raised his voice again, his tone becoming increasingly earnest. Even infused with just the right amount of flattery, the esteemed members of the Shadow Pavilion are elusive yet loyal, possessing extraordinary abilities. I have long admired you. Today, I have urgent news to convey, and I humbly request your assistance. I would be immensely grateful and shall surely speak favorably of you before His Majesty in the future. He understood that the Shadow Guards were directly under Xie Yingwei's command, and praising the Shadow Pavilion was tantamount to commending Xie Yingwei's capable leadership. This maneuver left the hidden Shadow Guards somewhat speechless. They were tasked with monitoring the fragrant hall. It was their first encounter with a subject who so openly and somewhat obsequiously requested their assistance. The air hung heavy for a moment. Just as Chu Xian believed that the other party would disregard him and was preparing to devise another plan, a shadow, nearly indistinguishable from the dusk, silently descended a few steps before him like a wraith. The figure was shrouded in black, revealing only a pair of calm, inscrutable eyes. "What business do you have?" "Fi Si Xian Ju," the shadow guard inquired in a low, emotionless voice. A flicker of joy surged within Chu Xian, though his expression remained respectful as he extended his hands to present a letter. "I would be grateful if you could deliver this missive to Lord Lin Feng of the Imperial Cavalry." The shadow guard regarded the letter in Chu Xian's hands without immediately accepting it, instead stating matter-of-factly, "According to protocol, items conveyed through the Shadow Pavilion must be inspected." "Of course, my lord. Please proceed," Chu Xian replied calmly, passing the letter. The shadow guard took the letter, swiftly unsealed it for examination. The contents were simple, merely a request for Lord Lin Feng to visit the fragrant hall in his capacity as a medical officer. Finding nothing amiss, the shadow guard refolded the letter and tucked it away, nodding slightly. "The letter will be delivered." A grateful smile blossomed on Chu Xian's face, and he bowed once more. "Thank you for your trouble, my lord." The smile, illuminated by the dim night and palace lanterns, appeared exceptionally sincere and captivating, exuding a sense of untainted purity. Although the shadow guard was well-trained and resolute, he couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback in the presence of such a visage and heartfelt gratitude, feeling a faint warmth creeping to his ears. Others often remarked on physician Chu's striking looks, but it was only upon closer proximity that he realized the truth of those claims. He quickly composed himself, refraining from further conversation, and with a swift motion, vanished once more into the darkness. Chu Xian exhaled softly as he watched the shadow guard disappear. He hoped to glean some useful information from Lin Feng. Turning back into the hall, he resumed his search through the sea of books, awaiting a response and the next opportunity to validate his conjectures. Chapter 33. After strategizing against the Tyrant, I hold power in the court in the imperial hot spring pool behind a fragrant hall. Steam rose in ethereal wisps, enveloping the area like a delicate veil. The walls of the pool, crafted from Han-white jade, gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the flickering candlelight as well as the battle-scarred and resilient form within the water. Xiaoying leaned against the pool wall, half submerged in the warm water, gentle ripples caressing his chiseled chest and firm waist, yet failing to soften the myriad of scars that marred his skin. These scars bore various shapes, deep pits left by arrowheads, long lines etched by sharp blades, and lacerations inflicted by unknown weapons. Most striking was a grotesque scar across his left chest, slanting perilously close to his heart, dark in hue, resembling a twisted centipede coiling upon him. A testament to the perilous nature of the wound. One arm rested casually on the edge of the pool, its muscular contours fluid and powerful, droplets cascading from his taut forearm with rhythmic splashes. His dark hair, half wet, clung to the defined angles of his cheeks and neck, while the rest fell freely over his shoulders and back, its tips dipping into the water like ink diffusing in liquid. He slightly tilted his head back, the cold jade wall pressing against the back of his skull, eyes closed, a veil of unshakable gloom shrouding his dense and sharp brows. Delicate droplets of water clung to his long eyelashes, trembling gently with each breath. The warm water enveloped his body, striving to dissipate his fatigue. He half closed his eyes, the depths of his gaze consumed by an inky darkness, his thoughts uncontrollably sinking into a past he desperately wished to obliterate, yet one that had long been etched into his very marrow. In the northern realm, 5 years had passed since he had been captured, betrayed by treachery. He found himself transported back to a dim, fetid stable, reeking of mold, mingled with the stench of excrement and blood. Stripped of his armor, he was left in tattered garments, his body marred with wounds, and his hands bound behind him with coarse leather straps. Heavy iron shackles clamped around his ankles. Prince of the Great Qi? TSK, TSK, behold this visage, Yalu Xiong mocked in a gruff, harsh tone. He lifted a boot, caked with mud and dung, mercilessly trampling on Xia Yingwei's face, forcing him into the mire beneath, a foul mixture of urine and fodder. Humiliation coursed through him like a venomous fire, burning far deeper than the wounds upon his flesh. Xia Yingwei struggled desperately, yet Yalu Xiong's soldiers held him fast, rendering him immobile. The icy mud suffocated him, the stench overwhelming his senses, accompanied by the raucous laughter of the surrounding chitin soldiers. I've heard that princes from your central plains are all gold and jade, delicate and soft. Yalu Xiong leaned in, his rough fingers gripping Xia Yingwei's chin, compelling him to raise his soiled face. How did you end up in my hands? Like a mangy cur? The ensuing days brought an unending torrent of humiliation. Yalu Xiong took no immediate pleasure in ending Xia Yingwei's life. Rather, he reveled in tormenting his will. He was fitted with a bridle, treated like a beast of burden, urged on by Yalu Xiong's whip as he crawled through the camp. The whip tore through his already tattered clothing and flesh, a searing pain igniting his back, while the chitin soldiers laughed and jeered without restraint. They tossed him a noxious mixture of spoiled bean cakes and slop, watching as he, like livestock, was forced to swallow it for survival. At night, he curled up amid the pungent hay, listening to the snorts and chewing of the war horses, feeling the bites of insects and the biting chill of the northern nights. Once a prince of high standing, he had fallen to a state lower than that of the camp's most menial grooms. Yalu Xiong frequently visited to witness his degradation, sometimes deliberately executing captured soldiers of the Great Qi in front of him, forcing him to watch his loyal subordinates meet their grisly fates, helpless to intervene. Bound and curled in the muck, Xia Yingwei's once bright clothing was now a mere shadow of its former color, clinging to his body, marred by whip scars and bruises. The cold iron shackles ground against his ankles, blood seeping from the wounds, mingling with the mud to leave dark crimson traces. Yalu Xiong would hurl insults in crude, bureaucratic language, seeking to elicit despair, fear, or anger from the face of this once noble prince. Yet there was none. Xiangui made no attempt to erase the filth ground into his face by Yelu Xiong's boot. He merely lifted his head slightly, his disheveled black hair, speckled with grass clippings, framing eyes as deep and unfathomable as an abyssal cold pool, unwaveringly fixed upon Yelu Xiong. There was no hatred, no plea, no glimmer of tears, nor any discernible emotional fluctuation in his gaze. Only a chilling focus remained, as if he intended to etch every ounce of Yelu Xiong's current triumph, every insult, and every expression deeply into his very marrow. He neither smiled nor wept, remaining silent like a stone soaked in tainted blood. Initially, Yelu Xiong felt a surge of satisfaction. Yet gradually, under the weight of that unwavering gaze, an inexplicable chill and agitation stirred within him. Such a look was not typical of a captive. There was no despair of the defeated, only an extreme, suppressed calm, as if silently proclaiming, "I shall remember every indignity you inflict upon me today. As long as I breathe, one day I will repay you 100-fold, 1,000-fold. What are you staring at?" Yelu Xiong, incensed by that gaze, kicked Xiangui forcefully in the shoulder, sending him crashing backward against the cold stone trough. Xiangui let out a muffled groan, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. Yet he clenched his teeth, refusing to cry out in pain. He struggled, propping his bound arms to lift himself, slowly sitting upright once more, raising his eyes to maintain that same silent, unwavering stare at Yelu Xiong, as if that kick had never transpired. It was this extraordinary silence and coldness amidst profound humiliation that ultimately spared him from immediate death. Yelu Xiong wished to test the limits of this resilience, to shatter whatever spirit remained in those eyes. Little did he know that this game of cat and mouse would sow the seeds of his own destruction. Events unfolded as foretold by the depths of Xiangui's eyes. He escaped, and upon crawling back from the depths of hell, Xiangui was irrevocably transformed. The winds and sands of the north, along with the bitterness of humiliation, stripped away the last remnants of his humanity, leaving behind cold, iron resolve forged by hatred and the lust for power. He was merciless towards his own men. Any sign of laxity in the ranks resulted in immediate execution, regardless of rank, establishing absolute authority and maintaining a discipline as unyielding as steel through fear. He was even more ruthless towards his enemies. The slaughter of cities became not merely a military strategy, but a means to unleash his wrath and instill terror. He watched as the very city that once imprisoned him was reduced to ashes, the cries of men, women, and children failing to stir even a ripple within his heart. Suddenly, Xiangui surged from the water, sending a cascade of droplets flying. Warm water flowed down his sharply defined chest and narrow waist, tracing the scars that marred his skin. He raised his hand to wipe the droplets from his face, which fell from his chiseled jawline, his damp hair clinging to his forehead and neck, enhancing the untamed aura that surrounded him. The residual ferocity and humiliation in his eyes had yet to fully fade. Now enveloped by a layer of damp, viscous pain, a headache surged like a venomous serpent awakening from the shadows. Subtle, yet imbued with a chilling irritation that seeped into his very marrow, coiling around him in tendrils. Xiangui instinctively yearned to utter that name, his tongue pressing against the roof of his mouth, only to suddenly recall that he had not summoned Chusi to attend to his ailment this night. Chusi. A fleeting vision of that fateful night in the arena crossed his mind, where Chusi was held captive by Yelu Xiong upon a steed, his complexion ashen, lips stained with blood, and with all his strength, he had gazed at him, uttering the haunting words, "I do not wish to die." Why save him? Xiangui donned a dark robe, loosely fastening the belt, the damp strands of his inky hair clinging to the nape of his neck, providing a chilling sensation. He paced to the window, hoping the night breeze would disperse the increasingly vivid and damp pain. Merely a minor physician with a modicum of medical knowledge, capable of temporarily alleviating his suffering. If he were to perish, another could easily be found. Why then must he personally venture into danger? Was it the provocation from Yelu Xiong that stirred his competitive spirit? Or was it the plea, "I do not wish to die"? That phrase, laden with a palpable will to survive, echoed with startling clarity amidst the throbbing pain in his head. In that moment, another voice, nearly forgotten in the recesses of memory, bizarrely intertwined with it, a more innocent, heart-wrenching wail emanating from a small, trembling body nestled in his embrace. Brother, Io fears. Io does not wish to die. Io, his younger brother, still unsteady in his first steps. Those eyes, always sparkling as if washed in clear water, were now filled with boundless terror, clutching at his garments. Yet, ultimately, he could not protect him. That cold well, the small body pale and swollen. Xiaoying abruptly shut his eyes, pressing firmly against the throbbing temples, attempting to dispel the uncontrollable surge of memories. The headache intensified, the damp sensation transforming into the tangible chill of well water seeping into his skull, causing the world before him to twist and sway. Just then, a faint yet unmistakably clear call pierced through the cacophony of pain and chaos in his mind from behind him. Brother. The voice was tender and soft, laced with a hint of grievance and fear. Xiaoying's body stiffened abruptly, and he whirled around. There, amidst the lingering mist, stood a child of about 3 or 4 years, clad in the apricot yellow tunic that little Io often wore in his memories, with soft hair and a round face. Those clear eyes, reminiscent of a mountain stream, gazed at him with a mix of confusion and dependence. Xiaoying's mind went blank, the excruciating headache and tumultuous emotions stripping him of his usual composure and discernment. The only image left in his eyes was that of the small figure, the brother he believed he had forever lost. Brother. The child, seeing him merely staring in silence, pouted his lips, his voice quivering with the beginnings of tears, repeating in a more fearful tone the words etched into Xiaoying's very being. Brother, Io does not want to die. In that moment, all reason crumbled. Panic and agony surged in Xiaoying's eyes, overwhelming him with a desperation he had not even recognized. He staggered forward, disregarding everything, and fiercely enveloped the small figure in his embrace. Brother is here. Brother is here. Brother will not let you die. Never again. His voice trembled with an unprecedented quaking, imbued with a euphoric joy of regained hope and an unfathomable dread. He held his arms tightly, as if wishing to crush this phantom and merge it into his very essence. He uttered incoherent promises, feeling the warmth and reality of the embrace in his arms, even sensing the slight acceleration of the heartbeat in response to his hold. Amidst this tumultuous chaos and emotional torrent, a voice, marked by clear astonishment and cautiousness, shattered the air beside him, resonating like thunder. Your Majesty? Xiaoying jolted violently, as if doused with icy water. He slowly lowered his gaze to his embrace, searching for the expected child clad in a pale, apricot-colored garment. Instead, he found himself tightly clutching Chusi, who was adorned in understated blue and white attire. Clearly startled by the suddenness of Xiaoying's actions, Chusi was partially leaning against the ground, ensnared in Xia's embrace, his delicate face painted with shock and confusion, his light-colored eyes filled with uncertainty. Due to Xia's firm hold, Chusi's cheeks flushed subtly, and his breath quickened. The heartbeat and warmth he had felt just moments ago unmistakably emanated from Chusi. Like a jolt from an electric shock, Xiaoying abruptly released his grip, staggering back a step as the intense emotions swirling in his eyes swiftly dissipated, replaced by a chilling coldness and a terrifying rage. He fixed his gaze upon Chusi, as if attempting to see into his very soul, his chest heaving violently, uncertain whether it was due to the recent emotional upheaval or the persistent headache that plagued him. The anticipated storm of wrath did not descend. Xiaoying merely stood there, his profound gaze resting upon Chusi, imbued with an ineffable complexity. The ephemeral warmth and heartbeat he had just experienced still lingered, intertwining with the astonished visage before him. He pondered whether, had Yao grown up safely, he would have possessed such a statuesque form. Would he have also possessed eyes so clear that they could reflect shadows, yet seem to harbor deeper thoughts? Would he remain quietly by his side, just as Chusi did in this moment? This thought, as soon as it arose, was violently severed by Xiaoyingwei. He pinched the throbbing center of his brow, suppressing the tumultuous emotions and the severe headache, his words emerging with the usual hardness tinged with a hint of misplaced ire. "Who permitted you to enter?" Chusi lowered his eyelashes, alarm bells ringing in his heart. Xiaoyingwei's earlier unusual behavior and his current unstable aura confirmed his suspicions. The emperor's affliction extended far beyond mere physical pain. The erosion of his mental state seemed far more grave. The system's assertion that his lifespan was limited to merely 2 or 3 months was likely not mere hyperbole. The manifestation of hallucinations was an exceedingly perilous signal. Yet, he revealed nothing on his countenance, maintaining an air of obedience. He rearranged his disheveled robes and knelt once more, his voice steady, replying to your majesty, "You previously instructed Yuna Gao that if I were to visit, I could enter directly without announcement." He invoked Xiaoyingwei's own words. Xiaoyingwei furrowed his brow in recollection, as if indeed such an event had transpired. Agitated, he waved his sleeve dismissively, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. He turned and seated himself upon a nearby soft couch, the dark fabric trailing behind him, still bearing the marks of moisture. He was eager to ascertain what elixir Chusi was peddling in the dead of night. Chapter 35. After strategizing against the Tyrant, I hold power over the court. Upon receiving Xiaoyingwei's tacit approval, Chusi quietly exhaled in relief. He rose to his feet and retrieved a well-prepared guqin from his side. The instrument bore an antique charm, its wooden body exuding a warm luster. "Your Majesty has found it difficult to sleep of late," he began, and during my leisure, I chanced upon a melody that may soothe your Majesty's spirit. I dare to present it before you. He carefully chose his words, omitting any mention of his meeting with Lin Feng and the analysis of the flute's sound. Xiaoyingwei reclined against the couch, eyes closed, fingers pressed against his temples. Upon hearing Chusi's words, he merely emitted a non-committal sound through his nose, a response of sorts. His mind was troubled, and he harbored skepticism regarding the efficacy of the music, yet the pounding headache rendered him too weary to object. Chusi refrained from further conversation and knelt before the qin. His back was as straight as a bamboo stalk, and the lines of his shoulders and neck flowed with elegance. His pale, long hair cascaded over his shoulders, a few strands falling gracefully along his cheek, accentuating the delicacy of his profile as he focused intently. He lowered his gaze slightly, extending his slender fingers, well suited for both needlework and the art of music, gently touching the strings. An hour prior, he and Lin Feng had a brief yet significant encounter. They had meticulously recalled the flute's melody, with Lin Feng identifying, through his military experience, that the tune hinted at Khitan War songs, filled with the spirit of sacrifice and sorrow. Chusi immediately associated this with Xiaoyingwei's experiences in the Northern Territories, recognizing the martial essence within the music as a fuse igniting his buried memories of the battlefield's bloodshed and humiliation. It was a melody that could both provoke and pacify. With a clear, resonant note, the qin sound shattered the silence of the hall. The music Chusi conjured was not a fervent symphony, but a soothing, tranquil melody imbued with an ethereal quality. The notes flowed gently, initially resembling the soft patter of a mountain spring, washing away the tension and hostility in the air. It then transformed, akin to the whispering of pine trees under the moonlight, wielding a power to console the heart. His posture while playing was marked by utmost seriousness. His brows knitted together, long lashes casting delicate shadows upon his cheeks, all his focus concentrated on the interaction between his fingertips and the strings. The pale strands of his hair swayed lightly with his movements, and the candlelight enveloped him in a soft halo, rendering him a unique sight amidst the oppressive palace atmosphere. Xiaoyingwei's previously furrowed brows shifted slightly as the music began to resonate. Though his eyes remained closed, the tension in his body, which had been rigid from pain and hallucinations, gradually relaxed unbeknownst to him. The vivid, blood-soaked images and sharp cacophony in his mind were gently pushed aside and soothed by the continuous, gentle notes of the qin. While the damp, throbbing headache did not vanish immediately, it seemed to have found a release, loosening its grip on his nerves. Xiaoyingwei kept his eyes shut, yet the pressure of his fingers against his temples eased subtly. The hall was filled solely with the flowing notes of the qin, accompanied by the calming breaths of the two men. As Chusnian played the lute, he remained attentive to the movements of the figure resting upon the couch. Observing the gradual relaxation of Xiaoyingwei's once furrowed brow and the tension that had gripped his body easing away, his breathing became long and even, bringing a sense of calm to Chusnian's heart. It seemed his conjectures were accurate. The melody that had triggered the headache was not a consequence of any witchcraft or curse, but rather a manifestation of the inner demons that Xiaoyingwei had long buried within. Music, capable of stirring such turmoil, could indeed also serve to soothe. This affliction of the heart could, at times, be far more tormenting than any physical ailment, possessing the power to shatter a person's will. Reflecting on this, Chusnian gazed at the emperor, whose countenance retained a hint of gloom even in slumber, and he felt an inexplicable resonance within himself. Had he not also been tormented by the betrayals and ailments of his past life, ultimately succumbing to the cold solitude of death in a dilapidated abode? In a certain sense, they were both prisoners ensnared by the cages of their respective fates, and thus could be deemed kindred spirits in suffering. As the final notes of the piece faded into the air, Chusnian sensed the moment was ripe and ceased his playing, gently stating, "Your Majesty, the night has grown deep. It is time to rest." To his surprise, Xiaoyingwei did not respond with his usual reprimand or indifference. Instead, he mumbled an indistinct acknowledgement and truly lay down, closing his eyes. This rare compliance left Chusnian momentarily taken aback. He returned to the lute, intending to play a little longer, waiting for Xiaoyingwei to drift into a deeper sleep before he departed. The melodious strains of the lute filled the air once more, akin to a gentle night breeze safeguarding a rare tranquility. As the hours deepened and the candlelight dwindled, Chusnian estimated that Xiaoyingwei had fallen into a sound slumber, prompting him to rise cautiously and prepare to exit quietly. However, just as he turned, and before his foot could take a step, a vague murmur emerged from the couch. Muffled by sleep, wait. Chusnian halted, glancing back to see Xiaoyingwei still with eyes closed, his brow slightly furrowed, suggesting an uneasy sleep. Hesitating, concerned that the emperor's headache might have returned or that he had a command, Chusnian softly approached the side of the couch, leaning down to inquire, "Your Majesty, do you have any instructions?" He leaned in closely, straining to discern the unclear murmurs. In that moment, as he bent to listen, Xiaoyingwei seemed to sense his proximity. Suddenly, an arm shot out, encircling his waist with surprising force. "Huh?" Chusnian gasped, caught off guard, as he was irresistibly pulled onto the expansive dragon bed, tumbling into Xiaoyingwei's embrace. The scent of dragon's saliva mingled with the freshness of a post-bath fragrance enveloped him, laced with an assertive aura that was distinctly Xiaoyingwei's own. Chusnian's mind went blank as he struggled to rise, only to find himself held tighter by the emperor's arm. "Do not leave," Xiaoyingwei murmured, burying his face against Chusnian's neck, his voice thick with sleep and an almost primal dependence. His warm breath igniting a shiver across Chusnian's sensitive skin. Chusnian's entire being stiffened, his blood seemingly turning to ice. He struggled to compose himself, lowering his voice to reply softly, "Your Majesty, this is not proper. I cannot." Humph. Xiaoyingwei's struggles and words disturbed his slumber, prompting a dissatisfied grunt as he tightened his embrace. "I embody the rules." All of Chu Xinyan's counsels were silenced by this proclamation. To discuss propriety with a half-awake tyrant was akin to playing music to a deaf audience. It could ignite his fury and invite perilous consequences. He remained frozen in Xiaoyingwei's arms, feeling the steady heartbeat and warmth radiating from the other, his own heart racing as though it might leap from his throat. Amidst the tumult of his thoughts, Xiaoyingwei, seemingly uncomfortable with the barrier of clothing, furrowed his brow deeper and mumbled a vague complaint. "Take it off." Chu Xinyan's eyes widened in disbelief, his cheeks instantly aflame. What a scandalous proposition, raised under the strict etiquette of a prominent family. He was acutely aware of the distinctions between sovereign and subject. The decorum between men was even more stringent than that between sexes. Sharing a bed was already audacious, and he could hardly fathom what was being suggested. Yet, Xiaoying appeared resolute in his intent to unsettle him, tightening his grip further. His voice laced with drowsiness and a hint of menace. "Take it off." Chusi bit his lip tightly, his mind at war. While he and his majesty were both men, the hierarchy of ruler and subject transcended even the strictest gender divides. Coming from a prestigious family, well-versed in poetry and propriety, he never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. However, a primal instinct for survival urged him to recognize that the man before him was no reasonable gentleman, but a tyrant wielding life and death at his whim. He had only just managed to ease Xiaoying's headache and lull him to sleep. To defy him now would bring dire repercussions. So be it. Chusi resolutely closed his eyes. The will of the sovereign is paramount. He was left with no choice. Everything was for the sake of fulfilling his mission and ensuring his survival. He continually reassured himself to disregard the whims of a delirious madman. As long as he could endure 5 years, this minor sacrifice was negligible. After all, hadn't he been seen in the Ningxiang Hall before? With trembling hands, he slowly and laboriously untied the sash of his blue and white robes. His outer garment and inner layers fell away one by one, leaving only a thin layer of snow-white undergarment. The cool night air raised goosebumps upon contact with his skin. Satisfied, Xiaoying pulled him closer, their bodies pressed tightly together, the thin fabric barely concealing the contours of their flesh. Chusi felt as rigid as stone, breathing lightly, repeatedly reminding himself of the sovereign's will and his own lack of agency. The chamber was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by their intertwined breaths. Just when Chusi thought this ordeal would extend until dawn, Xiaoying's drowsy voice pierced the stillness, unexpectedly asking, "Do you have a courtesy name?" Chusi was taken aback, unprepared for such a question, and replied truthfully, "Your Majesty, my courtesy name is Wuhui." Wuhui signifies a clear heart, untainted by dust. Wuhui, Xiaoying echoed softly. The two words spilled from his lips, imbued with a whispering quality. They were in stark contrast to his usual cold and hard tone, akin to a feather delicately brushing against Chusi's ear, evoking an unusual itch that spread deep within his heart. Chusi felt a growing disquiet within him, an indefinable emotion silently taking root, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Yet, what surprised him further was that, despite lying beside an unpredictable tyrant capable of ruthlessness and violence, and despite the current circumstances being so unorthodox, he felt, beyond the initial panic and rigidity, a surprising absence of the anticipated trepidation. Perhaps it was due to the exhaustion of recent days, or perhaps the soothing melody had calmed his own spirit. A wave of intense drowsiness swept over him. He stole a glance at the almost within reach figure of Xiaoying, illuminated by the dying candlelight at the bedside. In slumber, all traces of malice and sharpness faded from his handsome visage, which appeared far more tranquil in the shadows. Suddenly, an unspoken thought surged within Chusi's mind. His so-called closest kin could abandon him without mercy after exploiting him, leaving him to perish in a cold room. Yet Xiaoying, deemed a tyrant by the world and stained with blood, would reach out to save him from the back of a horse and protect him with his life as they tumbled down a steep slope together. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable and the human heart inscrutable. But what use is it to ponder such matters? He ultimately remains a mere passerby in this world. Fulfilling his mission and returning with a healthy body to exact revenge is his sole objective. With a gentle sigh, Chusi closed his eyes, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts, forcing himself into slumber. The dragon bed was soft, and the warmth of the person beside him dispelled the autumn night's chill. In a state of profound contradiction, yet inexplicable tranquility, he gradually sank into dreams. As the sun rose higher, brilliant rays of light streamed through the window, illuminating the inner palace. Outside the Zikan Hall, a group of palace attendants led by Gao Fu fidgeted anxiously like ants on a hot pan. Yet they dared not make a sound, pacing silently in place, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. In the Xinjiang Hall, The civil and military officials awaiting the morning audience stood from dawn until the sun was high in the sky, their legs weary and their hearts tumultuous with anxiety. Although His Majesty occasionally delayed the morning court, he had never been this late. Could it be that his illness had worsened last night? Or had some fool inadvertently offended him? A myriad of speculations thickened the atmosphere, rendering it as heavy as the stillness before a storm. Within the hall, Xie Yingwei enjoyed a rare, deep, dreamless slumber, awakening only when the sunlight became blinding. He rubbed his brow, still somewhat heavy but with the pain greatly alleviated, and lazily sat up. Chusi had already awakened by the time. Gao Fu quietly inquired whether he should assist in rising. Upon hearing Xie Yingwei grant permission for Gao Fu to enter, his body stiffened for an instant, and then, almost instinctively, he expressionlessly lay back down, swiftly wrapping himself in the brocade quilt, leaving not a single strand of hair exposed, as if he sought to merge with the dragon bed beneath him. If he could endure this moment, once Gao Fu departed, he would once again be that Chusi who, in front of others, was bright and clear, adhering to the duties of a minister. Gao Fu lowered his head, cautiously bowing as he entered, eyes focused on his nose and nose on his heart, daring not to glance at the dragon bed even once, despite the rather conspicuous shape of the raised bedding. He held his breath and began to report in hushed tones the backlog of state affairs and the situation of the waiting courtiers. Xie Yingwei listened intently, instinctively stretching his arms in anticipation of service, yet there was a prolonged silence. His gaze drifted over the tightly wrapped brocade quilt beside him. Pausing momentarily before a flicker of understanding danced behind his eyes, accompanied by the faintest hint of a smile. Almost forgetting, it seemed that his Chusi was also somewhat bashful. Very well then, Xie Yingwei did not press the matter further. Instead, he took the prepared everyday clothes from beside him, donning them with a slightly clumsy yet efficient grace. Once Gao Fu had concluded his report and stood with hands at his sides, a sense of uncertainty filled his heart as he wondered why His Majesty was changing clothes today, daring not to probe into the unusual state of the dragon bed. Xie Yingwei adjusted his robes and waved his hand, dismissing Gao Fu to prepare the palanquin. When the hall returned to tranquility, he strolled to the bedside and lightly tapped the quilt, adopting a tone laced with mockery. "Stop pretending. Gao Fu has left." Yet, there was no response from beneath the covers. Xie Yingwei raised an eyebrow and continued, "Wait for another incense stick-s time. Once the crowd disperses, I shall have the shadow guard escort you back to Ningxiang Palace through the side door." As his words fell, the quilt stirred slightly, the occupant within weighing the pros and cons, watching intently. Xie Yingwei felt the languor born from sufficient sleep gradually replaced by a sense of playful intrigue. Though this medical officer appeared youthful, his demeanor was often imbued with an unexpected calmness that belied his age, even bordering on the overly solemn, each action measured with precision. Yet now, this ostrich-like hiding was a rare display of awkwardness and vitality befitting his years. Choosing not to say more, he turned and walked towards the outer chamber, preparing to address the pressing state affairs. This left Chusi alone on the expansive dragon bed, continuing to play the role of a silent and resolute quilt, silently counting the time of an incense stick. Chapter 37. Strategies for winning over the tyrant. The first light snow of early winter quietly descended, delicate flakes dusting the vermilion palace walls and glazed tiles with a thin layer of silvery white. The afternoon sky was overcast and the chill was biting. However, inside Ningxiang Palace, warmth enveloped the space, the heated floors driving away all traces of cold. Chusi had just awakened from a short nap, wrapped in a warm quilt, relishing the rare comfort and languor. Over the past 3 months, he had refined the formula for the fragrant balm, exchanging for more potent yet less toxic ingredients in the system's marketplace, though the long-term risks had deepened, merging with the effects of the illusory dream flower to counteract poison with poison. He could only take this unorthodox path, striving to stabilize the situation whenever Xie Yingwei's headaches flared severely. On ordinary days, he relied more on the soothing sounds of music and massage for relief. To accumulate more points for unforeseen needs, He had also become somewhat of an idle presence in the palace. Whenever Xie Yingwei did not require his service, he wandered between the various palaces and courtyards, seeking out bustling areas, hoping to trigger inconsequential yet point-earning side quests. The results were often unpredictable, yet he remained tirelessly devoted. The Shadow Guardian reported his movements to Xie Yingwei, who had inquired about them. He merely attributed his actions to a desire for physical fitness, expressing his frustration at his previous inability to resist Yi Lu Xiong, which had led to the emperor's injury. This explanation consistently struck a chord with Xie Yingwei, earning him an abundance of precious tonics and special favors from the royal kitchen. Speaking of physical fitness, he had indeed sought out Lin Feng on several occasions to learn methods for strengthening his physique, even mustering the courage to resume horseback riding. Although the memory of his last fall still haunted him, acquiring an additional life-saving skill was undeniably beneficial. What troubled him most was the peculiar habit Xie Yingwei had developed. He insisted on sharing a bed with him at night, claiming that the aura surrounding him facilitated restful sleep. Thus, Chusi found himself resigning to climb onto the dragon bed after playing the guqin each evening, only to stealthily slip back to the Ningxiang Palace through a side door before dawn. This relentless back and forth only intensified his natural inclination for warmth, leaving him increasingly fatigued and often bearing a faint shadow beneath his eyes. Yet, between obeying the emperor's command and preserving his own reputation, he had no alternative. With winter now upon them, according to the original trajectory of events, Xie Yingwei was expected to succumb to his chronic ailment during this season. Despite the stability of Xie Yingwei's condition over the past 3 months, thanks to his meticulous care, and a significant reduction in episodes of madness that had garnered gratitude from court officials, Chusi dared not relax his vigilance. Uncertain of what precisely would transpire during this winter according to the predetermined path, he remained ever alert. The past 3 months spent by Xie Yingwei's side had not been devoid of turmoil. The tyrant's temperament remained capricious, and Chusi had inadvertently provoked the emperor's ire on several occasions. Whenever Xie Yingwei's gaze turned frigid and the atmosphere in the hall grew tense, the palace attendants would be paralyzed with fear, yet Chusi managed to maintain his composure. He did not panic or attempt to defend himself. Instead, he immediately lowered his innocent, clear eyes, softening his voice to convey just the right amount of grievance and guilt. With a few carefully chosen words, he would attribute the fault to his own foolishness and oversight, all while subtly framing his thoughts around the emperor's welfare. He was well aware of Xie Yingwei's preference for gentleness over harshness, and he skillfully employed his deceptively charming appearance and voice to his advantage. Occasionally, while offering apologies, he would casually mention a minor compliment Xie Yingwei had once bestowed upon him, or suggest that if the emperor found him to be of no use, he would willingly retreat to the Ningxiang Palace for self-reflection, solely hoping that the emperor would not allow his displeasure to harm his sacred health. This strategy of retreating to advance appeared sincerely flattering, and even when Xie Yingwei was seething with anger, it often felt as if his frustration met only a soft barrier. Moreover, upon witnessing Chusi's demure demeanor, as if he had been gravely wronged, any lingering annoyance within Xie Yingwei would inexplicably dissipate. After several such encounters, Chusi himself could not help but marvel that, aside from his medical and massage skills, his ability to flatter the emperor had perhaps improved the most. Reaching a level of consummate expertise, "Dr. Chu, His Majesty requests your presence," came Gao Fu's voice from outside the hall, interrupting Chusi's contemplation. He promptly gathered his thoughts and responded affirmatively. He meticulously gathered the necessary items, particularly the improved balm, and then began to don his garments layer by layer. He dressed in a moonlight-hued satin inner robe, over which he wore a silver-gray padded long shirt, topped with a warm hat. Finally, he draped a splendid snow fox fur cloak around himself, the fur collar enveloping a portion of his face, being particularly sensitive to the cold. He tucked a hand warmer into his sleeve, ensuring he was thoroughly bundled from head to toe before following Gao Fu into the snowstorm. Along the way, he routinely inquired in a low voice about any irregularities in Xie Yingwei's daily routines and meals. Gao Fu recalled carefully, responding that all was well. Upon entering the Zichuan Palace study, A wave of warmth enveloped him. Xiaoyingui sat behind the imperial desk, reviewing memorials, a hint of fatigue evident on his brow. Yet his focus remained unwavering. Hearing footsteps, he lifted his head and was greeted by the sight of a figure as fluffy as a snowball, revealing only a pair of clear eyes and a hint of a nose, moving with an endearing clumsiness. A trace of amusement flickered in Xiaoyingui's eyes as he set down his vermilion brush and beckoned, "Come here." As Chusi approached, he could not help but remark upon the heavy attire. "Aren't you hot and all that? Take it off." Following his suggestion, Chusi removed his warm hat and unfastened the cloak, revealing the silver-gray long shirt beneath, instantly lightening his appearance. Without needing further prompting from Xiaoyingui, Chusi instinctively moved behind him, and with his cool fingers, he skillfully began to massage his shoulders and neck using a gentle technique. After 3 months of close companionship, he had learned to interpret the depth of Xiaoyingui's brow furrows to gauge the severity of his headaches, selecting the most suitable method for relief, whether it be the potent balm, the soothing sounds of a guqin, or, as in this moment, this tender massage. His movements were soft yet precise, and the tension in Xiaoyingui's shoulder and neck muscles gradually eased. While massaging, Chusi discreetly observed everything within the hall, including the half-cold cup of tea beside Xiaoyingui. Were it not for the fear of arousing suspicion, he would have preferred to oversee every aspect of Xiaoyingui's daily life, meticulously checking everything. This was crucial to his mission and, indeed, to his own survival. After all, if Xiaoyingui were to encounter any misfortune this winter, all his efforts would be in vain. Chapter 38. Strategizing against the Tyrant inside the hall. The candlelight radiated warmth while light snow fell softly outside. Xiaoyingui had reviewed several memorials, and with each page, his frustration mounted. Finally, unable to contain himself, he slammed a memorial that criticized the inaction of an official from a certain region down onto the table with a sharp crack. His features darkened with anger. His voice icy, "A bunch of useless fools. Parasites. They bicker over power and profit, yet when disaster strikes, they only shirk responsibility and line their own pockets. What use is it for me to support them?" The atmosphere in the hall instantly thickened, and the palace attendants held their breath. Chusi's fingers did not cease their massage as he gently counseled, "Your Majesty, do not let these foolish individuals upset your health. Only with your well-being can you bring peace to the realm." The pent-up frustration in Xiaoyingui's chest eased slightly with his words. He fell into silence for a moment, then suddenly reached out, extracting the memorial regarding the rare blizzard that had struck several northern provinces, resulting in the death of countless citizens and the collapse of homes. The document requested an urgent allocation of funds and the dispatch of capable officials to aid in disaster relief. He handed it over to the person behind him, saying, "Take a look at this matter. How should it be addressed?" A chill coursed through Chusi's heart. Here it comes. Another test, perhaps. He was acutely aware of Xiaoyingui's suspicious nature, as the latter had always exercised firm control over governmental affairs, rarely seeking input from others, especially not from someone as lowly as a mere medical officer. Hesitating, he did not immediately reach for it. "What are you dawdling for? I commanded you to look." "So look." Xiaoyingui's voice betrayed no hint of emotion. Unable to refuse, Chusi steeled himself and took the memorial, quickly scanning its contents. The situation was indeed dire. The blizzard had blocked roads, making conventional relief efforts slow to arrive and susceptible to exploitation. Though Xiaoyingui was ruthless in his methods, the vastness of the emperor's domain ensured that there would always be individuals willing to prioritize money over life. As he focused on reading the memorial, Xiaoyingui leaned back slightly and closed his eyes. The crisp, medicinal scent lingering around Chusi's presence wafted to his nostrils, accompanied by the calm rhythm of his breathing. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps it was this very essence, or perhaps it was the way this person could effortlessly soothe his restlessness. But whenever fatigue weighed heavily upon him, a thought would arise in his mind, to cast aside the burdensome affairs of state, to embrace this individual before him, and to retreat to the warmth of the dragon bed, surrendering to a deep slumber without a care in the world. Only when Chusi was near could he experience a momentary relaxation of the tightly wound strings of his heart, forged in the crucible of bloodshed and intrigue since his youth. There was no need to remain vigilant against hidden threats or to decipher the underlying meanings of every utterance. It felt as if they were the only two souls in existence within this vast realm. He could consider this person a rare presence in the pinnacle of his solitary power, someone with whom he could lower his guard, if only slightly. Chusi Niang, can I place my complete trust in you? Yet, Chusi remained oblivious to the intricate emotions swirling within Xia Yingwei. His entire focus was consumed by the predicament described in the memorial. Frowning slightly, he pondered for a moment before a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. Your Majesty, he said, setting down the memorial, his voice clear and steady. This matter could be approached from two angles, paving an alternative path. Oh, pray, elaborate, Xia Yingwei replied, still with his eyes closed, his tone unvarnished. Firstly, the allocation of funds can employ a labor-for-relief method, rather than waiting entirely for the court's funds to arrive. Local officials can immediately mobilize able-bodied men from the less affected areas, providing them with tools, daily rations, and a small wage. Prioritizing the clearing of roads leading to the severely affected regions and repairing official granaries and relay stations crushed by the snow. This approach not only expedites the opening of roads for subsequent relief supplies, but also allows the victims to earn their means of survival through labor, preventing them from idly consuming their resources and potentially inciting civil unrest. Moreover, it can help ensure that disaster relief funds are not excessively siphoned off during transportation and distribution. Secondly, the selection of personnel need not be confined to officials from the capital. We can swiftly promote upright and capable low-ranking officials or local gentry from neighboring areas hardest hit by the disaster, granting them temporary authority to organize relief efforts on site. They possess a profound familiarity with local circumstances, and with their family businesses primarily situated in the area, they are more cautious in their actions, making it less likely for them to collude with the existing corrupt system. Additionally, Your Majesty could dispatch a trusted censor or court attendant as an imperial envoy, relieving yourself of the burden of handling specific affairs, while they would be responsible solely for clandestine supervision, wielding the authority to submit confidential reports directly to you, thereby creating a deterrent effect. After a brief pause, he added, furthermore, it is imperative to issue strict orders for local pharmacies and medical establishments to collaborate in preventing potential epidemics following the heavy snowfall. Adequate supplies of medicine to combat typhus and frostbite should be procured and distributed uniformly by the government to reassure the populace. Upon concluding this articulate and well-considered perspective, Chusi immediately lowered his head, his tone reverting to its customary humility. These are merely my humble opinions, and it would be presumptuous of me to discuss state affairs. I beg your Majesty for forgiveness. He lifted his robe, preparing to kneel in apology. For a long moment, he did not hear the rebuke or skepticism he had anticipated. A hand reached out, not to assist him, but rather to gently twirl a strand of his long hair that had fallen upon his shoulder around slender fingers. The gesture imbued with an unspoken intimacy and nonchalance. Chusi stood frozen, hesitant to move. Then, he heard the low, deliberate voice of Xia Yingwei above him, laced with an almost imperceptible hint of amusement. Chu-Qing truly is my precious pearl, radiating brilliance. With you alone, what more could I desire? At these words, Chusi heart raced. The implications in Xia Yingwei's statement were profound, surpassing mere admiration or favoritism, an attitude unfitting for a sovereign toward a subject, especially one as suspicious and volatile as Xia Yingwei. He felt the strand of hair entwined around the emperor's fingers tighten slightly, imparting a subtle sense of pull. This affectionate act silently underscored the weight of his words. Chusi remained bowed, too apprehensive to raise his gaze, his mind racing. Was Xia Yingwei further probing his ambitions? Or had he genuinely begun to place some trust in him? Regardless of the answer, his response at this moment was of utmost importance. As thoughts flickered through his mind, Chusi lowered his head even further, his voice trembling, yet sincere, as he replied in accordance with Xie Yinggui's sentiment. Your Majesty's praise is unwarranted. I am overwhelmed with fear. I am but a humble servant relying on your Majesty's divine radiance to garner a modicum of light. I only wish to exhaust my meager abilities to alleviate your burdens, seeking your health and the stability of the realm. For that is my greatest fortune and aspiration in this lifetime. Xie Yinggui's playful manipulation of the hair momentarily faltered, his deep gaze settling upon the notably fragile back of Chu Xinyan as he bowed low. Chu Xinyan's reply was impeccably submissive, aligning perfectly with the expected demeanor of a loyal subject. Yet, for reasons unknown, Xie Yinggui's subtle discontent, stemming from Chu Xinyan's preoccupation with state matters that overlooked his own emotions, did not entirely dissipate with this appropriate response. However, he chose not to voice this. Slowly releasing the strand of hair, his fingertips brushing against Chu Xinyan's ear, imparting a fleeting chill. Rise, I shall consider your proposal. Xie Yinggui's voice resumed its customary indifference, revealing no trace of emotion. Yes, your Majesty. Chu Xinyan breathed a quiet sigh of relief, complying and rising to stand at the side, maintaining an appearance of utmost respect. Xie Yingui fixed his gaze upon the lowered eyelashes of Chu Xinyan, who appeared impeccably docile and respectful, as if an invisible veil separated them. Silence flowed through the hall, only the soft crackle of candle flames punctuating the stillness. After a prolonged moment, he wearily diverted his attention, his eyes returning to the unfolded memorial on the table. His voice, devoid of discernible emotion, echoed with the usual indifference. You may leave. Chu Xinyan complied, bowing deeply. I take my leave, your Majesty. He lowered his head, eyes averted, and stepped steadily out of the Zikan Hall, the moon-white hem of his robe brushing the threshold without a hint of hesitation. The hall fell back into silence. Xie Yingui watched the direction in which he had vanished, his fingertips lightly tapping the imperial desk, a shadow of inscrutable thoughts flickering in his eyes. After a long pause, he murmured almost inaudibly, his tone laced with a restlessness and disappointment he himself scarcely comprehended. Juking, Olhat Juking. He hesitated, a cryptic smile curling at the corner of his lips, a blend of mockery and resignation. How truly tedious. Chapter 39. After strategizing against the tyrant. I hold power over the realm in the depths of winter. Leaden clouds loomed low over the imperial city, and a biting northern wind swirled fine snowflakes. Chu Xinyan stood silently beside the throne, his eyelashes lowered, seemingly engrossed in the polished, mirror-like golden bricks of the floor, while in truth, his mind was in a state of turmoil. He had already heard of the envoys from the vassal states entering the palace for an audience. This was customary. Yet, inexplicably, since morning, the eyelid of his right eye had been twitching incessantly, a vague sense of unease rising within him. The system had mentioned a significant calamity befalling Xie Yingui during winter. Although he had taken precautions, diligently studying medical texts and concocting potions to stabilize his position and worth, the form and timing of this impending disaster remained entirely unknown to him. This uncertainty proved more harrowing than a clear and present danger. A long announcement from the eunuchs echoed from outside the hall. Shortly after, 3 envoys adorned in vividly colored, intricately patterned garments from foreign lands entered, heads bowed, stepping in with a demeanor of utmost respect. Following them were several attendants, bearing an array of luxurious gift boxes. We, the ministers, come at the command of our king to pay our respects to his majesty, the great Qi Emperor, wishing you longevity and enduring blessings. The envoys knelt and performed their customary salutations, their voices resounding with reverence. Xie Yingui, perched upon the dragon throne, donned a dark robe embroidered with gold. Casually draped with a purple sable cloak, his expression one of habitual aloofness and detachment. He merely raised his hand slightly. Rise. The envoys expressed their gratitude and stood, the foremost among them a middle-aged man with a bushy beard and keen eyes. He stepped forward, a perfectly measured smile gracing his face as he began to introduce the gifts being presented. There were pearls the size of a fist, shimmering with iridescence, the smooth, pristine fur of a snow marten, a cold, curved dagger encrusted with various gemstones, and rare fruits emitting an extraordinary fragrance, said to prolong life. The offerings were a dazzling display of opulence, reflecting the sincerity and reverence of the vassal states. Xia Yingwei's gaze casually swept over the treasures without lingering too long on any, until it fell upon a long box intricately carved from sandalwood. The eunuch opened the box, revealing a neatly arranged array of incense sticks, their tranquil hues and delicate textures exuding a soothing fragrance imbued with a touch of coolness. This incense, crafted from the unique isole sandalwood of our nation's snow-capped peaks, possesses the ability to calm the spirit and clear the mind, making it particularly suitable for your majesty after the burdens of paperwork. The envoy introduced it at an opportune moment. Xia Yingwei's gaze flickered slightly upon hearing this. As if recalling something, he turned to look at the poised Chusi beside him, casually remarking, "This fragrance suits you well. Gao Fu, take it and present it to the Hall of Scent." "Yes," Gao Fu replied promptly, carefully accepting the box of incense. Chusi felt a moment of surprise. He had not anticipated that Xia Yingwei would bestow such a tribute upon him in this context. He quickly bowed, saying, "I am grateful for your majesty's generosity." However, this unexpected favor did not bring him joy. Rather, it intensified his sense of unease. Observing this, the envoy bowed deeply, expressing, "Your majesty's kindness overwhelms this humble official." He continued, "Moreover, our king has heard of your majesty's persistent afflictions and is deeply concerned. He has sent the esteemed healer Womahan to accompany us, who may, with his ancestral medical expertise, alleviate your majesty's ailment and fulfill a subject's duty." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man clad in a gray-brown robe, gaunt in appearance with sharp, eagle-like eyes, stepped forward from behind the envoy. He bowed respectfully, his voice resonant. "I am Womahan, here to pay my respects to His Imperial Majesty of Dechi." At that moment, a chill gripped Chusi's heart. He understood the source of his ominous premonition. A cold shiver surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Warning: high-risk side quest triggered. Life and death on the line. Quest details: survive this crisis. Quest reward: 500 points. Failure penalty: immediate death. Status: compulsorily accepted. The system's notification echoed coldly and mechanically, resonating in Chusi's mind like a death knell. Failure meant death. There was no room for negotiation. All his previous worries and anxieties were validated in that instant. This seemingly ordinary healer Womahan was the very embodiment of the winter calamity spoken of by the system, a harbinger of death targeting him. "This is bad." Xia Yingwei's deep gaze lingered on Womahan for a moment before he spoke with an even tone, devoid of emotion. "My head ailment is a chronic affliction, beyond the reach of the Imperial Medical Bureau. Currently, with Chu Qing attending to me, there has been notable improvement, so there is no need for further concern." His words served as a polite refusal, while also clarifying Chusi's current position. Womahan then turned to Chusi, noting his youth and the lingering signs of illness on his face, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He then addressed Xia Yingwei again, raising his voice with an almost stubborn confidence. "Your Majesty, the causes of head ailments are myriad and oft unclear. Perhaps the methods of physician Chu can only suppress the pain temporarily, akin to stopping boiling water without addressing the source. My ancestors have practiced medicine for 7 generations, and I possess unique insights into various difficult ailments, especially such persistent ones. I humbly request your Majesty's permission to try. I may uncover the root cause and relieve your Majesty of suffering completely." Without waiting for Xia Yingwei's response, Womahan directed his words straight towards Chusi. A semblance of humility, laced with underlying provocation, flickered across his face as he spoke. "I have long heard of Dr. Chu's esteemed reputation, held in high regard by His Majesty, and that your medical expertise must possess extraordinary qualities. Might I inquire about the exceptional remedies you employ in your treatments for the Emperor? It would greatly benefit us practitioners from distant regions to gain insight and broaden our perspectives." A A sudden hush enveloped the hall, all eyes, including the inscrutable gaze of Xie Yingwei, converging upon Chusi. An invisible pressure surged towards him like a tidal wave. Chusi understood that this inevitable confrontation had commenced, with his very life hanging in the balance. Deep within his heart, a weight settled as he recognized the intentions of his interlocutor were far from benign. Under Xie Yingwei's tacit approval, he reluctantly approached the imposing figure of Wu Hun. "You flatter me. I possess only a rudimentary understanding. I merely employ aromatic balms and gentle massage to alleviate His Majesty's discomfort." Yet, as the distance between them diminished to mere paces, Wu Hun's expression shifted dramatically. He inhaled sharply, a perplexed look crossing his face as he pointed at Chusi. "Dr. Chu, what is that peculiar scent emanating from you? It seems rather unusual." A chill coursed through Chusi, though he maintained his composure. "You jest, Dr. Wu. It is merely the lingering aroma of medicinal herbs from my work in crafting ointments." Wu Hun's eyes gleamed with intensity as he pressed further. "Oh, what sort of balm possesses such a distinctive fragrance? Might I have the honor of examining it?" Chusi's fingers curled slightly within his sleeve. This balm was his most significant secret and source of reliance. How could he reveal it so easily? Yet, under the scrutiny of so many, especially with Xie Yingwei observing, a refusal would only betray his own insecurities. Thus he complied, retrieving the delicate jade box from his sleeve and passing it to Wu Hun via Gao Fu. As Wu Hun accepted the box, his demeanor shifted to one of intense focus. He carefully opened the lid, refraining from immediate proximity, instead wafting the air gently and savoring the essence for a protracted moment. Subsequently, he utilized a slender silver stick from his own belongings, meticulously extracting a grain-sized portion of the balm to inspect closely. He examined its hue and texture with utmost scrutiny before bringing it to his nose for a deep inhalation, his brow furrowing ever tighter. The hall remained utterly silent, all eyes fixated on that minuscule amount of balm. Chusi could feel Xie Yingwei's gaze bore into him, palpable and heavy. After what felt like an eternity, Wu Hun lifted his gaze, the previous politeness wiped from his face, replaced by a mixture of shock and fury. He abruptly turned to Xie Yingwei, raising his voice sharply. "Your Majesty, observe. Though this substance's scent is masked by other fragrances, its core exudes a chill and sinister aura, originating from the very essence I detected on this individual. This is no medicinal remedy, but rather a slow-acting poison. In my decades of practice, I have never encountered such a bizarre concoction. May I ask, Dr. Chu, what is the true formulation of this scent?" Gasps of astonishment filled the room. The crime of poisoning the emperor was one that could lead to annihilation of entire clans. Chusi's heart raced, shock evident on his face as he turned to Wu Hun. How could he have discerned it? How could the essence of the illusionary dream flower be detected? Suppressing the tempest of emotions within, Chusi immediately countered. "The ingredients of this balm are solely those of calming and soothing properties. Could it be that Dr. Wu has misidentified it?" Khan let out a cold sneer, his voice laced with sharp accusation. A remedy? I fear it is but a poison, Your Majesty. I dare stake my life that this substance, upon prolonged use, does not nourish the mind, but rather disturbs the senses, amplifying agony, ultimately leading to madness and irritability. Is your persistent ailment not connected to this very thing? His intentions are treacherous. Xie Yingwei sat upright upon the throne, his countenance as dark as the depths of water, his gaze flitting between Chusi and Khan. Though he refrained from immediate speech, the sudden drop in atmospheric pressure around him signaled his mounting fury. Chusi's mind buzzed with anxiety. He glanced rapidly at Xie Yingwei, only to find his expression unreadable, his eyes deep and impenetrable as the night, impossible to discern belief from disbelief. The punishment for failure was death. Could this day mark his end? If Your Majesty doubts my words, summon the other physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau for verification. Khan pressed forward, his tone resolute. Gao Fu quickly bowed. Your Majesty, today as attending physician is Li Yuanpan, Li Jun. I shall summon him. Xie Yingwei uttered a single word, his tone betraying no emotion. Soon, Li Jun hurried in, carrying a medicinal box, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Upon hearing the circumstances, his complexion drained of color. Under Xie Yinggui's icy scrutiny, he trembled as he accepted the jade box. The inspection process, led by physician Li, was more intricate than that of Omukan. He first inhaled from a distance, then approached for a closer scent, repeating the process multiple times. Subsequently, he even ventured to extract a slightly larger portion of the fragrant ointment with his nail, rolling it between his fingers to gauge its texture and oiliness, disregarding the risk as he lightly touched it with his tongue, savoring the fleeting flavor. Moments latte. Li Jun fell to his knees with a thud, his voice quaking uncontrollably. Your Majesty. What Physician Omu has stated is indeed true. This ointment, besides the usual ingredients of sandalwood and borneol, contains an exceedingly faint yet peculiar aura, neither cold nor hot. My knowledge is limited, and I cannot discern its origin, but it is certainly not a substance beneficial for the mind and heart. Prolonged use could indeed be harmful to the dragon's body. He bowed his head, too fearful to look up. Clang! Xie Yingui sprang to his feet, violently kicking the imperial table before him, the resounding crash sending shivers through all present. He drew forth the sword hanging nearby, its blade reflecting the candlelight with a chilling glimmer. With the sword in hand, he descended the steps of the throne, each footfall echoing ominously in the hushed hall like a death knell. Today, should I uncover who dares to lie, this very sword shall sever their head from their shoulders. His voice was as frigid as the winter winds outside the palace, cutting through the hearts of all present. He halted before Chusnian, the icy tip of the sword precisely poised against his heart. Though it did not pierce, the palpable intent to kill seeped through the fabric. In his fathomless gaze swirled a cold fury, touched by a sense of violated authority, alongside a predator's oppressive scrutiny. The sword remained steady against Chusnian's heart, unwavering. He did not roar. Instead, his voice dropped to a chilling whisper, each word etched with the frost of winter. Chusnian, would you dare deceive me? Chusnian harbored no doubt that, should Xie Yingui discover his act of poisoning, regardless of the motive, he would ruthlessly pierce his heart. Yet astonishingly, there was no trace of fear upon his countenance. Even the usual veneer of gentleness had vanished, leaving only an extreme calm. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. The elusive dreaming flower was certainly not of this world. How could its aura be easily discerned? Li Zhen. A fleeting memory of his limited interactions with the esteemed director of the Imperial Medical Institute surged into Chusnian's mind. Apart from the venerable Shui Fangzheng, Li Zhen was the most frequent visitor to the Ningxiang Hall. He always presented himself as humble and eager to learn, repeatedly inquiring about the formula for the fragrant ointment. His words earnest, his eyes brimming with passion for medicine and inquiry. However, Chusnian, ever cautious, would never grant others the opportunity to observe his methods. In retrospect, how much of that enthusiasm concealed genuine sincerity, and how much was mere calculation? Did he truly discern the faint, otherworldly chill of the dreaming flower through decades of medical experience and keen intuition? Or had he already colluded with Womahan, with his previous overtures and inquiries about the formula being a part of this sinister plot? Was the goal to solidify the accusation of plotting against the emperor before the scrutinizing eyes of the assembly? If that were the case, then within the Imperial Medical Institute and the depths of the palace, those wishing for his demise were likely more than just Womahan. Two possibilities clashed violently in Chusnian's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. He could not ascertain whether Li Zhen, trembling on the ground, appeared fearful and helpless. Was a loyal minister revealing the truth in the spirit of a healer, or a masterful actor intent on his demise? After all, his rudimentary medical skills were entirely self-taught. Regardless of which scenario was true, the situation was exceedingly unfavorable for him. He needed time, a flaw, and above all, someone more credible in both medical expertise and stance. Under the scrutinizing and fearful gazes of the assembly, Chusnian slowly raised his head against the menacing tip of the sword. He did not look at Xie Yingui, but first cast a sharp glance at the kneeling Li Zhen, causing him to instinctively retract his neck. Then, he refocused on Xie Yingui, his gaze burning bright, clear, and composed, devoid of pleading or panic. He spoke, his voice steady and resonant, strikingly clear in the hushed hall. "Your Majesty, I request the summons of the director of the Imperial Medical Institute, Lord Shui Fengzheng." A heavy sense of foreboding washed over him as he noted that while Li Jun trembled at the mention of Shui Fengzheng, his face bore little fear. Instead, he hastily prostrated himself. "Your Majesty, the evidence is irrefutable. This man seeks only to delay and confuse your judgment. Is it possible that the arrival of Director Shui could transform this poison into a remedy?" He seemed untroubled by Shui Fengzheng's impending arrival. Yet Chusnian no longer regarded him, instead fixing his gaze resolutely on Xie Yingwei, reiterating, "I beseech your Majesty to summon Director Shui." Chapter 41. Strategies to subdue the tyrant. The hall was enveloped in profound silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Xie Yingwei's deep gaze lingered on Chusnian's tranquil face for a moment. His gaze was as sharp as that of a falcon, seemingly penetrating the very essence of his heart. Ultimately, he slightly raised his chin. Gao Fu understood and promptly bowed, hastening out of the grand hall to summon Shui Fengzheng. Xie Yingwei did not retract the sword pressed against Chu Xinyan's heart. Instead, he held it aloft as he leisurely returned to the dragon throne. The sword, emblematic of life and death, lay casually across his knees, its cold gleam silently proclaiming his earlier words. Today, there would be blood spilled within 5 steps. Wu Muhan, with his head bowed, wore a barely perceptible, chilling smirk at the corner of his lips. Li Jun lay prostrate on the ground, his body still trembling slightly, yet he appeared less frantic, perhaps due to the imminent arrival of Shui Fengzheng. Chu Xinyan remained quietly kneeling, although the sword's blade had been removed from his chest. The icy sensation and oppressive murderous intent seemed to linger. He lowered his eyelashes, his mind racing. Time was of the essence. Xie Yingwei had granted him merely 2 hours, leaving him no opportunity to explore genuine remedies. Thus, he resorted to the risky use of the dreaming lotus obtained through the system exchange. This substance was not of this world. Did Wu Muhan and Li Jun genuinely detect anomalies through their medical expertise, or were they deliberately conspiring under orders? In his previous life, though he had become knowledgeable from prolonged illness, he was not formally trained and could not possibly compare to these eminent physicians who had dedicated decades to their craft. At this moment, his only hope lay with Shui Fengzheng, a man of integrity who had benefited from his kindness. Simultaneously, he was rapidly devising an escape plan in his mind. What if Shui Fengzheng also asserted that the ointment was toxic? How could he defend himself? Would he deny it outright? Would he assert the secret formula's nature? Or would he play along? A multitude of thoughts surged forth, only to be quelled one by one. He must wait for Shui Fengzheng to arrive before taking any action. Time trickled away in suffocating silence. Chu Xinyan knelt upright, his knees transitioning from the initial chill to a numbing pain, yet his form remained unwavering, like resilient bamboo amidst wind and snow. After an indeterminate duration, hurried footsteps finally echoed from outside the hall. Gao Fu ushered Shui Fengzheng inside, and to his surprise, 2 senior physicians from the Imperial Medical Office, known for their rigor, accompanied him. Clearly, Shui Fengzheng recognized the gravity of the situation and dared not act unilaterally, opting to summon his colleagues for corroboration. After Shui Fengzheng and the others saluted Xie Yingwei, their eyes fell upon a small jade box. With a wave of his hand, Xie Yingwei signaled, and Gao Fu immediately presented the jade box to Shui Fengzheng. The latter, his expression grave, accepted the box with both hands. Rather than acting immediately, he meticulously examined the box itself before cautiously lifting the lid. Unlike Wu Muhan, he did not fan the fragrance. Instead, he held the box half a foot from his nose, inhaling gently, closing his eyes to discern its essence. He then gestured for the other 2 physicians to step forward, and together they took turns to smell, exchanging hushed opinions, their expressions markedly serious. Subsequently, Shui Fengzheng retrieved a clean silver spoon to extract a small amount of the ointment, examining its color and texture alongside his colleagues. They even employed the exceedingly cautious method of tasting used in pharmacological examination, savoring the fleeting flavor with the tip of their tongues. Three esteemed physicians gathered in a secluded corner, engaged in hushed deliberations for an extended period, their brows occasionally furrowing and heads shaking, as the atmosphere within the hall grew increasingly tense. At last, Shui Fangzheng inhaled deeply, adjusted his robes, and stepped forward to face Xie Yingui, bowing respectfully as he spoke in a solemn tone. "Your Majesty, we have meticulously examined this ointment." The tension was palpable, as everyone felt their hearts rise to their throats. The cold smile on Wu Muhan's lips deepened, while Li Zhen furtively cast a glance. Shui Fangzheng continued, "What both physician Wu and physician Li have stated is indeed not unfounded. This ointment contains a trace of exceedingly rare cold energy, its nature enigmatic. Unlike any ordinary medicinal herb, Chu Xinyan's hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. Just as a victorious smile appeared on Wu Muhan's face and Li Zhen breathed a sigh of relief, Shui Fangzheng raised his voice, imbued with the certainty of a healer. However, every remedy carries a measure of toxicity. The line between poison and medicine is often perilously thin, contingent upon its application. Your Majesty, it is evident that although this substance possesses a cold toxicity, its potency is remarkably weak, far from the threshold of causing harm or death. Conversely, due to its cold nature, it is precisely suitable for medicinal use." His gaze swept over Wu Muhan and Li Zhen, sharp and incisive. "In recent years, Your Majesty has been burdened by state affairs, leading to an excess of liver fire and an overabundance of yang energy within the dragon body, which is one of the root causes for the recurring and excruciating headaches. Common warming tonics would only exacerbate the situation. Yet, Physician Chu's ointment employs a counterintuitive approach, skillfully utilizing this trace of cold energy to suppress and balance the excessive yang fire within Your Majesty, thereby alleviating severe pain and promoting calm and restful sleep. Although this method is fraught with risk, it is precisely tailored to the affliction." Shui Fangzheng's eloquence, rich in classical references and sound reasoning, not only acknowledged the unconventional nature of the ointment, but also reframed the accusation of poisoning into a commendation for targeted treatment. The taut strings of Chu Xinyan's heart suddenly relaxed, and a thin sheen of sweat broke out on his back. He silently thanked his foresight in recently noticing the pronounced side effects of the dream-inducing ointment, prompting him to reduce the dosage and blend in more common calming fragrances for dilution. Had he adhered to the initial potent concentration of the remedy, it was likely that even with Shui Fangzheng's remarkable skills, he would not dare to risk the wrath of the emperor by defending him so ardently. The sword resting on Xie Yingui's knee remained steadfast. His gaze, deep and inscrutable, slowly surveyed each individual in the hall before finally settling on Chu Xinyan. "Oh," he uttered softly, the final syllable rising slightly, imbued with an enigmatic quality. "According to Shui Yuan's perspective, this substance is indeed beneficial. Have I wronged you?" "Chu Qing?" Shui Fangzheng inhaled deeply once more, bowing with unwavering determination as he replied, "In response to Your Majesty, precisely. Though the method of concocting this ointment may appear perilous, it is, in truth, imbued with profound wisdom. The root of Your Majesty's headaches is complex, not easily resolved by a singular remedy. Physician Chu has adopted an innovative approach, employing cold energy to counterbalance excessive yang fire, embodying the principle of achieving victory through unconventional means. We have rigorously verified that this substance indeed alleviates severe pain and calms the spirit in light of Your Majesty's current condition, harboring no intention of harm." Chapter 42. After strategizing against the tyrant. "I hold supreme power." Shui Fangzheng's words served not only to exonerate Chu Xinyan, but also to stake his own life and that of the two other imperial physicians to ensure Chu Xinyan's innocence. The expression on Wu Muhan's face darkened considerably as he abruptly raised his head and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, you must not be swayed by one-sided accounts. This substance exudes a chilling and sinister aura, utterly unorthodox. The long-term consequences of its use are unpredictable." "Dr. Wu." Shui Fangzheng immediately turned to him, his tone imbued with the inquisitive nature of a healer. You repeatedly assert that this substance is chilling and harmful to the dragon's body. But tell me, what is the state of His Majesty's pulse? Which aspect of his internal yin and yang is stronger or weaker? You have not even conducted the 4 examinations on His Majesty. Yet you hastily condemn the physician for attempting to poison him based merely on the scent of a box of ointment. What rationale is this? Have the medical practices of your nation degenerated to the point where one can determine life or death without examining the pulse and assigning guilt? Shui Fangjing's words were sharp and reasonable, directly pointing to the deficiencies and arbitrariness in Wu Muhan's diagnostic process. The 2 elder physicians accompanying him nodded in agreement, asserting, "What Director Shui states is entirely correct. A physician must consider all 4 examinations in treating an ailment. How can one judge a case solely based on aroma?" Wu Muhan was momentarily rendered speechless, his face a ghastly mix of pallor and green. He opened his mouth, attempting to argue, "I, too, am concerned for His Majesty's health." Concerned? Xie Yingwei finally spoke again, his voice not raised, but effectively silencing all discussions. He slowly rose, the sword resting across his lap, humming softly with his movements. He descended the steps of the throne, not approaching Chu Suanyin or Wu Muhan, but stopping before the still, trembling Li Jun. The sword tip gently tapped Li Jun's official hat. Li Jun, stricken with terror, nearly collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Your Majesty, spare me. Please spare me." I was momentarily confused. It was Wu Muhan who approached me, saying that if I identified the physician's ointment as problematic, I would be greatly rewarded. I was blinded by greed. "Please spare me." His breakdown completely unraveled Wu Muhan's scheme. Wu Muhan's face turned ashen, and he shouted, "You slander me. It was you who sought me out, claiming the ointment was poisonous and asking for my cooperation." However, Xie Yingwei did not even glance at Wu Muhan. His gaze fixed coldly upon Li Jun, his voice as frigid as the winter winds outside the palace. "I have stated before, those who lie today shall die." Before the words had fully left his lips, the glint of the sword flashed. A spray of blood erupted. Li Jun's pleas were abruptly silenced. His head rolling upon the ground, eyes wide with terror and unfulfilled defiance. Warm blood splattered across the polished golden tiles, a horrifying sight to behold. A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall, several envoys nearly collapsing under the weight of their fright. With a flick of his wrist, Xie Yingwei shook the droplets of blood from the sword's edge, his gaze turning like a piercing arrow towards the pale-faced Wu Muhan. Wu Muhan fell to his knees with a thud, prostrating himself in frantic repentance. "Your Majesty, forgive me. I beg for your mercy. I was blind and spoke without thought. I never intended harm against your Majesty." His words tumbled forth, a clear indication of his utmost fear. "Take him away. Confine him in the imperial prison for rigorous interrogation." Xie Yingwei, with an air of indifference, commanded his guards, who promptly seized the ambassadors and dragged them away like lifeless dogs, their pleas for mercy gradually fading into the distance. Only then did Xie Yingwei, gripping the blood-stained sword, slowly return to stand before Chu Sinian. The latter remained kneeling, his posture unwavering. The harrowing turn of events and the imminent threat of death had not stirred much on his countenance, though a slight chill crept into his fingertips. The tip of the sword rose once more, gently pressing against Chu Xinyan's chin, compelling him to raise his gaze. Their eyes met. Xie Yingwei looked down upon him, his profound eyes swirling with lingering malice and a complex scrutiny. He observed Chu Xinyan as if he wished to etch every ounce of his calmness and every subtle expression into his memory. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Chu Qing has been startled. The sword withdrew, and the icy sensation of oppression abruptly vanished. "Everyone else, leave." Xie Yingwei sheathed his sword and turned away, no longer glancing at anyone else. The assembly felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Shui Fangjing and several court physicians quickly bowed and hastily exited, their steps unsteady. As Shui Fangjing passed by the still kneeling Chu Xinyan, he paused momentarily, swiftly shaking his head in disapproval, his brow furrowed and his eyes filled with concern. His earlier counsel, which had teetered on the edge of recklessness, had sought to exonerate Chusi to the greatest extent possible. Regardless, employing poison against the emperor was an unforgivable transgression. Perhaps he acted out of gratitude for Chusi having saved the entire imperial hospital. Or perhaps he genuinely believed that the emperor's headaches had lessened with Chusi's presence, resulting in a milder disposition that would benefit all. Yet, his shaking head served as a warning to Chusi. This matter is perilous. Can the emperor's heart be free of thorns? You are in a precarious position, surrounded by envious and resentful figures in the palace, not justly Jean. Exercise utmost caution in the future. In an instant, the vast hall was left with only Xiaoying and the figure of Chusi, still kneeling as if nailed to the ground. Turning around, Xiaoying noticed that Chusi had not joined the others in leaving. He frowned slightly, his tone devoid of emotion. Rise. Yet, Chusi appeared not to hear. Instead of standing, he leaned forward and respectfully bowed his head, his voice clear yet imbued with a detached calmness. Your Majesty, my talents are meager and my virtue lacking. I am unworthy to serve as your Majesty's physician. Should your Majesty harbor doubts, I humbly request your permission to resign and return to my humble abode. Xiaoying fixed his gaze on the pale crown of Chusi's head, his expression darkening. After a lengthy silence, he coldly replied, "Not permitted." With that, he turned away, striding toward the hall's exit, his black robes sweeping across the cold floor, leaving behind a terse command, "Follow me." However, no footsteps followed. Xiaoying halted abruptly and spun around, only to find Chusi still stubbornly kneeling in place, his demeanor humble yet resolute. An inexplicable fury ignited within him as he strode back to face Chusi, looking down upon him with thinly veiled anger in his voice. "Chusi, what do you truly wish to accomplish?" Chusi raised his head, his light-colored eyes reflecting a tranquil lake, and reiterated, "I wish to resign." "You." Xiaoying's mind was clouded with an impending resurgence of the headache that had been momentarily subdued by the fragrant balm. He fixed his gaze upon Chusi, whose seemingly delicate and harmless visage now bore the unmistakable expression of defiance, as if declaring, "I refuse." In a fit of anger that twisted into a sardonic smile, he retorted, "Very well. Even if Shui Fangzheng provides you with an excuse, the fact remains that you have poisoned me. I have only made you kneel for less than half an hour, yet you dare to complain and ask for resignation? Chusi Niang, have you grown audacious enough to challenge me?" To his astonishment, Chusi remained steadfast in his kneeling position, his posture unchanged, voice unwavering and resolute. "Your servant requests to resign." Xiaoying felt the veins at his temples throb violently, the familiar damp ache returning to ensnare him. How had he not noticed before that this seemingly docile and timid rabbit possessed such formidable stubbornness? He scrutinized Chusi for a prolonged moment, yet there was no sign of retreat. With a cold huff, he turned away, leaving behind a chilling proclamation that swept through the hall like a winter breeze. "Obstinate fool. Return to your Ningxiang hall and remain confined. Without my permission, you are forbidden to step outside." Having spoken, he strode away without a backward glance. Chapter 43. After conquering the tyrant, I hold power in court. The vermilion doors of Ningxiang Hall were firmly shut, isolating the turmoil of the outside world and the emperor's wrath. Initially, Chusi found the days of confinement rather pleasant. At least he no longer had to live in fear of when Xiaoying's headaches might strike, or how his every word might provoke disaster. He could sleep until the sun was high in the sky, undisturbed by anyone. Since he could not leave, he devoted his energy to strengthening his body. Each day, without fail, he practiced the movements taught by Lin Feng in the courtyard of the hall. Though encased in heavy winter garments that rendered him somewhat cumbersome, he diligently executed every stretch, punch, and stance. Yet, he occasionally lamented the inability to practice the equestrian techniques Lin Feng had imparted. However, this brief respite was soon shattered. Chusi discovered that Xiaoying's pettiness had descended to the level of depriving him of proper meals. The food delivered each day grew simpler, evolving from exquisite dishes to watery broth, and at times even served cold. If it were anyone else, they might have become anxious or indignant. But Chusi merely gazed at the meager fare, his expression calm and unperturbed. Having endured countless bitter medicines in his past life, while bedridden, and having resorted to using tattered cotton as sustenance in times of dire need, what did this paltry meal signify? Silently, he picked up his chopsticks, savoring each bite, swallowing every morsel without a hint of grievance or dissatisfaction. Another source of regret was that his confinement deprived him of opportunities to traverse the outside world and activate side quests in the system. Losing this avenue for accruing points was undeniably a disappointment. Despite being ensnared, Chusi's access to information remained unimpeded. The connections he had cultivated within the palace now came to fruition. Every day, Gao Fu would unwaveringly stand outside Nengxiang Hall, calling out through the closed palace doors. Dr. Chu, His Majesty sends this old servant to inquire if you still wish to resign today. This had become a daily routine. Chusi would typically respond with a single utterance within the hall, serving as his answer. However, after Gao Fu posed his question, he would not depart immediately. Instead, he would lower his voice and murmur about the circumstances outside, particularly regarding the recent state of Xia Yingwei. On the 5th day of his house arrest, Chusi, bundled up tightly, persisted in his exercises in the small courtyard outside the hall. The cumbersome winter attire indeed hindered his movements, but despite his aversion to the cold, he felt that engaging in outdoor activities and absorbing the essence of nature might be more beneficial than languishing indoors. The biting cold wind stung his face, yet he remained unfazed. Gao Fu's familiar voice resounded promptly outside the palace gates. Dr. Chu, does His Majesty inquire if you have changed your mind today? Chusi halted his movements, breathing slightly heavier as he approached the door and replied through the panel, Master Gao, please convey to His Majesty that my resolve remains unchanged. His voice clearly resonated through the crack of the door. Gao Fu sighed outside, as if he had anticipated this answer. If a slight concession could lift the house arrest, why must Dr. Chu remain so obstinate? After a moment of silence, he suddenly lowered his voice, infusing it with an air of mystery. Dr. Chu, there is indeed a curious affair in the court today. The other envoys from the vassal states present at the palace were not punished by His Majesty, merely admonished and then released. Chusi raised an eyebrow at this news. Such leniency was indeed rare, given Xia Yingwei's vengeful nature and his propensity to entangle others. Even if he did not execute all the envoys, he would surely seize the opportunity to impose heavy reparations or territorial concessions upon the vassal states. To let them go so lightly could almost be deemed magnanimous. Following his lead, Chusi inquired, is His Majesty in particularly good spirits these days? Gao Fu hesitated for a moment, lowering his voice further, laced with an unspoken significance. His Majesty has indeed shown less anger of late. However, alas, during this time, His Majesty has frequently summoned that woman presented by the vassal state. Chusi's interest was piqued. It was common knowledge that Xia Yingwei had little interest in women, rendering the imperial harem essentially non-existent. The fact that he would repeatedly summon a tribute woman was far more astonishing than any sudden display of benevolence. Clearly, this woman must possess extraordinary qualities to have captured the emperor's attention. Chusi maintained a composed tone as he responded. Gao Fu outside the door stamped his feet, perhaps to fend off the cold or out of impatience. Unable to contain himself any longer, his voice conveyed evident concern. Dr. Chu, you may not be aware. It is said that the woman's appearance bears a striking resemblance to His Majesty's late mother. Chusi's pupils constricted. Gao Fu's words continued to pour forth like a rapid volley, infused with trepidation. Moreover, His Majesty has summoned her to the Zichan Hall for 3 consecutive days. Even today, during the morning court, His Majesty was absent. This is truly outside. Gao Fu hesitated, unable to continue, yet the unease and worry had been unmistakably conveyed. Standing within the hall, Chusi felt the cold wind swirl in with the snowflakes, melting upon his long lashes, bringing a fleeting chill. Gao Fu's murmurs of concern gradually faded into the distance, leaving only the howling wind sweeping over the palace walls. He slowly returned to the interior, where the warmth of the charcoal fire could not dispel the sudden chill that had gathered in his heart. Xia Yingwei did not slay those envoys. Rather, he became infatuated with a woman who bore a striking resemblance to his late mother, to the extent of neglecting state affairs. Such behavior is far from ordinary. Chusi possessed little knowledge of Xia Yingwei's mother, piecing together fragmented information from the occasional words of Gao Fu and whispers of palace intrigue. She was a consort who had not garnered favor and ultimately perished in obscurity, perhaps even by her own hand. Xia Yingwei's feelings towards his mother are undoubtedly complex and profound, as evidenced by his occasional expressions of intense disdain for matters concerning the inner palace. The sudden appearance of a woman resembling his mother at this juncture captivated him to the point of setting aside governance. Chusi could almost ascertain that there were unseen hands at play behind this scenario. What might their intent be? Was it merely to employ the allure of beauty to disrupt the emperor's heart and chaos in the court? Or was it an opportunity to decisively suppress him? His former favorite? Chusi shook his head, dismissing this somewhat absurd notion. Perhaps it will be prudent to observe further. Chapter 44. After captivating the tyrant. I hold power over the realm. The inner palace was brightly lit, casting an absurd glow throughout the chamber. Xia Yingwei donned a dark-hued night robe, his sash loose, revealing a muscular chest marred by old scars. His inky hair hung untamed over his shoulders, adding an air of dishevelment to his demeanor. He reclined on a soft couch, surrounded by several empty gold goblets and jade flasks. A number of court dancers swirled gracefully to the languorous melodies, their flowing sleeves and skirts creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Yet, there was no trace of intoxication upon Xia Yingwei's visage. Only an overwhelming fatigue lingered, and deep within his eyes, an unsettling crimson hue flickered ominously. Were Chusi present, he would readily discern this as a foreboding sign of an impending and violent ailment. For 7 consecutive days, Xia Yingwei had failed to attend court, drowning in this realm of revelry and wine, both day and night. His expression remained devoid of emotion. Neither joy nor anger was evident, only a profound indifference. However, his gaze remained fixed, as if riveted, upon the most radiant dancer at the center of the performance. The dancer, named Yunji, was the beauty bestowed by a vassal state. Clad in a scarlet dance gown adorned with delicate golden bells, her skirt jingled melodiously as she twirled, shimmering with light. Her beauty was indeed striking, with features akin to exquisite paintings and skin as luminous as fresh snow. Most remarkable was her face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Xia Yingwei's memories of his mother, particularly her slightly upturned phoenix eyes and the small, nearly identical beauty mark at the corner of her eye. At this moment, Yunji danced gracefully to the music, akin to a supple, boneless beauty snake. Inching closer to the dragon couch, her enchanting gaze sparkled with flirtation. Approaching the couch, she delicately lifted a wine jug and poured an amber-hued libation for Xia Yingwei. Her voice as sweet as honey. "Your Majesty, please drink this cup to the fullest." Xia Yingwei did not refuse. He took the cup, or rather, gazing upon her face, drained it in one gulp. The liquid coursed down his throat, trickling from the corners of his lips into his partially open robe. Time and again, he consumed the wine like a parched man, greedily swallowing the fiery liquid, his gaze perpetually locked onto the woman's face. Witnessing his compliance, she could hardly suppress her amusement. What a tyrant, feared across the land, reduced to a mere man ensnared by the allure of beauty. That fool, Womahan, believed he could use medicine to undermine the esteemed imperial physician of the Chu family, only to ensnare himself in the process. With nothing but her captivating visage and a modicum of cunning, she has ensnared this imperious man, leading him to neglect state affairs and languish under the hem of her skirts within a mere 7 days. What could be more exhilarating than to manipulate a formidable tyrant at her whim? Filled with pride, she grows ever bolder in testing Xia Yingwei's boundaries. Should the night proceed favorably, perhaps she might ascend to the dragon bed for an ephemeral encounter, soon to be bestowed the title of noble consort, or even the exalted position of empress. She leaned in closer, her delicate arm encircling Xia Yingwei's neck, guiding his weary head to rest upon her soft form. her voice dripping with sweetness. "Your Majesty works tirelessly. You ought to rest well. Why must you be so harsh on yourself?" Xiaoyingui offered no resistance, allowing her to maneuver him, gradually reclining until his head lay upon her entwined legs. Yunji gazed down, marveling at the once fearsome emperor now nestled like an infant upon her lap, a surge of indescribable exhilaration and control coursing through her. All notions of life and death, of imperial might, were but playthings in her grasp at this moment. Xiaoyingui, resting on Yunji's legs, closed his eyes, breathing steadily, lost in the illusion of warmth. Yunji's fingertips gently combed through his disheveled, inky hair, her triumph in taming the tyrant nearly overflowing. Just as her self-satisfaction peaked, Xiaoyingui's eyes abruptly opened. The crimson beneath his gaze had not faded, revealing no hint of inebriation. He fixed his stare upon the face of the woman above him, strikingly reminiscent of his late mother, a tumultuous blend of red and icy darkness swirling within his depths. His lips parted slightly, his voice husky and low, each word striking the still air. "Do you know how my mother died?" The allure in Yunji's expression froze instantly. Her heart jolted, a chill racing up her spine. She opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words in response to this sudden and harrowing question. "She was hanged." Before she could even utter a syllable, Xiaoyingui interrupted, his tone devoid of fluctuation, as calm as if recounting an unrelated tale from the past. "In the cold palace, a simple white silk was used. I hid behind the door and watched. Tell me, was it I who caused my mother's death?" The smile on Yunji's face completely vanished, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes, shattering her carefully maintained composure. In a flash, Xiaoyingui's right hand, which had previously rested lightly on her skirt, surged with sudden ferocity. His fingers, like steel claws, tightened with unparalleled precision around Yunji's delicate, pale neck. A faint crack echoed in the silent hall, chillingly clear. Yunji's enchanting eyes bulged bloodshot, her pupils dilating in sheer terror and suffocation. Her slender fingers clawed helplessly at Xiaoyingui's iron grip, her manicured nails leaving feeble trails of blood upon his taut arm. Her body trembled violently, like a fish out of water. All her alluring charm shattered in the face of absolute power and impending death. Xiaoyingui's expression was as impassive as stone, his arms steady as a rock, showing not the slightest tremor. He gazed down upon her, who flailed helplessly in his grasp, his eyes hauntingly vacant, as though he were merely extinguishing an inconsequential candle rather than snuffing out a vibrant life. In mere moments, Yunji's struggles waned swiftly, her clawing arms drooping listlessly, and those once bewitching eyes lost their luster, leaving only a haunting pallor of deathly gray. Only when the pulse in her neck ceased to convey any sign of life did Xiaoyingui indifferently release his grip. Yunji's limp body tumbled from the edge of the couch, landing with a dull thud on the cold floor, lifeless and silent. The revelry in the hall had long since ceased. The musicians and dancers, terrified beyond measure, collapsed to the ground, trembling like leaves in a storm, hardly daring to breathe. Xiaoyingui slowly sat up, casting not a glance at the corpse below, and coldly uttered a single word: "Leave." The crowd, as if granted a reprieve, scurried away in a flurry, leaving behind a hall in disarray, an atmosphere steeped in silence, and an overwhelming stench of alcohol mingled with the metallic tang of blood. Chapter 45. After capturing the tyrant, my power reaches the court when Chusi and receive the news. He scarcely had time to don a warm cloak, rushing towards the Zicken hall clad in only thin garments. The door stood ajar, a wave of pungent blood filling the air. He halted abruptly at the entrance, his pupils constricting. Inside, the flickering candlelight illuminated a scene of chaos and crimson. Several corpses lay sprawled on the floor, those of the envoys from vassal states, their fates grim, evidently slain by sharp blades. At the center of the blood-soaked tableau stood Xiaoyingui, his back turned to the entrance. His dark robe soaked with deep crimson stains, a bloodied longsword gripped firmly in his hand. Hearing hurried footsteps behind him, Xiaoyingui slowly turned. His ink-black hair stirred without wind, cascading gently over his shoulders. He was enveloped in an inescapable shadow, flecks of blood upon his face, rendering his complexion even more pallid. Upon recognizing Chusi, the once hollow and vacant depths of his eyes flickered momentarily, and a chilling smile crept upon his lips. "Chu-Ching," he murmured, his voice gravelly, akin to stones grinding together. As his words faded, he loosened his grip, the bloodied sword clattering to the ground with a sharp clang. He disregarded the corpses strewn about the hall, and instead approached Chusi step by step. A tightness gripped Chusi's heart. Xiaoyingwei's demeanor was profoundly unsettling. Instinctively, he wished to retreat, yet his feet felt as if they were anchored to the spot. In a flash, he not only refrained from retreating, but stepped forward into the thick miasma of blood and oppression. This step brought Xiaoyingwei before him, his towering figure casting a shadow that enveloped Chusi entirely. Xiaoyingwei lowered his head, his blood-stained, still warm hand gently caressing Chusi's icy cheek. The gesture bore an eerie tenderness, starkly contrasting with the carnage surrounding them. Blood left vivid crimson streaks upon Chusi's pallid skin. Xiaoyingwei gazed intently into those pale eyes, enunciating each word with clarity and deliberation. "I have only you, Chu-Ching." Upon finishing his declaration, his body swayed. The faint glimmer in his eyes extinguished, and his heavy form collapsed forward, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chusi stumbled as he was taken aback, swiftly exerting all his strength to support him, feeling the unusual warmth and weight of his body, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. Within the Zicheng Hall, the lights burned through the night, summoning the entire assembly of imperial physicians from the Tai hospital, creating a scene of chaotic urgency. Upon the dragon bed, Xiaoyingwei lay with his eyes tightly shut, his complexion ashen, deeply enshrouded in a coma. Chusi, unkempt in his attire, remained vigilantly by the bedside, personally attending to him. He had just wrung a cloth in warm water, intending to wipe the beads of sweat from Xiaoyingwei's brow, when he heard a faint murmur escape his lips. "Cold, so cold." Xiaoyingwei's brow furrowed tightly, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably, as if he were ensnared in an icy wilderness. "Quick, add more charcoal. Bring all the warm stoves here," Chusi commanded urgently, his voice tinged with an uncommon fervor. The palace attendants hurriedly complied. Premium silver frost coal was incessantly delivered into the hall, with several gilded stoves encircling the dragon bed, radiating searing waves of heat. Layers of thick brocade blankets were piled upon Xiaoyingwei, along with fox fur and sable. Every conceivable item for warmth was summoned. Soon, the hall became as stifling as a steamer, with beads of sweat forming on Chusi's forehead, his cheeks flushed. Yet, Xiaoyingwei continued to shiver, his teeth chattering, his murmurs intermittent and imbued with a child's helplessness. "Cold, so cold." Furrowing his brow, Chusi took a bowl of ginseng soup that had been kept warm and carefully scooped a spoonful to offer to Xiaoyingwei's lips, attempting to coax him to drink. However, the unconscious man clenched his jaw tightly, rendering the soup impossible to ingest, allowing it to trickle down the corners of his mouth and dampen his garments. "Cold." Xiaoyingwei stubbornly repeated that word. Chusi set down the bowl, observing the curled figure on the bed, incessantly lamenting his chill, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. This sudden, unrelenting cold was no ordinary ailment. It resembled a long-buried heartache that had erupted under extreme duress. This was not a malady treatable by medicine. It was a manifestation of inner demons, and if allowed to fester, Xiaoyingwei might very well not endure this winter. Should anyone dare to divulge a word of today's events, they shall be dealt with as traitors, without exception. Chusi turned to face all the physicians and palace attendants within the hall, his voice low yet imbued with a chilling finality. He had to contain the information. Should news of His Majesty's critical condition and mental instability leak, both internal and external turmoil would descend upon them, with dire consequences to follow. The crowd fell silent, affirming their understanding. In the time that followed, Chusi endeavored every known remedy. Regardless of whether it was fragrant ointments, musical tones, or therapeutic massages, nothing proved effective. Xiaoyingwei remained ensnared in his frigid nightmare, trembling like a leaf in the wind, his lips pale and whispering that solitary word, cold. The charcoal fires blazed fiercely within the hall. The warm stoves radiated heat, yet Chusi found himself drenched in sweat, his hair dampened, his cheeks aflame, and his garments thoroughly soaked. What is even more exhausting is that each time Chusi carefully drapes the heavy brocade quilt over Xiaoyingwei, attempting to capture even the faintest glimmer of warmth, the comatose Xiaoyingwei invariably resists vehemently, casting the quilt aside. Chusi can only patiently recover him time and again. Just as Chusi leans down once more to retrieve the slipping quilt, a hand as cold as death suddenly grips his wrist. Before he can react, he is pulled into the dragon bed, tumbling into its embrace. Xiaoyingwei's feverish breath hisses against his neck, and his arms encircle Chusi like iron bands, burying his face deeply into the crook of Chusi's shoulder. Chusi's body stiffens instantly, as if his very blood has congealed, every inch of his skin acutely aware of this overwhelming intimacy. As he struggles to escape this disconcerting embrace, he hears Xiaoyingwei's fragmented, trembling murmurs, now more articulate than before. Wu Hui, the well water is so cold. Wu Hui, he's calling for him. Chusi's struggles abruptly cease. He recalls how Gao Fu had alluded to Xiaoyingwei's late younger brother, who had drowned in the well of the cold palace. He lowers his gaze, observing Xiaoyingwei still trembling. His body is frigid as if submerged in icy springs. In this moment, the tyrant sheds all his bloodthirst and authority, appearing as fragile as a child lost in a nightmare. A taut string in Chusi's heart relaxes for an instant. His rigid body gradually loosens, and the arms that had been positioned between them to create distance slowly rise, hesitating for a moment before resolutely embracing Xiaoyingwei's cold form. He adjusts their positions to draw them closer, attempting to dissipate the penetrating chill seeping into Xiaoyingwei's bones with the warmth of his own body. His palm gently caresses Xiaoyingwei's taut back, the motion clumsy yet imbued with a peculiar soothing power. Through the thin fabric of the nightclothes, he can distinctly feel the tremors of the other's muscles and the icy touch of his skin. Chusi tenderly presses his cheek against Xiaoyingwei's forehead, sensing the unusual coldness, and then holds him tighter, as if to transfer all his warmth to him. His breath is light, intertwining with Xiaoyingwei's erratic gasps. The chamber is filled with roaring charcoal flames, the heat oppressive, beads of sweat matting Chusi's hair to his skin. Yet the person in his arms remains as unyielding as a block of ice, absorbing his warmth endlessly. He closes his eyes, dispelling all distractions. Within the chamber, permeated with the scent of medicine and waves of heat, all calculations and barriers momentarily dissolve, leaving behind two souls equally tempered by fate, clumsily seeking solace in one another amidst the desperate cold, drawing warmth from their fleeting embrace. Chapter 46. After capturing the tyrant, I hold power over the court. Chusi maintains this intimate embrace, unaware of how much time has elapsed. The candle flames in the chamber have shortened, crackling and casting shadows that dance around their entwined forms. Xiaoyingwei's trembling gradually subsides, the bone-chilling coldness receding bit by bit under the relentless warmth. The grip of his arms around Chusi loosens slightly, yet he does not release him, as if unconsciously regarding him as his sole anchor. Chusi could distinctly sense the gradual evenness in Xiaoyingwei's breathing. Though it remained more hurried than usual, it was no longer the chaotic tumult of near collapse. He slightly moved his numbed arm, wishing to adjust his posture to alleviate the stiffness. However, the moment he stirred, Xiaoyingwei furrowed his brow as if startled. His arms tightening once more, a muffled, discontented murmur escaping his throat as he buried his face deeper into Chusi's neck, his warm breath cascading over the sensitive skin. Chusi's body instantly tensed again, paralyzed by the fear of further movement. He lowered his eyelashes, gazing at the sleeping visage so close at hand. The shadows of Xiaoyingwei's previous ferocity and anguish softened in slumber, his long eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes, revealing a rare semblance of tranquility. Yet, the tightly pressed lips and the occasional slight hitch of breath still bore testament to the torment recently endured. A complex array of emotions unfurled within Chusnian's heart. He ought to despise this forced intimacy, to remain wary of this capricious emperor. Yet, he found himself unable to disregard Xie Yingwei in such a state. It was not merely for the sake of duty. It seemed there was something more. Chusnian let out a barely audible sigh, relinquishing the thought of adjusting his position. Instead, securing his arms around Xie Yingwei more firmly, ensuring a sounder sleep for him. He lifted his other free hand, gently wiping away the lingering cold sweat from Xie Yingwei's forehead and temples with the edge of his sleeve, his movements cautious, fearful of disturbing his repose. Having completed this act, Chusnian stilled, quietly embracing the gradually warming body in his arms. Outside, the night enveloped the palace in its darkness, while the charcoal fire within remained ablaze. Chusnian's gaze settled on the flickering candlelight, his eyes clear and distant, filled with thoughts unseen by others. As dawn broke, the morning light streamed through the heavy window lattices, dispersing some of the murky heat and medicinal scent within the chamber. The charcoal fire had long since burned out, leaving only ashen remnants. Chusnian maintained his embrace, having scarcely closed his eyes throughout the night. His arms and one side of his body felt utterly numb, as if countless fine needles were pricking at him. The person in his arms stirred slightly. Xie Yingwei's thick eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening. In a moment of awakening, confusion and disarray clouded his gaze, which met Chusnian's tired yet tranquil countenance mere inches away. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Xie Yingwei's pupils dilated suddenly, his body stiffening in an instant. He abruptly released his grip on Chusnian's arms, the movement imbued with a near-hasty force, extricating himself from that warm and enticing embrace. Swiftly sitting upright, the abruptness of his motion tugged at Chusnian's still numb arms, sending a sharp pang of discomfort coursing through him, prompting a soft intake of breath and a slight furrow of his brow. The sudden distance created between them allowed the cool morning air to seep in, bringing with it an ineffable awkwardness and tension. Xie Yingwei turned his back to Chusnian, the collar of his dark night robe slightly ajar, revealing the taut line of his neck. He did not speak immediately, instead raising a hand to press firmly against his still swollen forehead. It was a sight he revealed before Chusnian, one that left him astounded. Chusnian quietly moved his stiff and numb arms and legs, the tingling sensation from the returning blood causing him to slightly purse his lips. He adjusted his crumpled robe, his movements composed, showing no signs of the abrupt distancing from Xie Yingwei. Rising, he stood by the edge of the bed, his voice slightly hoarse from staying up late, yet still steady. "Your Majesty has awakened. Is there anywhere else you feel discomfort?" Xie Yingwei did not turn around, remaining silent for a long while before finally uttering a low word from his throat. "None." The hall fell into silence once more. Sunlight slowly shifted, illuminating the floating dust in the air. Rising, Xie Yingwei still did not look at Chusnian, leaving behind an emotionally ambiguous remark that shattered the suffocating silence. "If even a word of last night's events leaks, I shall have you executed." His tone retained its usual cold threat, yet for some reason, it lacked the decisive ferocity of past encounters, sounding instead like a feeble attempt at concealment. After speaking, he strode towards the bathing area, his back straight yet somewhat rigid. Chusnian remained in place, gradually lifting his head only after Xie Yingwei's figure vanished behind the screen. He gazed at the empty dragon bed and the disheveled brocade quilt upon it, still warm with the lingering traces of their intertwined forms. His fingertips brushed against his neck, where the remnants of Xie Yingwei's heated and chaotic breath still lingered. After a long moment, he lowered his eyelashes, concealing the tumult of emotions in his eyes. Exiting the palace, the morning chill struck him, clearing the drowsiness that had settled in his mind from staying in the warm chamber. Gao Fu, waiting outside the hall, immediately approached, his face betraying evident concern and trepidation. "Dr. Chu, His Majesty has awakened and is not in serious condition," Chusnian interrupted, his voice regaining its usual gentleness. "Instruct someone to prepare light meals. His Majesty needs to rest." Gao Fu nodded repeatedly and promptly went to make arrangements. Chusnian then returned directly to the Ningxiang Hall, mindful that he was still under house arrest. The hall remained as it had been when he left, the charcoal fire cold, carrying the heavy scent of the previous night. However, he did not immediately call for someone to clean. Instead, he walked to the window, opening a slight gap to let in the piercing morning wind, dispersing the residual warmth and medicinal odor within. The cold air invigorated him, allowing for clearer thoughts. He understood distinctly that the relationship between him and Xie Yingwei had irrevocably changed after last night. Xie Yingwei had revealed his deepest vulnerabilities and weaknesses before him. While he had intervened in the Emperor's world in a manner far exceeding his duties as a physician, the Emperor's vulnerabilities must remain a closely guarded secret. Those who know such secrets often find themselves with only two paths: to become an indispensable confidant or to be utterly eradicated. Chusnian rubbed his still slightly aching arm. He closed his eyes, the image of Xie Yingwei buried helplessly in his neck and murmuring incoherently, overlapping with the usual image of the ruthless and tyrannical emperor, creating an intensely contradictory sense of tearing. If he could not accurately grasp the nuances within this situation and remained lost in the fleeting intimacy of last night, his demise would likely not be far off. Upon comprehending this, the subtle ripples within Chu Snian's heart, stirred by their close encounter, gradually subsided, replaced once more by reason and vigilance. He turned to summon a palace servant, instructing them to rekindle the charcoal fire and prepare warm water for his bath. As the soothing warmth enveloped his body, Chu Snian exhaled deeply, allowing himself to sink into the water and empty his mind. He needed to wash away the weariness that clung to him, as well as the lingering essence of the Zikin Palace from the previous night. His sole duty was to fulfill his role as a physician, adhering strictly to his responsibilities as a subject, providing the necessary treatments to Xie Yingwei, whether physical or occasionally for his troubled spirit. Beyond this, any unwarranted entanglements or errant thoughts must be severed decisively. Chapter 47. After conquering the Tyrant. I hold power over the realm. Startled awake from the cool bath water, Chu Snian realized he had been so fatigued that he had fallen asleep in the water. He rose, dried his body, donned a clean inner garment, and took a soft cotton cloth to slowly wring out his damp, pale pink hair. Water droplets cascaded from the ends of his hair, creating faint sounds in the stillness of the hall. He continued to ponder how he might respond if he were to encounter Xie Yingwei in a similar state, gripped by a sudden affliction and ensnared in a chilling nightmare. Fragrant balms may offer temporary relief, and soothing melodies provide external comfort. Yet the bone-chilling coldness remained rooted deep within Xie Yingwei's soul, resolvable only by extraordinary means. Fortunately, the thought of enduring this for another 5 years sustained him. During the day, instead of seeing Xie Yingwei, he received the edict lifting his house arrest, restoring the usual standards of meals. Chu Snian was not surprised. Xie Yingwei's fury was swift to arise and equally swift to dissipate, perhaps due to his engagement with more pressing matters. Once granted the freedom to act, Chu Snian immediately ventured to the training grounds to practice archery and horsemanship. Alas, despite Lin Feng's guidance, his riding skills remained awkward, leaving him to struggle to maintain balance on horseback, while true mastery seemed a distant dream. The following days passed in tranquility. Xie Yingwei's headaches did not recur, and he engrossed himself in his desk work, addressing the mountain of governmental affairs that had accumulated due to his previous absence. Chu Snian later learned from Gao Fu that the vassal state that had schemed with the offering of Yunji had been decisively dealt with by Xie Yingwei's iron-fisted decree, reducing it to rubble. This action resonated with Xie Yingwei's characteristic vendetta, embodying his resolve to eradicate threats at their roots. Upon reflection, it had been nearly half a month since Chu Snian had last an audience with the Emperor. This was a stark contrast to the previous situation where he had been summoned almost daily. However, he felt no surprise. The Emperor was beset with countless duties, especially after such a lengthy delay. He relished the leisure, spending his days either studying medical texts or honing his writing skills. Should any disturbance arise, Gao Fu would certainly inform him. However, in the wake of these events, The old ministers in the court glimpsed renewed hope and clandestinely began to advocate for the selection of a consort to ensure the continuation of the imperial lineage. This initiative was swiftly quashed by Xie Yinggui's dismissive remark, resulting in a few ringleaders receiving a reprimand, after which no one dared to bring up again. That night, having completed his bath and clad only in a thin, white inner garment, Chusi was about to extinguish the candlelight and retire when the palace door was gently pushed open. A figure clad in dark attire, carrying the chill of the night, stepped into the hall. It was none other than Xie Yingui. Chusi was momentarily taken aback, hurriedly approaching, and due to his disheveled attire, he hastily adjusted his clothing, preparing to kneel in reverence. The emperor waved off such formalities. Xie Yinggui's gaze lingered for a fleeting moment on Chusi's cheeks, which glowed with a delicate sheen after bathing, and on the slightly open collar of his robe before he averted his eyes, his tone devoid of emotion. Just as Chusi was about to express his gratitude, he was astonished to witness Xie Yingui begin to unfasten his own ornate dragon-patterned robe, carelessly discarding the priceless garment onto the floor. He then naturally approached the bed, lifted the brocade coverlet, and reclined upon it. Chusi stood rooted in disbelief. After a moment, Xie Yingui propped himself up on one elbow, his inky hair cascading over the pillow, and noticing Chusi still standing there, his brow furrowed in displeasure. He gestured for the vacant space beside him, commanding, "What are you hesitating for? Come here." With furrowed brows, Chusi instinctively wondered if he was unwell again. "Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell? I shall fetch the lute," he inquired as he approached the bedside. "I am fine. When I say come, you come," Xie Yingui interrupted, his expression serious. Chusi halted, gazing at the sovereign who had claimed his bed, a peculiar sensation surging within him. At this moment, Xie Yinggui's eyes were clear, his tone authoritative, with an unmistakable intention to share the bed with him. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately dared not defy the emperor's will. Silently, he moved to the opposite side of the bed, awkwardly lifting a corner of the coverlet and cautiously lying down, attempting to keep a distance between himself and Xie Yingui. The candles in the hall had not yet been extinguished, casting a dim, warm glow. Chusi could distinctly feel the warmth and presence of another person beside him, causing his body to tense involuntarily. He stared at the canopy above, sensing an inexplicable strangeness in the events of this night. Xie Yingui lay on his side, his gaze falling upon Chusi's somewhat tense profile, the candlelight illuminating his pale hair as if wrapped in a soft glow. Silence enveloped them, leaving only their shallow breaths. Suddenly, Xie Yingui broke the stillness, his voice resonating clearly in the quiet. "Do you have nothing to discuss with me?" Chusi was momentarily taken aback, turning his head in confusion. What should I say? He meticulously searched his mind since the night of Xie Yinggui's illness. He had recorded every detail, from the emperor's dietary preferences and soothing remedies to the appropriate temperature for the charcoal in the sleeping quarters, and communicated them through Gaofu. There should be no omissions. The seriousness etched on his brow, as he pondered, ignited a flicker of unnameable frustration within Xie Yingui. For the past 2 weeks, he had diligently attended to state affairs, intentionally avoiding summons, while Chusi, instead of proactively inquiring about his well-being, had vanished after being released from confinement, spending his days mingling with Lin Feng to learn some trivial horsemanship. This pent-up irritation swelled within him, and he was eager to see what this wooden figure would articulate. After contemplating for a while and finding nothing else to say, Chusi cautiously ventured, "Your Majesty, are you still troubled by the method of using poison against poison in the ointment? I assure you, the current dosage is very cautious." "Absolutely no. Do you dare to bring it up?" Xie Yingui abruptly interrupted him, his tone tinged with a hint of barely suppressed frustration. "The individuals I have personally trained inspire my utmost confidence." This declaration, rather than exuding complete trust, seemed to underscore a sense of ownership. Chusi found himself increasingly perplexed. What could possibly account for His Majesty's unusual demeanor tonight? Noticing the continued look of bewilderment upon his face, Xie Yingui could no longer contain the fire that surged within him. He suddenly sat upright, his handsome visage illuminated by the dim light, displaying a semblance of petulant anger as he fixed his gaze upon Chusi. His voice lowered. "If I do not seek you out, must you also refrain from visiting me? Chusi, where have your manners gone?" Realizing the root of the matter, Chusi quickly sat up, offering an explanation. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I have observed your heavy burden of state affairs and dared not impose upon you lightly. However, I inquire daily with Chief Eunuch Gao regarding your well-being to ensure your health is intact." He believed this response to be considerate and thorough. Yet, to his surprise, Xie Yingwei's expression did not improve. It grew even more somber. "Inquiring about Gao Fu? I am right here in the Zikan Hall. A mere few steps to see me is less than your effort to seek out Lin Feng at the training grounds." The bitterness in his words was something he himself failed to recognize. At this moment, Chusi grasped the crux of the issue. His Majesty was dissatisfied with his lack of initiative in approaching him. Although he found the sentiment somewhat baffling, he acquiesced graciously. "It is my oversight. I shall ensure to pay my respects to your Majesty more frequently in the future." With this promise, the tension in Xie Yingwei's chest eased slightly. He reclined once more, turning his back to Chusi and muttering, "Remember your words. Now sleep." Observing the childlike silhouette of Xie Yingwei, an odd sensation welled within Chusi, yet he complied and laid down as instructed. Following that night, the gifts from the Ningxiang Hall flowed in like a torrent, surpassing all previous offerings. Precious metals, exquisite artifacts, and rare overseas spices, along with delicate Jiangnan pastries, arrived in abundance. However, what astonished Chusi the most was Xie Yingwei's special command to select a pure white steed from the royal stables, a horse devoid of any blemish. The magnificent creature possessed long, powerful limbs and an unexpectedly gentle temperament. The emperor declared, "This horse is named Zhao Yi. It is mild-mannered and steady in its gait, perfectly suited for physician Chu to practice his riding skills." The inner attendant delivered this decree with the utmost reverence. As Chusi caressed Zhao Yi's satin-smooth coat, a whirlwind of emotions stirred within him. Xie Yingwei's gesture clearly indicated his awareness of Chusi's lack of equestrian prowess, prompting him to select such a docile steed. Even more peculiar was Xie Yingwei's departure from his previous habit of summoning Chusi frequently due to his headaches. Instead, he often kept him in the Zikan Hall under various pretexts. Sometimes he would request his company while reviewing memorials, frequently seeking his opinions. At other times, he would invite him to play a soothing melody on the guqin or merely engage in light-hearted banter over a game of chess. These actions were undoubtedly intimate, imbued with an unspoken closeness that starkly contrasted with Xie Yingwei's previously erratic and tempestuous demeanor. While Chusi outwardly complied with decorum, an unshakable sense of strangeness and vigilance lingered in his heart. Could it be that his mind was clouded that night? Alas, alas. Chapter 48. After strategizing against the Tyrant. I hold power in the court on a spring day. The training ground basked in gentle sunlight, with a refreshing breeze carrying the scent of earth and grass. Chusi had shed his heavy winter garments in favor of a smart, lavender-hued outfit, wielding an unsharpened practice sword as he diligently practiced the fundamentals of slicing, thrusting, and blocking under Lin Feng's guidance. His long hair was tied back with a matching hairband, revealing a smooth forehead and an elegant neck. Sweat trickled down his temples, dampening a few strands of hair against his cheeks. He harbored no aspirations of mastering swordsmanship. His only desire was to strengthen his physique, to possess a modicum of self-defense in times of peril. Standing beside him, Lin Feng was intensely focused, offering timely instructions. "Dr. Chu, lower your wrist a tad more. Yes, just like that. When you strike, engage your core. Do not rely solely on your arms." As he spoke, he stepped forward to adjust Chusi's somewhat awkward grip on the sword, his demeanor earnest and devoid of impatience. While one taught meticulously and the other learned earnestly, a shadow clad in dark attire appeared silently at the edge of the training ground. Xie Yingwei raised a hand to halt a guard and an attendant who were about to announce his presence. Approaching stealthily with a gaze that fell deeply upon the lavender-clad figure in the midst of their practice. Observing Chusi's clumsy and powerless swordplay, Xie Yingwei's lips curled into a faint smile, finding it somewhat amusing, akin to watching a kitten attempting to appear fierce, yet posing no real threat. However, when his gaze shifted to Lin Feng, who was closely adjusting Chu Xian's stance, that momentary amusement vanished, his expression darkening with an inexplicable irritation, no longer concealing his presence. He strode forward, his footsteps startling the two in the training area. Chu Xian and Lin Feng turned simultaneously, startled to see the newcomer, and quickly ceased their practice. Bowing respectfully, "We pay our respects to your majesty." "There's no need for that," Xie Yingwei replied in a neutral tone, his eyes scanning Chu Xian's sweat-dampened forehead and slightly flushed cheeks before finally settling on Lin Feng. "I was merely taking a casual stroll, but it seems I have interrupted the esteemed lessons of Captain Lin." He offered a grandiloquent pretext for his intrusion. Lin Feng hastily replied, "I would not dare, your majesty." "You flatter me." Only then did Xie Yingwei direct his gaze back to Chu Xian, raising an eyebrow with a hint of a challenging tone. "Why does Sir Chu seek to train in martial arts without consulting me? Do you believe my prowess pales in comparison to Captain Lin's?" His question was pointed, subtly positioning Lin Feng in a comparative light. Chu Xian, still catching his breath, replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, with your myriad responsibilities, how could I dare to disturb your royal ears with such trivial matters? Captain Lin possesses exceptional skill and teaches with utmost dedication." While his response seemed reasonable, Xie Yingwei's lingering dissatisfaction remained unaddressed. He chose not to dwell on the matter, instead turning his attention to Lin Feng, a hint of combativeness curving his lips. "I have long heard of Captain Lin's formidable swordsmanship. Since we have crossed paths today, why not engage in a friendly spar? It would allow me to stretch my limbs." Lin Feng inwardly lamented the prospect of sparring with the emperor. He possessed but one head upon his neck, yet he dared not refuse and could only brace himself, clasping his fists in homage. "I obey your command. I humbly request your mercy, your majesty." The two then proceeded to the weapon rack to select their arms. Lin Feng chose the standard long saber he was accustomed to, while Xie Yingwei lifted a pitch-black spear of considerable weight. In his hands, the spear felt as light as a feather. He effortlessly twirled it, creating a fierce whooshing sound that sliced through the air. Chu Xinian retreated to the sidelines, his curiosity piqued, although he knew of Xie Yingwei's formidable martial prowess. Opportunities to witness it firsthand were rare. The sparring commenced. Initially, Lin Feng was exceedingly cautious, his strikes measured, fearful of injuring the royal body. However, after a few exchanges, he realized his grave misjudgment. Xie Yingwei's spear technique was a far cry from the somber demeanor he exhibited in political affairs or the awkwardness he displayed in front of Chu Xinian. Instead, it radiated an imposing vigor, bold and unyielding. The heavy spear in his grasp moved with the grace of a dragon emerging from the sea, fierce and unrelenting. At times, it struck with the cunning and ferocity of a venomous serpent. The onslaught was akin to a tempest, relentless and suffocating, leaving Lin Feng nearly breathless. Lin Feng's heart raced in alarm as he comprehended that the emperor's illustrious reputation in the northern armies was no mere fluke. No longer daring to hold back, he unleashed the entirety of his lifelong training, wielding his saber with fluidity, blocking, evading, and seeking even the slightest opportunity for retaliation. The clang of metal reverberated through the air, the two figures moving with such speed that they nearly defied perception. Lin Feng's blade shimmered like snow, sharp and menacing, while Xie Yingwei's spear cast a shadow as heavy as a mountain. Each collision sparked fire. Chu Xinian watched from the sidelines, his heart pounding. While he was no connoisseur of martial arts, it was evident that Lin Feng was exerting himself fully, while Xie Yingwei maintained an air of effortless composure. Ultimately, after narrowly deflecting a fierce thrust, Xie Yingwei's wrist flicked sharply, the spear tip tracing an uncanny arc, circumventing Lin Feng's blade, akin to a venomous dragon poised to strike. Halting just before Lin Feng's throat, the icy spear tip hovered a mere inch from his skin. Lin Feng froze, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He could palpably sense the chilling intent of death emanating from the spear's tip, and could only slowly lower his saber, inhaling deeply, conceding with genuine respect. Your martial prowess is unmatched, your majesty. He conceded. Xiaoyingui retracted his spear, resting it behind him. He exhibited little in the way of triumph, as if besting a mere guard captain were an ordinary affair. In high spirits, he turned to observe Chu Xinyan's expression. Was it one of awe or admiration? His gaze swept to where Chu Xinyan had been standing, only to find that he had vanished. The fleeting joy on Xiaoyingui's face abruptly froze, his countenance darkening with palpable intensity, as if the very air around him had solidified. His icy gaze fell upon Gao Fu, who stood nearby, his skin prickling under the scrutiny. Gao Fu hurriedly stepped forward, his face a mask of distress, cautiously raising a hand to gesture towards another direction in the training grounds. Following his indication, Xiaoyingui cast his eyes in that direction. In the distance, on the expansive racetrack, a magnificent steed named Juya, enveloped in pure white, ambled along with a figure clad in a soft lotus hue, taking deliberate steps. Chu Xinyan gripped the reins tightly, his body swaying slightly in rhythm with the horse's movements. His expression was one of intense concentration as he endeavored to find his balance atop the horse, utterly absorbed in his practice. Oblivious to the thunderous duel that had already concluded nearby, Xiaoyingui tightened his grip on the long spear, his gaze fixed on the awkward yet earnest figure atop the horse. He then glanced at Lin Feng, who still appeared somewhat shaken, and an indescribable sense of frustration surged within him, akin to striking a fist into cotton. With a darkened expression, he hurled the spear onto the weapon rack, producing a resounding clatter, and stormed off in a fit of anger. "Ah, my Chu Qing, how splendid you are." Chapter 49. After capturing the Tyrant. I hold power over the court in the sweltering heat of midsummer. The inner palace resembled a vast steamer, with even the act of breathing infused with scorching air. Xiaoyingui, accompanied by several court officials and palace attendants, relocated to a cool summer palace nestled by the mountains and water in the outskirts of the capital to escape the heat. The scenery of the summer palace differed greatly from that of the imperial palace. It lacked the solemnity and grandeur, instead offering a touch of ethereal tranquility. Especially captivating was the imperial hot spring pool, nourished by flowing water, nestled amidst a grove of verdant bamboo. The water was crystal clear, shimmering with rippling light, and the surrounding mist carried a refreshing coolness. Xiaoyingui leaned against the white marble wall of the pool, his long black hair thoroughly soaked, clinging messily to his broad shoulders and firm chest. Water droplets glided down the defined lines of his physique, tracing the very depths of old scars before finally merging into the gentle waves of the pool. He deliberately chose to bathe at the hour when Chu Xinyan routinely came to report on the affairs of the medicinal garden. Chu Xinyan, holding several newly transcribed lists of medicinal herbs, stepped into the bathing chamber, only to be momentarily halted by the wave of warm humidity and the sight before him. Lowering his gaze, he walked as straight as possible, stopping several paces from the edge of the pool, and bowed low. "Your Majesty, this is the newly organized list." Xiaoyingui, clad only in a thin silk pant, had his upper body fully exposed to the soothing steam, showcasing his toned physique, defined abdominal muscles, and interwoven scars, forming a striking tableau under the diffused light of the water. One hand casually rested on the edge of the pool, fingers lightly tapping the jade stone, while the other languidly stirred the water, creating ripples. Upon hearing footsteps, Xiaoyingui turned his head. The steam softened the edges of his typically sharp features. Yet when his penetrating gaze fell upon Chu Xinyan, it bore an inexplicable intensity, as if it were a hook drawing him in. "Come here," he commanded. Chu Xinyan hesitated, but ultimately advanced a few steps to kneel at the pool's edge, holding the list above his head, while still keeping his gaze lowered, fixed on the gleaming ground. However, Xiaoyingui did not reach for the list. Instead, he scooped a handful of water, allowing the warm liquid to cascade through his fingers, producing a gentle sound, his eyes lingering on the exposed section of Chu Xinyan's pale neck that was revealed as he bowed. "Recite it for me," he instructed. With no other choice, Chusi Yin unfolded the scroll and began to read aloud, his voice clear and steady like a mountain spring. A stark contrast to the sultry ambience of the room. Xie Yingwei listened, yet his gaze lingered upon the slender fingers, the focused profile, and the dampened tips of the pale pink hair, glistening with moisture. Suddenly, he shifted, causing ripples in the water as he leaned closer towards Chusi Yin, who was situated by the edge of the pool. The sound of the water startled Chusi Yin, momentarily interrupting his recitation, and as he instinctively raised his eyes, he met Xie Yingwei's penetrating gaze, mere inches away. Within those deep-set eyes reflected the shimmering water, swirling with an indiscernible yet intuitively perilous emotion. Chusi Yin's heart skipped a beat. He quickly lowered his eyelids, though his ears betrayed him, flushing a delicate shade of red. Xie Yingwei observed his reaction with keen interest, a smirk of triumph curling at the corners of his lips. He did not retreat. Instead, he casually draped his arm over the edge of the pool, uncomfortably close to where Chusi Yin knelt. Almost palpable was the contrast of the coolness emanating from him against the surrounding warmth. "Continue," he commanded, his voice lowered, imbued with an alluring magnetism. Chusi Yin steadied himself, forcing his attention back to the text before him. Yet, Xie Yingwei's presence was overwhelmingly potent. The heat of his gaze, the moisture-laden breath so near, and the occasional splash of water that landed on his garments felt like an unspoken intrusion. Xie Yingwei, still unsatisfied, suddenly pointed to a passage in the scroll. What does this signify? His fingertip, warm and moist, nearly brushed against Chusi Yin's hand that held the scroll. Startled, Chusi Yin instinctively recoiled, momentarily losing his breath. He struggled to regain his composure, explaining, "Your Majesty, this is..." However, Xie Yingwei interrupted, switching to a question of lesser consequence. This pattern repeated several times, and even the slowest of minds would recognize that Xie Yingwei had no genuine interest in the herbal compendium, but was rather toying with him. As his recitation gradually diminished to a halt, he glanced up with a hint of exasperation at the emperor, who was striving to exude charm from the pool. "If your Majesty has no intention of hearing about these trivial matters, may I take my leave?" Xie Yingwei observed him, noting his departure from the previously wooden demeanor. A flicker of amusement crossing his eyes before being swiftly replaced by dissatisfaction. He had sacrificed so much to present himself in such a manner, and yet this rabbit dared to flee? "When did I permit you to take your leave? Come here, I have a slight headache." He huffed, leaning forward, nearly half of his chest emerging from the water, droplets cascading down the sharply defined muscles. Hearing this, Chusi Yin cautiously approached Xie Yingwei's temple, gently applying pressure while scrutinizing his complexion. "Does your Majesty experience a sense of fullness or sharp pain? Is there dizziness accompanying it?" His movements were professional, his gaze clear, embodying the focused demeanor of a healer attending to a patient. Xie Yingwei, feeling the precise pressure and the coolness of his fingertips, lazily half-closed his eyes. Yet his attention remained fixed on Chusi Yin's face, taking in the long, dense eyelashes, the prominent nose, and the lightly pursed lips, which were slightly pale due to concentration. "It seems to be a sensation of fullness," Xie Yingwei replied ambiguously, subtly inching closer to Chusi Yin. Their proximity, such that they could almost feel the currents of air exchanged with each breath. Chuchi's technique never fails to provide me with considerable relief. The warm breath mixed with steam caressed Chusi Yin's ear. He tilted his head slightly, attributing it to the rising mist by the pool without further thought, and continued his movements, responding respectfully, "It is my duty to alleviate your Majesty's worries." Xie Yingwei observed his utterly oblivious demeanor, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he suddenly shifted the topic, his voice lowering to a tone laced with a semblance of genuine inquiry. "Chuchi, I recall you once expressed a desire to remain unmarried for life, wishing only to stay by my side. Is this sentiment sincere?" Chusi Yin's fingers paused momentarily before resuming their task. He raised his gaze to meet Xie Yingwei's profound eyes, his expression open and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. "In response to your Majesty, every word is heartfelt. To be entrusted by your majesty and allowed to demonstrate my modest skills is a tremendous honor. I seek nothing else but to serve you devotedly until my last breath." His words were imbued with genuine emotion, as it was indeed his mission and goal. Completing the system tasks and preserving his life, gaining even a modicum of trust from an emperor wielding life and death, was a blessing in this vast palace. As for romantic entanglements, he had been frail in his past life and now had neither the time nor inclination to indulge in such matters. His bond with Xiangwei was one of an extraordinary camaraderie between sovereign and subject, yet it was far from what Xiangwei anticipated. Xiangwei scrutinized him for a long while, attempting to discern any hint of pretense or wavering in those clear, glass-like eyes. However, all he found was unadulterated sincerity. A wave of helplessness tinged with frustration surged within him. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped the wrist of Chu Xinyan's hand resting against his temple. Chu Xinyan was taken aback. "Your Majesty?" Xiangwei's palm, having been immersed in warm water for an extended period, radiated a searing heat, enveloping his cool wrist. He did not exert force, but held on gently, his fingertips caressing the delicate skin at the wrist, with a pinkish-purple jade bracelet he had personally gifted him rested. "Chu Qing," Xiangwei's voice dropped even lower, carrying an almost coaxing tone. "The water in this pool is quite beneficial for relaxing muscles and joints. You have worked hard in the medicinal garden recently. Why not join me for a brief soak?" He spoke leisurely, yet his gaze was intensely fixed on Chu Xinyan. Facing the strong male presence emanating warmth so close to him, Chu Xinyan's cheeks burned uncontrollably. Simultaneously, alarm bells rang in his mind. He abruptly stood up and stepped back 2 paces, nearly dropping the scrolls in his hands. "Your Majesty, there are boundaries between sovereign and subject. If there are no further commands, I must attend to a few herbs in the medicinal garden that require immediate care. I take my leave." With that, he practically fled, his retreating figure betraying his panic. Xiangwei watched as he nearly dashed out of the hot spring hall, his hand resting on the edge of the pool, slowly clenched, sending up a splash of water. "Chu, si, nyan." He ground his teeth, almost forcing these 3 words through clenched jaws. Despite his brazen attempt to entice, this person remained utterly impervious. With a sense of irritation, he scooped up water and splashed it forcefully onto his face, attempting to cool the fervor rising from his frustration. "My dear Chu Qing truly is nothing but a blockhead." Chapter 50. After strategizing the tyrant, I hold power over the court since the appearance of Chu Xinyan. Xiangwei's tempestuous temperament, which often erupted in thunderous rage, has indeed softened year by year, although he still exudes an imposing presence that daunts others. The court officials no longer tread on eggshells, fearing that a single misstep might lead to dire consequences. On the way out of court, encountering Chu Xinyan, several esteemed ministers would even pause to exchange pleasantries with him, their demeanor notably warm. The imperial kitchen, too, has sought innovative recipes, eager to please this favored individual before his majesty. Xiangwei's reliance and trust in Chu Xinyan have reached a point of utter selflessness. While the Ningxiang Hall still remains, Chu Xinyan often finds himself residing in the side hall of the Zichen Hall. Eventually, Xiangwei directly ordered the transfer of his belongings into the main hall, truly achieving the intimacy of shared meals and slumber. Xiangwei also bestowed upon Chu Xinyan a command token for the Shadow Guards, granting him the authority to mobilize them when necessary. In matters of state, although Xiangwei remains diligent, during episodes of his chronic ailment or when fatigued from reviewing memorials late into the night, he would naturally pass his vermilion brush to Chu Xinyan. Initially, Chu Xinyan, feeling apprehensive, would merely echo the sentiments he had heard, writing responses of understood or as per discussion. Gradually, Xiangwei began to engage him in discussions regarding specific state affairs, encouraging him to voice his insights. Having been trapped in a sickbed in his previous life, burdened with strategies unexpressed, he now seizes this opportunity to cautiously articulate his thoughts. His annotations often reveal innovative perspectives that strike at the heart of the matter, prompting even Xiangwei to nod in quiet approval at times. In due course, Xiangwei would frequently summon him to attend court, standing beside the imperial dais. When faced with difficult decisions, he would directly lean in and inquire. "What do you think, Chu Qing?" Initially, Chusi Nian would respond in hushed tones, but later, with Xie Yingwei's tacit approval, he could confidently present his opinions. His remarks, though lacking the fervor of a general or the cunning of an elder statesman, consistently carried a calm precision and insight into worldly affairs, gradually earning him the respect of some court officials. By the third year of Chu Xinyan's arrival in this realm, a shocking decree resonated throughout the court. His Majesty commanded the elevation of Chu Xinyan, born of a physician, to the position of regent, equivalent to that of a vice-sovereign, empowered to wield the emperor's authority in governing state affairs. On the day the edict was proclaimed, the court erupted in uproar, yet quickly fell into silence under Xie Yingwei's frigid gaze. During the grand ceremony of conferring the title of regent, the capital was deserted. As dawn broke, the solemn sound of bells and drums reverberated through the palace, the 9 gates opening in succession, heralded by resplendent banners that obscured the sun. Civil and military officials, clad in formal court attire, stood in strict formation on either side of the jade-paved imperial path according to their ranks. Chu Xinyan stood before a mirror, attended by palace maids as he donned a specially tailored prince's robe. The robe, black in hue and embroidered with a 4-clawed dragon in gold thread, cinched at the waist with a jade belt, accentuating his originally slender frame into a more regal stature. The frail vulnerability he exuded in everyday life was now supplanted by a restrained dignity, embodied in this garment that symbolized utmost honor and power. The delicate powdery pink tresses were meticulously gathered beneath the 7-feathered crown, with a beaded curtain cascading down to partially obscure his tranquil brow and eyes. Only when he occasionally lifted his gaze did the cool brilliance within his light-colored irises strike an intimidating chord. The auspicious hour had arrived, and the grand ceremonial music resounded. Chu Xinyan stepped gracefully out of the palace, treading upon the imperial path. The gazes flanking him were woven with a tapestry of emotions: admiration, scrutiny, doubt, and reverence, all converging upon him. He felt the weight of those stares, yet maintained a steady stride and composed demeanor, as if he were destined to walk this path. Within the hall, Xie Yingwei sat regally upon the dragon throne, the crown's tassels draping elegantly. The golden dragon patterns embroidered upon his dark robe shimmered under the flickering candlelight, exuding an imperial majesty akin to towering mountains. His gaze pierced through the swaying, beaded curtain, closely following the figure advancing toward him, his profound eyes swirling with an ineffable complexity of emotions, an amalgamation of scrutiny, anticipation, and an almost desperate trust. As Chu Xinyan approached the imperial steps, he performed the intricate rites of 3 kneels and 9 prostrations. The chief eunuch Gao Fu unfurled the bright yellow imperial edict and read aloud the decree of his appointment in a sharp and clear voice. Each word was a commendation and a significant trust, announcing to the world the position, power, and responsibilities of the regent. Thus, Chu Xinyan, with unwavering loyalty and profound wisdom, has rendered great service to the nation. He is hereby elevated to the rank of regent, bestowed with a golden decree and treasure, elevated above the princes, to assist me in governing the realm and to pacify the populace. Long life! I, Chu Xinyan, humbly accept the decree with gratitude. I shall exert my utmost strength and loyalty, dedicating myself unto death. Chu Xinyan bowed, his voice resonating clearly in the serene hall. Xie Yingwei slowly rose and descended from the imperial steps, personally placing the heavy regent's golden decree and seal into Chu Xinyan's hands. Their fingertips briefly brushed against the cold seal, one imbued with the warmth and might of the emperor, the other cool yet resolute. Chu Qing, Xie Yingwei's voice, though not loud, carried a weighty solemnity that transcended the boundaries of ruler and subject. I entrust both the empire and the state to you. Chu Xinyan lifted his gaze, meeting Xie Yingwei's unfathomable eyes through the swaying curtain of pearls. In them, he discerned unreserved trust, as well as a deep-seated determination. I shall not fail your majesty's expectations. He inclined once more, his tone steady yet heavy with significance. With the rites completed, The sound of bells and drums reverberated through the skies. Chusi turned to face the assembly of civil and military officials. Holding the golden seal by the imperial steps, he stood tall, his posture reminiscent of a pine tree. Sunlight streamed through the palace doors, casting a resplendent golden aura around him, while the coiling dragon on his dark robe seemed poised to take flight at any moment. From this moment forth, he was no longer merely the favored medical officer at the emperor's side, but the true regent of the Dechi dynasty, wielding supreme authority, sharing the governance of this vast realm with the emperor seated upon the dragon throne. For Chusi, to live again was undoubtedly precious, a healthy body was invaluable, and the fervor for revenge burned intensely. Yet, deep within him lay an irreparable void, a desolation left by the shackling of talent, the shattering of ambition, and the trampling of sincerity in his past life. He possessed a wealth of knowledge, yet lay confined to a sickbed, separated by a screen, listening to his kin appropriating the strategies he had painstakingly devised, ultimately discarding him like a worn-out rag in a frigid room to await death. Now, under the ambiguous indulgence of Xie, he found for the first time an opportunity to transcribe the strategies he had only envisioned in his mind onto paper, presenting them before the sovereign. Initially, it was due to Xie illness that he was tasked with reviewing memorials, during which Chusi penned several incisive reform proposals alongside a lengthy report on the inefficiencies of the grain transport system. After a prolonged silence, Xie commanded that these proposals be forwarded to the Ministry of Revenue for appropriate action. Remarkably, the following year, the revenue from grain transport increased by 30%, drawing the attention of both court and commoners. This was precisely one of the strategies Chusi had repeatedly contemplated in his previous life, while ill, yet which had gone unnoticed. Subsequently, Xie discovered an excellent method to alleviate his ennui by frequently delegating challenging state affairs to Chusi under the pretense of evaluation. Aware that this was both an opportunity and a peril, Chusi acted with heightened caution, though his brilliance could not be entirely concealed. The military funds for the northern frontier were persistently inadequate, and the border generals lamented their plight amidst incessant court disputes. Rather than directly intervening in military affairs, Chusi proposed a strategy for salt allocation and an audit by the censors accompanying the troops, aiming to supplement military needs with salt profits while curbing corruption through oversight, each measure precisely targeting the root issues. Following his advice, Xie implemented the plan, and within a year, the morale of the northern troops began to stabilize. While corruption was significantly curtailed, this too was a remedy he had discerned from the pervasive ills of officialdom in his past life. Furthermore, with local gentry monopolizing land and an increasing number of refugees, Chusi seized the opportunity presented by Xie growing annoyance with such memorials to casually propose a government loan for seedling support, aiming to suppress the ambition for land consolidation. Recognizing the novelty and non-intrusiveness of the proposal, Xie ordered a trial implementation across 3 counties. This policy, once enacted, afforded numerous farmers a respite and brought about a semblance of peace in local governance. Those strategies once dismissed by close relatives as mere trifles were now transformed into thunderous national policies upon the grand stage of the Dechi dynasty. Each time he stood within the hall, presenting his views with composure and feeling the weight of power altering reality through his hands, a complex array of emotions stirred within him. His earnest assistance was undoubtedly motivated by systematic tasks and self-preservation. Yet it also harbored a hint of the noble sentiment that a scholar would willingly sacrifice for a discerning patron. Xie offered not just authority, but also elevated Chusi, along with his once-abandoned aspirations and talents, to the pinnacle of the realm, allowing him the freedom to express and implement them. From engaging in confidential matters to reviewing memorials and ultimately receiving the regent's golden seal, an emblem of utmost trust and responsibility, Xie affirmed his worth through this almost gamblesome approach, fulfilling Chusi's long-held aspirations across 2 lifetimes. This recognition, this entrusted responsibility, surpassed any precious balm or remedy in the world. Chusi gently lifted his gaze towards the man seated upon the throne, who had laid bare the entirety of the empire before him. The initial calculations driven solely by survival and duty had, through years of camaraderie, evolved into a more intricate and inextricable bond. The path he traversed now was fraught with greater peril than in his past life, yet was also imbued with a far richer and more exhilarating essence. Chapter 51. After defeating the Tyrant, I hold power over the court. 5 fleeting years have passed in the blink of an eye. Chusi once believed that 5 years would stretch interminably, yet he now finds himself startled by the swift passage of time, with the cold countdown on the system panel dwindling to a mere month. The rules of the system are stark and merciless. Upon completing his tasks, his points will be settled, and he will be abruptly severed from this world, thrust into another chaotic realm in need of rectification. Amassing enough points for vengeance was his initial and unwavering ambition. However, he is also presented with an alternative: to expend some of his points to linger in this realm, albeit with the consequence that no further side quests would be triggered and no additional points could be accrued. To remain implies a deliberate deceleration of his quest for revenge, perhaps even relinquishing a portion of it. This dilemma has tormented him day and night. Over the course of these 5 years, his relationship with the target of his mission has transcended mere calculations and self-interest. Xiangwei is a tyrant of capricious temperament, yet he's also the steadfast individual who would gallop 100 miles upon hearing Chusi's simple plea to not perish. He wields the power of life and death, but in the stillness of night, when his affliction strikes, he clings to Chusi like a lost child seeking warmth. He is the sole bond Chusi has in this foreign land. Xiangwei has granted him not only authority and trust, but also a kind of earnest, albeit clumsy, acceptance. Should the mission conclude and he withdraws, it would appear as though the powerful regent, Chusi, had suddenly met his demise. The ensuing chaos in the court can be anticipated, but what is Xiangwei? If his affliction were to recur, who could soothe his pain as Chusi does? Human hearts are not made of stone. What began as a relationship rooted in manipulation and strategy has matured into a profound trust, one worthy of reliance and the bonds of true friendship. Thus, as the time for departure approaches, Chusi finds himself beset by uncertainty. Leaving would mean severing the very ties he has forged over these 5 years, leaving the emperor, who has grown accustomed to his presence, alone on that desolate throne. Xiangwei, ever perceptive, naturally senses the shift in his demeanor, and after several probing inquiries, Chusi can only deflect with concerns for the state. The system's ironclad rules dictate that revealing such secrets could lead to dire consequences, leaving him unable to express the dual-edged sword of his predicament. In this final month, turmoil reignites in the northern territories. The Khitan, taking advantage of the autumn's fullness, have amassed winter supplies and launched a ferocious assault, leading the border troops to consecutive defeats. With urgent dispatches flooding into the capital, Xiangwei, defying opposition, resolves to lead the charge himself. He commands Chusi to remain as regent, with ample justification. The northern regions are bitterly cold, and Chusi, with a constitution sensitive to the chill, is ill-suited to venture forth, while Xiangwei has prepared special ointments to manage his affliction. As autumn deepens, the north wind sweeps through the towering walls of the imperial capital, carrying an air of desolation. On the day of departure, the banners flutter fiercely in the autumn breeze outside the city, while the elite troops stand in formation, emanating an aura of formidable resolve. The sunlight glimmers off their cold armor, casting a blinding sheen. Adorned in dark military garb and a cloak embroidered with golden dragon motifs, Xiangwei sits astride his steed, poised and commanding. Without a helmet, his dark hair is secured by a golden crown, his visage stern, and his gaze, like a piercing flame, sweeps over the multitude of soldiers below, ultimately resting on Chusi, who stands at the forefront of the farewell procession. His gaze was sharp and imbued with strength, radiating a confidence that seemed to look down upon the world, coupled with the resolute fervor of a sovereign leading his troops into battle. Chusi stood at the forefront, clad in the regalia of the regent, his garments billowing in the wind. He lifted his eyes to the rider, Xie Yingwei, whose presence commanded attention. Countless words choked in his throat, ultimately transforming into a series of meticulous admonitions. Your Majesty, the northern winds are fierce. Please take care of your health. If the fragrant balm proves insufficient, do not hesitate to send word to me. The affairs of the army are intricate, and you must not. Xie Yingwei, gazing down at him, did not exhibit any impatience. Rather, a profound smile curled at the corners of his lips. This smile dissipated the slight tension etched on his brow, infused with that same confidence that seemed to survey the world. He remained silent, extending his hand, clad in a dark leather gauntlet, once wielded with authority, towards Chusi. Startled for a moment, Chusi hesitated but ultimately lifted his hand in return. Xie Yingwei's palm was warm and strong, bearing the calluses of a seasoned warrior, swiftly enveloping Chusi's cool hand within his grasp. In the next moment, he did not release it. Instead, he lifted their clasped hands high, turning his horse to face the ranks of soldiers standing at attention behind him. With their hands still intertwined, he proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating like the clash of gold and iron across the entire army. Brave warriors, take heed. This is the regent of Great Qi. I entrust the realm to him. As you accompany me into battle, let us trample the chitin and elevate our nation's prestige. Upon my triumphant return, we shall toast in celebration with the prince and all of you. Long live your majesty. Long live the prince. Let us conquer the chitin, elevate our nation's prestige. The thunderous echoes of their affirmation reverberated like a tempest, shaking the very earth beneath them. Countless gazes fixated upon the high, tightly clasped hands, filled with awe and fervor. Only then did Xie Yingwei release his grip, casting one last penetrating look at Chusi. He tightened the reins, his gaze fixed forward, leaving behind a proud silhouette as he raised his hand and forcefully gestured ahead. Let's depart. The myriad soldiers surged forth, a tide of iron and fervor sweeping across the fields. Chusi remained rooted to the spot, watching the dark figure recede into the dust and horizon. Motionless for an extended moment, the autumn wind swept up dust and fallen leaves, striking against his face and body with a chilling bite. It was not until Gao Fu cautiously approached, draping a heavy cloak over him, that he was roused from his reverie. My lord, the wind has grown fierce. We should return to the city. Only then did Chusi come to his senses, offering a soft acknowledgement. He cast one last glance at the desolate northern road before turning to ascend into the carriage. Upon returning to the palace, his mind remained a tangled web of thoughts. Just then, Xue Fangzheng arrived to discuss matters of state. Noticing his restlessness, he suggested a game of chess, hoping to calm his spirit. However, Chusi hesitated over the pieces, his movements slow and distracted, clearly lost in thought. Observing the pallor on his face as he placed a white piece, Xue Fangzheng gently inquired, "Are you troubled by His Majesty's decision to lead the campaign?" Chusi, tracing the black piece in his palm, did not respond directly, but instead posed a disjointed question. "Xue Yuanshe, what do you think would happen if this world were to lose Chusi?" Xue Fangzheng's hand holding the chess piece paused, and he raised his gaze to meet the other's, noticing the seriousness in his expression that belied a jest. After a moment of contemplation, an extremely grave look emerged on his aged face as he slowly spoke. For the nation, like a broken beam, the new policies may falter, and with the border troubles unresolved, regarding His Majesty he hesitated, his voice growing heavier. This old man dares not rashly speculate on the Emperor's mind. But the consequences are beyond imagination. Beyond imagination. Chusi echoed these four words, locking eyes with Xue Fangzheng's worried gaze. After a brief silence, he suddenly chuckled softly, decisively placing the black piece, which he had hesitated over for so long, squarely in the corner of the chessboard. Indeed, beyond imagination, he murmured, abandoning further contemplation of the matter. Chapter 52. After strategizing against the tyrant, my power reigned supreme. The night was as dark as ink, and the imperial city appeared particularly serene and solemn under the starlight. Chusi had shed the elaborate robes of the regent, donning a sleek, dark outfit. His prominent pale pink hair concealed beneath a wide black cloak. Silently summoning the leader of the Shadow Guards, he handed over a letter sealed with red wax. His voice low yet clear. Deliver this letter personally to Marquis Jing and Lin Xiao. It must be him alone. The Shadow Guard leader accepted the letter, but did not depart immediately, having keenly sensed the unusual aura emanating from Chusi. Hesitantly, he remarked, "Your Highness." Before leaving the capital, His Majesty issued a decree appointing you to oversee the state. You cannot leave the imperial city. Chusi lifted his eyes, the gaze beneath the hood cool and sharp, exuding an inherent authority. I am well aware of my responsibilities. Go and execute your task. At this moment, he was no longer the gentle physician, but the regent wielding power in place of the emperor. The Shadow Guard leader, intimidated by his gaze, dared not speak further and accepted the order, disappearing into the darkness. Chusi then quietly instructed another Shadow Guard, "Bring Zhao Yi here." Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yi, entirely white, was stealthily brought forward. Sensing its master's intentions, it affectionately nudged Chusi's palm. Chusi stroked its smooth coat, taking a deep breath, and, with the guard's assistance, silently evaded the palace patrols, exiting through a hidden side door. Once outside the imperial city, the biting night wind struck him, causing the cloak to flutter. Chusi mounted his horse, his movements still somewhat awkward, but fortunately, Zhao Yi was astute, maintaining a steady pace. He gently urged the horse forward, and Zhao Yi surged ahead like an arrow released from the bowstring, racing toward the north, where Xiangwei's great army had departed. The night road was desolate and devoid of people, save for the howling wind. Chusi leaned low, gripping the reins tightly, feeling the jolting of the horse's back. The cold countdown from the system swirled in his mind, leaving him with less than 30 days. At this critical juncture, Xiangwei had disregarded opposition and set out personally for battle. Although he was well aware of Xiangwei's formidable prowess, the uncertainties of the battlefield, where blades have no eyes, loomed ever larger in his thoughts. The more he pondered, the greater his unease grew. He had to go and see for himself. No matter what, he must ensure Xiangwei's safety within the final deadline. Zhao Yi galloped tirelessly through the night until the eastern horizon began to glow faintly, revealing the distant outlines of encampments and scattered campfires, the temporary station of the Qi army. Chusi reined in the reins, slowing his steed, contemplating how to stealthily infiltrate the military camp and locate Xiangwei without alarming too many people. Suddenly, a shadowy figure darted from the adjacent woods like a specter, precisely blocking his path. Startled, Zhao Yi reared up, letting out a whinny. Chusi gasped, nearly being thrown from his mount. Yet the figure was quicker, reaching out to firmly grasp Zhao Yi's bridle, steadying the frightened horse. As the figure raised his head, the hood slipped back, revealing an extraordinarily handsome face filled with astonishment and disbelief. It was none other than Xiangwei. He had evidently been patrolling the camp or surveying the terrain, and here he was, encountering Chusi, who should have been 1,000 miles away in the imperial city, overseeing the realm. Chusi. Xiangwei's voice was laced with shock and a hint of suppressed anger. What brings you here alone? Chusi, still shaken, felt his hood slip off in the chaos, exposing his pale visage framed by long, fair hair. He opened his mouth to explain, but Xiangwei seemed to suddenly recall something, and the anger in his eyes was swiftly replaced by a more tumultuous emotion. He lunged forward, swiftly wrapping his arms around Chusi's waist and lifting him off the horse with astonishing speed. Chusi felt the world spin as he was tightly embraced, even being spun around twice in the process. The solid armor pressed against him uncomfortably, yet the warmth of the embrace radiated a fervent joy, reminiscent of something lost now found. Why you? Chusi was momentarily dazed by this sudden display of affection, his ears catching Xiangwei's deep, amused voice, his breath warm against Chusi's ear. You actually came, didn't you? You're here to see me, right? Chusi struggled to breathe, his cheek pressed against the cold, hard armor, yet he could distinctly feel the rapid heartbeat beneath it. He attempted to wriggle free, but was only held tighter. Your Majesty, He began to explain the regency arrangements and the letter for Lin Xiao, striving to uphold his duty as a subordinate. Don't give me those grandiose reasons, Xie Yingwei interrupted, loosening his grip slightly, but still holding Chizinian's arms firmly, his penetrating gaze aflame with an unquenchable intensity. Tell me, did you come because you were worried about me? His gaze was too intense, sharp enough to pierce through the calm facade Chizinian maintained, revealing all the restlessness and concern hidden beneath. All the excuses he had prepared regarding state affairs and responsibilities seemed feeble under that gaze. He cast his eyes downward, avoiding the direct scrutiny, and after a moment of silence, he gently nodded. Huh. Xie Yingwei let out a low laugh, filled with unrestrained delight and satisfaction. He pulled Chuzinian into his embrace once more, this time with an air of cherishing. I knew it. I knew you were worried. He held Chuzinian close as if he had acquired the most coveted treasure in the world, whispering repeatedly in his ear, his voice imbued with childlike glee. Wei, my Wu-Hui. Chuzinian's rigid form gradually softened in response to the nearly sigh-like whispers. Chapter 53. After defeating the tyrant, I hold power over the court for a moment. Xie Yingwei gently placed Chuzinian back onto the ground, yet one hand remained firmly grasping his wrist. The night breeze caressed them, and the warmth on Chuzinian's face had yet to fade. He struggled slightly and whispered, Your Majesty, let us return to the camp. Only then did Xie Yingwei regain his senses. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the emotions that had just surfaced, restoring the composure befitting an emperor, though the fervent light in his eyes remained undiminished. His gaze swept over Chuzinian's thin garments and his somewhat fatigued visage from the overnight journey. Furrowing his brows, he unfastened his dark cloak from his shoulders and wrapped it around Chuzinian without hesitation, enveloping him completely, leaving only his delicate face visible. Let's go, he commanded in a low voice, pulling Chuzinian along as they made their way toward the brightly lit military camp, accompanied by Zhao Yi. The soldiers on duty were taken aback upon seeing the emperor return late at night with an indistinct figure, but dared not inquire further, bowing respectfully instead. Xie Yingwei led Chuzinian directly into his command tent. The interior was simply furnished yet exuded an air of authority and solemnity, with a large map of the northern territories hanging prominently in the center, flanked by tables laden with military texts. Once inside, shielded from prying eyes, Xie Yingwei released his grip and turned to face Chuzinian, his expression grave as he questioned, Now, you may enlighten me as to why you are here? What is the situation in the capital? Is this how you govern in my absence? Chuzinian adjusted the oversized cloak, still warm from Xie Yingwei's body, lowered his gaze, and recited the explanation he had long prepared. Your Majesty, please do not be angered. All is well in the capital. Before departing, I made the necessary arrangements, and several cabinet elders are collaboratively managing state affairs, with General Lin Xiao secretly providing assistance to ensure all is secure. He paused, then lifted his head to meet Xie Yingwei's probing gaze, his voice steady. I simply could not rest easy regarding your safety. The situation at the northern front is dire, with the Khitan forces advancing aggressively. Though you are valiant, the battlefield is fraught with unpredictability, and I felt compelled to come in person. He refrained from mentioning the countdown from the system or revealing the profound anxiety and reluctance within. He attributed his presence solely to concern for the emperor's safety. Xie Yingwei studied him for a long while, as if trying to penetrate the depths of his clear eyes to discern his true thoughts. The flickering candlelight within the tent cast their shadows in a dance. After a prolonged silence, Xie Yingwei finally spoke, his tone inscrutable. Chuzinian, are you aware of the grave offense of leaving your post as regent without permission? I am aware of my transgression. Upon your triumphant return, I willingly accept any punishment. Chuzinian ziplit, bowing zepet fun. Xie Yingwei stepped closer, nearly touching their noses, their warm breaths mingling. Your offense cannot be simply absolved with punishment. Very well. Since you are here, remain by my side. A tremor of emotion coursed through Chuzinian's heart, and he lowered his eyelashes, softly replying, Yes, Your Majesty. Only then did Xiaoyingwei take a step back, his gaze landing on Chu Xinyan's weary face, his tone softening slightly. After a night of turmoil, you should rest. I will have someone set up a small tent nearby for you. There is no need to trouble yourself. I can remain right here, he intended to say, wishing to guard the tent's entrance or find a corner to rest. Right here, Xiaoyingwei interrupted him, his tone far from gentle. Gesturing towards the military cot, draped with animal hides. You will sleep here. Chu Xinyan was taken aback, glancing at the clearly designated bed of Xiaoyingwei, and was about to refuse when he noticed that Xie had already seated himself behind the writing desk, picking up the military report he had been reviewing, evidently unwilling to further discuss the matter. He pressed his lips together, recognizing the futility of argument. Weary to the bone, he ultimately complied, moving to the edge of the bed and lying down fully clothed. The animal hide still held the familiar scent of Xiaoyingwei, enveloping him entirely. Inside the tent, only the crackling of the candle and the soft rustle of Xiaoyingwei leafing through bamboo slips remained. Closing his eyes, Chu Xinyan, exhausted in both body and spirit, found it difficult to quell the tumult within him as he lay in the unfamiliar military camp on Xiaoyingwei's bed, listening to the reassuring sounds. He unwittingly drifted into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate time, he felt someone gently tucking the corners of his blanket, the action imbued with a clumsiness and caution utterly at odds with his fierce reputation. The biting northern wind sliced against his face like a knife. Even wrapped in a thick fox fur coat, Chu Xinyan could still feel the pervasive chill. He prayed daily for the end of the conflict, not only due to the frigid conditions, but also because of the relentless countdown echoing in his mind, like a death knell. Xiaoyingwei's arrival had indeed infused the Qi army with formidable morale. He did not merely sit in the central tent, but actively donned armor and led the charge. The fierce bravery suppressed in the palace, and his sharp battlefield instincts had transformed him into a drawn sword, swiftly turning the tide of battle and forcing the Khitan army into retreat. However, the Khitan were evidently exerting their utmost effort. The warfare was exceptionally fierce and could not conclude in the short term. Time cruelly slipped away amidst the sounds of horns and battle cries, until finally, the last day of the countdown arrived. Chu Xinyan remained in the relatively safe rear camp, listening to the distant sounds of conflict, quietly awaiting the moment to arrive. Main task: extend Xiaoyingwei's life to 5 years, completed. Task rewards being calculated. The host may choose 1. Immediately depart from the current realm and proceed to the next task world. 2. Pay 500 points to remain in the current realm, with no further tasks or point acquisition. Please select. The cold system notification echoed in his mind. Chu Xinyan gazed at the floating options, his fingers curling slightly. Departing would allow him to begin gathering strength for vengeance at the earliest opportunity. Remaining would mean squandering points in a world that had lost its value. Outside, the wind howled, while inside the charcoal crackled. Memories flashed before him. Xiaoyingwei's surprised gaze as he twirled him around, his helpless plea for warmth while resting on his lap, and the solemnity with which he had entrusted the regent's seal to him. Chu Xinyan sat in silence, delaying his choice. Seconds ticked by, as if he were waiting for something. Suddenly, a wave of intense unease washed over him, and he sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp as it pierced the distant sounds of battle outside the tent. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely chose no in his mind. In the very moment of decision, he lifted the tent flap and rushed out, colliding forcefully with Lin Feng, who was hurrying towards him. "Your Highness." Lin Feng's expression was grave, and his words tumbled out rapidly. "Urgent news from the front. His Majesty is pursuing the remnants of the enemy with light cavalry, but has inadvertently entered an ambush and is trapped in Falling Eagle Gorge. I must lead the troops immediately to provide assistance." Chu Xinyan's heart constricted suddenly. That ominous premonition had indeed become a reality. Chapter 54. Strategies for the Tyrant. My power reaches the court. Falling Eagle Gorge was treacherous, with steep cliffs on both sides resembling the wings of a giant eagle, allowing only a sliver of daylight to permeate. At this moment, this narrow valley had transformed into a blood-soaked prison. Hundreds of light cavalry led by Xie were besieged by a vastly superior force of Khitan elites. They fought and retreated, attempting to carve a path to safety. But the Khitan warriors, sensing blood, surged forth like a pack of ravenous wolves, their assaults relentless. Arrows rained down like locusts, and the gleam of blades flashed like snow. As soldiers of the Qi fell, their cries mingling with the blood that stained the parched grass and cold stones. Xie dark armor was already marred with scratches from blades and arrows and blood splatters. Wielding a long, black spear, he resembled a vengeful deity. Each thrust and sweep of his weapon summoned a torrential downpour of blood, reaping the lives of Khitan soldiers. His gaze was cold and sharp, betraying no hint of panic, only an intense fury boiling within. Around him, his loyal guard displayed unparalleled bravery, using their bodies as shields to protect the emperor, forming the last line of defense with their lives. However, the stark disadvantage of numbers became increasingly apparent as the encirclement tightened. Just then, the Khitan ranks parted like a receding tide, revealing a robust, middle-aged man clad in luxurious wolf fur and wearing a golden crown, who approached the front line on horseback. Flanked by elite guards, his rugged features and defiant gaze marked him as Yelu Exin, the Khitan leader. Xie Yingwei. Yelu Exin's voice boomed like thunder, laden with arrogant triumph as he called out in stilted official language. I never expected to see you in such a predicament. Years ago, when you slaughtered my cities and killed my people, did you ever consider that you would meet your end in falling Eagle Gorge? This shall be your burial ground. Xie Yingwei reined in his restless steed and wiped the blood spattering his face, his eyes icy and piercing as they locked onto Yelu Exin. A cold, contemptuous smile curled at the corners of his lips. Yelu Exin, do you truly believe that a coward who hides in ambush can be my adversary? If you wish to take my life, come forth and see whose burial ground it will be today. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with an authority and power that invigorated the previously disheartened soldiers of the Qi. Infuriated by his disdain, Yelu Exin's countenance darkened, and he barked with a harsh tone, still defiant in the face of death. Kill him. Whoever brings me Xie Yingwei's head shall be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold. Spurred by the promise of riches, the Khitan soldiers surged forward with renewed fervor. Xie Yingwei uttered no further words, raising his spear once more to plunge into the fray. He understood that at this moment, words were futile. Only through a desperate fight could there be a glimmer of hope. His spear technique was fierce and unyielding, showcasing his martial prowess to its fullest extent. As chaos erupted in his wake, a Khitan general, observing his fatigue from prolonged combat, seized the opportunity and, with a sinister grin, swung a heavy iron mace towards his left rib with a fierce gale. If the strike landed, it would surely shatter his ribs with ease. Xie Yingwei did not glance back. He attuned himself to the winds, his muscular arm flexing as he gripped his gun. The obsidian spear, akin to a living entity, lashed out with a venomous thrust. It was not a defensive maneuver, but rather an offensive one, as the spear tips surged forth with astonishing precision, piercing the narrow gap in the adversary's armor beneath the armpit, slightly ajar from exertion. With a sickening sound, the spear penetrated flesh, reaching deep into the lungs. The momentum halted abruptly, the grin on the man's face transforming into a mask of incredulous agony and terror as his iron-willed body succumbed. Xie Yingwei twisted his wrist violently, drawing forth a spray of blood mingled with internal organs, casting no glance at the collapsing corpse as he retracted his spear. In a fluid motion, he swept the weapon, the shaft cutting through the air with a dull whoosh, sending two assailants from the Khitan flying, their bones shattering audibly. No sooner had he withdrawn the spear than a fierce wind bore down upon him. A Khitan cavalryman, leveraging his horse's momentum, raised his curved blade high, aiming to cleave Xie Yingwei's head. Instead of retreating, Xie Yingwei advanced, executing a low sidestep to narrowly evade the blade's edge, which grazed his shoulder guard, igniting a shower of sparks. Simultaneously, his spear struck upward with the ferocity of a viper emerging from its lair, piercing the warhorse's relatively vulnerable abdomen at an extraordinarily acute angle. The steed emitted a heart-wrenching cry, rearing up and casting its rider violently to the ground. Xiangwei offered no respite, as he swiftly thrust the spear downward, the tip carving into the throat of the still stumbling cavalryman. Blood gushing forth in a torrential spray as he collapsed. In the span of mere breaths, he had dispatched 4 foes, yet his breath remained steady, his grip on the spear unwavering, as solid as a rock. He spun abruptly, the spear tracing a lethal arc, compelling 2 chitin soldiers attempting to flank him from behind to retreat. The spear tip grazed their breastplates, leaving deep white marks amidst a shower of sparks. He appeared as an indefatigable, pain-immune machine of war, each strike harvesting lives in the most direct manner, carving out a bloody vacuum amidst the tide of enemies. His personal guards erupted with their final reserves of valor, roaring as they fought tooth and nail against the adversaries, sacrificing their bodies to shield their sovereign from lethal blows. Many fell, yet others quickly filled their places, steadfastly defending this last bastion. The brutal melee continued, with lives extinguished with every breath. Xiangwei sensed his strength waning rapidly. His arms trembled from exertion, and his breathing grew labored. Yet the enemy numbers were overwhelming. With every swing of his spear, every parry, he depleted what little stamina remained. The wounds beneath his armor began to tear open, blood seeping continuously. Though his movements remained sharp, they exhibited faint signs of hesitation. Nevertheless, the ferocity in his gaze intensified, akin to a caged beast eager to rend everything asunder. The obsidian spear remained his most lethal thong, vowing to drink deeply of his enemy's blood before his own fall. Chapter 55. After strategizing against the Tyrant, my influence reaches the pinnacle. The air in the eagle's drop gorge was thick with the scent of blood. Xiangwei, clad in blood-soaked armor, found each breath accompanied by the searing pain of rusted iron. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that the elite guards who had rushed into the fray with him had suffered heavy losses, and the few remaining were all wounded. Encircled by the vastly superior forces of the chitin, like a tightly sealed iron drum, the hope of breaking free seemed as distant as a flickering star. He gripped his dark spear tightly. The cold metallic feel grounded him in his last moments of clarity. The situation had reached an impasse. After years of navigating the battlefield, Xiangwei was not blind to this fact. A long-lost determination surged within him. He might perish here, but even in death, he would ensure that his enemies accompanied him to the depths of hell. In the midst of the heavy silence and despair, the chitin formation suddenly parted. Yao Xin, adorned with a golden crown and flanked by his elite warriors, approached on horseback, drawing within 50 paces of Xiangwei. A palpable sense of pride and cruelty adorned Yelu Xian's face, akin to a hunter who had finally cornered a fierce beast, exuding an air of inevitable conquest. He scrutinized Xiangwei, bloodied and resembling a trapped animal, mockingly proclaiming in stilted officialese, "Xiangwei, Emperor of the Great Qi, look at yourself now. Do you not resemble a wild dog caught in a trap? How does the scenery of the falling Eagle Gorge strike you? Is it worthy of your final resting place?" Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed triumphantly through the canyon, a testament to his perceived victory. He was convinced that this cornered emperor was but a fish on the chopping block, devoid of any power to resist. How could he pass up the opportunity to relish in his opponent's despair? Xiangwei raised his gaze, his cold eyes cutting through Yelu Xian's twisted expression with the sharpness of a blade. In the face of such blatant humiliation and the imminent specter of death, not a trace of fear marred his countenance. Instead, a chilling smile graced his lips, evoking a sense of dread. There was no anger, no despair in that smile, only a disdainful superiority over the insignificant. He offered no retort to Yelu Xian's taunts, channeling every ounce of his remaining strength, boiling rage, an unyielding will into his arms. His muscles tensed beneath the armor, every joint humming with latent power. At the very moment Yelu Xian's laughter faded, his guard lowered in complacency, Xiangwei sprang into action, with a roar that resonated like the final growl of a dying lion. He unleashed a cry that sent ripples through the surrounding air. His muscles strained to their utmost, transforming the blood-soaked spear into a bolt of black thunder that tore through the sky, hurling it with all his life as strength towards Yellow Exion's heart. The spear sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, its force seemingly capable of penetrating mountains. It disregarded the chitin soldiers attempting to intercept it, propelled by an unstoppable momentum aimed at annihilation, striking true at its target. Yellow Exion's wild laughter froze instantly, morphing into sheer horror and disbelief as he watched the shadow of death approach with blinding speed. He tried to evade, but his body felt shackled by invisible chains, leaving him unable to react in time. Thud! The sound of the weapon piercing flesh and bone echoed ominously, sending chills down spines. The dark spear, infused with Xie Yingwei's final will and strength, pierced Yellow Exion's chest completely. The tip of the spear pierced through his back, the momentum propelling his heavy body backward, ultimately nailing him firmly against the cold mountain wall with a resounding thud. Yellow Exion, the leader of the chitin, widened his eyes in horror, blood gushing from his mouth, his body convulsing twice before he succumbed to death on the spot. Pecan, a cacophony of terror and despair erupted among the chitin soldiers, their formation collapsing in an instant. Yet, almost simultaneously with the spear's release that pierced Yellow Exion, several poisoned arrows and curved blades seized upon the unguarded moment of Xie Yingwei, who was exhausted and defenseless. Thud! Clang! Arrows pierced his shoulder, while blades struck his back and arms. Agonizing pain engulfed him in an instant, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Xie Yingwei's body swayed violently, unable to maintain his balance. And as darkness overtook his vision, he fell heavily from his steed, crashing onto the cold ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. "Your Majesty!" The remaining soldiers of the Great Qi let out heart-wrenching cries. The two kings fell almost simultaneously, one forward and the other backward. The entire falling Eagle Gorge descended into an eerie silence, soon to be replaced by an even greater chaos. The chitin, now leaderless, plunged into panic, while the soldiers of the Great Qi were driven to the brink of madness by their monarch's fall. Lying on the frigid earth, Xie Yingwei's consciousness dimmed. The throbbing pain and loss of blood blurred his vision, and the chaotic sounds of battle drew closer. He struggled to open his eyes, but felt an overwhelming heaviness. Just as his consciousness threatened to plunge into darkness, a cloud of dust appeared in his hazy line of sight from the direction of the valley entrance. A cavalry unit charged in like divine reinforcements, the leader bearing a striking resemblance to Lin Feng. Following closely, a figure, swift as an arrow released from its bow, dashed through the tumultuous battlefield, racing towards his fallen form. That figure, amidst the blurred vision, bore a striking hue of breathtaking pink and white. Was it Wu Hui? This was the last fleeting thought that crossed Xie Yingwei's mind before he lost consciousness entirely. Chapter 56. After strategizing against the Tyrant. "My authority reigns supreme," a thunderous battle cry erupted from the valley entrance. Lin Feng, leading the charge like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, commanded the elite reinforcements to plunge like a heated dagger into the disordered ranks of the chitin army. Reinforcements! Our reinforcements! The previously despondent remnants of the Great Qi suddenly ignited with astonishing fervor, collaborating with the reinforcements to launch a frenzied counterattack. The leaderless chitin forces, already demoralized by the Khan's unexpected demise, were caught off guard and began to retreat chaotically. However, in Chuzinian's eyes, there was only the figure lying in a pool of blood. He nearly rolled off his horse, stumbling as he rushed to Xie Yingwei's side. Upon touching the warm blood on the cold armor, his heart nearly stopped. "Your Majesty, Xie Yingwei." His voice trembled as he forcefully turned the fallen man over. Xie Yingwei's complexion was ashen, his lips pale as paper, eyes tightly shut, with wounds on his shoulder and back still oozing blood, staining the earth beneath him. Chuzinian's mind buzzed, all semblance of calm dissipating in that moment, leaving only an instinctual panic. He must not die here. Chuzinian gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to lift the towering and robust Xie Yingwei. The weight of Xie pressed down on him, nearly causing him to stumble. his knee striking the unforgiving stone, sending a jolt of pain through him. Yet he held firm, half supporting, half dragging. He painstakingly moved the unconscious Xie Yingwei next to the equally restless steed, Zhuri. This intelligent horse seemed to sense its master's peril, lowering itself to assist Chusnian's efforts. "Come on, move faster." Chusnian gasped, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat mingling with an unknown blood trickling down. With renewed determination, he pushed and prodded, laboriously managing to hoist Xie onto the horse's back, positioning him upon the saddle. Then, he himself mounted behind Xie, tightly wrapping his arms around the cold body to prevent any fall. With one hand grasping the reins, he turned the horse's head. "Zhuri, return, quickly," Chusnian commanded in a hoarse whisper. Zhuri let out a long neigh and galloped away, carrying the two intertwined figures like an arrow released from a bow, racing back towards safety and the rear camp. The biting wind lashed against Chusnian's face like a blade, yet he felt no chill, his senses solely focused on the figure before him. Xie Yingwei's body was chillingly cold, blood gushing from multiple wounds on his shoulder and back, soaking Chusnian's front. Sticky and warm. The heavy scent of blood mingled with the earthy aroma filled Chusnian's nostrils, shattering his heart. Zhuri's speed was astounding, yet the jolting intensified. With each hoof strike and every obstacle crossed, Xie Yingwei's heavy form swayed perilously, several times nearly toppling off the horse. Chusnian gasped in horror, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. He tightened his embrace, his nails digging into the seams of Xie's armor, using his frail body as the last line of defense, desperately pulling him back to safety time and again. His arms trembled from exertion, veins throbbing at his temples, sweat and blood blurring his vision. Xie Yingwei was gravely injured and poisoned, his lips tinged with an unnatural shade of blue. Chusnian's mind was blank, all thoughts of missions, points for revenge, and imperial power faded into nothingness at that moment. He had but one thought, to take Xie Yingwei away from this place, to save him. In his previous life, he had been betrayed by those closest to him, the cold despair of dying in the snow returning to haunt him. Yet this time, the person in his arms was different. Though the world had cast him aside, "You treated me like a precious gem. Xie Yingwei, in this life, I shall stand with you through thick and thin." Chapter 57. After strategizing against the tyrant, I hold power in the court. Faster, even faster. Chusnian leaned low, anxiously shouting into Zhuri's ear, his voice tinged with desperation. Zhuri seemed to comprehend his urgency, neighing loudly and accelerating, nearly lifting off the rugged terrain with each stride. Amidst the violent jolting, Chusnian clung even tighter to Xie Yingwei, embedding him firmly within his embrace. This posture rendered him incapable of effectively controlling the horse, forcing him to lower his body and press closely against Xie Yingwei's back, relying on his legs to grip the horse's belly and urging it forward with the spirit and speed of the sun. He could sense Xie Yingwei's vitality slipping away like fine sand in an hourglass. The heavy breaths grew increasingly feeble, and the convulsions of his body gradually subsided. This was not a sign of recovery, but rather the ominous silence of approaching death. "System, is there any way to save him? Points. I will exchange my points," he shouted frantically in his mind, detecting a drastic decline in the life signs of the mission target, currently in a state of extreme danger. You may consume 1,000 points to exchange for a high-grade life-prolonging elixir, which can temporarily suspend life and suppress toxicity, buying time for treatment. Would you like to exchange? Exchange. Immediately. Chusi did not hesitate. The 1,000 points had been painstakingly accumulated by him over 5 years through completing side quests. Points could be earned again, but a life lost meant everything was gone. Points deducted successfully. The high-grade life-prolonging elixir has been issued to the host's storage space. Please use it promptly. With a thought, a ruby-red pill, the size of a longan and exuding a peculiar fragrance, appeared in his hand. He cautiously pried open Xie Yingwei's tightly clenched jaws and inserted the pill. Fortunately, Xie Yingwei still had the instinct to swallow, and the elixir smoothly slipped down his throat. After completing this, Chusi let out a slight sigh of relief, yet his heart remained heavy. The life-prolonging elixir was merely a temporary measure. They must return to the main camp for proper treatment as soon as possible. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until at last, the flickering outlines of the great Qi army camp came into view. Hope ignited within Chusi's heart like a faint spark. However, just as they were less than 100 paces from the camp gate, in a desperate attempt to avoid a massive boulder, the horse suddenly veered sharply. The immense inertia caused Xie, already in a state of unconsciousness, to completely lose his balance, and he was thrown violently to the side. Xie, Chusi's eyes widened in horror. Without a moment's thought, he summoned an unprecedented strength from within. Wrapping his arms around Xie and bracing himself with his shoulder and back to absorb most of the impact, the two of them tumbled from the horse and fell to the ground. With a dull thud, Chusi felt a searing pain in his back. Darkness enveloped his vision, and his insides felt as though they had shifted places, causing him to cough up blood. But he paid no heed to his own condition and immediately turned to check on Xie. Xie remained unconscious, his face ashen, his breath faint like a flickering candle in the wind. Someone, quickly someone, His Majesty is here. Summon the military doctor. Hurry. Chusi expended his last ounce of strength to shout hoarsely towards the direction of the camp, his voice cracking. The guards were alerted, and torches quickly converged. Upon seeing the bloodied emperor on the ground, teetering between life and death, alongside the equally disheveled and pale regent, everyone was stunned into silence. Chusi struggled to rise, carefully assisting the soldiers who rushed over to lift Xie, racing towards the commander's tent. As he ran, he shouted to the arriving military doctors. His Majesty has suffered multiple stab wounds and arrow injuries, has lost too much blood, and has been poisoned. Hurry, prepare hot water, hemostatic powder, and detoxifying medicine. Hurry. The voice, strained yet calm, bore an underlying dread that seeped into the marrow. It was only upon witnessing Xie being cautiously laid upon the couch, surrounded by several military doctors urgently administering aid, that Chusi's taut nerves abruptly relaxed. The strength he had been mustering was instantly sapped, causing his legs to weaken and stumble against the tent wall to avoid collapsing. The searing pain radiating from his back, the tingling in his arms, and the heart-wrenching terror surged forth like a tidal wave. He gazed at the silent figure on the couch, slowly raising his bloodied and dirt-streaked hand, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 58. After subduing the tyrant. I hold power in the court. Chusi stood rigidly in the corner of the tent, still stained with Xie blood, his attire marred in patches of dark hues. The agony from his fall jolted through him in waves, yet he remained oblivious, all his senses fixated on the bed just a partition away. A few seasoned military doctors encircled Xie, their movements swift yet grave. They cut through the blood-soaked armor and undergarments, cleaned the wounds, applied a thick layer of hemostatic powder, and meticulously wrapped each injury with clean cloth strips. Every step of the process tugged at Chusi's nerves. He could vividly see the grotesque wounds scattered across Xie's body, particularly the gaping blood hole in his shoulder where a spear had pierced, and the deep knife wound on his back that exposed bone. The flesh was torn, its edges tinged with a foreboding shade of dark blue, a sign of the spreading poison. He observed the doctors attempting to administer a detoxifying potion. Yet Xie's clenched jaw and feeble swallowing reflex caused most of the liquid to dribble from the corner of his mouth. The elderly physician, drenched in sweat, was anxious yet cautious in his efforts. Chusi instinctively stepped forward, fingers curling as if to pry open those cursed jaws himself, but he forcibly restrained the impulse. He understood that his current panic would be of no aid and might even hinder the treatment. He retreated into the shadows, forcing himself to regain composure. His light-colored eyes fixated on every movement of the doctors, each rise and fall of Xie's chest, and any trace of pain etched on his face. Despite his unconscious state, the tent was thick with the coppery scent of blood, the pungent aroma of medicine, and an oppressive atmosphere named despair. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, each moment akin to being fried in hot oil. The pounding of Chu Xinyan's heart reverberated in his ears, mingling with the howling northern wind outside and the hurried whispers of the doctors within, creating a cacophony that made his head throb. Finally, after the physicians had managed to address all external wounds, the lead elder wiped his brow, his expression somber as he approached Chu Xinyan, hesitating to speak. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xinyan forced himself to utter a voice that sounded dry and hoarse, betraying his true self. "How is his condition?" The elderly man fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead pressing tightly against the cold ground, his voice trembling with an uncontrollable quiver. "Your Highness, the Regent. His Majesty's injuries are far too severe. He has lost an excessive amount of blood, and the poison from the arrow is potent, having invaded his heart. We have exhausted all our efforts, utilizing the finest wound medicine and detoxifying powders, but he swallowed hard, nearly unable to utter the rest of his words." Chu Xinyan stood in the shadows, his figure upright, his voice as frigid as ice, punctuating each word with deliberate emphasis. "But what?" "Continue." The military physician trembled, closing his eyes as he spoke through tears. "The remaining fate now rests solely upon His Majesty's will and the heavens. If His Majesty can awaken within 12 hours and endure this perilous juncture, then there may be no grave consequences. However, should he fail to endure," the rest of his words lodged in his throat, impossible to voice. "What if he cannot endure?" Chu Xinyan's voice remained unwavering, yet it carried a chilling pressure. The physician suddenly bowed his head against the ground, his voice breaking. "If he cannot endure, it would mean the loss of a nation." "Your Highness." The words "loss of a nation" thundered in Chu Xinyan's ears. He abruptly shut his eyes, his long eyelashes trembling violently, as if struggling to suppress something profound. When he finally opened them again, his gaze was a bottomless abyss of cold, all emotions forcibly frozen. He remained silent for a moment, the tent filled only with the physician's muffled sobs and the faint breaths of Xie Yingwei. "I understand now. You may all leave." Chu Xinyan finally spoke, his voice regaining its calm. The physician, as if granted a great reprieve, hesitated before rising, stammering, "Your Highness, your arm and back are also injured. Allow us." "I am unscathed," Chu Xinyan interrupted, his tone indifferent. "You have all worked hard. Go and rest." The physician dared not speak further, quickly bowing his head, and, with the assistance of his equally pale colleagues, they stumbled out of the tent. In the moment the tent flaps fell, several shadowy figures, akin to phantoms, silently appeared within. The Imperial Shadow Guards. Chu Xinyan did not turn back, merely giving a faint command, "Keep a close watch on them, until His Majesty awakens. They must not come into contact with anyone, nor convey any messages. If there is any disturbance—" He paused, leaving the rest unspoken. Yet the chilling intent made the Shadow Guard shudder. "Yes." The leader of the Shadow Guards bowed in acknowledgement, and in a flash, he and several others vanished from the tent, clearly tasked with executing the orders to seal off information and control the physicians. The vast command tent finally fell into complete silence. Only the unconscious Xie Yingwei remained, with Chu Xinyan standing like a steadfast pine by the bedside. Slowly, Chu Xinyan approached the bed, lowering his gaze to Xie Yingwei's pallid face. He reached out, his fingertips trembling slightly as he gently brushed aside the few strands of hair matted to the other's forehead with sweat and blood. His touch was as tender as if he were handling a rare treasure. He lifted the hem of his robe and sat directly on the cold ground, leaning against the edge of the bed. No longer looking at Xie Yingwei, he slightly tilted his head back to gaze at the flickering shadows upon the tent ceiling. 12 hours. He would remain here, accompanying Xie Yingwei through this ordeal. Chapter 59. After subduing the tyrant, a whole power over the court time flowed slowly in the silence. 2 hours passed, and the person on the couch remained utterly still, with only the faint rise and fall of the chest indicating that life had not yet entirely departed. Chu Xinyan maintained a motionless position, leaning back, his back aching dully and his arms numb, with only the occasional flutter of his eyelids betraying that he was not asleep. Uncertain of how long had elapsed, a pained groan suddenly escaped the lips of the person on the couch. Chu Xinyan's eyes snapped open, and he turned swiftly, Before him lay Xiaoyingui, his brow furrowed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his body beginning to spasm slightly, and a broken rasp emanating from his throat, as if he were enduring immense suffering. His already weak breaths grew more frantic and erratic. Chusi heart constricted sharply. He immediately rose and leaned closer to the couch, whispering, "Xiaoyingui, can you hear me?" There was no response. Xiaoyingui seemed trapped in an endless nightmare, his body trembling increasingly, and the bandaged wounds began to seep fresh blood. Chusi no longer hesitated. He swiftly retrieved a soft cloth soaked in warm water and gently wiped the cold sweat from Xiaoyingui's forehead and neck. Then, he reached out and firmly grasped Xiaoyingui's eerily cold hand. Yet Xiaoyingui abruptly turned his head, violently coughing up the remnants of the medicinal broth that the military doctor had forced down his throat, mixed with dark crimson streaks, staining the freshly changed nightgown. After the coughing fit, his complexion appeared even grayer, breathing rapid and disordered, yet he remained unconscious. Chusi heart tightened, and he quickly supported his trembling shoulders, waiting for the violent cough to subside before carefully placing his head back on the pillow. He took the warm bowl of medicine nearby, scooping a spoonful with a silver spoon, attempting to feed him once more. However, Xiaoyingui clenched his jaw tightly, his lips forming a pale straight line, and the medicinal liquid could not penetrate, continuously dripping from the corners of his mouth, mingling with the blood he had coughed up. Xiaoyingui opened his mouth. Chusi whispered to him, his voice imbued with a plea he was unaware of, trying to gently pry open his clenched teeth with his fingertips, but to no avail. The unconscious man seemed to channel all his instincts for survival into combating the intense pain and toxins within him, leaving only the most primal resistance to external stimuli. Watching the dwindling medicinal liquid and the increasingly faint breaths of his companion, a wave of sheer panic engulfed Chusi, cold as ice. If the medicine could not be ingested, detoxification would be out of the question, and the injuries would only worsen. There was no time to wait. With a steely glint in his eyes, Chusi resolved to act without hesitation. He tilted his head back, swallowing the remaining small portion of dark brown medicine in the bowl, the intense bitterness instantly spreading throughout his mouth, yet he paid it no mind. He leaned down, one hand gently cradling Xiaoyingui's jaw, the other steadying his forehead, and pressed his lips against the cold, tightly shut ones of Xiaoyingui. With a decisive fervor, he pried open the unconscious man's clenched teeth with his tongue, carefully transferring the warm medicinal liquid bit by bit. At first, Xiaoyingui's throat reflexively resisted, and a little of the medicine overflowed between their tightly pressed lips. Chusi patiently maintained this intimate posture, gently caressing Xiaoyingui's throat to assist him in swallowing. Once, twice, until he confirmed that the final drop of medicinal liquid had finally been swallowed, he slowly lifted his head. His lips bore the stain of the brown medicine and a hint of blood, while his cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue from the recent exertion and inner turmoil. His breath somewhat labored. He paid no heed to wiping his mouth, immediately reaching out to feel for a pulse at Xiaoyingui's neck. The pulse remained weak enough to induce alarm, but at least the medicine had been administered. Chusi slumped back onto the footrest, raising a hand to carelessly wipe his lips with his sleeve, yet his gaze remained fixated on Xiaoyingui's face. As the night deepened, Xiaoyingui's body temperature began to rise, plunging into a fever. His cheeks burned with an abnormal flush, his lips cracked, and he began to mutter incoherently, calling out for his mother, a Yao, and Wu Hui. Hearing his name spill from Xiaoyingui's lips sent a tremor through Chusi's heart. He repeatedly used a damp cloth to wipe Xiaoyingui's body for physical cooling, carefully avoiding the wounds, and attempted to moisten his cracked lips with a cotton swab dipped in warm water. "I am here." Each time, Xiaoyingui unconsciously called out for Wu Hui. Chusi would softly respond, even though he knew the other might not hear him. "I am here, Xiaoyingui." This night felt exceptionally protracted. Chusi had not consumed a drop of water or a grain of rice, devoting all his energy to sensing the life signs of the person on the bed, fighting against the encroaching shadow of death. He reached out to touch Xiaoyingui's forehead. The temperature had decreased. The tension that had gripped him throughout the night finally began to ease slightly. Slowly exhaling a breath of stagnant air, he felt his throat dry and painful, and his entire body was engulfed in a profound exhaustion. Yet, he did not leave. He gently placed Xie Yingwei's hand back beneath the brocade quilt, meticulously tucking in the corners. He then settled back against the edge of the bed, closing his eyes for a brief rest. The 12 hours of life and death had finally been traversed, slowly but steadfastly through extreme torment. When the military doctor was summoned back to the command tent by the shadow guards, his legs trembled. He knelt before the bed, holding his breath, and extended his trembling fingers to gently rest upon Xie Yingwei's wrist. The pulse remained feeble, but the oppressive, lethargic aura that had seemed on the brink of extinguishment had dissipated, replaced by a subtle yet resilient vitality. He meticulously examined the wounds. The bleeding had essentially stopped. The surrounding swelling had receded, and most importantly, there were no signs that the terrifying black poison was spreading further. The military doctor let out a sudden sigh of relief, nearly collapsing from exhaustion, and quickly turned to bow deeply to Chusi, who stood quietly by, his expression composed. His voice trembled with the exhilaration of surviving a catastrophe. "Your Highness, Your Highness." His Majesty's pulse has stabilized. The toxicity seems to have been suppressed. His Majesty has endured the most perilous moment. Chusi replied softly, his tone inscrutable. "Provide meticulous care. Procure any necessary medicinal materials directly without needing to report back." "Yes, yes. We shall spare no effort." The military physician bowed repeatedly, a weight lifting from his heart, allowing him the courage to raise his hand and wipe away the cold sweat that had beaded upon his brow. Chusi spoke no further, his gaze resting upon the still unconscious Xie Yingwei, whose complexion appeared less ashen than before. After a moment's pause, he turned and exited the command tent. Outside, Lin Feng and Gao Fu had been waiting anxiously, their faces etched with worry and trepidation. Upon seeing Chusi emerge, they hurried forward. "Your Highness." "His Majesty," Lin Feng inquired urgently. "His Majesty is no longer in mortal peril," Chusi interjected, his voice hoarse yet remarkably composed, tinged with fatigue. Lin Feng, immediately organize military affairs, tally the casualties, and reinforce the camp's defenses. Though the Khitan have suffered defeat, we must remain vigilant against any counterattacks. Gao Fu, keep the news of His Majesty's grave injury strictly confidential. Inform the outside only that His Majesty has caught a chill and requires rest. Should there be any urgent reports from court, they must be directed to me. His directives were clear and precise, swiftly pulling Lin Feng and Gao Fu back from the depths of their emotional turmoil. Both men straightened, bowing deeply in acknowledgement. "Yes, Your Highness." Chusi nodded slightly, offering no further words. Chapter 60. Strategies against the Tyrant. Having addressed the pressing military matters, Chusi returned once more to the commander's tent, his weary form dragging heavily. The air within was suffused with a faint medicinal aroma. Xie Yingwei remained quietly reclined upon the couch, his pallor evident yet his breathing steady. Once the intense tension of his nerves began to ease, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him. He could no longer maintain the facade of propriety. Gently lying down on the vacant space beside Xie Yingwei, still clothed, the moment his body met the soft bedding, he was nearly consumed by slumber. Yet even in the depths of sleep, his spirit remained tethered to the man beside him. Every few minutes, he would startle awake, instinctively leaning forward to check on Xie Yingwei's condition. He would reach out to test the temperature of his forehead, lean in to listen to the rhythmic cadence of his breathing, and only upon confirming stable signs of life could he momentarily relax and close his eyes once more. Thus, he drifted in and out of a half-conscious state for much of the day, his mind gradually regaining some clarity. Rising, he dampened a soft cloth in warm water, tenderly wiping the beads of perspiration from Xie Yingwei's cheeks and the nape of his neck, carefully avoiding the wounds as he attended to his arms and body. After completing these tasks, he settled at the edge of the couch, gazing at Xie Yingwei's serene visage. The intertwining emotions of worry, fear, and the relief of having him back stirred within him, causing even the usually composed Chusi to become slightly disoriented from fatigue, prompting him to murmur softly. It felt as if he were speaking to Xiaoying, yet also to himself. "Your Majesty, please recover swiftly. I promise I shall no longer scold you, nor will I mention your pickiness. Whatever you desire to eat, I shall have the imperial kitchen prepare for you. And if you come to the fragrant convergence hall in the middle of the night, I will no longer lock the door. Moreover, when you toss official documents at me, I shall not grow angry." His muttering dwindled, laced with profound weariness and a hint of grievance. Just then, he suddenly heard a soft yet remarkably clear chuckle beside him. Chusi froze, instantly alert, and turned his head sharply to look. Only then did Xiaoying open his eyes, revealing a pair of deep-set orbs that, although still bearing the frailty of his recent ordeal, clearly reflected the figure before him, twinkling with a blend of teasing warmth and gentle mirth. "Your Majesty, you have awakened," Chusi exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, nearly leaping to the bedside, disregarding the extent of Xiaoying's awareness of his previous words. Observing the rare display of emotion from him, a deeper smile graced Xiaoying's lips, his voice raspy yet laced with playful intrigue. "Did you not just assert that you would not be angered by anything I do?" At that moment, Chusi's heart brimmed with elation at his awakening, leaving no room for other considerations as he eagerly nodded. "Indeed, as long as your Majesty is safe and sound, I shall abide by your wishes." "Oh!" Xiaoying's brow arched slightly, as if finding amusement in the assertion. Seeking confirmation, "Is this truly the case? You would not be angered by anything I do?" "Absolutely," Chusi replied without hesitation. The mere fact that this man was alive, gazing at him and engaging him in conversation, rendered all else trivial. Receiving this affirmative response, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Xiaoying's eyes. He lifted his uninjured hand to caress Chusi's cheek, gently pulling his face closer. In the midst of Chusi's stunned silence, a tender and cherished kiss descended softly upon his lips. "Wu Hui, my Wu Hui," Xiaoying murmured contentedly between their lips. Chusi was utterly taken aback. He stood frozen, his mind a blank canvas, thoughts suspended in the wake of this unexpected intimacy, allowing Xiaoying's slightly dry yet fervent lips to linger upon his own. After what felt like an eternity, during which he nearly gasped for air, Xiaoying reluctantly withdrew, observing Chusi's bewildered, wide-eyed expression and flushed cheeks. Remembering the prior promise, he tentatively probed, "Wu Hui, you must not harbor any anger towards me." Chusi blinked, his muddled thoughts gradually coalescing, meeting Xiaoying's expectant gaze. He gently shook his head, his voice parched, "I am not angry." Upon hearing this, Xiaoying's smile blossomed like sunlight breaking through the clouds, dazzlingly radiant. He leaned in once more, sealing their lips together again. This kiss was no longer fleeting. It was imbued with deeper sentiments and the exhilaration of having survived. As he savored the essence of the person before him, Chusi found himself breathless, his heart racing like a drum. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until he was on the verge of suffocation, at which point Xiaoying finally released him. How had things come to this? Chusi pondered, feeling dazed. He had always aspired to be a loyal minister, yet the current circumstances felt decidedly askew. At that moment, Xiaoying rested his forehead gently against Chusi's shoulder, his voice tinged with the raspy remnants of survival and teasing, murmuring lowly, "I ventured near the gates of the underworld, and what preoccupied my thoughts was the lament that I had not yet had the chance to kiss you properly, only to perish. What a loss that would be. Perhaps the king of hell deemed me too unworthy, thus sending me back." As Chusi observed his jesting demeanor, his anxious heart began to ease. Yet he couldn't help but find the reason absurd, letting out a resigned sigh. Xiaoying, sensing his emotions, lifted his head, his eyes sparkling as he leaned closer, yearning for another kiss. This time, however, Chusi subtly turned his head away. Xiaoying paused, a look of bewilderment and grievance instantly washing over his face. Gazing at him imploringly, "Chuqing, are you angry?" Seeing the stark contrast between this vulnerable visage and Xiaoying's usual fierce demeanor softened Chusi's heart. Yet he steeled himself to settle him back down, adjusting the quilt with a serious tone. "I am not angry. It is merely that your majesty's injuries have yet to heal, and you require rest. It is inadvisable to exert yourself." He articulated the words, "exert yourself," with particular clarity, though his ears betrayed him, flushing once more. Xiangwei, observing Chu Xinyan's feigned composure despite the undeniable crimson hue on his ears, found his amusement only deepening. "Rest?" He drawled lazily, his voice still hoarse but imbued with a hint of mischief. "I believe seeing you, Wu Hui, is the finest remedy. Far more effective than any bitter concoction." Chu Xinyan bit his lip, choosing not to engage with this line of banter, and instead turned to serve the warm congee and light dishes that had been prepared. "Your Majesty has been in slumber for many days and should begin with a light diet." He carefully scooped a spoonful of porridge, blowing gently to cool it before bringing it to Xiangwei's lips, his gestures so natural, as if the earlier disconcerting kiss had never transpired. Xiangwei obediently parted his lips and swallowed, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Chu Xinyan, as if he could never gaze upon him enough. With several spoonfuls of warm porridge nourishing his weakened body, Xiangwei felt a semblance of strength return. He lay still, refraining from further exertion, merely extending a hand to gently entwine his fingers with Chu Xinyan's that hung beside the bed. "Very well, I shall heed Wu Hui's advice and rest." His voice, though still husky, carried an air of contented languor. "And you shall remain here with me, nowhere else." This was not a suggestion, but rather a command imbued with a touch of playful insistence. Chu Xinyan's fingertips trembled slightly, but did not withdraw. He gazed at their intertwined fingers, then met Xiangwei's unwavering gaze, ultimately conceding with a soft as he settled onto a low stool beside the bed. Sensing Chu Xinyan's acquiescence, Xiangwei slowly drew his fingers closer, enveloping the cool hand entirely within his warm palm. Chu Xinyan felt a momentary stiffness, for this grip was unlike the fierce embraces on a battlefield. It bore a tender intimacy and reliance that was ineffably soothing. He could distinctly sense the pattern of Xiangwei's palm and the shape of his fingers, along with the gentle warmth coursing through their connection. Xiangwei held onto his hand, his thumb gently caressing the smooth surface of Chu Xinyan's hand, eliciting a subtle ticklish sensation. He closed his eyes, finding immense satisfaction and tranquility in such a simple touch, the pain that had once furrowed his brow dissipating slightly. Chu Xinyan allowed him to hold on. The initial discomfort gradually surrendered to an unusual calm. He lowered his gaze to their joined hands, a pale and slender figure, imbued with the essence of scholarly pursuits and the delicate art of perfumery, entwined with another whose larger joints bore the marks of a martial life, thickened by calluses and old wounds. Yet, in this moment, they embraced with an air of complete trust and dependence. Chu Xian observed this scene before him, his throat tightening. Perhaps the path of loyalty was no longer viable. However, the road ahead appeared promising. Chapter 62. After subduing the tyrant, I held power in the court. In the Battle of Falling Eagle Gorge, the Khitan leader Yi Lu Xian was mortally wounded by Xiangwei's desperate retaliatory strike, pinned against the mountainside. The Khitan army, suddenly leaderless, fell into unprecedented chaos. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng arrived with reinforcements, coordinating seamlessly with the trapped Imperial Guards to deliver a devastating blow to the disoriented Khitan forces. Following this catastrophic defeat, the Khitan realm descended into internal strife over the throne, rendering them incapable of mounting an effective offensive. Under the command of Lin Feng and other generals, the Deqi army pressed their advantage, reclaiming lost territories and extending their borders by several dozen miles. They thoroughly dismantled the main Khitan forces, significantly weakening their capacity for southern incursions for at least the next decade. Though severely injured, Xiangwei, with Chu Xian's unwavering dedication to his recovery and the assistance of the army's physician, managed to stabilize and gradually improve his condition before the harsh winter set in. Thanks to his resilient constitution, the Northern Front hostilities finally ceased with the arrival of the season's first snow. The army's return to the capital occurred in the heart of winter. Banners fluttered in the biting cold as the victorious troops, laden with spoils and glory, traversed the snow-covered official road back to the imperial city. The heavy, opulent drapes of the dragon carriage shielded its occupants from the frigid winds, yet could not muffle the deafening cheers from the populace. The citizens had nearly emptied their homes, crowding along the sides of the royal path, eagerly awaiting the return of their triumphant emperor and his army. The shouts of "Long live the emperor" surged like a tidal wave, resonating through the carriage walls, filled with fervor and admiration. Inside the spacious carriage, adorned with soft pelts and warmed by a furnace radiating comforting heat, the outside world of ice and snow felt like a distant realm. Xie Yingwei reclined against the plush cushions. Though his injuries had just begun to heal, his complexion remained pale, yet his gaze burned with intensity. Chusi sat beside him, attentively inspecting the recently healed wound on his shoulder, his fingertips moving gently, his brow furrowed in a healer's concentration. As Chusi carefully pressed around the injury to assess its recovery, Xie Yingwei suddenly moved. He extended his uninjured arm to encircle Chusi's waist, exerting just enough force to destabilize him and pull him into his embrace. "Your Majesty," Chusi gasped, caught off guard, his hands ceasing their movements. Instinctively, he attempted to pull away, but Xie Yingwei's arm tightened around him. Lowering his gaze, Xie Yingwei beheld the surprise reflected in Chusi's widened light-colored eyes, the flush of embarrassment coloring his cheeks and even reaching his ears. A satisfied smile played at the corners of his lips. Ignoring Chusi's subtle struggles, he leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss against his lips. Chusi stiffened entirely, his mind momentarily blank. The warm, soft sensation of the kiss, laced with Xie Yingwei's distinctive scent, enveloped him. Outside, the mountains echoed with a tumultuous cheer, while within the curtains, the kiss of an emperor was one that could not be refused. This exquisite intertwining of public display and clandestine intimacy left him blushing with embarrassment. As if he might ignite, he abruptly turned his head to evade that lingering yet untimely kiss, his breath uneven, lowering his voice to convey thinly veiled anger. "Xiang, ahem, Your Majesty, the masses gather outside, countless eyes upon us. To engage in such debauchery at this moment is unworthy of a wise ruler." His cheeks burned, and even his neck flushed with a rosy hue. In his shame and anger, he forgot to employ the proper honorifics. Xie Yingwei regarded his flustered and anxious demeanor, his hair seemingly ready to stand on end. Instead of being displeased, the mirth in his eyes deepened, imbued with a mischievous wickedness. He leaned closer, almost brushing against Chusi's ear, his warm breath caressing the sensitive skin, his voice low and magnetic, tinged with a hint of imperiousness. "A wise ruler?" He scoffed, his tone laced with self-mockery, yet underscored by an air of arrogant entitlement. "When did I ever claim to be a wise ruler? I am the one who has razed cities, who has slain my own kin, who is tyrannical and ungrateful, deaf to counsel. This hollow title of a wise ruler is one that anyone may claim." As he spoke, his arms tightened once more, securing the struggling Chusi firmly within his grasp. His gaze fixated upon the slightly parted lips of Chusi, as if he were a predator eyeing its prey. "All I know is, in this moment, I wish to kiss you, Chuqing. I have won battles and safeguarded this vast land. Must I not even claim this small reward? This is not our first encounter. Cannot you, for once, indulge me in my wounded state?" Before his words could fully dissipate, he leaned down again, capturing those cool lips anew. "Lies kies transcended mea teasing," bearing an aggressiveness akin to a siege, prying open his mouth and delving deeper. Chusi found himself infuriated and flustered by Xie Yingwei's twisted reasoning and sudden fervor. Yet his strength paled in comparison, his struggles akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. "Well, have I not yielded to you?" The cheers from beyond the curtains became the most jarring backdrop, a reminder of the insubordination of his actions. He felt as if he were drowning in an overwhelming tide of shame and an indescribable thrill. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly recalled something. The fingertips that had long been suppressed by Xie Yingwei curled slightly, imbued with a sense of frustration and warning, poking unceremoniously at the tender. Recently healed arrow wound on Xie Yingwei's shoulder. Xie Yingwei indeed halted, inhaling sharply, his brow furrowing with genuine pain and more so. A sense of helplessness as he looked at Chu Xinian. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xinian hastily fastened the slightly open collar of Xie Yingwei, his movements swift and delicate. As if concealing some incriminating evidence, his face still flushed as he feigned calmness. "Your Majesty, you have only recently recovered. You must exercise caution and not aggravate your injury." Xie Yingwei rubbed the throbbing wound, observing Chu Xinian, who resembled a startled rabbit, both vigilant and slightly smug, eliciting a mix of amusement and irritation. "Chu Xinian, you have truly grown skillful." He gritted his teeth, enunciating each word slowly, his gaze narrowing dangerously. Chu Xinian pursed his lips, defiantly meeting his gaze. Though his heart thundered like a drum, it was your Majesty's misconduct that provoked this. Xie Yingwei observed his facade of feigned composure, which belied the flush that crept up his neck, and the irritation stemming from the interruption dissipated into mere amusement. He allowed the other to indulge in his antics, yet his gaze remained fervently fixed upon him. Outside the dragon carriage, the masses hailed and cheered in a cacophony, while within, a tension-laden yet intimate confrontation unfolded between the emperor and the regent, a matter not meant for public ears. The royal procession continued smoothly along the lengthy imperial road amidst the jubilant clamor, ultimately halting at the gates of the palace, a symbol of the zenith of power. The two descended from the carriage in succession, exuding an innate majesty as they faced the kneeling officials, the composed emperor and the regent, as if the brief loss of control within the carriage had never transpired. Upon returning to the Zikan Hall and dismissing those around, Xie Yingwei shed the veneer of authority the moment the doors closed. Leaning languidly against the couch, he lazily beckoned with his fingertips, sweetly calling, "Wu Hui." Chu Xinian merely approached the table, pouring a cup of tea and extending it with a calm demeanor, stating, "Your Majesty, your injuries remain unhealed. It is paramount to rest and not overexert yourself." He emphasized the phrase, "overexert yourself," significantly. Xie Yingwei declined the cup of tea, instead reaching out to grasp his wrist, his tone laced with allure. "I believe I am no longer in grave danger. It is you who has endured the hardships." Chu Xinian nimbly stepped back, evading his touch, his gaze lowered yet resolute. "Your Majesty, your well-being is of utmost importance." He presented an impenetrable front, as if impervious to persuasion. Xie Yingwei scrutinized him for a moment, then suddenly chuckled softly, relinquishing his insistence. He proceeded to leisurely untie the intricate cords of his dragon-patterned robes, his movements deliberate and enticing, while his eyes remained unwaveringly on Chu Xinian. Chu Xinian endeavored to maintain his composure, diverting his gaze to the teacup in hand. The dark garment, released from its constraints, cascaded to the sides, revealing more of his honey-toned skin to the warm air and candlelight, with distinct contours and tautness. The remnants of scars from the northern regions still visible, adding a touch of wildness. Throughout this, Xie Yingwei's gaze remained locked on Chu Xinian, a subtle yet assured smile playing at the corners of his lips, akin to a connoisseur admiring a coveted treasure with boundless patience. Observing Xie Yingwei's actions, Chu Xinian's expression bore no trace of embarrassment. Instead, his brow furrowed deeper, culminating in a barely audible sigh, laden with palpable resignation. At that moment, Xie Yingwei suddenly let out a soft hiss, a slight frown creasing his brow as he raised a hand to his previously injured shoulder. His voice tinged with a hint of vulnerability. "Wu Hui, I feel somewhat cold." Upon hearing this, the vein at Chu Xinian's temple throbbed subtly. His expression remained impassive as he pointed towards the coal brazier burning brightly within the hall, then gestured to Xie Yingwei's robe slipping down to his elbow. His tone flat and devoid of emotion, even tinged with an official reminder. "Your Majesty, if you are cold, simply don your robe." The warmth from the fire rendered the hall devoid of any chill. Xie Yingwei's hand, resting on his shoulder, paused momentarily, the deliberately crafted fragility in his eyes being replaced by a glimmer of playful amusement. He not only disregarded the suggestion to adjust his robe, but instead, in that very posture, he tugged at the already open neckline, exposing the grotesque scar more fully to the flickering candlelight. The charcoal fire dispelled the chill within the hall. It could not warm the cold that resided deep within me. His voice was low and laced with a languid rasp, his gaze like thick honey entwining around Chusi. This old wound always emanates a chill. It requires the warmth of the living to alleviate it. As he spoke, he leisurely drew closer to Chusi, the fabric of his dark attire rustling softly against the plush couch. With his movement, more of his clothing slipped away, revealing the taut contours of his waist and abdomen in a tantalizing manner. Chusi observed this blatant display with a growing sense of helplessness. He remained rooted in place, not shifting a single step, and replied with a calm demeanor. "If your majesty finds the old injury bothersome, I can prescribe another formula to warm the meridians, instructing the Imperial Medical Bureau to expedite its preparation. Alternatively, I could summon Gao Fu to provide you with an additional quilt." His words were delivered with precision, portraying the unwavering loyalty of a regent who was oblivious to the nuances of the situation. Xia Yingwei chuckled softly at this, his chest vibrating slightly. He no longer feigned concern for his injury and instead propped one leg up, casually resting his hand on his knee, a posture that rendered him both more relaxed and more assertive. Tilting his head slightly, his inky black hair cascaded over his shoulder as he gazed intensely at Chusi. His tone resolute. "You know well what I desire." He paused, his fingertips lightly tapping his knee, and added deliberately, "In this purple hall apart from you, whose warmth could possibly catch my eye and warm my body?" His words laid bare his intentions with undeniable clarity, infused with the inherent dominance and entitlement of an emperor. Chusi remained silent for a moment, then let out a gentle sigh. He understood that Xia Yingwei was resolute and would not relent this night. Meeting his unwavering, deep-set gaze, his tone remained flat but carried less of the previous reluctance and more of a resigned compromise. "Your Majesty, it is late, and given your recent recovery." Yet, Xia Yingwei offered no further words, instead slowly extending his hand toward Chusi, palm up, an invitation that was silent yet impossible to refuse. His gaze was fervent, imbued with an understanding that seemed to penetrate through Chusi's calm facade, revealing his inner turmoil. Chusi looked at that hand, marked by defined knuckles and thin calluses, then met Xia Yingwei's penetrating eyes once more. The air in the hall thickened, punctuated only by the crackling of the charcoal fire and the sound of his own heartbeat growing increasingly distinct. Finally, he let out a barely audible sigh, as if surrendering to a futile resistance, and stepped toward the dragon couch, a symbol of supreme authority and the moment's endless temptation. He did not immediately place his hand into Xia Yingwei's grasp, but paused at the edge of the couch, bending to retrieve the fallen dark robe, gently draping it back over his shoulders. His fingertips inevitably brushed against the other's warm skin, sending a subtle shiver through him. "At least do not catch cold," he murmured, his voice husky, tinged with both concession and concern. Xia Yingwei chuckled softly, seizing the wrist that Chusi attempted to withdraw, the grip gentle yet firm enough to render escape impossible. With a gentle tug, he was drawn into a warm and solid embrace, his center of gravity destabilized. A faint metallic scent mingled with a unique air of aggression enveloped Chusi. Instinctively, he attempted to rise, yet Xia Yingwei's arm tightened around his waist, securing him firmly. "Now you worry about catching a chill? It is too late." Xia Yingwei's lips nearly brushed against the shell of his ear, the warmth of his breath caressing sensitive skin, sending shivers down his spine. Before the words could fully escape, a heated kiss descended, no longer an exploratory touch from the carriage, but one imbued with possession and depth, prying open his cool lips to seize every lingering breath. Initially, Chusi remained somewhat rigid, but under the assertive yet tender advance, his taut body gradually softened, and his hands, which had rested against Xia Yingwei's chest, slowly ascended to his broad shoulders. Their garments had unknowingly slipped away, scattered beneath the couch. The light, no longer its usual clarity, now radiated a hazy, warm yellow, softening the contours of everything within the chamber. The air was thick with the familiar scent of ambergris, now subtly infused with another essence, intertwining to create an aromatic and intimate atmosphere. Faint breaths and suppressed whimpers reverberated in the stillness of the hall. There were no words, only the gradually entwining warmth of their bodies, like the silent tide creeping over the shore. Xiaoying bent down, delivering a kiss laden with a sense of punishment upon the slightly shifting Adam's apple, nibbling and sucking to leave behind ambiguous crimson marks. His other hand had already unbound Chusi's waist, trailing down the groove of his spine with an irresistible force, compelling him to draw even closer. Xiaoying, unable to restrain himself any longer, Chusi let out a soft moan, his voice imbued with a softness he had not previously recognized. The barriers of rationality trembled under such a direct siege. Hearing his name uttered from those pale lips, Xiaoying let out a satisfied hum from his throat. He lifted his gaze, deeply penetrating Chusi's eyes, which were clouded and unfocused with moisture. He then leaned down to kiss away the physiological tears that had welled in the corners of his eyes from the emotional surge. His movements contrasting sharply with his usual ferocity, exuding a tenderness that was rare. Call my name without hesitation, call it once more. Xiaoying found it difficult to breathe. Yet it was a sweetness he relished. It felt as though he were enveloped in warm currents under the sea, adrift, losing direction, and surrendering to the flow. Each heartbeat resonated heavily against his eardrums, gradually synchronizing with another's rhythm, indistinguishable from one another. Occasionally, a restrained sound escaped his nose, only to be stifled again by something deeper, dissolving into muffled whimpers within their intertwined breaths. The flickering candlelight cast their entwined shadows upon the screen. Outside, the cold wind howled, yet within the chamber, spring flourished, a room filled with enchantment deep into the night. Chapter 64. Strategies to Tame the Tyrant. As late spring transitioned into early summer, the imperial garden bloomed vibrantly, the warm breeze carrying waves of rich sweetness. Chusi, rarely able to set aside state affairs, strolled amidst the riot of colors in a simple yet elegant green robe, his pale pink hair shimmering softly under the sunlight. He paused before a flourishing weeping crabapple tree, gazing upward at the delicate, cascading pink blossoms, a hint of pure appreciation glimmering in his eyes. Xiaoying glanced back and, upon hearing that Chusi was in the imperial garden, sought him out, dressed in a simple dark robe instead of the dragon robe. He soon spotted the figure standing beneath the flowering tree, almost merging with the surrounding elegant scenery. He did not approach immediately, instead lingering for a moment. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and petals, casting dappled light upon Chusi, while a gentle breeze playfully lifted a few strands of his hair, presenting a scene so serene and beautiful it seemed untouched by the mundane world. Xiaoying felt a stirring in his heart, his gaze drifting from the blooming crabapple to Chusi, and a thought quietly took root. He stepped closer, his footsteps drawing the attention of the flower admirer. Chusi turned to see him, and a natural smile graced his lips. "Your Majesty." Xiaoying acknowledged with a hum, standing beside him as they both admired the vibrant blossoms. After a moment, he suddenly raised his hand, carefully plucking a small cluster of the most splendid and exquisite crabapples from the branch. His movements were imbued with a caution starkly contrasting his usual decisive demeanor, as if afraid to harm the fragile petals. Chusi regarded his actions with a hint of confusion. Xiaoying turned to face him, delicately holding the cluster of flowers, his gaze settling on Chusi's fair, long hair, his tone bearing an unyielding authority. "Do not move." With that, he lifted his hand, intending to adorn Chusi's hair with the vibrant blossoms. Chusi, slightly startled, and tilted his head away. "Your Majesty, this is not in accordance with propriety." Although adorning a man with flowers was not unheard of in previous dynasties, it was rare in the current one, especially for him, the regent. "I am propriety," Xiaoying replied, gently pressing down on his shoulder, though his touch was remarkably light. He clumsily yet intently endeavored to secure the soft flower branch amidst the satin-like strands of hair. having never engaged in such delicate work. His fingers were far less nimble than when wielding a sword or pen. After several attempts, the flower branch remained either loose or askew. Observing Xiangwei furrow his brow as he struggled with the small blossoms, Chusinyan's earlier discomfort gradually dissipated, replaced by soft amusement. He ceased to move, quietly allowing the esteemed figure to fuss over him. After considerable effort, Xiangwei finally managed to secure the crabapple in place. He took a step back to admire his handiwork. The exquisite, dewy pink crabapple nestled perfectly by Chusinyan's ear, harmonizing beautifully with his fair hair, enhancing his already striking features with additional vibrancy and allure. A flicker of astonishment and satisfaction passed through Xiangwei's eyes. Yet he merely commented with a nonchalant tone, "Not bad." Unable to see his own reflection, Chusinyan noted the glimmer of delight lingering in Xiangwei's gaze and sensed that the effect was indeed pleasing. He raised a hand to lightly touch the flower by his temple, its softness accompanied by a fragrant aroma, and couldn't help but chuckle. "What has inspired such elegance in you today, Your Majesty?" Xiangwei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze directed toward the distant flowers, his tone remaining calm, yet imbued with profound meaning. "What is amiss with gifting flowers to a beautiful person?" He paused, turning his head to regard Chusinyan, his eyes deep with intent. "Moreover, this garden in full bloom pales in comparison to your presence." Xiangwei gazed at the sight of the person beside him, adorned with flowers, and felt that the scene before him was infinitely more enchanting than any renowned masterpiece. The vexations that had plagued his heart due to court affairs had long since dissipated, leaving behind a sense of possession and satisfaction that nearly overflowed. In this world, there was but one individual capable of coaxing a tyrant to sheath his sharpness and willingly bow his head for the sake of a fleeting spring at the temples. Chusinyan's gaze wandered among the blossoms nearby, eventually resting on a vibrantly blooming red camellia. In the spirit of reciprocity, he softly declared, reaching out to pluck a blossom the size of a bowl, its vivid petals layered like a flame in full blaze. Xiangwei raised an eyebrow slightly, observing Chusinyan as he approached with the resplendent flower. He neither moved nor impeded him, merely regarding him with a hint of amusement and indulgence. He was curious to see what the often aloof regent would conjure. Upon reaching him, Chusinyan examined Xiangwei's striking yet perpetually cold visage, along with his long, dark hair. Mimicking Xiangwei's earlier gesture, he carefully placed the fiery red camellia beside the gold crown that held his hair. The sudden addition of the vibrant red against the dark locks created a breathtaking contrast. Xiangwei remained still, though the depth of his gaze intensified. Seemingly entertained, Chusinyan plucked a few delicate lavender lilacs and deftly intertwined them with the flowers at Xiangwei's temples. Next came clusters of pale yellow forsythia and even a small sprig of fragrant white jasmine. His movements were gentle and focused, as if he were crafting an extraordinarily significant work of art. Xiangwei stood there, allowing him to arrange the flowers. The once intimidating tyrant was now adorned with an array of blossoms atop his head, at his temples, and even at his collar, petals dotting his dark attire. When Chusinyan finally paused, Xiangwei's head was a riot of colors, a floral tapestry. Stepping back to admire his creation, Chusinyan could no longer contain his laughter, his shoulders gently shaking. The sunlight illuminated him, and his smile was pure and radiant, more captivating than the entire garden in bloom. Xiangwei watched him laugh, a genuine smile beginning to blossom in his own eyes. He reached up to touch a lilac that hung precariously from his hair, his tone laced with a touch of affectionate exasperation. "Have you played enough?" Chusinyan, having laughed to his heart's content, shook his head while gazing at Xiangwei. "Now a kaleidoscope of colors. Your Majesty, in such a state, you might not be able to leave the imperial garden. Surely, we cannot have the sovereign of the 9-5 adorned with flowers before the court ministers." Yet Xiangwei appeared unconcerned, waving his hand dismissively, his voice carrying the familiar tone of authority. "I take pleasure in this. Who dares to speak out, I shall have their tongue." With a sigh of resignation, Chusinyan stepped forward to remove the excess flowers from Xiangwei's hair, leaving only the initial red camellia beside the gold crown. He believed the vivid hue complemented Xie Yingwei splendidly. "It's too much. It outshines the essence," he softly explained as he continued to remove the superfluous blooms. At last, he gazed at the solitary yet striking camellia, pondered briefly, and gently removed it from the golden crown, fastening it meticulously onto the lapel of Xie Yingwei's dark attire. The crimson flower nestled against the black fabric, akin to a flame igniting in the depths of night, exuding both a bold vibrancy and a newfound steadiness. This arrangement sufficed. Chusi scrutinized the detail, nodding in satisfaction. Xie Yingwei lowered his gaze to the exquisite blossom adorning his chest, then lifted his eyes to meet Chusi's, suddenly enveloping him in an embrace and bestowing a gentle kiss upon his forehead. "As you wish." Thus, it became a rare spectacle within the palace. The fierce emperor occasionally wore an incongruous bloom at his collar, while the regent prince's pink begonia remained resplendent at his temple. Courtiers, upon catching sight of this, would hastily avert their eyes and scurry away, pretending not to have witnessed anything. Only the informed attendants understood that it was merely a harmless little whim shared between His Majesty and the prince. Chapter 65. After conquering the tyrant. "I hold power over the realm," though Chusi held the esteemed title of regent and resided in a grand estate outside the palace. He spent the majority of his nights in the fragrant convergence hall. This was no longer a secret. The courtiers shared knowing glances. And while speculation ran rampant in hushed tones, none dared to voice their criticisms under Xie Yingwei's long-established authority and unyielding iron fist. However, the issue of succession loomed like a sharpened sword over the court. Xie Yingwei's household remained devoid of heirs, and his evident disinterest in the imperial harem caused great concern among the traditionalist elders. Observing this, Chusi deliberated extensively and finally broached the subject during a moment when Xie Yingwei's headache had abated and his mood was relatively stable. He spoke gently, "Your Majesty, the foundation of the nation is paramount. Since you harbor no intention for the harem, why not select a wise and astute young member from the royal clan to be named heir? I could personally guide him, and, in time, he may inherit the throne and ensure the stability of the realm." Upon hearing this, Xie Yingwei's brows knitted tightly, revealing his unmistakable displeasure and resistance. Instinctively, he sought to reject the idea, unwilling to entertain any potential threats, even nominal ones, that might divert Chusi's attention from him. And he was even less inclined to consider matters beyond that. Yet, Chusi remained resolute. His intentions were not to seize power for himself, but rather to genuinely contemplate the continuity of the dynasty. Time and again, he patiently persuaded, weighing the pros and cons, until ultimately, Xie Yingwei could not withstand his persistence and grudgingly acquiesced, albeit with a hint of defiance. Soon after, a 3-year-old boy, an orphan from a collateral branch of the royal family, was brought into the palace to be raised under Chusi's care, with him personally overseeing the boy's early education. Moreover, as time passed, Xie Yingwei's chronic ailment did not show signs of improvement. Rather, it escalated in frequency and intensity. The excruciating pain and the accompanying irritability could only be somewhat alleviated in Chusi's presence. He grew increasingly reliant on Chusi, whether for physical discomfort or mental fatigue. Frequently, when overwhelmed by the tedium of state affairs, he would cast aside piles of memorials, reclining on a soft couch for a brief respite, or allowing the regent prince to massage his weary shoulders. Naturally, those memorials would ultimately be entrusted to Chusi. Over time, many state matters effectively fell under Chusi's purview. His edicts and proclamations were almost indistinguishable from imperial decrees, naturally inviting a flurry of rumors. Whispers circulated in the shadows, suggesting that Regent Chusi harbored ulterior motives, seeking to undermine the emperor's authority. Occasionally, these slanders would reach Xie Yingwei's ears, igniting his ire. One afternoon, amidst the incense curling within the Zicheng Hall, a heavy atmosphere lingered. Xie Yingwei reclined on a soft couch, his head resting on Chusi's lap, eyes tightly shut, a deep furrow etched between his brows. Even in relaxation, He could not entirely conceal the weight of his accumulated power and gloom. Although he had surpassed 40, the passage of time had only added subtle traces to his visage, enhancing rather than diminishing his striking beauty, lending him a deeper gravitas. Yet, the persistent affliction of his head and the burdens of state affairs had imbued him with an inescapable weariness and a hint of bitterness. Chusnian's fingers applied a gentle yet steady pressure as he massaged the temples and brow of the man beside him. Time seemed particularly kind to Chusnian, his countenance remaining strikingly youthful, with his pale, flowing hair accentuating his translucent skin. However, the depths of his light-colored eyes held a calmness and wisdom acquired through life's tribulations. "Why must your majesty display such temper this day?" Chusnian's voice flowed soothingly like a gentle stream, attempting to ease the agitation of the man resting beside him. Xiaoyingwei, without opening his eyes, emitted a muffled snort from his nostrils, laced with lingering anger. "Those old men have grown weary of life. How dare they cast veiled aspersions in court, accusing you of harboring ambitions and manipulating the state for nefarious purposes?" He paused, his tone tinged with disdain and irritation. "It is quite tiresome." Chusnian's massage continued uninterrupted, and upon hearing this, a warm smile graced his lips. He understood that Xiaoyingwei's fury stemmed not from suspicion, but from displeasure at the slanderous remarks of others. This unwavering trust, forged through years of adversity, remained his greatest solace amid the tumult of power. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger." He spoke with a steady voice imbued with a comforting strength. "My heart is as transparent as the sun and moon. To earn your Majesty's trust and alleviate your burdens is my fortune. As for how future historians wield their pens, whether to praise me as a loyal minister or condemn me as a treacherous usurper," he paused slightly, his fingers gently tracing the furrowed brow of Xiaoyingwei. His tone serene yet resolute. "Let posterity decide. I only wish to fulfill my duties as a loyal servant before you." Xiaoyingwei's taut features softened slightly at his words. Although he still kept his eyes closed, he firmly grasped Chusnian's free hand, squeezing it tightly. "I know." Xiaoyingwei's voice was low, tinged with fatigue, yet unmistakably clear. "As long as I live, no one shall touch you. You will guard this realm for me, and I am at ease." The weight of the phrase "guard this" carried an unmistakable trust. Chusnian felt the warmth and strength conveyed through the grip, filling his heart with tranquility. He spoke no further, focusing intently on his massage, striving to alleviate the burdensome pain. The flickering candlelight in the hall cast shadows over their intertwined forms. In that moment, the external whispers and the judgments of history seemed to fade into oblivion. Chapter 66. After strategizing against the Tyrant, I hold power over the court that year. The first snow arrived unusually early, cascading softly to blanket the palace's glazed tiles. The Emperor's ailment intensified with the onset of winter, its ferocity surpassing all previous bouts, leaving him bedridden for days. Upon entering the Zechen Hall, Chusi was momentarily disoriented, perceiving Xiaoyingwei as merely enveloped in the warm mist of the chamber. Reclining on the dragon bed, the Emperor, draped in a dark cloak, rested against a soft pillow, his inky hair unadorned, with strands of silver woven at his temples. Not the pallid white of decay, but the pristine brightness of snow resting upon pine branches. The official documents lay sprawled across his lap, the vermilion brush poised between his fingers, suspended in the air. The candlelight cast a warm glow upon his profile, his cheekbones sharper than they had been 2 decades prior. Yet his spine remained as erect as a pine tree, resilient against the weight of snow, akin to a sword yet to dull in its sheath. "Your Majesty, it is time for your medicine," Chusi offered, holding a white jade cup filled with a brownish medicinal brew that swayed slightly. Xiaoyingwei did not accept it. He extended a finger to rest lightly against the rim of the cup, halting the bitter concoction mid-air. Raising his gaze, his eyes sparkled with the same light as the first snow of winter, reminiscent of their first encounter over 20 years ago. Now, the snow had not melted but settled deeper, tinged with a hint of dusk. Diverting his gaze from the documents, it slowly ascended to Chusi's brow and eyes. "The Imperial Medical Department dares not speak the truth. Yet I am aware that these potions have long lost their efficacy. The surface of the medicine began to ripple with fine lines. Chusi heard himself respond in the calmest tone, "Your Majesty, may you be blessed with boundless fortune, Chu-Ching." Suddenly, Xiaoyingwei laughed, interrupting his unfinished thoughts. "You are adept at using such sweet words to deceive me. One day, I shall hold you accountable for this treason." His fingertips slid along the edge of the cup, tapping gently at the bedside to beckon him to sit. The cup was placed on the low table, emitting a soft sound. Chusi lifted his robe and perched on the edge of the dragon bed. This gesture had become second nature over the past 23 years, transforming from a timid action to one of ease. "I have perused the secret records of the previous dynasty. There exists a celestial mountain in the East Sea that harbors the elixir of immortality," the emperor suddenly declared, his gaze drifting toward the window, fingers intertwining with Chusi's palm, the gentle tremor carrying the scent of medicine. The firelight danced across his profile, revealing a glimpse of youthful stubbornness and ferocity in his frost-kissed eyes. "If obtained, I could remain forever by your side, Chu-Ching." A pang of emotion surged within Chusi, causing his nose to tingle. He turned his face away to inhale deeply, and when he returned, his tone was laced with jest. "Your Majesty, I have cautioned you repeatedly that the secret records are untrustworthy. You must not become a foolish ruler. You dare to criticize me again. Regent, you truly possess the audacity of a bear and the heart of a leopard." Xiaoyingwei's eyes widened dramatically, his expression exaggeratedly wounded, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on rather than a sovereign feared across the realms. With that, he seized a pillow and hurled it at Chusi. However, the pillow was soft and fell upon his shoulder like a cloud. Chusi caught the pillow and, in a fluid motion, enveloped both the emperor and the embroidered blanket in his embrace. He finally burst into laughter, a bright, unrestrained laugh that revealed a tenderness he would never display in the court. "Your Majesty, for the sake of my unwavering loyalty to you, please forgive me this once. I shall comply with all your requests." His voice was soft and gentle. Xiaoyingwei struggled momentarily before falling still, his forehead resting against the hollow of his shoulder. With his fingertips, he playfully tugged at the tassel of the jade pendant at his companion's waist, murmuring, "Are you truly willing to promise me everything?" He suddenly leaned in closer, his breath brushing against the other's ear, transforming into a bittersweet whisper. "If that is the case, then after my demise, you must not seek solace in another." His words were abruptly silenced by a kiss. Chusi cradled his face, kissing him with urgency and fervor, as though he wished to devour all ominous words. When they parted, both were breathless, their foreheads touching, beads of perspiration forming between them. "Do not speak such things. I would borrow longevity from the heavens, provided your Majesty establishes a prosperous era." Chusi's voice was hoarse. Xiaoyingwei chuckled softly, casually sweeping the memorial to the corner of the couch. Supporting his head with his free hand, his inky hair cascaded down his shoulder, revealing a pale yet still graceful neck. "You are coaxing me again, Chu-Ching," he squinted, resembling a cat that had been petted. "I am merely greedy for the desire to remain with you for eternity." Chusi remained silent, lifting the medicinal cup once more. And this time, Xiaoyingwei did not push it away. The dark brew gradually dwindled amidst their mingling breaths, and as the last bitter taste faded, the emperor suddenly murmured, "I was merely pretending." "I know," replied the minister. "I am aware that you are not truly angry. I also know, but should you scold me again, I shall not dare." Xiaoyingwei interrupted, momentarily stunned before collapsing into the cushion with laughter. His mirth startled the crows perched outside, causing them to flutter away and shake off the last remnants of snow from the branches. "Sinian, once the snow has ceased, accompany me outside for a stroll. You always say that the green plum will bloom splendidly this year." "Very well. I shall accompany your Majesty to witness every season's blossoms." Xiaoyingwei's lips curved into the faintest of smiles. He succumbed to the embrace of the medicinal scent and the fragrance of dragon saliva. Ultimately perceiving Chusi's hand tucking him under the covers, alongside the words carried by the wind and snow, clear to his ears. Sleep now. And when the plum blossoms bloom, I shall awaken you. Moonlight spilled through the window, illuminating the intertwined shadows on the dragon bed. The shadows were faint yet tightly entwined, resembling two ancient trees rooted together, sharing the same heartbeat in the depths of winter. In the chronicles of the Zhao Lai Emperor, it is recorded that Emperor Zhao Lai, Xiaingui, quelled turmoil with martial prowess and established authority through law. However, he diligently worked to strengthen the nation, which prospered under his reign. In the winter of the 26th year of his rule, he suffered from severe headaches, and all remedies proved ineffective. He passed away in the Hall of Purple Splendor at the age of 47. The entire nation mourned, and he was buried in Jingling, posthumously titled Zhao Lai, signifying his strength, wisdom, and virtue in bringing peace to the people. Upon the emperor's death, he left no heir. According to his last edict, the royal relative, Xie Mingyun, was summoned to ascend the throne, taking the era name of Qingping. The new emperor was of tender age, and a special appointment was made for the regent, Chu Sinian, to oversee state affairs and assist the young sovereign. At that time, there were murmurs in the court and beyond, suggesting that the regent wielded excessive power and might engage in treacherous acts, using the emperor to command the lords. Nevertheless, the regent paid little heed, conducting affairs according to law and custom, dedicating himself to teaching the young sovereign with utmost sincerity. The new emperor, appreciating his kindness, often referred to him as a father and relied on him profoundly. In the biographies of the regents, it is noted that Chu Sinian of the Chu clan, whose origins remain unclear, gained favor with Emperor Zhao Lai through his medical expertise and rose to the position of regent. Following the emperor's death, he bore the weight of trust, assisting Emperor Qingping for a decade. During his time in power, the regent rose early and retired late, meticulously attending to every detail of governance. The continuation of the river transport, the implementation of agricultural laws, and the provision for the comfort of the populace. The rectification of military preparedness to instill awe in the barbarian tribes. Yet, despite his purity of character and lack of factional alliances, he did not engage in the clarification of his reputation. Thus, slanderous discussions persisted unceasingly. In the autumn of the 10th year of peace, the king passed away, casting the entire court into mourning. Following the last wishes of Emperor Zhao Lai, he was interred with princely honors at Jingling, resting in the same grave. The emperor, consumed with grief, suspended court for 3 days, donning mourning attire himself, yet remained despondent throughout the year. In recognition of his merits, the emperor posthumously conferred exceptional honors, yet also decreed the eternal sealing of Ningxiang Hall, forbidding any alteration of its contents to signify enduring remembrance. Future commentators would either criticize his concentration of power or commend his loyalty and integrity. However, his decade of governance ensured stability for the state and continuity of livelihoods, rendering judgments of his merits and faults exceedingly complex. At that moment, as consciousness coalesced once more, Chu Sinian felt himself enveloped in a warm, weightless flow of light, surrounded by a soft yet elusive halo. From the cold despair of a sickbed to the trepidation of entering the court, from the heart-stopping encounters with a tyrant to the heavy trust of jointly governing the realm, and ultimately, to the solitude and perseverance of independently shouldering the burden for a decade, memories of a lifetime flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern, strikingly vivid yet imbued with a serene detachment. System, task completed. Host Chu Sinian is now officially bound to the quick transmigration system and qualifies for subsequent tasks. World, Great Qi Dynasty. Main task, extend Xiainggui's lifespan by 5 years. Status, completed exceeded. Task evaluation, S-Class. Point settlement for basic and excess rewards has been issued. Detected host's use of point retention option. Corresponding points deducted. Current total points. The system's prompt resonated with a cold, mechanical tone, itemizing the gains from his journey. Chu Sinian listened quietly, his heart remaining largely unperturbed. Shall we proceed to the next task world immediately? The system offered a choice. Without hesitation, Chusi accepted. The obsession for revenge had not vanished. Rather, it was cloaked beneath a complex layer of a heavy, yet authentic life experience. He needed to forge ahead. The warm flow enveloping him suddenly accelerated, transforming into countless brilliant threads that pulled his consciousness through an invisible barrier, plunging him into an expanse of unknown darkness and starlight. Everything from the great Qi dynasty, Xia Ingwei, Ningxiang Hall, the strife and tranquility, loyalty and misunderstanding, swiftly receded, compressed into a fragment of memory that sank deep into his consciousness. A new world, a new identity, and new tasks awaited him ahead. Chusi experienced the dizzying sensation of being stripped away, only to be thrust anew, gently closing his eyes. Command confirmed. Initiating dimensional jump. Chapter 67, Training Dogs. The prisoner on a rainy night. The heavy jolting roused Chusi from his stupor. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself enveloped in darkness. He was confined within a cold, cramped space, the metallic walls echoing a dull thud with each jolt. He stirred. The harsh sound of metal scraping against metal pierced the air. Looking down, he saw heavy iron chains binding his wrists and ankles, impeding his movements. He was not alone. Dim light filtering through the gaps revealed 5 others in tattered clothing, similarly shackled by iron chains. They huddled together, swaying with the movement of the vehicle, the iron chains clanking rhythmically. Silence enveloped them. The faces of these individuals were pallid and unhealthy in the dim light, their pupils vacant and unfocused. One person bit down fiercely on their lower lip, blood mingling with the rain, staining their soiled front. Others trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down their filthy cheeks. Yet they kept their mouths tightly shut, suppressing any whimper that might escape. Fear, like a tangible, viscous liquid, filled this moving iron box, rendering the atmosphere almost suffocating. Chusi furrowed his brow, attempting to comprehend his current predicament when an icy mechanical voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Detected a severe deficiency in the host's understanding of the fundamental knowledge of the current realm. The system can provide an infusion of basic knowledge, requiring a deduction of 100 points. Current point balance, 107. Would you like to redeem? Chusi glanced at the numbers reflecting his balance. A slight pang of anxiety gripping his heart. The points earned from his previous realm were on the verge of depletion. However, as his gaze swept across the unsettling strangeness surrounding him, he closed his eyes momentarily and confirmed in his mind, redeem. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into his consciousness. An avalanche of unfamiliar terms, concepts, and images, automobiles, firearms, electricity, nations, war, rushed forth. He let out a suppressed grunt, beads of cold sweat trickling from his forehead, his temples throbbing, and his stomach churning violently. He forced himself to concentrate, straining to absorb and comprehend this newfound knowledge. Within a few breaths, he finally understood that he had arrived in a world starkly different from his own, an era saturated with steel, machinery, and unprecedentedly brutal rules. The contours of modern society frantically constructed themselves in his awareness, challenging his established worldview. The dynasty had fallen? Chusi's spirit jolted. The dynasty he had once painstakingly nurtured, even supporting the ascension of a new emperor, had faded into a mere blur of historical record. All had turned to smoke and mirrors. He shut his eyes, his long, thick lashes casting delicate shadows beneath, concealing the tumultuous emotions that surged within him. Now that he had perished and entered this realm, the past was merely a bygone chapter. The only reality lay in reconstructing his being to settle old scores. Just as he was barely digesting this foundational knowledge, the moving vehicle suddenly lurched to a complete stop. The metallic sound of a latch being forcefully opened came from the back of the compartment, followed by the heavy door being pulled open from the outside. A cold, damp breeze, laced with fine raindrops, rushed in, striking Chusi's already shivering form and causing an involuntary tremor. At the doorway, a dim yellow light outlined several tall, imposing figures. They were soldiers clad in crisp, dark uniforms, their military caps casting deep shadows over their faces, obscuring their features. Silently, They reached for the individual nearest to the door, roughly dragging them down from the vehicle. With a thud, the person fell heavily into the muddy ground outside, splashing murky water. Before they could even struggle, two soldiers seized them by the arms, forcing them to stand and dragging them aside. This scene caused the hearts of the remaining individuals in the carriage to constrict in terror. Those in the rear dared not hesitate for even a moment, scrambling to leap from the vehicle, fearing that a moment's delay might lead to the same fate. Chusi inhaled deeply the earthy, pungent air before following suit. His feet sank into the mire, the rain instantly soaking his pale hair, which clung damply to his cheeks and neck. He lifted his gaze. The Blackstone penal camp loomed ahead. Towering concrete walls were entwined with dark moss, the surfaces marred by splotches and pockmarks. Dense barbed wire coiled atop the walls, while searchlights cast blinding beams that sliced through the curtain of rain. Watchtowers stood sentinel like silent behemoths, their dark muzzles faintly protruding from the firing slits. Soldiers converged, their weapons glistening with a cold sheen amidst the rain. They herded this small group of prisoners as one would drive cattle. This was indeed the Blackstone penal camp. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. One of the prisoners suddenly bolted from the group, sprinting into the shadows. The rain obscured his form. The soldiers did not immediately pursue. They observed coldly as the figure stumbled through the mud for several meters before raising their weapons with composure. A sharp gunshot shattered the rain-soaked night. The fleeing figure seemed to be struck by an invisible hammer, crashing forward and landing heavily in the mire, splashing water around him. He twitched twice before falling silent. Dark red, liquid, gradually spread from beneath him, soon diluted by the rainfall. The scent of blood mingled with the chill of the rain wafted through the air. Simultaneously, background information about this world unfolded in Chusi's mind as if it were a meticulously prepared dossier. The world he inhabited was technologically backward, marked by a significant lack of advancement. The location was known as the Valletta Empire, a nation with unprecedented military might, fervently adhering to extreme expansionism. The will of the imperial leader and the highest military council dictated the sole direction of the state, to sustain the ceaseless warfare of aggression. The empire had instituted an exceedingly harsh conscription system, compelling all eligible men and women to enlist and venture into the blood-soaked battlefields. The brutality of war had long been relayed back home through various clandestine channels. Fear spread like a plague. Many sought to evade conscription, to survive, and thus risked everything in attempts to flee this nation. The Blackstone penal camp, where Chusi currently found himself, was established by the Empire to quash this tide of escapees. Situated in a desolate area along the Empire's borders, it served to detain and deal with deserters, those shirking their military duties, and the migrants attempting to escape. The camp's purpose was to break the spirit and body of the prisoners through intense labor, strict discipline, and relentless torment, transforming them into compliant instruments of war or expendable resources. Entering this place signified the deprivation of all that one held dear, a fate of either enduring torture unto death or being conscripted into punitive units, sent to the most perilous front lines to atone for their perceived sins with their lives. The group accompanying Chusi consisted of civilians attempting to flee, utterly defenseless. The icy rain slid down from the tips of his hair to his neck as Chusi gazed ahead at the lifeless body sprawled in the muddy water, then turned his eyes to the imposing entrance of the penitentiary camp, standing silently in the rain like the gaping maw of a colossal beast. He huddled his thin, tattered wet clothes closer around him, his pale pupils narrowing slightly in the dark of the stormy night. The system's cold notification echoed once more. System, transmission complete, dimension, Blackstone Penitentiary Camp, officially initiated. Main quest, survival and escape. Quest reward, 1,000 points. Failure penalty, death. The downpour lashed against his face, stinging sharply. Soldiers roughly shoved Chusi and the others forward, iron chains dragging behind them, mud splattering around. No one glanced back at the corpse lying outside the camp's gate. Just as they stepped into the compound, a shrill alarm pierced through the rain-soaked night. The previously silent barracks erupted into chaos, Within 5 minutes, a dense crowd stood orderly in the central yard, all clad in drab prison uniforms, drenched by the relentless rain. Yet their bodies remained erect and motionless. A soldier jogged forward, calling out loudly, "All present." At that moment, a man clad in a crisp officer's uniform, his epaulets rigid and imposing, emerged as the camp's warden. His gaze swept over the newcomers, devoid of any warmth. The soldier stationed behind Chusi promptly raised his foot and delivered a brutal kick to his kneecap. Ugh! Chusi stifled a groan as his knee crashed heavily into the cold mire. The others were similarly forced to kneel. The warden's voice, though not loud, sliced through the sound of the rain with chilling clarity. "You are the disgrace of the Empire." His eyes, sharp as blades, scrutinized each pale face before him. "The Empire bestowed upon you life and honor, yet you repay it with betrayal and flight. Shameful." He paused momentarily before continuing with a cruel twist of his lips. "According to the rules, newcomers to the camp shall receive 10 lashes. Endure it, and you may earn the right to atone for your sins and redeem yourselves for the Empire. Should you die on the spot, it is proof that cowards do not deserve the chance for reform, nor to be called citizens of Valletta." He abruptly turned to the prisoners standing stiffly in the yard. "You all, take heed. Remember how you came to be here." The soldiers retrieved the whips. The waterlogged bull whips glimmered dully, hanging heavily in the mud. Chusi stared at the whip, an ominous dread creeping into his bones. Could this frail body truly withstand 10 strikes? Chapter 68, Training the Dogs. The rain was frigid, stinging against his face. The glaring whip swayed ominously before him. "No, please. I was wrong. I am willing to enlist. I will never flee again. I beg you, do not strike me." A woman, positioned slightly in front of Chusi, broke down. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed into the mud, crying out towards the indistinct yet formidable figures ahead. The warden did not scold her, nor did he cast a glance at the pleading woman. Instead, he expressionlessly drew his sidearm. The gunshot rang out, muffled, akin to the sound of a water-laden fruit being forcefully smashed. The woman's wails abruptly ceased. She fell heavily backward into the mire, a dark crimson hole appearing on her forehead, blood gushing forth and swiftly blending with the rain to create a grotesque stain of dark color. The captain of the guards holstered his weapon with a fluidity that suggested he had rehearsed this act countless times. The Imperial Army had no need for such pitiful creatures seeking mercy. The glory of the Empire demanded that each citizen defend it with their blood. Betrayers were unforgivable. His tone remained devoid of emotion as he strode forward with measured steps, his military boots splashing through puddles, sending murky droplets flying. "Your lives no longer belong to you. They belong to the Empire, to the grand cause of conquest. Here, your only value lies in atonement. With your flesh and blood, with your very marrow, cleanse the stains left by your cowardly souls. Do you understand?" The soldiers standing around, rifles in hand, stood tall and resolute, their faces hidden in the shadows beneath their caps, displaying no reaction whatsoever. No fear, no compassion, not even the slightest tremor of emotion. They regarded the unfolding scene with the same indifference as breathing. The captain's words, rife with bloodlust and fervor, alongside the quivering corpse before them, painted a chilling tableau. From the 6 in the vehicle, only 4 remained. Kneeling in the icy muck, faced with a lethal lash and having no retreat, Chusi's fingertips sank deep into the mud, the bone-chilling cold creeping up his knees, igniting a rage that nearly drove him to laughter. "System, did you not say that only the novice tasks were particularly arduous?" The captain's frigid gaze swept over the trembling newcomer in the mire, his voice cutting through the rain with resolute finality. "Execution, commence." The chilling raindrops blurred Chusi's vision. As the first lash fell, it felt as though the entire world had erupted. It was not merely a physical torment, but a soul-rending agony, akin to a searing brand being pressed brutally against his spine, instantly draining him of all strength. The rain pelted down upon his opened flesh, igniting waves of excruciating pain. Darkness clouded his vision, and a metallic sweetness surged in his throat. Pain, excruciating pain. He doubted he could withstand even the 3rd stroke, let alone endure 10. Tears streamed uncontrollably, mingling with the rain and mud as they fell. He could not focus on the system or the task. A single thought echoed relentlessly in his mind. Pain, 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 pain. So much pain. The second lash followed swiftly. Chusnian could no longer bear it and collapsed forward, his cheek crashing into the icy mire. The sludge filled his mouth and nose, inducing a suffocating nausea, yet it paled in comparison to the devastation on his back. He curled up, his body shaking uncontrollably in a state of utter disarray. The plight of the other three was equally grim. The air thick with the sounds of pained moans leaking from clenched teeth, yet none dared to plead for mercy. The gunshot that had just sounded had extinguished all hope. A soldier roughly seized Chusnian's arm, dragging him from the muck and forcing him back to his knees. His pale, long hair was already drenched in filth and blood, clinging grimly to his cheeks and neck in a wretched state. His consciousness faded, and he felt certain that the next lash would completely take him away. Just as the warden raised his hand, poised to issue the command for the third lash, a soldier hurriedly approached, leaning in to whisper a few words in his ear. The warden's expression changed abruptly, revealing a hint of pallor. He immediately lowered his voice and swiftly issued a command. This unforeseen turn of events brought the execution to a temporary halt. Chusnian seized the opportunity to catch his breath, coughing violently, feeling the drenched prison uniform clinging tightly to his burning back, each breath eliciting a tearing pain. Before long, a black car glided silently to a stop at the entrance of the penal camp. The driver quickly exited, unfurling a large black umbrella and respectfully opening the rear door. A polished military boot stepped out, splashing in the mud. Subsequently, a tall man emerged, standing upright after bending to exit. His imposing height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches exuded a palpable pressure, his shoulders squared, dressed in a perfectly tailored uniform of a Valletta Empire officer. The dark woolen fabric was as sharp as a knife, while the golden sash and intricate epaulets reflected a cold, hard glimmer amidst the dreary rain. The medals adorning his chest silently narrated tales of illustrious military achievements. The brim of his military cap cast a profound shadow over his face, revealing only the stern lines of his jaw and tightly pressed lips. Merely standing there, without uttering a word, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. Even the incessant raindrops hesitated in their descent. The warden immediately hurried forward, instinctively bending his back as he reported in a hushed, urgent tone. The man merely inclined his head slightly, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the rain-soaked prisoners in the yard and resting on the battered Chusnian kneeling in the mud. The warden promptly gestured, and a soldier swiftly brought over a sturdy wooden chair, placing it beneath a sheltered eave. The man then approached with a calm demeanor, taking a seat with his long legs crossed, a list appearing in his hands seemingly out of nowhere as he scrutinized it with lowered eyes. Chapter 69, Dog Training. The rain fell brutally upon the open wounds on Chusnian's back, every minute touch inciting a violent spasm. He could feel the warm blood mingling with the cold rainwater sliding down his spine, siphoning away the last remnants of his body heat. His vision began to blur, and all that remained in his ears was the sound of his own labored, pained breaths, accompanied by the monotonous patter of rain against the ground. He was certain he could not withstand the third lash. Just as consciousness threatened to plunge into darkness, a steady, cold voice pierced through the curtain of rain, not loud, yet strangely overpowering all other sounds. Stop! This single word hung above Chusnian like a decree of mercy, halting the imminent third lash in midair. The executing soldier immediately ceased, bowing his head and stepping back, paralyzed in place. The warden swiftly approached the chair, respectfully bending slightly. "Colonel, these are the new arrivals, escapees, currently undergoing camp discipline." The man seated in the chair did not lift his gaze, his attention still fixed on the list in his hands, his fingertips lightly tapping a particular name. The sharp lines of his profile appeared especially austere in the shadow beneath the eave. One name was missing. He spoke, his voice devoid of any inflection. The warden's body stiffened, cold sweat instantly soaking his undershirt. He parted his lips, yet before he could articulate an explanation, Siangwe's gaze finally lifted from the list. his icy blue eyes precisely landing on the patch of mud where the fugitive had just been shot down. It appeared that the matter had been dealt with. He spoke in a tone that conveyed neither approval nor dissatisfaction. The guard dared not respond, lowering his head even further. Xiaoying's gaze gradually shifted, sweeping over the four new prisoners trembling in pain, their backs marred with wounds, before finally settling on Chusi. Chusi struggled to maintain his kneeling position, relying solely on a vague instinct for survival to prevent himself from collapsing once more. His pale pink hair was matted with mud and blood, clinging to his cheeks and neck in a disheveled manner. His light-colored pupils were clouded with agony as rain cascaded down his pallid face, rendering him fragile as if he might shatter at any moment. Xiaoying observed him with an unyielding gaze, as if appraising an object. After a brief silence, he subtly inclined his chin towards Chusi. "This one," he said, retracting his gaze to the list in his hand, as though issuing a casual command. "Bring him over." The soldiers roughly dragged Chusi from the mire and positioned him beneath the eaves. His legs felt like jelly, almost being pulled along against his will, leaving intermittent water marks on the cold, hard ground. The man remained seated, his legs crossed, his military boots gleaming. He leaned back slightly, adopting a condescending posture as he looked down at the figure slumped at his feet. Then he raised his foot, pressing the icy tip of his boot against Chusi's chin, the pressure neither too harsh nor too gentle, forcing the mud-streaked face to tilt upwards. Chusi's vision was blurred, rainwater and muck obscuring his eyes, leaving him with only a smothering dark outline, while a persistent ringing in his ears dulled most sounds. The man scrutinized the face before him. Despite its filth, the exquisite contours and unique sense of fragility remained evident. The tip of his boot became stained with the mud on Chusi's face, yet he seemed utterly unconcerned. After a moment, a low chuckle escaped his throat. "What a coincidence, young master. You appear to be well." His voice pierced through the curtain of rain, faintly reaching Chusi's ears, like a key suddenly unlocking a long-sealed corner of his memory. A chaotic montage flooded his mind: the opulent mansion, the spoiled young master, and the quiet, slightly older son of a servant. He remembered riding on the boy's back like a horse, tossing treats onto the ground for him to pick up, and finally, the merciless blame he cast upon him for absconding with his father's seal. In his recollection, the young boy knelt on the ground, desperately clutching his garment, his voice hoarse with pleas. "Young master, please don't send me to the military. I will die." Yet the younger version of himself had merely kicked him away in disgust and turned his face aside. The son of a servant was, after all, just a servant. Yet, in a twist of fate, a few years later, the tables turned. His father became a deserter, and their family lost its noble status, tumbling into obscurity. The intense emotional upheaval stirred Chusi's awareness slightly, though his hearing remained clouded. He could only grit his teeth internally, loathing his meager resources, wishing he had tools at his disposal to avoid such humiliation. The tip of the boot shifted, turning his face away with a distinct air of disdain. "Remember now?" The man's voice remained flat, devoid of any discernible emotion, as if he were recounting an old tale that bore no relevance to him. "I have beseeched you for a long time, pleading that you refrain from sending me to the military camp." Not a word escaped your lips. After he spoke, the man's gaze fell upon Chusi, anticipating the expected reaction, perhaps a tremor of fear or a frantic defense. Yet, the figure beneath him remained still, quietly sprawled on the damp, cold ground, gasping softly as the rain washed over the grotesque wounds on his back, drawing forth faint crimson streams. The anticipated response did not materialize, and a flicker of faint confusion passed through the man's icy blue eyes. He did not lower his head, instead slightly turning his face, directing his gaze toward the respectful guard standing nearby, his brow furrowing in displeasure. "What is the matter?" The guard immediately bowed and replied, "Colonel, in accordance with camp regulations, 10 lashes. This is only the second." The man nodded in understanding, casting his eyes down upon the curled figure on the ground. This delicate, tender flesh, indeed, seemed incapable of enduring 10 lashes. His gaze swept over the other three prisoners, trembling like quails in the rain, before returning to Chusnian. After a long absence, I suddenly felt inclined to propose a game. The young master had not afforded me a choice before. Now, I grant you one. His voice, though not loud, was clear and precise. If you endure the remaining lashes for the three of them, they shall be spared further punishment. Alternatively, you may divide your 8 lashes among them, and you shall not be struck again. He leaned in slightly, the raindrops brushing against the golden insignia on his shoulder. Choose one. Yet, knowing your temperament, it must surely be the latter, correct? The indistinct words struggled to penetrate Chusnian's ears, evoking an eerie sense of familiarity. Why was it that others always sought to leverage the lives of others against him? Did he truly appear to be such a benevolent figure? He parted his lips, but was only able to emit a series of hoarse coughs, his lungs feeling as though they were being torn apart. The man drew closer, and the soldier holding the umbrella hurried forward, shielding him from the falling rain. Were these choices still too arduous for the pampered young master? The man's tone remained calm, yet laced with a chilling edge. Allow me to present you with one final choice. If you can utter my name, I shall absolve you of your punishment. A hand clad in black leather gloves reached out, firmly grasping Chusnian's chin, forcing him to raise his gaze to meet his own. The rain continued to wash away some of the filth from his face, revealing a remarkably pale visage that still bore traces of its former splendor. It was, in fact, even more exquisite than the blurred memory of the willful child the man once knew. His soaked, pale hair clung to his cheeks and neck, adding an element of torturous fragility. His light-colored pupils, clouded with pain and weakness, appeared slightly unfocused, glistening with a physiological sheen, reminiscent of dust-laden glass suddenly cleansed. The corners of his eyes were tinged with red, and his long eyelashes, drenched by the rain, drooped and trembled under the weight of their burden. Even in this moment of utmost disarray, his face retained an innocent and fragile quality, like the delicate wings of a butterfly that seemed as though they could shatter with the slightest touch, exuding a deceptive yet striking beauty that was all the more impactful given his current predicament. A fleeting yet elusive glimmer of astonishment flashed across the man's eyes, akin to a brief shimmer on the surface of a frozen lake, only to be swiftly engulfed by the deeper chill that followed. However, the guard captain beside him changed his expression upon hearing those words, hastily stepping forward. "Sir, this contravenes protocol." Xiaoyingwei finally turned his head, his gaze landing on the guard captain. "Is this regulation decreed by the Führer?" The guard captain stammered, "And no, it is a tradition upheld through the ages." A soft scoff interrupted the guard captain's words. Xiaoyingwei did not spare him a second glance. In the rigid hierarchy of the empire, a higher rank could easily overshadow another, especially when the disparity was as vast as that between clouds and mud. His attention returned to Chu Xinyan's face, his fingertips pressing painfully against the other's jaw. Chu Xinyan struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his blurred vision gradually sharpening. As he finally discerned the face so close before him, his pupils constricted sharply. His lips moved, breath faint, as he gasped out a name with incredulous trepidation. Xiaoyingwei? In Chapter 70, Training the Dog, the prisoner's figure reflected in Chu Xinyan's clear pupils. The rain washed away the grime from his face, yet could not cleanse the visage etched deep within his memory. The brows, the eyes, the bridge of the nose, the thin lips, and even the hard curve of the jawline were identical to that emperor whose whispers had stirred his heart and mind. 10 years had passed. He had believed that his beloved, long lost in the currents of time, had vanished forever, only to find him suddenly reappear before him. The overwhelming shock rendered his mind blank, rationality fracturing piece by piece. Within those light-colored pupils, an indescribable joy erupted, like flames suddenly kindled from the ashes of desolation. "Xiaoyingwei?" He rasped, his voice cracking. An inexplicable surge of strength surged within him, propelling his pain-racked body forward, his muddy hands gripping tightly onto Xiaoyingwei's arm. "It's you." He tilted his head back, his gaze almost hungrily tracing the contours of the other, as if he wished to imprint this regained figure indelibly upon his soul, completely overlooking the cold metals adorning the military uniform and the stark difference in their current circumstances. When Xiangwei's gaze fell upon Chu Xinyan's face, there was a brief moment of stillness. There was no anticipated fear, pleading, nor the usual humiliation and resentment of a fallen noble. Instead, there was an expression that should not have graced this moment, one akin to that which one might wear when gazing upon a long-lost love. This incongruous and illogical expression caused Xie Yingwei's heart to skip a beat, a strange sensation sweeping through him. Yet it was but a fleeting instant. Soon, a cold scoff rose within him. The performance was rather commendable, a far cry from the capricious and irresponsible young master he once knew. This display of heartfelt emotion might deceive others, but alas, he was no longer that humble servant who could be so easily sacrificed or discarded. Such clumsy theatrics appeared to him as mere antics of a jester. He lowered his gaze, focusing on the wrist tightly held in the other's grasp. His face betrayed no fluctuations, no surprise, no emotion. Not even a hint of disdain dared to surface. His gaze resembled that of one observing an inconsequential object or witnessing a lackluster performance of no concern to himself. Slowly, he pried apart Chusnian's tightly clenched fingers, one by one. As Chusnian's grip was forcibly relinquished, the faint vestige of strength dissipated, and his body swayed precariously, nearly collapsing. Xiangwei withdrew his hand, methodically removing the soiled glove and carelessly discarding it into the muddy water at his feet, as if it had tainted him with some unclean substance. However, Chusnian had indeed uttered his name. It seemed those two lashes had jolted you into a semblance of awareness. Though you remain oblivious to the reality around you, well, so be it. Xiangwei no longer regarded Chusnian's eyes, which inexplicably irritated him, and turned to the warden. His voice reverting to its previous indifference. His lashes shall be spared. The warden immediately bowed. Yes, Colonel, then hesitated momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the 3 pallid prisoners in array. What about the others? Proceed as usual, Xiangwei replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers roughly hoisted the nearly incapacitated Chusnian and dragged him toward the dim barracks. Chusnian seemed inclined to glance back at Xiangwei. His eyes still filled with bewildered attachment, but his strength had waned, leaving him to be unceremoniously towed along. The 3 remaining individuals in the mud watched in disbelief as Chusnian, indeed, escaped the remainder of his torment with but a word, their eyes betraying an uncontrollable surge of intense envy, even jealousy. Their gazes burned with an intensity that seemed capable of piercing through Chusnian's back. When Xiangwei's icy stare inadvertently swept across them, they immediately averted their eyes in terror, biting their lips tightly, swallowing any sounds that might herald misfortune. Mercy? That woman serves as a cautionary tale. The remaining lashes proceeded methodically through the rain, the dull thuds and muffled groans drowned by the sound of falling rain. Xiangwei turned away coldly, no longer paying heed. The warden promptly bowed, respectfully ushering him into the interior office. The room was stark and frigid, consistent with the overall aesthetic of the camp. Colonel, what brings you here with such significant instructions? The warden's voice carried a note of tension. The individual before him was the youngest colonel in the Empire, personally appointed by the Führer, renowned for his military achievements and wielding immense power. His sudden presence at the Blackstone Correctional Camp could not merely be for observing a few new prisoners being punished. Was there a slip-up? The escape record was 0, and while the mortality rate was high, it remained within acceptable limits. It made no sense. Xiangwei did not take a seat, but instead paced by the window, gazing out at the dreary curtain of rain, his posture imposing and commanding. The front lines are in need of personnel. Immediately compile the list and files of all prisoners eligible for the second conscription. They will be taken away by noon tomorrow. His words were succinct. The warden's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately responded, yes. I shall attend to it at once. He understood. This was a matter of recruitment, targeting those still capable of breathing and bearing arms, to be sent to the front lines to replenish losses. This was of utmost importance. Xiangwei turned back, his gaze sharp as a knife fixed upon the warden. Moreover, there is another matter. His tone was calm, yet it bore an invisible weight. In certain corners of the empire, some degenerate individuals have developed increasingly refined tastes. Ordinary amusements can no longer satisfy them, and their gaze has turned toward you, fixating on the fallen nobles who have sunk into the mire. The warden's expression shifted subtly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This matter indeed existed. Some influential figures exerted pressure or offered inducements through clandestine channels, seeking to procure a destitute noble to satiate their twisted desires. At times, he turned a blind eye, as it could yield certain benefits. The warden attempted to justify himself. However, Xie Yingwei interjected, his voice growing colder. I am unconcerned with your past actions. From this moment forth, every individual in the Blackstone punishment camp, including those former young masters and ladies, belongs to the front lines, to the empire, and not to be private collectibles for certain individuals. Do you comprehend? His gaze was frigid. Should I hear any further whispers, you will no longer have a place here. The warden trembled, instantly standing erect. Yes. Colonel, I assure you that such incidents will never occur again. All prisoners will be strictly monitored, serving solely the empire. Xie Yingwei responded with a faint nod, as if finally satisfied. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, his fingertip lightly tapping the table. The new prisoner from earlier, he mentioned, not even uttering Chusnian's name. Handle him accordingly and bring him to my temporary lounge. The warden paused, quickly lowering his head. Understood. He was enveloped in confusion, unable to fathom why this colonel regarded the seemingly resentful prisoner with such distinct attention. Yet, the commands of superiors were not to be questioned, only executed. Chapter 71, Training the Dog. The prisoner had committed a grave offense. Soldiers dragged Chusnian to the so-called concentration dormitory. This place was akin to a prison, the air thick with a musty odor of disinfectant and sweat in the dark and damp atmosphere. On either side of the narrow corridor stood dense iron barred doors, behind which lay emptiness. Those compelled to witness the new prisoner-esque punishment in the torrential rain had yet to return. Chusnian was roughly shoved into one of the rooms. The space was cramped and devoid of windows, illuminated only by a small vent high above that allowed a sliver of light to penetrate. The iron barred door clanged shut, sealing him within. Chusnian was flung onto the hard, unyielding plank bed, the rough surface causing a jolt of pain that darkened his vision and elicited a sharp intake of breath. He curled up, urgently calling out to the system in his mind. System, who exactly am I? Why do I resemble Xie Yingwei so closely? This cannot merely be coincidence. System, this inquiry exceeds the current permission level of the host and cannot be retrieved. The cold notification appeared once more. No matter how fervently he inquired, the system offered only this singular response. Can that system extend credit? System, unable to provide. Chusnian could only concede defeat. With scarce points, he could not even exchange for the most basic pain relief, leaving him to lie prone, acutely aware of the searing agony radiating from the lacerations on his back. He was not a delicate flower unaccustomed to hardship. In his previous life, he had frozen to death, and in the last dimension, he had fallen from a horse. Pain was no stranger to him. At this moment, the suffering rather served to crystallize his chaotic thoughts. He sifted through the remnants of his memories, capturing the moment of his apprehension while attempting to traverse the border. In the face of the formidable vigilance of the Blackstone punishment camp, and with his current frail physique, the prospect of escaping alone seemed as insurmountable as scaling a mountain. The visage of Xie Yingwei resurfaced in his mind, clad in resplendent military attire, with the guards exhibiting a demeanor of utmost reverence, undeniably pointing towards a path of immense power. To exploit him? A flicker of thought stirred within Chusnian, only to be swiftly quelled by caution. Was it a path to survival, or a swift descent into death? The man's gaze upon him was frigid, devoid of any remnant of affection. As he pondered, the iron door swung open once more. Two soldiers, in silence, seized him and led him away from his cell into a medical room reeking of pungent antiseptic. The doctor, donned in a white coat, bore an impassive expression as he unceremoniously administered an injection. The icy liquid surged into his veins, and miraculously, the excruciating pain in his back began to dissipate, replaced by a numbing dullness. Subsequently, the soldiers callously tore away his tattered and filthy finery. The sound of fabric rending causing Chusi's body to stiffen. His skin, exposed to the cool air, elicited an uncomfortable sensation. Even though the knowledge instilled by the system informed him that such treatment was customary here, and the onlookers appeared indifferent, the innate sense of shame surged within him, rendering his ears flushed and prompting an instinctive desire to curl up. Someone deftly cleaned his wounds and applied a cold ointment, the process mechanical and efficient, devoid of any warmth. Once completed, he was clothed in a set of clean yet coarse gray prison garb. The grime from his face and hair was swiftly wiped away, restoring his original appearance, though his pallor remained hauntingly translucent. After all was said and done, rather than being returned to his cell, the soldiers escorted him through several corridors, halting before a heavy wooden door. As the door swung open, he was ushered inside, and with a resounding thud, the door was firmly closed behind him. The room was an office, starkly contrasting the barracks' rudimentary conditions. Xiaoyingui sat behind the desk, his ice-blue eyes resting calmly upon him. The muffled sound of the door sealing shut echoed behind, isolating them from the outside world. Chusi stood in the center of the room, awkwardly clutching the rough sleeve of his prison uniform. The medication had dulled the pain from his back to a heavy numbness. Yet the memories of the previous agony remained etched in his nerves. His freshly cleaned, pale hair hung damply over his shoulders, accentuating his ashen complexion, while his light-colored pupils appeared almost translucent under the harsh light, reflecting his current unease and a hint of weariness. Xiaoyingui reclined slightly in his expansive office chair, a cigarette poised between his fingers, unlit. After a fleeting glance at Chusi, he lowered his gaze to peruse another document on the desk. The stark white light delineated the sharp lines of his epaulettes, illuminating the excessively stern profile beneath the brim of his military cap. The atmosphere was thick with tension, punctuated only by the soft rustle of paper. Chusi parted his lips, intending to speak, yet his throat felt parched and constricted. The face before him overlapped with that of his beloved from memory, conjuring a profound sense of disorientation. Yet the man's aura of detachment and authority incessantly reminded him of the perilous nature of this place and the stark disparity of their identities. At last, Xiaoyingui casually tossed aside the document he had been holding. He raised his gaze, his eyes calmly settling on Chusi, slowly scanning him from head to toe as if appraising the quality of an object. His scrutiny was devoid of emotion, yet it provoked a deeper discomfort in Chusi than the previous lash of a whip. Instinctively, he wanted to evade this penetrating gaze, but he compelled himself to stand tall and meet it head-on. He was presentable enough, albeit barely. Xiaoyingui spoke, his tone flat and unembellished, revealing no judgment or praise. Chusi felt his heart constrict slightly. Xiaoyingui placed his cigarette on the table, the sound of his cufflinks gently clinking against the surface. Leaning forward, he rested his elbows on the table, fingers intertwined, his ice-blue eyes locking onto Chusi like a leopard honing in on its prey, an oppressive aura emanating from him. There was no mockery, only a gaze that was almost cruel in its scrutiny, as if he sought to penetrate Chusi's fragile exterior to expose the turmoil and fear within. "I am quite curious," he stated, his intonation still devoid of fluctuation. "What did that look you gave me back then truly signify?" This question evidently troubled him, prompting this meeting. Rationality informed him that it was merely another tactic employed by Chusi to elicit sympathy. Yet, the raw shock, affection, and grievance reflected in that gaze were starkly different from any response he had anticipated, inexplicably stirring a sense of displeasure within him, as if he himself had abandoned Chusi. Even the most foolish should recognize that feigning vulnerability before him would yield no results. He had come here initially for the task of requisitioning prisoners from the front lines. Upon seeing Chusi's name on the list, he had assumed it was a mere coincidence. He never expected it to be this old acquaintance. Chusi felt a tightness in his throat, instinctively shying away from such a direct stare. How was he supposed to respond? Should he admit that it was because Xiaoyingwei had departed this world first, leaving him to bear the burden of governance alone, enduring the scorn of treachery while guiding the new emperor to safeguard the realm, only to find himself buried alongside him. And now, upon awakening, Xiaoyingwei had inexplicably returned, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed by emotion. If he voiced such thoughts, Xiaoyingwei would undoubtedly deem him mad. His silence clearly incited the other's ire. Xiaoyingwei scoffed, smoothly drawing a pistol from his waist. The click of a mechanism echoing ominously as the barrel steadied on Chusi. Surely you do not believe that feigning muteness will allow you to escape unscathed? His tone remained even, yet it carried an icy chill. The cold metal glimmered ominously. A cold sweat broke out on Chusi's back in an instant. He detested such long-range weapons. Previously, he had faced arrows, and now he confronted a more lethal instrument known as a gun. The shadow of death loomed palpably close. He had previously dared to wager that Xiaoyingwei would not truly shoot him, believing he still held some value. But the past grievances between them offered no glimmer of mercy. He closed his eyes, realizing there was no path left to retreat. Even the most absurd reasoning would be preferable to silence leading to death. Taking a deep breath, Chusi lifted his gaze to meet the cold muzzle and the even colder stare. Mustering the courage to almost force out the words through clenched teeth, "Because I like you." In the stillness of the office, those words echoed with an unusual abruptness, even bordering on the absurd. The voice bore the weight of a desperate resolve, its final notes trembling slightly, unsure whether it was due to the pain of injury or the pressure of confronting death. Xiaoyingwei held the gun with an arm as steady as iron, his face betraying no sign of emotion. Even the slightest twitch of his brow remained absent. In his blue eyes, an almost absurd bewilderment briefly flickered, soon replaced by a penetrating chill that enveloped him. "Do you like it?" He repeated the word, his tone flat and devoid of inflection. Yet it cut through Chusi's nerves like a dull blade. "Chusi, do you take me for a fool?" The gun remained unwaveringly aimed at the center of Chusi's forehead, his voice dropping to a low, ominous tone, pregnant with the danger of an impending storm. "You thrust upon me the accusation of stealing the seal and watched me be dragged away to the military camp like a dog. Yet not once did you utter a word of affection. Now that you find yourself a captive, clinging to life by a thread, you resort to this pitiful lie to save your skin?" He leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp as ice, attempting to pierce through any semblance of pretense in Chusi's eyes. "Has your noble dignity finally been shattered, or do you believe me to be easily deceived?" Chusi felt the wound on his back begin to throb, cold sweat trickling down his spine. He knew his reasoning was untenable, utterly absurd. In Xiaoyingwei's view, this was merely the last straw grasped by a dying man, a desperate struggle devoid of credibility. He opened his mouth, yet found any explanation in that moment to be woefully inadequate. He could not reveal the truth of his time traveling, nor the companionship and parting in a foreign dynasty. In Xiaoyingwei's understanding, all that existed between them was the unilateral, humiliating betrayal from a decade past. Observing Chusi's speechlessness, the last trace of emotion in Xiaoyingwei's eyes faded into a chilling void, leaving only sheer indifference and mockery. It seemed that 2 lashes had been too lenient, failing to teach the young master the virtue of honesty. He slowly withdrew the gun, reholstering it with deliberate calmness, as if the threat of death had merely been a casual gesture. No longer regarding Chusi, he turned towards his desk, pressed a communication button, and resumed a tone of cold professionalism. "Bring him in." The door swung open, and 2 soldiers stood at attention. "Take him away." Xiaoyingwei's back was turned to them, his voice devoid of warmth. "Since he refuses to speak the truth, he shall be confined. No one is to release him without my command, nor provide him with food or water." He paused, adding with a dismissive tone that concealed a deeper cruelty, "Let him ponder what the word like truly means." The iron door closed behind him, extinguishing the last vestige of light. Absolute darkness, accompanied by profound silence, enveloped Chusi like a heavy cocoon. This was the confinement cell of the Blackstone punishment camp, a punishment more devastating to the spirit than the lash. Without light, without sound, the brain, deprived of external stimuli, began to distort, weaving grotesque illusions and breeding uncontrollable panic and restlessness, the sense of time utterly disoriented, each minute stretching into an endless torment. Few could maintain their sanity here for more than 3 days. Chusnian quietly leaned against the cold wall. Darkness was not entirely unfamiliar to him. The dilapidated house from his past, abandoned by those he held dear, was equally cold and desolate. In those days, his frail body often succumbed to the biting chill and weakness, plunging him into brief episodes of near blindness. He had long since learned to remain motionless in the absolute silence and darkness, awaiting death. At this moment, the maddening confinement allowed his tumultuous thoughts to settle. He recalled more fragments of his past life, the coldness and despair subtly overlapping with his current experience. Time lost all meaning here. How long had it been? An hour? Perhaps 2? Hunger and thirst began to gnaw at his body, yet his mind strangely maintained a state of numb clarity. Suddenly, a deafening crash shattered the silence. The iron door was pulled open from the outside, blinding light piercing into his eyes that had grown accustomed to the dark. Chusnian instinctively shut his eyes tight, tears welling up in response. Before he could adjust, 2 soldiers roughly seized him and dragged him away from the pitch-black prison. The corridor's brightness made him dizzy, and the sound of footsteps echoed unnaturally in the empty space. He was half-dragged, half-carried back to the office door. The door swung open, and he was thrust inside. Inside the office, Xiaoyingui sat behind the large desk, his posture unchanged from their previous encounter. The torment of the confinement had not left the anticipated marks of collapse on Chusnian. There was no hysteria, no mental disarray, and not even a trace of evident fear. He simply stood there quietly, his complexion even paler than before. His lips were chapped from dehydration, and his light-colored pupils constricted slightly upon encountering the light, revealing a hint of discomfort. Yet, deep within his gaze lay an almost deathly calm. This tranquility took Xiaoyingui by surprise and even displeased him. It was far from the outcome he had envisioned. Apparently, the Blackstone confinement chamber serves as a pleasant respite for you, he remarked, his voice devoid of emotion. I see in its inquiry. Chusnian offered no response, further provoking Xiaoyingui's irritation. Still unwilling to speak, leaning in slightly, he closed the distance between them, enough to feel each other's breath. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto Chusnian's eyes, leaving no room for even the slightest emotional fluctuation to escape his notice. Chusnian, my patience is limited. This is the last chance. Tell me, was your previous answer genuine? Chusnian's eyelashes fluttered. Prolonged confinement and dehydration had dulled his thoughts. Yet the instinct for survival remained. He lifted his gaze, meeting Xiaoyingui's scrutinizing eyes once more, and replied clearly and steadily, Yes, I like you. Xiaoyingui's fingertips lightly tapped against the cold gun barrel, the silence in the air growing heavy and suffocating. After a long pause, he let out a low, dangerous chuckle. You liked me back then, so you treated me like a dog, only to frame me and cast me onto the battlefield? Indeed. Chusnian's face remained impassive, his heart steady, not a hint of hesitation in his demeanor. Xiaoyingui scrutinized him, as if searching for even the slightest crack in his facade. Suddenly, a cold smile graced his lips. Very well. If you believe that is what affection entails, then lower your weapon. He leaned back slightly, adopting a nearly open posture. Now, express your feelings for me in the manner you once did. If you succeed, I shall believe you. If you fail, you will owe me those 8 lashes, which you must repay in the punishment chamber without delay. No sooner had he spoken than a chime echoed in Chusnian's mind, signaling the arrival of a delayed system task. Side quest triggered. Within 10 minutes, elevate the target's heart rate, Xiaoyingui, to 80 beats per minute. Current heart rate, 62 beats per minute. Task reward, 200 points. Failure penalty, none. The system's notification rang in his thoughts, urgency pressing upon him. Chusnian felt a shiver of trepidation, though he betrayed none of it on his face. He steadied his resolve, even stepping forward a half-pace. His back straightened, clad in coarse prison garb. The slight tilt of his chin radiated an unassailable dignity and an air of authority, a presence he had unconsciously absorbed from a certain emperor. "Approach," he commanded, his voice imbued with an unusual penetrative quality. Xie Yingwei furrowed his brows, seemingly taken aback by this unexpected reversal of roles. Chusnian met his scrutinizing gaze, his tone calm and unwavering. "Did you not request that I express myself as I once did? What, now you hesitate?" The mockery in Xie Yingwei's eyes deepened. He was curious to see what tricks this young master could conjure. Obediently, he rose and strode toward Chusnian. His towering figure, nearly 6.5 feet tall, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, his sharply tailored uniform accentuating broad shoulders and a narrow waist, the polished military boots thudding heavily against the floor. Beneath his impeccably styled hair, those blue eyes appeared even more profound in the shadows. Merely standing there, he almost obscured the light, enveloping Chusnian entirely in his aura. The momentum Chusnian had mustered was momentarily diminished by this palpable weight, yet he remained unflustered, holding his gaze steady against the icy blue. He reached forth to unfasten the leather belt of Xie Yingwei's uniform, the metallic clasp resonating softly. Then, with a voice that struck like thunder, he uttered 2 words, "Kneel." Xie Yingwei raised an eyebrow, his gaze piercing as if he had encountered something utterly absurd. An unspoken contest lingered in the air. Chusnian could feel his heart pounding in his chest, while the system indicated Xie Yingwei's heart rate had barely climbed to 63 beats per minute, far from sufficient. Meanwhile, his own heart rate had likely spiraled out of control, the ingrained societal norms clamoring within him. Yet this performance must continue, for the lashes could not be evaded. After a prolonged silence, thick with tension, Xie Yingwei slowly bent his knee, sinking to one knee before Chusnian. Even in a kneeling position, he maintained a stature as upright as a pine, his commanding aura of authority undiminished, instead intensifying into an eerie and perilous tension due to this unusual posture. It was as if he were the one orchestrating everything, his current submission merely a tantalizing indulgence. Chusnian was acutely aware that if anyone were to witness this scene, his fate would be sealed. Yet, the very willingness of Xie Yingwei to engage in such acts implied absolute safety in this place. He regained his rhythm, looping the leather belt into a noose around Xie Yingwei's neck, then yanking it forcefully. The leather collar tightened, compelling the kneeling man to lean forward, drawing him closer. The distance between them evaporated instantaneously, their breaths almost audible. Xie Yingwei's heart rate surged to 68 beats per minute. Still insufficient. Chusnian could distinctly perceive the blue depths of the other's eyes, void of humiliation or anger, only an unfathomable curiosity and a sudden spark of intrigue. The cold metal buckle pressed against Xie Yingwei's Adam's apple, rising and falling with his subtle breaths. The air thickened, each minute movement and exchange of glances fraught with an ineffable tension and alluring danger. Chusnian's gaze, tranquil as water, rested upon Xie Yingwei's single knee position. His fingertips tightened around the belt, compelling the other to raise his head. "I don't recall instructing you to kneel in this manner," he spoke softly, yet his words grazed the taut nerves like a feather. Before the echoes of his voice faded, he lifted his foot, the coarse prison shoe gently pressing down upon Xie Yingwei's other knee, exerting a steady pressure. The sole, dusted with the grime of confinement, slowly ground against the crisp military fabric. Chusnian looked down upon the man bound by the leather collar, his foot firmly planted on the other's knee, affording him a clear view of the pulse throbbing at Xie Yingwei's neck. "Do you need me to teach you how to do this?" he asked, yanking down sharply on the wrist, the metal buckle digging into Xie Yingwei's throat. Simultaneously, the foot on the knee exerted force, leaving deep imprints on the military trousers. Xie Yingwei's breaths grew labored, forced into complete submission. This position necessitated that he gaze up at Chusnian, the collar of his uniform slightly distorted from the strain. Chusnian released the belt, yet his fingers traced down the taut neckline, gliding over the fabric before resting at the first button. Leaning in closer, his shoe pressed against the base of the leg, warm breath brushing against Xie Yingwei's ear. "Well done." Chusnian endeavored to empty his mind, repeatedly chanting to himself the mantra of restraint. Only he knew the tumultuous beating of his heart within his chest, the blood rushing to his ears, igniting an undeniable heat. He exerted every ounce of composure from both his past and future to maintain the facade of tranquility, resisting the urge to flee before Xia Yingwei's penetrating stare. All of this was for the mission. Yes, for the mission. He, too, was a prisoner of circumstance. The moment his fingertips unfastened the button, the system notification chimed. Xia Yingwei's heart rate finally surpassed 70, his chest heaving violently, and within those azure eyes surged an unprecedented undercurrent. He tilted his head back, the collar of his military uniform creased by the belt. Kneeling, a posture that should have been steeped in humiliation, yet his ice-blue gaze remained chillingly composed, reflecting every movement of Chu Sinian with the clarity of a frozen lake in winter. Chu Sinian continued to unfasten the second button, revealing his sharply defined collarbone. His movements were languid, audacious to the point of recklessness, a stark contrast to the frantic beating of his heart. Xia Yingwei's breathing gradually grew heavier, but his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on Chu Xinyan's face, as if he were observing a meticulously orchestrated performance, waiting for a flaw to reveal itself. "Beg me," Chu Xinyan commanded, his finger poised on the third button. Xia Yingwei swallowed hard, his voice deep and gravelly. "Please continue." "Bite down," Chu Xinyan instructed, offering the other end of the belt to Xia Yingwei's lips. As the latter complied and bit down on the belt, he heard the system prompt indicating the task was complete. At that moment, he found himself forgetting to release his grip, instead leaning in slightly. The collar of the prison uniform fell away, a few strands of pale pink hair brushing against Xia Yingwei's military epaulette. "Well done," Chu Xinyan complimented, finally loosening his hold on the belt and stepping back a pace. He lowered his eyelashes, concealing all emotion, reverting to a demeanor of submissiveness, as if the audacious figure who had commanded the colonel to kneel and wear a collar moments ago were not he. Xia Yingwei raised his hand to remove the end of the belt caught between his teeth, his movements deliberate. He stood tall, his imposing shadow once again enveloping Chu Xinyan. He did not speak immediately, yet his gaze bore a palpable weight as it slowly traversed from Chu Xinyan's downcast face to his delicate neck, slender shoulders, and fragile waist, finally resting on the feet, slightly together, standing on the rough ground. The scrutiny in his eyes was unabashed, imbued with an unspeakable meaning. "It seems the young master truly has a profound affection for me, far beyond what I initially perceived," he finally spoke, his voice devoid of discernible emotion, yet tinged with a hint of amusement. Chu Xinyan, fixated on the floor, dared not utter a word, his pale pink hair cascading down to conceal his flushed ears and cheeks, the heat nearly searing him. In the past, uttering such humiliating words would have been utterly unthinkable, an act of sheer defiance. Now, with the crisis temporarily averted, reason returned, and a potent sense of shame enveloped him. He raised his hand to casually adjust the crumpled collar and tie, regaining his meticulously austere demeanor. "Leave." Chu Xinyan complied without further words, turning obediently, and with the escort of soldiers, hurriedly departed the office on his numb legs. Chapter 74, Training the Dog. As a prisoner who had just committed an infraction, walking down the dim corridor back to the central dormitory, Chu Xinyan belatedly felt a pang of anxiety, the tumult in his chest refusing to subside. He reflected on his earlier actions, which would be deemed perverse in modern societal norms. Yes, indeed, it was perverse. He actually engaged in such acts against a face that bore an uncanny resemblance to his beloved. Although he had witnessed Xia Yingwei employing similar tactics to torment his subordinates in the previous realm, when it came to his own turn, it felt utterly dissonant, rendering him quite uncomfortable. He could distinctly sense that the two Xia Yingweis possessed differing temperaments. This one was colder, more inscrutable, and would not act merely based on emotion. To ascertain whether they were indeed the same person, only one final method remained. Xia Yingwei had a small mole at the top of his thigh. That was an exceedingly private area, known only to those closest to him. However, now, in his status as a prisoner, verifying this fact seemed an insurmountable challenge. If he dared to command Xia Yingwei to undress, the inevitable outcome would be a swift execution by that iron box known as a gun. Yet this time, he managed to evade suspicion. What would he do next time when Xie Yingwei demanded verification again? Would he have to concoct a new scheme? But he truly wasn't a pervert. In the office, after the door was firmly shut once more, Xie Yingwei picked up the belt that had been discarded on the table, his fingers tracing the shallow, bite marks on its leather surface. As he regarded the imprints, he suddenly chuckled softly. The laughter erupted from his throat, initially stifled, gradually transforming into unabashed delight. He certainly did not believe in the nonsense that Chusnian bullied him out of affection. The fallen young master, desperate for survival, would fabricate any lie and enact any drama. Nevertheless, he had to concede that the fierce aura Chusnian had suddenly unleashed, along with the commanding gaze and posture when ordering him to kneel, had indeed momentarily transported him back a decade, to a time when he could only look up at the other, allowing him to take whatever he desired. Xie Yingwei's eyes sparkled with intrigue, the murderous intent diminishing somewhat. This young master had indeed improved his acting skills and was far more entertaining than before. He no longer dwelled on the initially misplaced gaze of Chusnian and what it might signify. What once seemed a tedious mission to summon a prisoner now unexpectedly provided a source of amusement. He was eager to see how long Chusnian could persist in this act he so favored. The iron door behind him clanged shut, locking out the faint light and footsteps from the corridor. Chusnian stood by the door, his gaze swiftly scanning the cramped yet relatively tidy dormitory. Thanks to the recent credit of 200 points, he felt a slight sense of reassurance, at least providing him with a modicum of confidence in facing unforeseen circumstances. In the corner, 3 individuals lay sprawled on the cold concrete floor like ragged cloth, the very same 3 who had been punished together in the rain. Their backs were already lacerated, blood and pus soaking through their coarse prison garments, clinging to their torn flesh, creating a ghastly sight. They had barely endured 10 lashes, yet it had drained all their strength, leaving them to lie on the ground, emitting suppressed and painful gasps. Chusnian was well aware of their identities. The robust middle-aged man, pale from blood loss, was named Otto and was said to have once been a blacksmith. The short, sharp-faced man, named Li Ben, was a habitual thief. The man, slightly older with graying temples, was derogatorily nicknamed Old Wilt by outsiders, a farmer yearning to escape the confines of the farm. Upon hearing the door creak open, the 3 individuals struggled to turn their heads, their bodies trembling, expressions marked by unease and fear. When they discerned that it was Chusnian who had entered, a fierce animosity ignited in their eyes, a potent mixture of anguish, envy, and bewilderment. Chusnian understood all too well the origins of such hatred. It was not the scarcity of suffering that troubled them, but rather its inequity. They had been captured together, endured punishment together. Why was it that Chusnian, having only received 2 lashes, was whisked away while they fought for their very lives? They perceived that Xie Yingwei seemed to harbor a grudge against him, yet failed to comprehend why the colonel did not seize the opportunity for retribution, instead sparing him from further punishment. Such injustice, in dire circumstances, could give rise to the most visceral malice. They dared not direct their hatred towards the head guard, a figure wielding the power of life and death, capable of determining whether they would suffer each day or endure even greater torment. A mere glance from him could plunge them into a deeper abyss. They refrained from hating the imperial soldiers brandishing whips, as they were the direct enforcers of the state's machinery of violence. Where gun barrels and leather lashes were the most palpable truths, resistance equated to death. They even hesitated to hate themselves deeply, for acknowledging their own lack of foresight that led to such a fate was tantamount to confessing their own foolishness and ineptitude. Thus, the pent-up resentment, akin to a flood seeking a weak dam, ultimately surged towards the seemingly most vulnerable yet uniquely positioned Chusnian. It felt safe to unleash their animosity upon him, for it was easier to oppress the weak than to challenge the strong. Under the weight of their piercing gazes, Chusnian silently approached his own hard cot and sat down. The soldier who had escorted him hesitated momentarily before the locked door, his gaze lingering on Chusnian's relatively tidy prison garb, weighing the decision of whether to extend a small kindness. Ultimately, he lowered his voice and swiftly cautioned, "Don't be late tomorrow morning." With that, he turned and departed. Chusnian offered no response. He sat on the edge of the bed, calculating the passage of time, since his confinement began until this moment. It did not seem that much time had elapsed, perhaps not more than 2 hours. No, in the terminology of this world, it should be 4 hours. Shorter than he had anticipated. It appeared that the sensory deprivation had indeed impaired his judgment. Silence enveloped the dormitory. Only the heavy, oppressive sound of labored breathing could be heard. Chusnian refrained from offering assistance. Only when necessity arose would he leverage his outward appearance of kindness for his own benefit. He was no foolhardy benefactor, unwilling to perform the charade of false compassion in the face of evident hostility. The hatred in the eyes of the three men had almost solidified into a tangible substance. Approaching them now would only invite ridicule. Before long, commotion and the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Subsequently, the iron door of their dormitory swung open, and a guard in the corridor bellowed, "Shower! 10 minutes." As soon as the words fell, the prisoners who had been standing in the rain, resembling drenched chickens, surged back in haste, eagerly grasping their tattered towels and soap heads. Racing towards the far end of the corridor, Chusnian hesitated momentarily before rising to follow. As a newcomer, every fleeting moment of freedom was invaluable, offering a chance to observe the environment and comprehend the layout of the camp. As for the three on the ground, they were evidently too incapacitated to move, let alone bathe. The effects of the anesthetic still lingered in Chusnian's system, although the wound on his back remained. The sharp pain was subdued to a tolerable level by the medication. Navigating through several dimly lit passages alongside the crowd, he soon encountered a room filled with thick steam. As he squeezed into the throng, he suddenly froze, his light-colored pupils narrowing in shock. Before him lay an exposed concrete pool, or rather, a spacious room where numerous metal shower heads extended from the walls, releasing torrents of icy water. The most jarring sight was the multitude of men unabashedly washing themselves, their bare bodies on full display. Pale, dark, muscular, and lean forms were illuminated under the dim yellow light, the sounds of water, conversation, and coughs merging into a chaotic and primal tableau. Chusnian felt a rush of blood surge to his head, and a buzzing filled his ears. Despite the knowledge instilled by the system that this was a normal occurrence in such so-called public baths, and not an act of abuse, he swore to the heavens that in his 2 lifetimes, apart from Xiaingwei, he had never seen the body of another man, let alone in such a brazen, collective display. The simultaneous visual and psychological shock compelled him to turn on his heel, nearly stumbling as he fled from that steamy, testosterone-laden space. Pressing his back against the cold outer wall to steady his trembling legs, he could feel the heat rising to his cheeks and ears. He considered himself seasoned by the trials of 2 lives, yet the sight of that veritable flesh garden was overwhelmingly shocking, far beyond his threshold of comprehension. It was utterly indecorous. But what was he to do? Enter? The guards had stated that only these 10 minutes were designated for bathing. Miss this opportunity, and he would have none. If he wished to investigate the internal structure of the bathhouse or the connected pipes and vents, this was the sole chance of the day. Yet inside, the image of those swaying naked bodies flashed uncontrollably through his mind, causing his stomach to churn. To strip down and confront those men openly? That was more difficult to accept than enduring a few more lashes. In a monitoring room equipped with one-way glass high above, Xiaingwei observed the hesitant figure at the corridor entrance with keen interest. He toyed with an unlit cigarette in his hand, the corners of his mouth curving into the faintest smile. He was well aware of the turmoil the young master was grappling with. The scene within the bathhouse, a daily occurrence for the inmates long numb to their surroundings, was akin to an ordeal of psychological torment for Chusi, a former nobleman meticulously sheltered within the confines of his ivory tower, who likely required privacy even for changing. For him, to undress and enter was a fate more unbearable than death itself. Observing Chusi standing there, caught in a state of indecision, his face a mask of feigned composure that could not conceal his confusion and indignation, Xiaingwei found a sudden amusement in the situation. How had he never noticed this humorous aspect of the lofty young master before? As Chusi grappled with the overwhelming shock, a sharp whistle suddenly pierced the air. "Time's up. All personnel assemble." The guard's hoarse shout echoed at the bathhouse entrance, accompanied by the heavy thud of boots striking the ground. Chusi jolted back to reality. Had it ended so swiftly? He had been so engrossed in his astonishment that he had completely lost track of time. He watched as the inmates who had just surged into the bathhouse now rushed out, dripping wet. Many had no time to fully dry themselves and hastily donned damp prison garb, their faces marked by a numbing weariness and a hint of relief after completing their task. No one noticed Chusi leaning against the wall with an unusual expression. A wave of frustration surged within him, quickly subdued. Now was not the time for such distractions. He swiftly composed his features, striving to blend in with the indifferent crowd, silently merging into the flow of those returning to the dormitory. The corridor was thick with damp humidity and a murky odor of sweat. Chusi walked in silence, acutely aware of the discomfort radiating from his back wound in the moist air, coupled with a subtle sense of passivity born from missed opportunities. In this place, any hesitation or stagnation could signify a loss of vital chances for survival. He returned to the familiar confines of the concentration dormitory. The iron door locked behind him once more. Otto, Li Bin, and Lao Yin, sprawled on the floor, had grown accustomed to their pain, struggling to rise to the slightly softer beds for rest. They had been conversing, but upon Chusi's entrance, they quickly fell silent, diverting their gazes in unspoken understanding. Chusi paid them no mind, directly settling beside his bed, contemplating his next course of action. At 5 a.m, almost the instant the whistle blew, the entire dormitory erupted like ice cubes thrown into boiling water. Chaos ensued. No one dared to waste a moment. A flurry of hurried rustlings filled the darkness as the inmates sprang from their hard beds like tops lashed by an invisible whip. Chusi endured the sting of his back against the rough fabric, efficiently donning his prison attire. He recalled the soldier's warning from the day before and understood well that any mistake in such a place could spell disaster. He reached for his belt, but found nothing. Under the bed, in the corners, there was no sign of it. He paused, convinced he was not one to misplace his belongings. He then looked up, his gaze sweeping over the 3 busy roommates. Li Bin, fastening his belt, averted his gaze, deliberately slowing his movements as if savoring his own embarrassment. Lao Niang, with his head bowed and silence enveloping him, presented a posture replete with avoidance. Otto, with his back turned, exhibited broad shoulders that trembled slightly, each motion eliciting suppressed gasps from his wounds. They continued to ignore him, treating him as if he were merely air, preoccupied with merging into the surging crowd eager to exit. "Return my belt," Chusi spoke, his voice clear amidst the clamor, though not loud. No one responded. Li Bin secured the final button and was the first to burst through the door, blending into the external throng. Lao Yin followed closely, his steps hurried. Otto cast a glance at Chusi, his expression a complex mix tinged with resentment, before he too trudged out. The dormitory was instantly vacated. Chusi understood that he could no longer search. With each passing second, the risk of tardiness escalated. Fortunately, the belt was more ornamental than functional. Its absence would not hinder his attire, so he dashed out with the flow of people. Outside, the sky was still dark, the biting wind fierce. A muddy stream of gray surged from the various dormitory doors, converging on the playground to stand in predetermined formation. Among the ranks, Chusi felt slightly out of place. The prisoner's garb, a derivative of soldiers' uniforms in a dull gray, was designed for ease of movement and labor, and without the constraint of a belt, it appeared somewhat oversized. He sensed countless eyes upon him, imbued with indifference, mockery, and even a hint of satisfaction. Chapter 76, Training the Dog. The spotlight's stark white beam suddenly illuminated, slicing through the oppressive darkness of dawn, revealing every prisoner's pallid face on the playground in stark relief. On the platform, the figure of the duty officer loomed, rendered particularly imposing and ominous against the blinding light. Clutching a roster, he began to call the roll in an unfeeling tone. Each summoned number demanded a maximum effort to shout back, Any hesitation or lack of volume would invite the guard's harsh reprimands or even punishment. The air felt as if it had solidified, with only the officer's voice and the prisoner's mechanical responses echoing in the biting wind. Once the roll call concluded, ensuring no one was absent, or rather, no one dared to be absent, the officer closed the roster and stepped forward. He surveyed the dark, dense crowd below, his gaze akin to that of one observing a herd of livestock awaiting slaughter. "Oath!" he barked, his voice amplified through a megaphone, the harsh static assaulting every ear. In the next instant, all prisoners, whether willing or not, were compelled to muster their utmost strength, bellowing in unison the lengthy and fervently loyal slogan, "Defend the Empire's glory with blood and iron. Devote all to the great Führer and the homeland. The enemy's fear is our highest reward. Sacrifice is our ultimate destiny. Long live the Valletta Empire. Long live the Führer." The slogan was lengthy and fervent, ardently extolling the Empire's supremacy, glorifying sacrifice and obedience as the highest honor, and binding individual worth entirely to the war machine. All prisoners are compelled to exert every ounce of their strength to howl, their voices coalescing into a twisted and fervent cacophony that reverberates within the high walls of the penal camp. As the chants subside, officers commence their vitriolic tirade, hurling the most vile and demeaning epithets, branding them as vermin of the Empire, spineless refuse, asserting that only through endless toil and absolute submission can their sins be absolved, thus earning the mere right to contribute a final shred of value to the Empire's grand endeavors. Chusnian's gaze transcended the frenzied officers, landing upon a cluster of military trucks draped in tarpaulins, parked near the camp's entrance. The engines emitted a dull roar, their exhaust pipes belching white smoke. A line of prisoners, under the coercive prodding of other soldiers, silently and swiftly filed into the darkened cargo holds, akin to mere freight. Subsequently, one truck after another rolled out of the gates, vanishing into the enveloping morning mist. His eyes inadvertently swept across the edge of the playground, where he spotted Xiaoyingwei. Clad in a sharply tailored uniform emblematic of authority, he conversed in hushed tones with the chief guard. His profile bore a stern, unyielding countenance, seemingly engrossed in receiving reports, occasionally nodding slightly. Throughout the proceedings, his gaze remained averted from the ranks of prisoners, including Chusnian. Soon, as the prisoners stood in penal formation, the officer's frosty stare traversed the lineup, abruptly fixating on Chusnian's tightly clenched hand at his collar. "You!" the officer barked, his finger thrusting accusatorily towards Chusnian. "Step forward." Two guards lunged forth, ruthlessly yanking Chusnian from the ranks. The surrounding crowd fell into an eerie silence, yet the glances cast upon him brimmed with unabashed malice. They all understood that in a place where absolute obedience and discipline reigned supreme, any slight transgression would be magnified infinitely, let alone such an affront to proper attire. "You worthless wretch, are you disrespecting the laws of the Empire?" The officer advanced upon Chusnian, spittle nearly splattering his face. Chusnian opened his mouth to offer an explanation, but the officer allowed him no opportunity. Violation of camp regulations, contempt for discipline. Take him away. Send him to where he belongs. Two soldiers complied without mercy, leading Chusnian away. This commotion caught Xiaoyingwei's attention from afar. He cast a sidelong glance, observing Chusnian being escorted by soldiers, his blue eyes devoid of any emotion, before retracting his gaze to continue his discourse with the chief guard, as if merely witnessing an inconsequential insect being swept aside. Chusnian was roughly shoved away from the playground, traversing a desolate expanse, eventually arriving at a section of the camp demarcated by barbed wire. A warning sign loomed at the entrance, emblazoned with a skull insignia. "Step inside." The guard forcefully propelled him into the wire enclosure. Before him lay an expanse overrun with weeds, the ground marred by craters and scorched earth. This was a partially cleared minefield, a death trap left in the wake of war. Within the Blackstone concentration camp, prisoners were also categorized into tiers of worthlessness. The most ordinary were civilians like him, accused of evading conscription or possessing tendencies to flee. At the very bottom, even more scorned, were the deserters from the battlefield, The Valletta Empire, a colossus erected upon the fervor of militarism. From a tender age, the subjects of the empire are indoctrinated with an unwavering allegiance and devotion. The will of the Führer transcends all, and the glory of the empire eclipses the sanctity of life itself. Enlisting in the military and exhibiting valor on the battlefield, they are molded to believe that shedding their last drop of blood constitutes the highest and sole honor attainable by any citizen. This almost frenzied belief permeates every corner of society. Streets are adorned with colossal recruitment posters, depicting soldiers with fervent gazes and upright postures, set against a backdrop of burning enemy flags and raging warfare. In schools, children wield wooden sticks in place of rifles, practicing drills while singing hymns that extol war and sacrifice. Newspapers and broadcasts are saturated with triumphant reports from the front lines and laudatory odes to the empire's heroes, while any dissenting or anti-war sentiment is swiftly quashed, with the vocal dissenters facing the harshest of penalties. It is through this madness, which binds the value of individual lives entirely to the war machine and relentlessly pursues expansion at any cost, that the Valletta Empire has managed to tear apart the defenses of neighboring nations like an insatiable beast, swiftly enlarging its dominion within a matter of years. Frontline soldiers chant the Führer's name, akin to brainwashed puppets, charging into enemy positions with their flesh and blood, trading their lives for one brutal victory after another. To them, death is not an end, but a contribution to the empire's grand endeavor, a staircase leading to eternal glory. Thus, for those who falter on the battlefield, abandon their comrades, or betray the trust of the Führer and the empire, society, particularly the military establishment, holds the deepest contempt and disdain. They are regarded as vermin that tarnish the honor of the empire's soldiers, inferior even to enslaved captives. Upon capture, they are seldom met with a military tribunal. Instead, they face immediate execution or are dispatched to punitive camps like Blackstone, where their last vestiges of utility are extracted. This minefield epitomizes the empire's resource utilization. Amidst the empire's frenzied expansion, occupied territories are often left littered with numerous unexploded mines and ordnance, with a limited number of engineers and equipment not always guaranteed. Delegating the intricate, perilous, and inefficient task of mine clearance to these guilty souls is deemed a most sensible arrangement by the empire's high command. By sending deserters and repeat offenders to navigate through the mines, safe zones can be established, the shame of the empire can be purged, and a chilling deterrent can be instilled in other soldiers, a veritable trifecta of advantage. Chusi, having violated the rules, was cast directly into this designated death zone for deserters and repeat offenders. Chapter 77, Training Dogs, a Prisoner. He was shoved into a group of inmates whose faces were ashen and lifeless. Most were clad in tattered remnants of their original military uniforms, still stained with dried blood and dirt. They were deserters captured from the battlefield, regarded by the Empire's soldiers as more disgraceful than the enemy itself. Armed soldiers formed a semicircle at the periphery, their dark muzzles mercilessly aimed at this assembly of human-mind detectors. A stern-faced officer stood a short distance away, his voice devoid of emotion. Advance forward. Stop after 200 meters. Anyone who dares retreat will be dealt with mercilessly. A wave of despair washed over Chusi. To be driven to such a dire fate over the loss of a mere belt seemed ludicrous. It was hardly worth the expenditure of precious points for such a reason. Yet, stepping on a landmine could lead to either death or a fate worse than death. In this hellish place, being incapacitated was tantamount to a death sentence. Bang! Before he could ponder further, the soldiers behind him fired a warning shot. The jarring sound caused several deserters to tremble violently, emitting stifled sobs. The line began to move forward slowly, with each person spaced 5 or 6 meters apart, like pawns placed on a chessboard by an unseen hand. No sooner had they taken 10 steps than a sharp cry pierced the air, followed by a deafening explosion. Chusi instinctively threw himself to the ground, dirt and debris raining down upon him. As he lifted his head, he beheld a cloud of smoke not far away. The soldier who had just cried out had vanished, leaving behind only a charred pit and scattered blood and flesh. A wave of nausea surged through him as sheer terror constricted his throat. "Get up. Keep moving." The soldier's cold rebuke pierced through the chaos, the rifle threateningly swaying. He could not die here. Absolutely not. Just as the soldier prepared to urge them forward again, Chusnian raised his hand with all his might and shouted, "Sir, I request a transfer to the technical repair squad." His voice rang out clear and distinct at the edge of the minefield. The technical repair squad was a unique entity within the Blackstone punishment camp. As the Imperial war machine roared into action, there was a severe shortage of skilled personnel. To optimize resources, the punishment camp would select inmates with specialized skills and consolidate them to serve the military, whether it be mechanical repairs, engineering calculations, or certain niche trades. Those who entered the technical repair squad not only escaped the harshest labor, but also enjoyed improved living conditions and a degree of protection, as they still held value for the Empire. Of course, value came with its own thresholds. Without genuine skills, entry was utterly unattainable. Chusnian's declaration momentarily took the officer aback, who then gestured for the soldiers to bring him back. Cautiously, Chusnian retraced his steps, returning to the safety zone. Just as he steadied himself, the officer approached, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, brimming with unabashed skepticism. "The technical repair squad?" The officer scrutinized him from head to toe, his tone laden with distrust. "Do you know the cost of lying, boy?" No sooner had he spoken than a soldier nearby raised his rifle, the muzzle nearly pressed against Chusnian's forehead. At such close quarters, any misstep could result in instant death. Chusnian forced himself to remain calm under the officer's piercing gaze, responding with conviction, "Sir, I am not lying." "Oh, what skills do you possess?" The officer raised an eyebrow, intrigued yet wary. Chusnian inhaled deeply and articulated his solitary thought that might intersect with technology and could be swiftly verified. "Please provide me with an empty gun." This request surprised the officer, who narrowed his eyes and, after a moment's contemplation, indeed retrieved his sidearm from its holster. He ejected the magazine, confirmed the chamber was devoid of ammunition, and casually tossed the weapon to Chusnian. "I am curious to see what you can conjure." The firearm was a standard military pistol, its metallic components gleaming coldly in the dim light. As Chusnian grasped the gun, he felt its chill and heft. This was his first genuine encounter with such a modern weapon. The knowledge imparted by the system had informed him of its nature, yet the sensation of holding it was entirely different. Success hinged on this singular moment. In his mind, he swiftly confirmed the system's marketplace. Proficiency in basic firearm disassembly and assembly, exchange points, 200. This constituted nearly all his savings. Yet, he had no alternative. Exchange points, 200. Remaining points, 7. Skill proficiency in basic firearm disassembly and assembly has been granted. A torrent of unfamiliar information surged into his consciousness, detailing every part of the gun in his hands, their names, functions, disassembly sequence, and assembly nuances, as if imprinted with innate clarity, before the watchful eyes of onlookers. Chusnian sprang into action. His fingers became extraordinarily nimble and precise, as if he had rehearsed the motions countless times. He pressed the latch, slid the slide, removed the recoil spring, and extracted the barrel, a seamless series of actions executed without the slightest hesitation. The metal parts danced in his hands, separating and being methodically arranged aside. In less than 30 seconds, a complete handgun was reduced to a scatter of components. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, interrupted only by the faint sobbing of prisoners and the soldiers' admonishments. All eyes were fixed on Chusnian, including that of the officer, whose expression shifted from initial skepticism to utter astonishment. What followed was an even more dazzling assembly. Chusnian barely glanced at the parts, relying solely on muscle memory and the mental schema within his mind. His hands moved with such swiftness that they left traces in the air, picking up, inserting, securing, resetting, each click resonating softly, culminating in the final components returned to its rightful place. Once again, a complete pistol materialized in his hands, in even less time than it took to disassemble it. Chusnian extended the reassembled gun back to the officer with both hands. The officer received the firearm, his countenance etched with disbelief. He meticulously inspected the weapon, each component fitting perfectly, identical to his recollections. He swiftly requested a bullet from a soldier, loaded it, chambered it, and aimed at an empty patch of ground, pulling the trigger. Bang! The sound echoed. The scent of gunpowder wafted through the air, and the firearm functioned flawlessly. The officer's gaze towards Chusi transformed entirely, his amazement morphing into wonder and a hint of admiration. Impressive, you know how to shoot? He could not resist giving Chusi's shoulder a hearty pat. Chusi inclined his head slightly, responding with measured humility. I've had some prior exposure. I'm not particularly adept at shooting, but I am quite familiar with maintenance and care. He hesitated for a moment, daring to interject with a calculated risk in hopes of enhancing his own worth. Commander, the rifling of your firearm appears to be noticeably worn, and there is a significant accumulation of gunpowder residue, which has affected its shooting accuracy and requires immediate cleaning. Upon hearing this, the commander raised the weapon once more, scrutinizing the rifled area. Although the details were not entirely clear, the sensation from the earlier shots had already convinced him to some extent. He had employed this gun for many years and had indeed sensed a decline in its precision during recent firings. However, due to the incessant warfare and the multitude of responsibilities, he had neglected to address it thoroughly. Though the Empire's arms were standardized, prolonged and intense usage, compounded by the harsh battlefield conditions of sand, rain, and mud, along with the carbon buildup from burnt propellant, would inevitably accelerate the wear of the barrel, obstruct the gas port, and compromise the reliability and accuracy of the weapon, particularly in these times of relentless conflict where supplies were not always readily available. It became increasingly imperative to maintain one's weapon to ensure it would not fail at a critical moment. An improperly maintained firearm could jam or misfire at a pivotal moment, potentially costing one their life. With this thought, he regarded Chusi with renewed seriousness. This prisoner might indeed prove to be of some utility. Unexpectedly, amidst this collection of incompetence, there lay a gem. He waved his hand grandly and commanded a nearby soldier, "Take him to the technical repair team for registration. Inform them that I have vouched for this lad. Treat him well." "Yes, sir." A great weight finally lifted from Chusi's heart. His gamble had paid off. The system marketplace was replete with skill-related items, from basic shooting proficiency to tactical evasion instincts, with point values soaring to 500 or even 1,000, far beyond what his remaining points could aspire to. Time was of the essence, and he could only select the most useful skill from the limited options available at the quickest pace possible. While this skill may be inexpensive, it would suffice for now. Chapter 78, Training the Dog. As Chusi was pushed by the soldiers to turn around, he had barely taken 2 steps when a sharp command rang out from behind. "Halt!" It was the commander who had just approved his inclusion in the technical repair team. His expression was dark, his right hand resting on the empty holster at his waist, while his left hand rummaged through the pockets of his uniform repeatedly. His piercing gaze fixed on Chusi's back. "A pearl from my pocket has gone missing." The commander's voice seethed with suppressed fury as he approached step by step. "That was a gift from His Excellency to those who have rendered service. You were the only one who came near me." Without hesitation, the soldier escorting Chusi delivered a brutal kick to his knee. Chusi stifled a grunt, unexpectedly collapsing to one knee on the rough ground, which felt painfully abrasive against his bones. "Wretched parasite!" The commander spat from his elevated position, his face a mask of undisguised disgust. "I see potential in you, and I grant you a rare opportunity, yet you dare to be unscrupulous. Indeed, a commoner remains a commoner, unable to rise above their baseness." He barked an order. "Search him. Thoroughly inspect him inside and out. It must be concealed on his person." 2 soldiers immediately advanced, roughly seizing Chusi's arms, while another hand reached to tear at the coarse fabric of his prison garb. Chusi's pupils constricted as he struggled violently. He could not endure such humiliation of being stripped bare under the broad daylight. "Let go!" he bellowed, writhing in an attempt to break free from his captor's grasp. In the chaos, he suddenly lowered his head and bit down hard on the forearm of one soldier who tried to cover his mouth. The soldier cried out in pain, instinctively releasing his hold. "You have gone too far." The officer, witnessing the scene, was consumed by fury, his hand reaching for his holster. Things are becoming rather lively here, a calm and chilling voice interjected, cutting through the tumult with an immediate stillness. All movement froze as they turned toward the source of the voice. Xiaoying stood a few meters away, his figure upright and imposing, the dark officer's cloak accentuating the sharp lines of his shoulders. The shadow cast by his hat concealed most of his expression, revealing only the hard contours of his jaw and tightly pressed lips. He did not glance at Chusnian, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the officer whose expression had dramatically shifted. "Colonel." The officer quickly reined in his anger, standing straight to render a precise military salute, his voice tinged with tension. Xiaoying's rank far surpassed his own. He was a special envoy personally assigned by the Führer to execute crucial tasks, a figure of great authority not to be trifled with. "What is happening?" Xiaoying inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. The officer hastily reported, painting Chusnian as a scoundrel who had exploited technology to gain trust while engaging in theft, particularly emphasizing that the missing pearls were a gift from the Führer. Upon hearing this, Xiaoying's gaze finally settled on Chusnian. Kneeling on the ground, Chusnian's prison garb was disheveled from the earlier struggle, revealing patches of pale collarbone, with a trace of blood from where he had bitten. His light-colored pupils were interwoven with lingering astonishment and fury. The brief flicker of surprise in Xiaoying's eyes upon realizing Chusnian could disassemble and reassemble firearms was swiftly replaced by understanding. It was not unusual for a nobleman to have been exposed to firearms in his youth. "The pearls are missing?" Xiaoying echoed, redirecting his attention to the officer. "Yes, Colonel. He was the only one who approached me just now." Xiaoying nodded slightly, taking 2 steps forward to stand before Chusnian. He gazed down for a moment before speaking, his voice remaining steady. "I will conduct the search." He paused, surveying the surrounding soldiers and the officer. "Just me. What do you all think?" The officer opened his mouth as if to respond, but, under Xiaoying's calm, yet imposing gaze, ultimately swallowed his words. Bowing his head, "I will defer to the colonel's arrangements." Only then did Xiaoying crouch down to meet Chusnian's eyes. He leaned in close enough for Chusnian to catch the sharp scent of tobacco and leather emanating from him. In a hushed tone, meant solely for the two of them, he remarked, his voice betraying no hint of emotion. "After all, this is how I used to dress you as a child, isn't it?" Chusnian's body stiffened slightly, his eyes meeting the icy blue depths mere inches away. In those eyes, there was no trace of past affection, only an unfathomable abyss of coldness. Chusnian silently nodded. Xiaoying rose and commanded, "Stand up." Chusi complied, albeit slowly due to the pain in his knees and the injury on his back. He extended his arms. Following Xiaoying's order, Chusi unveiled himself entirely before the others. The remaining soldiers retreated to their original positions, rendering only their silhouettes visible. Chusi closed his eyes, striving to disregard the myriad of gazes directed at him, each imbued with its own significance. Xiaoying's examination commenced. He began with Chusi's hair, his gloved fingers, clad in black, delving into the delicate strands of pale pink, meticulously combing, kneading, and inspecting for any concealed objects. The action was not gentle, yet it was exceedingly thorough. The slight tugging of his hair caused Chusi to furrow his brow. Next, he scrutinized the contours of his ears, the area behind them, and the nape of his neck, the texture of the leather gloves, eliciting a shiver against his skin. Xiaoying's hands descended to his prison garb, unfastening the topmost button, followed by the second and third, until the garment lay completely open. Cold fingers glided along his collarbone, trailing down across his chest, pressing against his ribs to ensure no hard objects were hidden within. Chusi's body involuntarily tensed, his cheeks flushing uncontrollably, not from desire, but from overwhelming shame and the instinctive response to being touched by a stranger. The sensation of the gloves moved to his waist and abdomen, even venturing cautiously at the edge of his trousers. Chusi bit his lower lip, striving to suppress the urge to push him away. Subsequently, Xiaoying circled to his rear, as the icy fingers, through the thin fabric of his prison attire, brushed against the 2 still healing whip marks on his back. Chusi could no longer contain himself. His body trembled slightly, a soft gasp escaping his throat. Xiaoying's actions appeared to pause for a brief moment. It was merely a heartbeat. He resumed his inspection of Chusi's back, the curve of his buttocks and his legs, even commanding him to lift his feet for a shoe and sock check. The entire search lasted nearly 5 minutes, with Xiaoying's demeanor remaining methodical, composed, devoid of any personal emotion, akin to assessing a piece of equipment. Yet, it was this very meticulousness that rendered Chusi's experience all the more excruciating. Finally, Xiaoying halted, turning to the officer whose countenance was less than favorable. I have conducted a thorough examination. He possesses none of your pearls. Colonel, he must have concealed them in a more secretive location, or perhaps he discarded them during the struggle. We cannot simply. The officer was clearly unwilling to relent. Xiaoying's gaze suddenly turned frigid, interrupting him. Are you questioning the thoroughness of my search? Or doubting my judgment? His words carried a biting chill that silenced the officer instantly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. I dare not. Xiaoying averted his gaze from him, sweeping his eyes over the soldiers who had participated in escorting and attempting to search Chusi. He nodded towards the 2 soldiers accompanying him. You too, search them. His command was delivered without any fluctuation in tone. The soldiers formed a line. The group exchanged glances, yet under Xiaoying's icy scrutiny, they dared not disobey and stood at attention. Xiaoying led his soldiers with agility, initiating a meticulous search. When they encountered the soldier who bore the bite mark on his arm from Chusi, the soldier exhibited clear signs of tension. The searching soldier, sensing the anomaly, commanded him to forcibly remove his military boots. A smooth, glimmering pearl rolled out from the inner side of the boot and fell onto the muddy ground. The atmosphere was thick with silence. The commander's face instantly turned ashen, without even glancing at the pearl or inquiring about the circumstances. Xiaoying drew his pistol with fluidity and no hesitation. He raised his hand. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed. A blood hole appeared in the soldier's forehead who had concealed the pearl and attempted to lay blame, causing him to topple backward. Xiaoying holstered his weapon, his expression impassive, as if he had merely disposed of refuse. He turned to the pallid commander, his voice cold and resolute. Manage your men. After uttering those words, he disregarded everyone else and briefly instructed Chusi. Come with me. He then pivoted and strode away with measured steps. Chusi inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, and silently followed behind him. Xiaoying led him to a deserted corner of an abandoned training ground at the edge of the camp. There lay some broken equipment, the surroundings desolate, with the cold wind sweeping through the dust, leaving no sign of life. Once they halted, Xiaoying's gaze settled upon Chusi, his scrutinizing eyes gradually drifting downward, ultimately resting on Chusi's waist, which appeared slightly slackened without a belt, fluttering in the wind, emphasizing the emptiness. You've lost weight, he remarked, his tone neutral, making it difficult to discern whether it was a statement or something else. Chusi, still reeling from the chaotic scrutiny he had just endured, instinctively tightened his grip on his clothing at the comment. Xiaoying required no response from him and continued. This time, I have aided you. He leaned in slightly, reducing the distance between them, his ice blue eyes locking onto Chusi's. How will you repay me? Repay? Chusi lifted his gaze to meet those fathomless eyes, void of any past warmth, only reflecting the scrutiny of a superior and a hint of amusement. He pressed his dry lips together and countered. What do you wish for in return? Xiaoying straightened, a cool smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his tone laced with evident mockery. You are merely a prisoner now, with nothing to offer. What did you possibly do for me? Chusi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Then why do you ask? Xiaoying seemed to decipher his silent reproach and let out a low laugh. He extended his hand, his fingertips brushing against the side of Chusi's face, delicately twirling a strand of dust-laden, yet still silky, pale hair between his fingers. How did you feel last night? He suddenly shifted the topic, lowering his voice slightly, infused with a suggestive undertone. The image of the previous night, bold and audacious, commanding the man to kneel while adorned with a collar in his office, surged into Chusnian's mind. Heat involuntarily crept onto his cheeks, and his ears flushed slightly. He forced himself to steady his nerves and meet Xie Yingwei's probing gaze, stiffly maintaining his facade. Very well. Is that so? Xie Yingwei appeared unfazed by this response. He suddenly leaned in closer, nearly pressing against Chusnian's ear, the warmth of his breath brushing over the sensitive earlobe. His voice low and hushed like a whisper. I feel quite well, too. The breath and words sent a shiver through Chusnian, rendering him motionless. Since you are so fond of me, Xie Yingwei continued in that serpentine tone, simultaneously pressing a cold, hard object silently against Chusnian's lower back. It was the same gun that had taken a life moments before. Let us meet at our usual place tonight. The sensation of the gun barrel against his back transmitted a clear thread of death through the thin prison garb. If you cannot present something novel, I begin to doubt the sincerity of your affections. He did not finish his statement, yet the unspoken threat lingered, more chilling than any overt warning. Again? Chusnian's heart tightened sharply. He inwardly cursed, wondering if the seemingly virtuous Xie Yingwei was indeed the one harboring peculiar inclinations. However, at this moment, he had no room for negotiation. He maintained an outward calm, even forcing himself to nod slightly, squeezing out a low, hoarse syllable from his throat. All right. Upon receiving his response, the gun barrel withdrew from his back. Xie Yingwei stepped back, resuming a demeanor of aloofness and authority, as if the man who had just threatened him with a whisper and a gun was not he. You may leave. Chusnian did not hesitate for a moment. He immediately turned and hastily retraced his steps, his footsteps somewhat frantic, as if pursued by a malevolent spirit. Xie Yingwei remained where he stood, observing Chusnian's almost panicked retreat until the ashen figure vanished around the corner, slowly retracting his gaze. The sensation of that stray lock of hair seemed to linger on his fingertips as he twirled them, a deeper intrigue glinting in his eyes. Despite feeling humiliated by the pat-down from outsiders, Chusnian dared to engage in such audacious behavior towards him. This young master was far more interesting than he had anticipated. He was eager to see what semblance of affection Chusnian could conjure when cornered, what new delights he might present to please him. This impromptu game appeared to be evolving into something increasingly tantalizing. Chapter 80, Training the Dog. Prisoner, he had committed 14 offenses. The night was deep. The disciplinary camp enveloped in silence, broken only by the rhythmic footsteps of patrolling soldiers. Chusnian silently slipped away from the communal dormitory, stepping once more into Xie Yingwei's office. As the door closed behind him, his heart raced with nervousness, yet an indescribable thrill surged within him. The moment he entered, a system notification chimed precisely. Ding! Side quest activated. Quest requirements. 1. Elevate the target's Xie Yingwei's heart rate above 100 BPM at least once. 2. Leave a visible mark on the target, such as a kiss mark or bite mark. Quest reward, 500 points. Failure penalty, sensitive constitution, lasts 24 hours. 500 points. Chusnian's breath caught momentarily, almost overlooking the vague penalty for failure. In his eyes, the office, suffused with an aura of power and coldness, morphed into a veritable treasure trove for accumulating points. The more points he amassed, the greater his hope of escaping this desolate realm. Within the confines of the office, Xie Yingwei shed his crisp military jacket, donning only a neatly pressed white shirt, the collar casually undone to reveal a glimpse of his well-defined chest. Standing by the window, he held a cigarette between his fingers, the grayish smoke obscuring the sharp contours of his austere profile. Upon hearing a sound, he turned, extinguishing the cigarette, his gaze settling upon Chusi with unabashed curiosity and intrigue. Have you decided how to express your affections today, or shall I kneel once more? He approached leisurely, loosening another button of his shirt, his tone languid yet perilous. Chusi chose not to respond to his jest, striding directly to the imposing desk that symbolized authority, confidently taking a seat in the colonel's chair. This audacious act was a bold transgression. Xie Yingwei raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. Yet he remained unperturbed. He leaned against the smooth surface of the desk, his body slightly inclining forward, casting a shadow over Chusi, and continued to probe with a low, ambiguous tone. How do you intend to love me properly today, young master? He enunciated the word love with striking clarity. Laced with scorn, Chusi lifted his gaze, his light-colored irises appearing exceptionally pristine under the illumination, and earnestly inquired, "Are you certain that no matter what I say or do, you won't be angered, nor will you shoot me on the spot?" Xia Yingwei pondered for a moment, seemingly weighing his options, before finally nodding. "I do not believe you," Chusi replied candidly. Xia Yingwei chuckled softly, straightening his posture, his right hand resting over his heart on the left side of his chest, his expression unexpectedly imbued with a soldier's solemnity. "I swear by the honor of an imperial soldier, as long as you do not attempt to assault me, I shall not harm you nor lose my temper, regardless of your actions tonight." With this promise secured, Chusi felt a measure of relief. He adjusted his posture, elegantly crossing his legs, reclining gently against the back of the chair. Then, lifting his chin, he fixed his seemingly innocent and clear-eyed gaze upon Xia Yingwei, calmly issuing a command, "Kneel." His demeanor exuded an air of unblemished innocence, easily evoking sympathy, and even as he assumed an arrogant stance, it only accentuated his innate nobility. To someone like Xia Yingwei, who was accustomed to the brutality of life and possessed a heart hardened by iron, this did not evoke much pressure. Rather, he resembled a cat, feigning ferocity with its soft paws, merely intriguing. Indeed, Xia Yingwei was not angered. He even let out a light laugh from his throat, readily stepping forward, and then knelt steadily before Chusi, both knees touching the ground. Dignity had always been a luxury for him, one he had grown accustomed to since his humble beginnings. At this moment, he was more curious about how far this young master, pushed to the edge of a precipice by his ridiculous affection, could go to uphold that absurd pretense. He gazed upward at Chusi, seated in the high-back chair, eagerly awaiting the unfolding spectacle. Chusi gazed at the submissive figure of Xia Yingwei kneeling before him, his heart pounding in his chest, the source of his agitation indistinguishable between the tension of the task and something else entirely. He took a deep breath, carefully retrieving an item from the pocket of his prison garb. It was a small piece of bread, slightly hardened from having been secretly hidden away during dinner. He extended the unremarkable morsel towards Xia Yingwei, palm facing upwards. "Eat," he commanded. Xia Yingwei's gaze fell upon the bread, a fleeting glimmer of pale curiosity passing through his icy blue eyes, soon transforming into a deeper sense of intrigue. He raised his hand in compliance, preparing to accept it with his mouth. Chusi interrupted, maintaining his lofty position, his fingertips hovering the bread at Xia Yingwei's lips. The moment those words escaped his lips, he felt a flush creeping across his cheeks. In his mind, two inner voices clashed. One screamed in protest, questioning how he could forsake his dignity for mere points, while the other coolly reminded him that he could not sacrifice points for the sake of pride. Ultimately, the yearning for points and the urgency of survival overshadowed the tumultuous emotions bubbling within him. He forced himself to steady his breath, yet his gaze unconsciously lingered on Xia Yingwei. From this vantage, Xia Yingwei's sharply defined features, his subtly pressed lips, and those eyes, gazing up at him with a blend of obedience and unfathomable depth, formed an intensely striking visual tableau. Chusi could hear his heartbeat thundering in his ears, each beat quicker than the last. Xia Yingwei lifted his eyes, piercingly assessing Chusi, as if seeking to penetrate the facade of calm he so desperately maintained, aiming directly for his core. Chusi almost believed he would turn hostile, ready to conclude this absurd game. However, Xia Yingwei merely curled the corner of his lips in a faint smile, the mirth failing to reach his eyes. He slightly tilted his head back and opened his mouth. Chusi's fingertips trembled as he carefully brought the hardened bread to his lips. Xia Yingwei, without the aid of his hands, gently bit into a corner of the bread, his lips inevitably brushing against Chusi's fingertips. The sensation was warm and soft, imbued with a hint of moisture. Chusi recoiled as if struck by a subtle electric current, the lingering touch on his fingertips proving hard to dismiss. Xia Yingwei calmly chewed the coarse bread, his demeanor unruffled. Even as a colonel partaking in the meager rations of a penal camp, he maintained this posture. His gaze remained fixed upon Chusnian's face, as though savoring a rare delicacy, meticulously discerning every nuanced shift in Chusnian's expression. The act of swallowing accentuated the lines of his neck, his Adam's apple bobbing with an indescribable allure and submissiveness. No, not submissiveness. Chusnian immediately dismissed this notion. There was no hint of servility in that gaze, only a kind of cruel indulgence and inquiry. The atmosphere seemed to thicken. The office filled solely with the sound of Xie Yinggui's deliberate chewing and the tumultuous rhythm of Chusnian's own heartbeat. He tightened his fingers, striving to maintain the facade of control, yet the flushed hue of his ears and the flicker in his eyes betrayed the chaos within. Xie Yingui swallowed the last morsel of steamed bun, his tongue slowly caressing the corners of his lips, reminiscent of savoring a taste, yet also evoking a silent provocation. He remained kneeling, gazing up at Chusi, his voice low and hoarse. Continue. The icy blue of his eyes gleamed with a murderous intent, declaring that if there were nothing fresher, he would take his life. Chapter 81. Training the Dog. The prisoner had committed 15 offenses. Chusi felt a tightness in his chest. He understood that this was far from sufficient, especially under the compulsion of the high-stakes task. His gaze swept across the table, landing on a cigarette, but recently extinguished by Xie Yingui. In the ashtray, the remnants still radiated a hint of warmth. The task had another requirement: to leave a mark on Xie Yingui. A bite mark or a kiss would be utterly beyond his courage, as it would challenge not only Xie Yinggui's boundaries, but also his own capacity to endure. Thus, he extended his hand, picking up the still-warm cigarette, but a slight heat tingled at his fingertips. He hesitated momentarily, and then, under Xie Yinggui's astonished gaze, gently pressed the extinguished end against the bare inner side of his arm. A sharp, fleeting pain shot through him, causing Chusi to furrow his brow and quickly withdraw. A faint yet ephemeral circular red mark lingered on his skin. Xie Yingui observed this sequence of actions with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Chusi would experiment on himself first. In that brief moment of surprise, Chusi leaned closer, the faint scent of Xie Yinggui's tobacco enveloping him as he gently pressed the very cigarette, but that had scorched him against the bare skin above Xie Yinggui's collarbone. The warmth was mild, not intense, even less than the abrasions from training. Yet, that warmth, coupled with the careful cruelty evident in Chusi's actions, oddly pierced through Xie Yinggui's habitual indifference. His gaze fixated on Chusi, observing the slight tremor of his eyelashes from nervousness, the concentrated expression in his light-colored pupils as he gauged the pressure and the mark, and the reddened lips pressed tightly together. Chusi soon removed the cigarette, but, scrutinizing the newly formed faint red mark that mirrored the one on his own arm, seemingly reassured that it would not inflict genuine harm nor linger for long, he exhaled a subtle sigh of relief. Xie Yingui absorbed every minute reaction of his. The slight displeasure stemming from being offended was curiously supplanted by a more profound intrigue. This young master, who was evidently terrified, still forced himself to engage in such an act, even clumsily ensuring that he would not truly hurt him. What sort of revenge or humiliation was this? It was like a kitten, all claws bared yet too timid to truly strike, merely pressing its paw down to feign ferocity. Contemplating this, Xie Yingui let out a low chuckle. It was neither sarcastic nor a bitter laugh born of rage, but rather a genuine amusement at the situation. Why hadn't he perceived this side before? His laughter, however, sent a shiver down Chusi's spine. How could he laugh instead of getting angry after being burned by a cigarette? But his previous judgment became increasingly resolute. Xie Yingui was indeed a concealed pervert. What kind of normal person would exhibit such a reaction? Chusi swiftly suppressed the turmoil within and forced himself to remain calm. Confirming the identity was another crucial objective of this endeavor. Solely relying on appearances was insufficient. He needed to see that clandestine mark. As his thoughts raced, he maintained an outward facade of feigned aloofness, deliberately sweeping his gaze across Xie Yinggui's physique, commanding, remove your clothing. Upon hearing this, Xie Yingwei raised an eyebrow. Even while kneeling, the air of unassailable authority surrounding him remained unabated. He could tolerate previous minor provocations, but being entirely unclothed, that evidently crossed his threshold of tolerance. A flicker of displeasure instantly crept upon his brow. Chusi felt a surge of irritation. He had vowed not to be angered. Who was he scowling at now? Yet, he reacted swiftly, interjecting before Xie Yingwei could retaliate, adopting a tone of feigned nonchalance. What I mean is, let's take a bath together. To bolster his credibility, he even took the initiative to unfasten the remaining buttons of his prison garb. Xie Yingwei's eyes narrowed in intrigue, scrutinizing Chusi's unusual behavior. After a moment, it seemed he suddenly recalled something, a flicker of understanding passing through his gaze. He rose to his feet and began to unbutton his shirt, moving at a leisurely pace, exuding an effortless charm and sensuality. He had observed Chusi for 2 days, noting that this young master had loitered outside the public bath for a full 10 minutes without entering. Although Chusi was not required to engage in physical labor at present, the weapon repair workshop was stiflingly hot, making perspiration inevitable. It seemed he had longed for a wash, but was too embarrassed to expose himself in front of others, thus concocting a clumsy excuse to come to his office, which boasted a private bathroom. This well-equipped office had been established by the former commander to motivate subordinates to feel at home in the barracks. It not only included a restroom, but also a bed. Believing he had unraveled Chusi's thoughts, Xie Yingwei complied with his intentions and shed his garments. Stepping together into the bathroom, warm water cascaded down, enveloping the space in a veil of mist. However, Xie Yingwei quickly sensed something amiss. While Chusi was also rinsing his body, his gaze repeatedly darted towards Xie Yingwei's thigh area, focused and meticulous, devoid of any embarrassment or revulsion. Instead, his cheeks flushed with a curious intensity. Xie Yingwei thought, even if he truly wished to look, staring so unabashedly was excessive. An absurd notion uncontrollably surfaced. Could it be that Chusi harbored such feelings for him? Was this series of irrational actions born from a distorted affection? Or perhaps the consecutive blows to his psyche had rendered him afflicted with some form of mental illness. After a considerable time, Chusi continued to gaze intently, his focused stare seemingly capable of burning holes into Xie Yingwei's skin, even slightly shifting to catch a glimpse of more concealed areas. Finally, Xie Yingwei could no longer endure it. He abruptly shut off the water, the sound ceasing abruptly. Gritting his teeth, he spoke in a low, dangerous tone. "Do you wish to die?" Chusi suddenly regained his senses, hastily averting his gaze. His ears flushed crimson as if they might bleed. The two remained silent as they finished washing. After drying off and donning his trousers, Xie Yingwei remarked to Chusi, "I am quite satisfied tonight." He deliberately emphasized those 2 words, then shifted the topic. "As a reward, I shall present you with a gift tomorrow." He left the nature of the gift ambiguous. Casting a meaningful glance at Chusi, "I eagerly anticipate what you might do next." Chusi offered no reply. He merely lifted his head to gaze once more at Xie Yingwei. His eyes mirrored the disbelief and longing he had felt upon their first encounter in the rain. A mixture of joy from their reunion, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears, a complex swirl of emotions that left Xie Yingwei inexplicably unsettled. Uncertain of the reasons behind his feelings, Xie Yingwei observed as Chusi hastily dressed, almost fleeing the scene, leading him to wonder if he had indeed been too harsh, perhaps driving him to madness. Chusi quickly returned to his single dormitory assigned to the technical repair team, shutting the door behind him, leaning against the cold door. His heart raced violently. He closed his eyes, vividly recalling the image he had seen through the steamy haze moments before. The small mole in that intimate area on Xie Yingwei's inner thigh, identical to the one etched in his memory. It was truly him, his Xie Yingwei. They had reunited once more. The overwhelming shock and indescribable joy engulfed him, dizzying him to the point where he temporarily overlooked the alert in his mind, indicating a failure to complete his task. It was not until midnight, when Chusi jolted awake from his dreams, that he abruptly realized the gravity of his oversight. A peculiar sensitivity surged through his body, as if every inch of skin were exposed to the air, overreacting to the slightest friction. Even the roughness of sheets made him shudder involuntarily. Alas, he had forgotten to fulfill his task. Chapter 82, Training the Dog. After Chusnian's departure, the office fell silent once more, the air still tinged with the subtle essence of their intertwined presence. Xiaoying strolled to the window, the night casting his silhouette in stark relief, tall and solitary. His gaze fell upon the cigarette, but in the ashtray, one that had been used by Chusnian, his fingertip lingering momentarily to feel its residual warmth. He withdrew another cigarette, placing it between his lips, the metallic lighter producing a crisp sound as the orange flame ignited the cigarette. Inhaling deeply, he exhaled a cloud of grayish smoke, watching it twist and disperse into the air, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The scent of nicotine momentarily calmed his tumultuous thoughts. As the cigarette burned down, the heat approached his fingertips. Habitually, Xiaoying raised his hand to extinguish the butt in the ashtray, but his motion stilled mid-air. He lowered his gaze, noticing a faint pinkish circular mark on the skin beneath his open collar, a remnant left by Chusnian. Instead of extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray, he slowly pressed the still-burning tip against the fading mark on his collarbone. A faint hissing sound of burning was barely audible in the silence. A sharp and persistent sting coursed through his skin, far more intense than the tentative touch Chusnian had previously attempted. Xiaoying did not so much as furrow his brow, as if the pain did not afflict him at all. He merely observed the crimson spot extinguish upon his skin, leaving behind a deeper and clearer brownish mark that overshadowed the nearly faded shallow imprint. Only when the cigarette but had completely smoldered did he casually discard it. He approached the dressing mirror, tilting his head slightly to scrutinize the fresh burn mark beneath his neck. It appeared as a jarring insignia, marring the perfection of his physique, yet curiously bore an air of clandestine possession. His fingertips gently brushed over the searing spot, and within the icy depths of Xiaoying's azure eyes, turbulent currents swirled, ultimately coalescing into an abyss of profound darkness. Chusnian was no longer an ordinary prisoner. He was not summoned by a guard's whistle to stand in punishment or engage in menial labor. Yet, he remained acutely sensitive, and despite his desperate yearning for sleep, he found himself intermittently awake, barely managing to rest before dragging his weary body to the door. The door creaked softly as it opened inward. Outside stood Xiaoying, seemingly having awaited for a while, his posture erect as a pine tree, his imperial officer uniform devoid of any creases. The cold, hard metal insignia clasped at his shoulder cast a shadow from beneath the brim of his cap, accentuating the depth and inscrutability of his ice-blue gaze. The morning light filtered in through the high windows of the corridor, outlining his sharp, austere profile, yet failing to soften the oppressive aura of gunpowder and authority that surrounded him. He held a neatly folded set of garments, which he thrust directly into Chusnian's arms as soon as the door opened. The fabric felt exquisite in contrast to the coarse prison garb Chusnian wore. Xiaoying's gaze lingered momentarily on Chusnian's face, swiftly sweeping over his slightly furrowed brow and the tousled strands of pale hair that clung to his cheeks. "Put it on and follow me," he commanded, his voice resonating with an authoritative tone that pierced through the quiet morning corridor. Clutching the soft yet unfamiliar clothing, Chusnian was still enveloped in a haze from his lack of sleep, his mind clouded. A gift? He sluggishly recalled Xiaoying's words from the previous night. Was this clothing what he referred to as a gift? He raised his eyes to meet Xiaoying's emotionless blue gaze, which offered no explanation, only a silent expectation for compliance. Questions lodged in his throat. Never mind. There was no harm in following this mobile-side, quest-refresh machine. He pursed his lips, ultimately refraining from voicing anything, and merely took a step back, still clutching the garments. The door closed softly before Xiaoying, severing his line of sight. He stood there, his rigid military attire accentuating his tall and austere figure. He gazed at the closed door, a slight twitch at the corner of his brow. The audacity of this young master to slam the door in his face suggested that his boldness had only grown since their encounter in the minefield yesterday. Yet, He soon pondered that this might indeed be Chusnian's true nature, a hint of defiance hidden beneath a veneer of compliance. There is an ancient saying in the East, while the landscape may change, one's inherent nature remains steadfast, even when life takes unexpected turns. The essence of one's character is difficult to alter. However, Xiaoyingui perceptibly noticed that when Chusi took the clothing, his movements exhibited a deliberate evasion. His fingertips curled cautiously, and his eyes bore a lingering fatigue and a hint of suppressed frustration, akin to an unrestful night or a smoldering anger seeking release. It was indeed somewhat peculiar. Inside the room, Chusi leaned against the cold door panel and exhaled softly. The sting of losing 500 points still lingered in his heart. And to make matters worse, his body was acutely aware of the punishment. Even the coarse fabric of the prison uniform against his skin sent tremors through his nerves, rendering him restless. He lowered his gaze to unfold the garments. The fabric was of exquisite wool, its texture refined and far superior to that of the prison attire. This was a meticulously tailored uniform, characterized by a simple yet sharp design, reminiscent of the everyday attire worn by junior officers, but with greater attention to detail. Could this be the gift Xiaoyingui spoke of last night? A set of decent clothing? Chusi pressed his lips together, suppressing the peculiar sensation brought about by the fabric's friction, and proceeded to change. The uniform fit unexpectedly well. The shoulder seams, waistline, and pant length were all just right, as if it had been tailored specifically for him. As he fastened the final cufflink, his heart skipped a beat. Something was amiss. How did Xiaoyingui know his measurements so precisely? Had he discerned them during the search yesterday? Could a single touch yield such accuracy? A flush crept to the back of Chusi's ears, quickly replaced by a deeper sense of annoyance. Alas, the loss of those 500 points. The door was pulled open once more. At the sound, Xiaoyingui turned his gaze, momentarily fixating on Chusi. The custom-fitted uniform seemed to breathe life into him, its sharp lines perfectly outlining his slender yet robust frame. The straight shoulder seams and fitted waist enhanced the contrast of his exposed skin, which appeared even fairer against the dark fabric. His pale pink hair, though simply tied back, strangely harmonized with the stringent attire, creating an intriguing contradiction. Xiaoyingui's eyes flickered. He had seen many individuals adorned in various military uniforms and formal attire. Some relied on their elaborate garments to project authority, while others were overshadowed by the glory of their attire. Yet, Chusi was different. All eyes involuntarily gravitated toward him. Even the most brilliant gems and the most sumptuous silks would merely serve as embellishments, unable to diminish the unique radiance of his form. He resembled a pearl, momentarily cleansed of dust, exuding an undeniable warmth and luster even in dim light. Quite fitting. Let's proceed, he finally remarked, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. The sound of military boots striking the floor echoed with clarity and rhythm, offering no further explanation. Chusi observed his retreating figure, suppressing his myriad questions as he followed closely behind. Chapter 83, Training the Dog, Prisoner Number 17. Chusi silently maintained a half-step distance behind Xiaoyingui. The fabric of the uniform brushed against his skin, eliciting a distracting, subtle irritation. He endeavored to disregard this sensation, directing all his focus toward the tall, imposing figure ahead. Xiaoyingui guided him through several heavily guarded corridors within the penal camp, paths that ordinary prisoners would never dare to tread, ultimately arriving at a side exit. A black military sedan awaited them in silence, its engine emitting a low, resonant hum. The driver, a soldier with a stern expression, promptly exited the vehicle and respectfully opened the door upon seeing Xiaoyingui. Xia gestured for Chusi to enter the car first. Chusi bent down and settled into the interior, the soft leather upholstery starkly contrasting with any place he had previously occupied. Xiaoyingui subsequently took a seat beside him, slamming the door shut with a decisive thud. In the confined space, the man's cold aura mingled with the scent of leather, enveloping Chusi instantly. The vehicle smoothly commenced its journey, departing from the stifling high walls of the Blackstone penal camp. Chusi gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery and could not help but whisper, "Where are we going?" Xiaoyingui did not turn to him, his gaze fixed ahead, the corners of his lips seemingly curving into the faintest of smiles, yet he offered no reply. As the car traversed the heavily fortified roads of the camp, Chusi silently observed the exterior through the window. The Blackstone penal camp was far more than the few cells and playground he had initially encountered. It resembled a vast, self-contained island. Towering watchtowers gazed at one another, searchlights sweeping back and forth in the dimming twilight. Barbed wire coiled endlessly, and in the distance, a faint blue glow from electrified fences flickered ominously, accompanied by a disquieting crackle. Patrols clad in heavy military coats marched with precision, their sharp eyes scanning every inch of ground. The prospect of escaping this place seemed insurmountable. Eventually, the vehicle exited the oppressive area, traversing increasingly bustling streets before halting in front of a brightly illuminated edifice. Massive marble columns supported a grand portico, gilded embellishments shimmering luxuriously under the lights, while doormen in white gloves stood respectfully to either side. Chusi instinctively glanced back. In the distance, the direction of the Blackstone penal camp faded into a blurred, somber gray silhouette, starkly contrasting with the vibrant world before him, as if they were two entirely disparate realms in time and space. Xiaoyingwei was the first to alight, moving around the rear of the vehicle, quite gentlemanly as he opened the door for Chusi. Chusi composed himself and lowered his head as he prepared to exit. Yet, the moment he stepped out, the friction of the uniform fabric against his sensitive skin triggered an unusual, tingling sensation that surged to his head, causing his legs to weaken momentarily and his body to lurch forward uncontrollably. A hand, gloved in white, swiftly reached out, firmly steadying his arm. Even through the thin layer of fabric, he could feel Xiaoyingwei's strength and warmth, a current of electricity coursing through him. Chusian sut de aboli, his cheeks and the nape of his neck flushing a deep crimson, and almost reflexively, he forcefully shook off that hand. Xiaoyingwei's hand lingered in the air, suspended. He slowly retracted his hand, casting a glance at his gloves before lifting his gaze again, only to find a thin layer of frost settling in his icy blue eyes. He stepped forward, casually yet assertively leaning against the open car door, his towering figure effectively trapping Chusi within the cramped space formed by the door and the vehicle. As shadows enveloped them, did the young master not profess a fondness for me? Why then this sudden withdrawal? A heated breath brushed against his ear, causing Chusi to tense up, his heart racing uncontrollably. Unable to comprehend the cursed system's punishment, he averted his gaze from the oppressive stare, his voice trembling slightly. Outside, Xiaoyingwei scrutinized the flush of Chusi's earlobe and his feigned composure, his sharp eyes seemingly discerning the truth and pretense within those words. Just then, a warm voice interjected. "Sir, it is truly an honor to have your esteemed presence." A middle-aged man, clad in a meticulously tailored suit with slicked-back hair, approached with a courteous smile. The coldness in Xiaoyingwei's eyes quickly dissipated as if it had never existed. He cast one last penetrating look at Chusi and, while the newcomer was distracted, whispered a hushed warning into his ear, his voice as soft as a feather, yet imbued with a metallic, sanguine menace. "If I discover that you do not harbor feelings for me." He paused, leaving a chilling silence in his wake, his finger lightly tapping a certain spot near Chusi's collarbone as a reminder of what transpired last night. "I shall end you." With that, he straightened up, donning a detached yet polite smile, and turned to greet the official. As Chusi watched Xiaoyingwei's silhouette merge into a group of jovial officers, his tense nerves began to ease. He exhaled softly, feeling that today was particularly arduous. Just as he had managed to observe the external environment of the Blackstone punishment camp, he was confronted by the wretched system's punishment. Such intricate and relentless sensory torment was far more unbearable than direct pain. He would rather endure electric shocks than face it again. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the discomfort. However, the moment Xiaoyingwei had steadied him, the force and warmth transmitted through the gloves, just before being pushed away, had not been entirely unpleasant, even hinting at a vague, unutterable comfort. This thought surfaced only to be swiftly extinguished. He ceased his contemplations, gathering his thoughts, and stepped forward to follow in Xie Yinggui's wake into the resplendent banquet hall. Chapter 84, Training the Dog. The prisoner inside the hall, a stark contrast emerged between this space and the barracks. Crystal chandeliers refracted dazzling light, and the air was infused with a melange of food, wine, and high-end perfume. Soothing jazz melodies flowed through the atmosphere, as elegantly dressed men and women embraced in dance or raised their glasses in soft laughter and whispered exchanges. Here, Chusnian was no longer just a numbered prisoner, but rather a guest in need of courteous treatment, tethered to Xie Yingui. He could even savor delicacies that were inconceivable within the confines of the Blackstone punishment camp. After a brief exchange with several high-ranking officers, Xie Yingui led him to a relatively quiet corner. "Stay here and do not wander." Xie Yinggui's tone was unremarkable, yet it instilled a sense of trepidation that rendered questioning futile. His ice-blue eyes swept over Chusi, his voice lowered to a whisper intended solely for their ears. "Do not stir trouble, and certainly do not entertain any thoughts of escape. The repercussions of attempting to flee the penal camp should be abundantly clear to you." His gaze, sharp as a blade of ice, grazed Chusi's skin, the implied threat unmistakable. After delivering his warning, Xie Yingui turned and melded back into his social circle. Chusi stood silently, neither refuting nor resisting. He was acutely aware of the dire consequences of failure should he attempt to flee. Death was inevitable. However, he understood even more profoundly that Xie Yingui was merely a transient presence, a former adversary now indulging in his twisted desires at his expense. Once Xie completed his task here, he would depart this wretched place. Without this mobile source of points redemption, Chusi's predicament within the Blackstone penal camp would become 100-fold more arduous. Opportunities to step beyond the high walls and engage with the outside world like today would vanish entirely. He could not afford to remain passive. Today represented a fleeting window of opportunity. Despite the urgency, despite the lingering effects of distress upon his body, and despite his utter lack of preparation, he recognized the necessity of taking action. At that moment, a figure emerged on the arched balcony of the second floor, commanding attention with an imposing presence. The insignia on his epaulets signified a position of extraordinary authority. He gently tapped his wine glass, capturing the attention of all present. "Esteemed guests," his voice boomed with the accustomed authority. "Let's raise our glasses to the unparalleled glory of the Empire, to the wise guidance of our Führer, to the fearless sacrifices of our soldiers on the front lines. The wheels of the Empire roll ever forward, and any obstacles shall be crushed. Victory shall ultimately belong to us." His impassioned oration ignited a fervor among the attendees, who responded with raised glasses and thunderous applause, the air thick with an intoxicating fervor. Chusi too raised his hand in a gesture of applause, yet his eyes swiftly and coolly surveyed the entire banquet hall. His mind raced, calculating possible escape routes, scrutinizing the distribution of guards, and searching for any vulnerabilities that might be exploited. Just then, a shadow suddenly loomed over him. He looked up to see a young officer with golden hair and blue eyes standing before him, inspecting him with a hint of uncertainty. A smile of recognition blossomed on the officer's face. "Chusi Nian, is it truly you?" The floodgates of memory burst open. Erich von Landau, one of the heirs of the venerable noble Landau family. In their childhood, they were deemed playmates. If Chusi had once been a spoiled brat who leveraged his status to bully others, then Erich was a demon, reveling in the suffering of others beneath his polished exterior. He delighted in dragging Chusi to witness executions, executing prisoners with his father's pistol at a tender age without flinching, finding amusement in the macabre. From an early age, he was a fervent militarist, unabashedly confessing to Chusi his desire to become an officer, for it would grant him the legal right to kill. In contrast, Chusi's past arrogance seemed almost angelic. A moment of feigned confusion and uncertainty crossed Chusi's face as he softly ventured, "Erich, it is I." Erich eagerly settled onto the sofa opposite him, his emerald eyes sparkling with the excitement of a long-awaited reunion. "Goodness, I've searched for you for ages. Ever since your uncle's incident, your family has been out of touch. I was genuinely worried about you. Where on earth have you been all these years? You have changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you. You've grown taller and thinner. He bombarded him with a flurry of questions, exuding a natural intimacy. Just then, a system notification echoed in Chusnian's mind. Side quest triggered. Earn Eric von Landau's trust. Quest reward: 300 points and a high probability of obtaining his assistance to escape the current predicament. Do you accept? As he pondered how to seize this opportunity for escape, it presented itself. Accept. Chusnian replied without hesitation. The chance arrived so unexpectedly. He immediately shifted into a state of readiness. His light-colored pupils lowered slightly, long and thick eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, casting a small shadow beneath his eyes. Rather than directly responding to Eric's inquiries, he tilted his head to reveal a fair and delicate neck, his voice tinged with an awkward rasp. Eric, I'm not in a position to talk right now. I came here with someone else. He hesitated, masterfully portraying the poignant encounter of a fallen nobleman meeting an old friend, his pride wounded yet powerless to change his circumstances. Ehrlich paused it, then noticed that although Chusnian's uniform fit well and was of decent quality, it was clearly not an officer's attire, resembling more the garb of a subordinate or specific personnel. The delight on his face swiftly transformed into concern and confusion. What happened? Tell me we are friends. Chusnian lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. He then slowly began to narrate the tale of his family's decline, his father's status as a deserter facing execution, and his own attempt to escape conscription, which ultimately led to his capture and a subsequent transfer to the Blackstone Reformatory, all articulated in an artfully crafted manner. Chusnian was adept at leveraging his appearance. A mere lowering of his gaze could evoke sympathy from others. In front of Eric, he adeptly feigned vulnerability, weaving a narrative that was half truth, half invention, subtly guiding Eric's imagination and molding himself into a figure in need of salvation, effortlessly tugging at Eric's heartstrings, all executed with seamless finesse. Chapter 85, Training the Dog, Prisoner? He exclaimed, his voice barely above a whisper, his face etched with shock and disbelief. To a fervent imperial officer like Eric, the Blackstone Reformatory was a concentration camp for cowards, deserters, and societal refuse, synonymous with filth and degradation, where those imprisoned were regarded as no better than livestock. How could the once radiant companion of his childhood, albeit fallen, be connected to such a place? Then how did you end up here? Ehrlich pressed, his gaze sweeping over Chusnian's uniform, which evidently did not belong to a prisoner. Chusnian pursed his lips, seemingly reluctant to divulge, but eventually murmured, Colonel Xiaingwei brought me here. Xiaingwei? Eric's brow immediately furrowed, a flicker of unmasked disdain crossing his features. He harbored no fondness for the colonel, who rose swiftly from humble origins to prominence through commendable military achievements, though they belonged to opposing factions and held divergent political views. Their long-standing mutual disdain had never manifested in overt conflict. How could he possibly bring along a prisoner? Chusi shook his head, his gaze directed at Eric, exhibiting a delicate blend of confusion and a hint of reliance. I do not know. He did not disclose his reasons. He deliberately concealed the past entanglements with Xiaingwei, and Eric could hardly recall the ordinary servant who had once been a childhood companion. Eric muttered a curse under his breath, his tone laced with contempt. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he turned sharply to face Chusi, his emerald eyes brimming with astonishment and a sense of affronted indignation. He would not allow it. He could not permit the memories he cherished to be tainted by the very person he loathed the most. This was not merely a defilement of Chusi. It was a provocation against the lineage and dignity of Eric von Landau. Perhaps, on some subconscious level, he yearned to reclaim this once familiar, yet now tantalizingly fragile friend from the clutches of Xiaingwei. Chusi was not entirely aware of the darker, unspoken rules lurking behind the Blackstone penal camp, nor could he fathom the vile thoughts swirling in Eric's mind at that moment. While he understood that his relationship with Xiaingwei was fundamentally a distorted struggle for control, He keenly perceived the intense negativity and loathing directed towards Xie Yingwei in Eric's eyes. He realized that the bait had been taken. All he needed to do was maintain this facade of fragility, desperately in need of rescue, and stoke the flames at the opportune moment. He lowered his head slightly, his voice barely a whisper, yet laced with insinuation. It is truly terrifying there with Eric. Sometimes, I feel as though I may never escape. Observing Chusi's vulnerable and helpless demeanor, Eric felt an overwhelming surge of protectiveness, possessiveness, and disdain for Xie Yingwei. He weighed his options swiftly. His status was unique. His father had fallen heroically in defense of the Führer, who had personally awarded him a medal. This honor served as a talisman, granting him immense influence within the military. And despite not holding the highest rank, few dared to provoke him. Extracting someone from the Blackstone penal camp might pose a challenge for others, but for Erich von Landau, it was not entirely out of reach. Moreover, Chusi had once been of noble blood, in Eric's deeply ingrained sense of hierarchy. Even if the family had fallen from grace, the noble lineage coursing through Chusi's veins still held significance. He should not rot in the mire alongside the lowly deserters and commoners. This was profoundly unjust. Chusi deserved a far better fate. He should be placed in a position where Eric could see and control him. You should have joined me in the military from the start. Ehrlich Zeit. His tone tinged with regret, but underscored by a firm resolve to intervene. But do not fear, I will find a way. He softened his voice, his green eyes fixed intently upon Chusi, imbued with a sense of promise. At that moment, a lady adorned in an exquisite gown and possessing striking beauty approached gracefully, smiling as she extended an invitation to dance with Eric. Eric clearly relished the attention, nodding reassuringly at Chusi while silently mouthing "Wait for me," before elegantly rising to join the lady and stepping into the dazzling dance floor. Meanwhile, Xie Yingwei had just concluded a rather tedious conversation with several officers from the logistics department, instinctively casting his gaze towards the corner where Chusi was situated. However, that fleeting glance instantly froze his icy demeanor. He observed Chusi engaged in conversation with Erich von Landau, their proximity notable as Chusi tilted his head slightly upward, an innocent yet focused expression adorning his face. Eric, the aristocratic young man who had always regarded human life as trifling, arrogant, and cruel in Xie's memory, now displayed a gaze imbued with predatory interest directed at Chusi. Shortly thereafter, Xie witnessed Eric rise and enter the dance floor, turning back to utter something to Chusi before departing. A sudden drop in atmospheric pressure enveloped Xie as he tightened his grip around the wine glass. Though his expression betrayed no sign of change, Eric had long forgotten the servant's son who once trailed behind Chusi. Yet Xie carried within him the scars of disdain and insult from that noble circle. He had brought Chusi out with the intention of rewarding the young master for his efforts in acting. But now, was Chusi attempting to forge a connection with Eric right before his eyes? A surge of unnamable fury intertwined with icy doubt roiled within his chest. Did Chusi still harbor delusions of escaping through their meager past connections? Or did he feel that the refuge provided by his adversary was insufficiently secure, eager to seek a new patron more aligned with his noble sensibilities? A storm gathered within Xie's deep blue eyes. He gazed at Chusi, who sat aloof in the corner, compliant yet still captivating, a cold, piercing smile curling at the corner of his lips. It seemed he had offered too generous a reward, one that had emboldened this seemingly docile bird to attempt to spread its wings restlessly, even daring to gaze into other cages. Chapter 86, Training the Dog. Xie Yingwei traversed the lively crowd, making a beeline for Chusi, without affording him a moment to react. He seized Chusi's wrist with a grip so forceful that escape was impossible. "Get up." Chusi was yanked abruptly to his feet, stumbling as he was dragged to the edge of the banquet hall beside an intricately adorned massive stone pillar. His back met the cold, unyielding marble surface, while Xie's towering figure loomed before him, effectively trapping him in this confined space. The pressure on his wrist heightened his skin's sensitivity to an extreme, sending electric tingles racing through his bloodstream. nearly causing Chusnian to falter. Instinctively, he sought to shake off the source of his torment. Yet, in Sia's eyes, this struggle manifested as overt rejection. Rather than loosening his grip, he tightened it further. Did the young master truly wish to avoid my touch? Sia's voice dropped to a low, cold mockery, his breath brushing against Chusnian's ear. Chusnian's heart raced due to his body's involuntary reaction and the tense situation before him. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. Release me first, then we can talk. If he did not loosen his grip, he feared he might inadvertently emit strange sounds. Yet, Xiangwei not only maintained his hold, but drew closer, almost imprisoning Chusi between his embrace and the stone pillar. His gaze, however, transcended the shoulder of the man before him, piercing sharply towards Eric, who was dancing in the center of the ballroom. Surely, the young master's professed affection for me cannot be false. His lips brushed against Chusi's earlobe, his voice slithering like a serpent's tongue. He could tolerate a deceiver, one who sought to please him for the sake of survival. But he could not abide being used as a mere stepping stone. Chusi, suppressing the tremors coursing through his body, met his scrutinizing gaze with an oddly unwavering certainty. Of course not. Xiangwei's intense focus on him led him to notice Chusi's unusual state. His face was flushed, the fair neck and delicate earlobes tinged with an enticing pink, and his breath came in noticeably rapid, heavy gulps, while his light-colored eyes shimmered with a glistening sheen. This was hardly the demeanor of someone under threat. It bore more resemblance to the shyness of burgeoning affection. Xiangwei's gaze flitted between his tightly clasped wrist and the reddened cheeks. An absurd thought emerged uncontrollably. Could it be that the earlier withdrawal was not born of disdain, but rather something else? Was he truly not lying? This notion seemed preposterous, causing Xiangwei to chuckle inwardly. Yet, a powerful urge to validate this impulse surged within him. Very well, then kiss me now. His proposition was laced with challenge and provocation, as he slightly turned his face to present the sharp contours of his cheek to Chusi. In Xiangwei's perception, the innate arrogance of Chusi's noble lineage had never truly dissipated. Even having fallen from grace, that ingrained sense of dignity remained unscathed. To compel such a person, whom he had always regarded as a mere servant's offspring, to initiate a kiss would undoubtedly be the most effective means of trampling upon his pride. He awaited Chusi's humiliating struggle, anticipating the tearing away of that facade of affection, which would bring him greater satisfaction than any direct punishment. However, at that moment, Chusi was tormented by an all-encompassing sensitivity that left his awareness slightly blurred, and he only clearly registered the word kiss. In a desperate bid to terminate this torturous contact, he instinctively rose on his toes and tilted his head back. When the warm, slightly trembling sensation pressed against his lips, Xiangwei's ice-blue pupils